next time cue will come with 2 minutes until airtime on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Stations, if you encounter any technical issues related to this Georgia football broadcast, please call our trouble hotline at 336-831-0861. Mark 2 minutes until airtime for this Georgia football game broadcast. Your next time cue will come with 1 minute until airtime for today's Georgia football game broadcast. Stations, we are coming up on 1 minute until airtime. 1 minute in 5, 4, 3, 2, Mark. 1 minute, stations. 1 minute until airtime for this Georgia football game broadcast. Studio producers, when you hear touchdown, please start your archive recording. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. Mark, 30 seconds. Your next and final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Touchdown! Studios, start your archive recording. Coming up on 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds, stations. Have fun.
Presentation of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, welcome to Dog Talk, presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team.
Georgia had to really fight and scratch and claw to win that game.
This team has turned it around and responded like a championship team.
Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk. Kicking off a Dogs game day, here's your host, Jeff Dantzler.
Good morning and welcome to a Georgia football Saturday this afternoon in Athens. The Deep South's oldest rivalry reconvenes for the 127th time as a second-ranked 5-0 reigning national champion Georgia Bulldogs hosts the 3-2 Auburn Tigers on a spectacular Saturday between the hedges of Sanford Stadium. Along with our network studio producer Luke Nad-Carney and a cavalcade of producers and engineers today. Josh Connor, Jay Black, the Road Dog Adam Gillespie, Cabell Philpott and Chris Schiavone, and of course our co-host of 14 years, legendary Bulldogs and Bears record-setting Hall of Famer Kevin Butler, live from the Scan Energy stage here at the Tate Plaza. I'm Jeff Dantzler, welcoming you to Dog Talk Live, presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. The phone numbers to join us, 888-81-DOGS. That's 888-813-2947. That's our Merriweather and Tharp hotline. You can tweet us at The Real Butthead, at Jeff Dantzler TV. KB, it started back in 1892, Georgia and Auburn. What a spectacular day we have here on a Saturday afternoon between the hedges.
Yeah, this was kind of the setting that made them start this rivalry. I mean, anytime you can have a day like this in the fall, and bring two programs like this together. It's exciting. That's what makes college football so special.
And this is one of the most storied rivalries in the SEC. It has been filled through the years with upsets by the road team, with big upsets, teams killing each other's championship dreams. And then in the 80s, there was the crossover. Vince Dooley, Georgia's legendary coach, went to Auburn. Pat Dye, ultra successful at Auburn, went to school at Georgia. So many connections in this rivalry has delivered some cherished moments and some heartbreaking moments on both sides.
It really has, and this is always sets up to be that way. And you kind of, when you're in the locker rooms, each of these teams are looking at it going, throw everything out the window. This is why we call it a rivalry. And that's what the attitude is of each of these teams when they come in here today. Obviously, Auburn, and their program right now have come on some hard times. They need this win desperately for a couple of reasons. And really, the main reason is to try to keep that locker room together right now. You hear a lot of chirping about their coaching situation. That puts a lot of undue pressure on the players. So hopefully they can get out there for their sake, put that aside, try to focus on coming out here and going to play in a very hostile situation today. I expect this crowd to be as loud as it's been in a while. It's been a while since we've hosted a big game between the hedges, and these fans are certainly deserving of a great day. They've followed us around and supported this team no matter where they've gone, but today they're at home, and this campus is already packed. The parties are already going. People are doing their part to be ready, as Kirby always asks them to be.
No doubt, and we have been talking early. Get in there early.
Get in there early.
Loud, and all 60 minutes. And KB, this was a text I got from Coach King, Kirby Smart, this morning. Read that there.
Need some crowd noise today. Please help. I mean, that's
from the head man himself.
You've got his number?
That is from the head man himself.
So
only for emergencies.
That's right. We'll give it out. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to give that phone number out.
But this is one of
those
those
games. You need to destroy that phone, to be honest with you.
And I think you could go back to the Arkansas game last season. That was a noon kickoff. We came up with the elite, early, loud, intense, tough, electric. And what an impact the crowd had that day. We got to have that here. Just the way the schedule worked out, going back to last year. The last three home games have been against Charleston Southern, Samford, and Kent State.
And don't get me wrong, we had crowds in.
Of
and
course.
They were hyped up and started the game off, but come halftime, it's kind of a half-empty stadium. What they need today is 4 quarters of it. You heard Kirby ask for it, and that's something that really is valuable. I know it's valuable for the players. I mean, when we were down here and you came in between the hedges, you were in for a tough day of communicating on the other team, and then just the anxiety you feel when you're out there playing, when that crowd's with the home team, it's definite an advantage to the home team, and I know we'll have it today.
One of the reasons I think this series through the years has had so many funny things happen, it is the proximity. Auburn is just across the state line. I mean, it's basically the same distance to Atlanta as Athens is. Auburn always recruits hard, especially Atlanta West. In the state of Georgia, I've always felt Auburn is Georgia's biggest recruiting rival. And I was talking with Coach Smart earlier this week. I said, what would you say, Kirby, the two rosters here, 90% of the guys were recruited and offered by both schools? Absolutely. So there's a great sense of familiarity when these two get together.
Yeah, I think since Brian Harsin got there, I don't think it's been quite as tough as it has been in the past. I don't know if we're recruiting. I know they're recruiting the players we're getting, but everybody on their roster right now is not everybody that we have tried to get. Coach Smart and his staff have a clear definition of the type player they want. You see them going after the 5s and the 4 stars. You'll see a couple of 3 stars sprinkled in there. But these kids have to be mature, ready to play. Coach Smart and his staff are getting these guys on the field as freshmen. They feel that when they bring them to Georgia, they have a reason to be here. They're not going to Georgia to find the reason. Georgia has already defined it for them. It's going to put them in that piece and let them develop as quick as they can. And if they develop quickly, they're going to be on the field play. And I think that's one thing that's very attractive to all the recruits out there. We're going to have a boatload of them here today, some of the best in the nation. So crowd. I mean, from the start of this game, be so loud. That first series when Auburn has the ball, the louder we are, the more confused they're going to get. There's going to be at least one penalty. Then there's going to be a turnover, and then it's really going to get loud in here.
and the impact the crowd can have on the game and for recruiting, for the elite prospects, as Kevin said, that'll be here, not just for football, for every sport.
Absolutely.
There are a boatload of recruits. The town has been on fire since about Thursday around lunchtime here. The excitement over this game, it's overload. It's Georgia, it's Auburn. It is a beautiful day between the hedges. Early, loud, all 60 for the Dogs and the Tigers. We'll do a little Georgia History 101, getting that Wayback Machine, see how that relates to today's game.
Well, I always do
Deep
good at that.
South's oldest rivalry. All right, Dog fans, if you're looking for some up-to-date game day information, clear bag policy there, ladies, new stadium policies, be sure to log on to georgiadogs.com/digital and download the 2022 Georgia Football Digital Fan Guide presented by Georgia Power. Get everything you need to know this season at georgiadogs.com/digital. Well, one of the great figures in the history of Georgia football and SEC football, our legendary Hall of Fame coach, Vince Dooley, a little bit under the weather right now. And Coach Dooley, we're thinking about you and we love you. And this one's for you today, Coach. Dogs and Tigers between the hedges. This is Dog Talk pregame, live from the Scana Energy Stage. It is presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. Kevin and I hadn't had to call them for 14 years, right here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is committed to protecting the state of Georgia. No one knows Georgia like we do because no one covers the state like we do. Georgia families are our only focus, and we have offices in just about every county of the state. You can call it our home field advantage. No matter where you are in Georgia, Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is always the home team.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid October 31st, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.98 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax tag, registration, title, and viewer fee. See dealer for details.
This is Georgia Football, sponsored by Progressive. Progressive Insurance gives you protection on the phone, online, or on the app 24/7. Because things happen 24/7. Get a quote at progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Why do coaches insist that plays be run over and over in practice? Because repetitions and study produce winners. Neil Honda Williamson for Merriweather and Tharp. Merriweather and Tharp has handled more than 10,000 divorce cases. They've taken the reps and are ready to help. Your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions. Merriweather and Tharp has answers, helping clients through difficult times. Merriweather and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, theatlantadivorceteam.com.
When the leaves start rustling, the pumpkins start plumping, and the scarecrows start crowing, you heed the call of fall. Because you eat, sleep, and drink pumpkin at Dunkin'. So, take your pick of pumpkin with delicious muffins, munchkins, and donuts. And pair them with a classic pumpkin spice signature latte or the ultra-smooth pumpkin cream cold brew, topped with pumpkin cream cold foam. All so you can fall harder. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Saturday is finally here, getting you ready for Georgia football on Dog Talk pregame. Presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS or chime in on Twitter with the hashtag UGAAINC.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Live, the pregame edition, live from the Scana Energy Stage.
Yes, sir.
Dog Talk pregame presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team, and it is a sun-splashed, spectacular Saturday morning, soon to be afternoon, here in America's greatest college town. UGA Bookstore right next door, hosting some legendary Bulldogs. You got Malcolm Mitchell, Lindsey Scott, Buck Ballou all signing. UGA Bookstore, best dressed crew, geared up with a red. I love the quarter zip. That's my thing. Pullover from Columbia. Available in white and red. We're in the red. Be sure to check out. Thank you very much. Oh, you're just talking about the shirt, not me.
No,
the new
people
Stetson Bennett, Brock Bowers, custom Nike jerseys also available. Shop the UGA Bookstore. It's the best selection of Georgia clothing and gifts. UGA Bookstore, located right next door, Sanford Stadium. Open 24/7 online. UGABookstore.com. It is where the dogs shop. So when I was a kid growing up back in the 80s, good-looking crowd here this afternoon. As I say, when I was back really into Georgia football, from 1983 through 1990, Auburn beat the Dogs 7 out of 8 years. There were a lot of tears being shed then, and Auburn was just that hump that Georgia couldn't get over. Before Emperor Saban moved in across the Chattahoochee, no school in history had taken more from Georgia through the years. 1942, 1971, 1983, the tie in 78, the losses in 87 and 88 costing Georgia national SEC championships on to 2005, which was a bitter pill. In 2005, Auburn had the anti-Beluda Scott play, 4th and long, funky play. Auburn wins by 1. At that point, they led the series 53-48-8. Since then, Georgia, staggering, has won 14 of the last 17 meetings. And I'm just telling you, for me growing up, the way this series has gone, that's something I didn't think I'd ever see. Georgia now leads the series 62-56-8. Here's another one for you. From 77 through 01, Georgia was 2-11 against Auburn here between the hedges, which was an embarrassing stats.
That's embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Georgia won in 07 over on between the hedges. 09, 11. Then we went over there twice.
When did they
14,
when
16,
did they hose
18,
the fans down?
That was 86. 7 straight wins for Georgia over Auburn between the hedges, trying to make it 8 straight in 15 of 18. And again, the history of this rivalry, the way things have gone, the way it used to go down, that's a remarkable accomplishment for this program. A lot of that under Kirby's watch, of course, and the highlight, that 2017 SEC championship after the Tigers whooped us over there on the Plains.
Yeah, that was a kind of an eye-opener for the team that day, and they went and took it to heart. They came back about 3 weeks later and did the exact same thing that Auburn did to them prior and really just dominated on the line of scrimmage. And I think that's really where this game shapes up today also. You've got a lot of emotion on both teams. As you said earlier, Jeff, these guys are going to be focused. Both teams are going to be on their game. That's why we're talking about the crowd being such a big factor. You know, if you can mess that communication up on that offensive line, that's where our defense really thrives, and that's something that we've been battling for a couple of weeks. We had to go on the road last week, and that was a loud stadium.
It was.
So you saw a couple of offsides on Georgia. You saw some miscommunication. Just little things like that. That's what creates broken plays. And Georgia saw a couple of broken plays last week for big gainers. And, you know, that's what they've been trying to shore up this week. They've had a great week of practice. Everybody's been focused. Everybody seems like they were a little bit more woke up this week from kind of a boring schedule early in the year that has, challenged them in different ways.
Early, loud, and all 60 today for the Georgia faithful. Bulldog fans 2022 Georgia Football Yearbook presented by Georgia Power, now available, containing rosters, features, and more. Visit georgiadogs.com/digital today. Happy birthday going out to Laurie Clark, huge Georgia fan here in Athens. Thank you to Bobby over in Elgin, South Carolina, has got us dialed in. Again, you can tweet us at The Real Butthead, at Jeff Dantzler TV, Brian in Hickory Flat, the Airborne Dog listening in down in Alabama, and also wanting to give the Valkyrie Dog a shout-out for visiting from Ireland, attending her first Georgia game. All right.
That's pretty big. I got a shout-out to Susan Judge, who gave me a nice bag of candy for the whole crew up here. Candy corn. That's so good and healthy for you.
That's a love or hate type thing. Thank you
to
the Tiny Putter. Not my favorite, but I'm glad you're enjoying it.
What's your favorite Halloween candy?
Reese's and Kit Kats.
That's two. What's your favorite candy?
Right along the line, the Adel Dental Association tweeting in. Right on cue. Eat up all that candy, kids.
I didn't tell you what happened to me coming up here. I was walking up the steps, kind of my head was down. This guy grabs me and goes, "Hey." And I go, "Hey, yeah, gotta go do a show." Michael Pernfors. I look up.
Oh,
it's Michael Pernfors, yeah.
The legend.
He's got a son here today. It was absolutely great to see him. You know, we all talk, but I didn't get to see him, and he's going to be out here with Ace today. And, that's what is great, because me and Michael grew up and my lovely wife Kathy is standing right here. We all grew up and played ball at Georgia at the same time. And when you have friends like that did great, and oh yes, he did great, and went on and has just a tremendous professional career. So it's always fun to see people like that. That's what kind of game this is. It brings everybody back for a celebration of the University of Georgia and a celebration of football.
Yeah, Purdy helping lead the Bulldogs to that 1985 national title, two-time singles champ in 84 and 85, beat his roommate and teammate George Bezekny in the final. And
it was like a pillow fight.
The great story, too, they were saying, I remember George and Alan Miller telling me when you kicked the field goal to beat Clemson, Pernford said, all right, I got to go down and see Kevin. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, no, I'm going to go in the locker room. I go, well, you can't get there. Oh, yeah, I can. Coach McGill had given him a pass, and it just said in their Swedish newspapers.
Yeah, he was right in there. I do remember that. That was a lot of fun.
I think he said y'all might have had a keg in there afterwards. But, those records
not in there, but I saw quite a few kegs that night.
That night was a great day between the hedges. Oh, man, that's Pernford's. That's still one that gets the goosebumps going when you talk about some Georgia royalty. All right, big hello going out to the great Larry Edwards and Sharon dialed in. They're hanging out with my wife and Albus and Hermie. We go down to the shores of Lake Sinclair. Alex joins us. Alex, a good morning to you, and welcome to Dog Talk Live, the pregame edition.
Good morning, Kevin and Jeff.
Hey, Alex.
Good morning. I'm wondering. I remember Auburn, rival between Auburn and Georgia, Auburn here. But that one had to be 1981 when Herschel Walker and whoever quarterback for Auburn, running back.
Well, Alex, appreciate you, buddy. In 1981, the last time Georgia played Auburn, when the Bulldogs were the reigning national champions, was here in 1981, and the Dogs won 24-13, clinching a second consecutive SEC championship, which was a first in program history. Right here, in fact, the only one of Coach Dooley's 6 SEC titles clinched here between the hedges
because
against
we
Auburn.
clinched it the next year in Auburn.
That was a humding. 5 of the 6 that Coach Dooley won were clinched on the Plains. But that win in 1981 here to secure a second straight SEC title your freshman year. What a day that was.
I wish I could remember it. We won.
We did win.
Yeah, you don't remember the wins as much as the losses, and that's so
well, I remember
silly because I definitely can tell you about the one we lost here.
Well, that was number 3 versus number 4, but the 13-7, and my God, we got the onside kick. That, and I think Alec Ogletree's blocked field goal 24 were the 2 greatest plays in a Georgia loss of all time. When we scored to make it 13-7, we got the onside kick, and Munson was and Munson was unbelievable. Oh my God! Hang on to your shoes, everybody. Here we go again. Then they got the 82 will always be my favorite. Munson was just at his absolute very best. And I remember telling that story at Herschel and Bo. Wait, that game wasn't on TV? No, neither was a BYU game with Steve Young and Munson leading up to that. I just remember listening to that game when my parents and my dad said he counted. We had a loop between the living room and the dining room with 2 foyers, and he counted. He said, I did a couple of hundred laps, and Ronnie Harrison, Jeff Sanchez, and then last thing I got in the victory formation. That was the mighty Munson at his absolute best that day. That'll always be my favorite Georgia-Auburn game.
Wow, I need to watch that again. That sounds exciting.
1982. I'm like Uncle Rico. Say you're living too much in 82, but guess what? We've been living in 21 and now in 22. Undefeated reigning national champion Georgia, tangling with the ancient rival Auburn Tigers today. Let's go to Hanky from Gainesville. Hanky, thank you for holding.
Hanky.
Welcome to Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Merriweather and Dark.
Hey, I just want to say, it's a blessing to be a Georgia Bulldogs fan, and we're hoping to beat Auburn down to the nitty-gritty. I'm talking about a beat down. Because we don't like them Tigers, and I know you guys don't like them Tigers. And I want to see some crowd noise and some bad A people. So anyway, Go Dogs. Hey, also, my daughter may be born, so go Dogs.
Well, let's get her a win coming in.
That's exactly right. What was her name going to be, Georgia?
I think it'd be a good one if we beat Auburn. You know, I know what it won't be.
Better than Dog.
Yeah, it won't be Auburn, I'll tell you that. Thank you to Jay Radford listening in
do
from
that.
Macon, and to Brian. We appreciate it. Hanky.
Which is your what is the SEC team that you despise the most?
Florida.
You want to think about it for a second?
Florida.
Okay.
Yes.
Mine's Auburn.
We all know that the school I despise the most. Yes. Well, that's because when you were trying to get to the Auburn Supper Club, and they just left you stranded on a dark road. It was like they were filming a new Halloween movie out there. I'm glad you survived.
I'm glad I didn't meet Jason that night.
There was no man in a mask coming after you in the loveliest village. It is a gorgeous day here in Athens, and Bulldog fans, of 2022 Georgia Football Yearbook presented by Georgia Power is available, containing rosters, features, and more. Visit georgiadogs.com/digital today.
Yeah. I don't like them the most because it's just what you described. We were always had to win it for the championship against them. And I think that's where you knew it was all or nothing, and you'd come away with a tremendous feeling, or you'd come away with the lowest of feelings. And I was 2 for 2 in those feelings.
That 83 game was a bitter pill.
Is that when they cheated?
We were 8-0-1, and they were 8-1.
And then we were
8-1. Yep. Then we beat Tech and beat Texas.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a good comeback on that team, because that was a devastating loss to us.
It was a tough one.
We had hurt little kids' hearts like yours. Obviously, you tell me about it all the time, and for that we apologize.
That 1-10 certainly helped. That national championship has helped the healing process.
Well, I know, but that really had nothing to do with me.
No.
So I'm still a scar on that little.
No, a lot more
heart you
great days than bad ones.
Yes, there was.
From back in the golden era, the early 80s. And guess what, Dog fans? We are in the midst of another golden era of Georgia football. Gorgeous day here in Athens, KB. We're going to have a scoreboard update brought to you by Dos Equis just after high noon. We got the first word with Coach Kirby Smart, presented by Pfizer. We got our six-pack keys to success. We're going to talk some Georgia and Auburn all day long from Athens in the Scana Energy Stage. Dog Talk pregame presented by Merriweather and Tharp here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia fans, college football is back, so grab your friends and a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Dos Equis is the one to score for your tailgate, at the bar, or even watching with your friend who went to that other school. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and go Dogs. Dos Equis, proud partner of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly.
Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every dollar you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
No matter your favorite game day traditions, it all starts with a cup of coffee to get you ready to cheer on a Bulldogs win. Community Coffee is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, serving Bulldog Nation with rich and smooth blends crafted right here in the USA. We've supported and celebrated thriving communities like the UGA family for over 100 years, and we believe there's no better day than game day for bringing people together. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
$365 days a year, just call us up, we'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed. At Shoemate, we take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When your family just can't wait, you can always count on Shoemate.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Live, the pregame edition presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. We are live from the Scana Energy Stage. The sun is shining. It's Georgia and Auburn. Kickoff set for just after 3:30 this afternoon. Between the Hedges and Dog fans, once the gates open at 1:30, be sure to check out the Dos Equis Dose of Rivalry display. Gate 7 on the 300 level. They'll have co-branded giveaways and the opportunity to win signed merchandise. And be sure to follow the Dogs All Access social media. Kevin invented social media. Just search at UGA_GBSM, Georgia Bulldog Sports Marketing, providing your inside connection to Bulldog Athletics with exclusive updates and behind-the-scenes content, including Kirby Smart All Access TV. Follow at UGA_GBSM. We'll get to those phones after we pause first. 10 seconds. Station identification on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
To all the fans out there that Coach Smart has gotten in touch with us, and he is asking for a crazy loud stadium from the get-go for 60 minutes. He's begging you out there. He wants us to have that 12th man today, and, you know, we're the only show on air that Coach actually calls in. Do you think is this going on in the locker room right now? You think they're
I think it is, yes.
Is it? That's awesome. Is anybody in the locker room?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think so, but the motivation is definitely out there. But early, loud, and all 60 minutes. Let's go to Mickey from Pearson, Georgia. Hey, Mickey, thank you for holding, and welcome to Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Meriwether and Tharp.
Well, guys, I've been catching flack from all them Gator fans, and my family down there lives in Gainesville. And I tell you what do y'all think is going to happen to the defensive line with losing Jalen Carter? Y'all think Barry Alexander's going to come in and right the ship? Hang up and get your call, get your question.
Appreciate you, Mickey, and Jalen Carter. You're talking about a guy's potential top 5 pick. Should have been a penalty. Hopefully he will be back soon. And this is one of those deals, that defensive line, where you're going to have some guys step to the forefront. There's a mixture of veterans and newcomers there. In Big Bay Area, he had to have that shoulder surgery in the offseason. He looks like he's ahead of schedule, so he's going to be out there with TID and Nazir Stackhouse and Warren Brinson and Zion Logue. It's going to take everybody pulling together. And, Kevin, I think one important thing in sports, when you lose a great player for a game or two, for you as a player, it's important for you just to be you and do your job, not to try and do too much to help try and fill those shoes. I know that might sound counterintuitive, but just Zion Logue being Zion Logue, Bear Alexander don't try and be Jalen Carter.
Yeah, you go in there, and I love how you put that. You go in there and you just be yourself. You don't try to replace that person. You try to replace that position, and the position is what you make of it. And each of these guys are making their best opportunity of it. You know, when you talk about Bear, I'm sure he might be on a play count or something because he's still rehabbing that shoulder from a standpoint of durability and you know, catching fatigue. And if you get fatigue in that area, is something going to happen? So he's young and he's very important to our future. So we're going to be on top of that. But you know, you're talking about down on that defensive line, and I think that's really the key to the game today. You know, they got Tank Bigsby. We know what Tank's about. We went after Tank. We didn't put that full court press on him. He's got a lot of motivation. Every time he plays Georgia, he's a threat, and that's what he's going to be today. We're coming in, giving up 89 yards rushing a game. We saw a few big plays last week. We saw a few big plays the week before. Those have to be eliminated, and that starts on the defensive line. They're coming in averaging about 160. So you're talking about 77 first downs, right? 7 first downs is going to be the difference on that defensive line for us. If you give Auburn 7 more first downs, and they're easily came by, Georgia's going to be in another dogfight today.
Going to be troubled, no doubt about it. Georgia, Auburn, you can look 20 years ahead. You can go back to 1892, 1942, 1982, one in the trenches. Let's go to our friend Carl down in Dawson. Carl, good afternoon to you as we're just past high noon here in Athens, and welcome to Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Meriwether and Tharp.
Thanks, fellas. Our friend DJ said that since we lost Loretta Lynn this week, we need to take them to Fifth City. I was going to ask y'all, do y'all think Arian Smith can step up this week and be that outside threat? I'll hang up and listen. Go Dogs.
Thank you, Carl. For whatever reason, KB, injuries for Georgia at wide receiver, it's become the norm here these last few years. That can we get A.D. Mitchell back? Arian Smith did get in there. Don Blaylock, huge catch last week. But Smith is a guy with those Jets who could be a game changer, even if he's not out there for a ton of plays.
Yeah, and I think what we've got to do today, receiving and running back, those are I would say, our weaker positions on the offense, and that's something that we have. I think at receiver we've still always been challenged with getting those top-notch guys in here. We've developed some great players. Of course, George Pickens came over here, and you can see what kind of NFL player he's going to be. He's at the top of the game already, but we need that. And you go with running back. Those two things are traditionally what Georgia's had really great depth at, and we're a little light there right now. So I think whoever is given the opportunity today, and that means targeted, they have an opportunity to be that guy today. I don't think they come in besides a Brock and a Darnell that they're going to try to highlight. Whoever's catching that ball, Dominique, he doesn't drop the ball. We get him in there. So every guy out there has a chance to be that guy today, depending on the targets and depending on what they do with those targeted throws. And we say it all the time, too. It's one thing to get your number called. It's another thing to be ready when your number's called. Produce yards after catch. I mean, that's what Georgia's depending on right now, and that's why you see Brock Bowers highlighted so much. His yards after catch, and so with Darnell. They're big, they're strong, they're sure-handed, and you'll see a lot more double coverage on them. You're going to see the linebacker, and maybe the strong safety hooking up on that defensive end, on our offensive end. But I also think that, if Coach Monken wants to get creative, he can do some damage to just about any defense if he just gets aggressive. No doubt. 19 plus 0, that equals the best tight end combination in America. We need to run into a timeout. 19 plus 0 equals 7. The best. Yes, I like that. Counting jackpots, PATs there. It is Georgia. It is Auburn, the Deep South's oldest rivalry. Love our Silver Dogs, Miss Beryl and Mr. Chuck. That one sign, Miss Beryl, it's upside down. Yeah, the Auburn one. You need to turn it the other way. Got to transpose it there. More calls as we continue on from Athens with Dog Talk pregame, presented by Merriweather and Tharp, live from the Scan Energy stage here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Want more exclusive and behind-the-scenes Bulldogs content? More game highlights?
You got red and black everywhere.
Mic'd ups?
That's not good. Next play.
Press conferences?
We cannot wait to get started.
And original programming?
Or that we're going to play hard, we're going to play the right way.
Search for the Georgia Bulldogs All Access channel on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Georgia Bulldogs All Access, your official inside connection to Georgia football and all Georgia Bulldogs sports.
Now more than ever, it's important to support our local businesses, whether it's your favorite pizza place or your neighborhood barber. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for more than 85 years. Whether they are saving you money on a checking account or credit card, or supporting the people, places, and teams that we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. To learn more, visit their website at georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. Continues now with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Pregame, presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. Merriweather and Tharp hotline, 888-81-DOGS. We are live from the Scana Energy Stage. Thank you to Stanley listening in down in Coffee County, and Miss Barrow delivering these cheese crackers.
I'm telling you, they're so good.
They are
I know
so
Shabani
good.
likes them. He's a cheesehead.
They are quite delicious
Yeah,
there. Thank you to
Packer
Jordan
fan.
down in Panama City, FLA. Let's go to the Panama City of West Georgia. Daryl from Columbus joins us. Daryl, how are you this afternoon? Welcome to Dog Talk Pregame.
Well, I'm going to tell y'all what, fellas. We're going to give Auburn something today. It's going to be a major you-know-what whooping. Hey, Jeff, I think anytime you go to check the scores, okay, anytime you go to check the scores, you should check the scores from the Dixie Crystal Sugar scoreboard, regardless if it's the Dixie Crystal Sugar scoreboard or not.
That's good memory
Well, hey,
there,
Butler,
Daryl.
I got something for you also. How can you not remember 1982?
I don't remember the onside kick.
That was
I
in
remember
83.
1982.
Oh, I don't remember the onside kick. There was no onside kick in 82.
We kicked it.
That was my first game. I remember Lionel James busting one on us big time. I was there. I remember
what was
Marcus
the weather
coming up
like
with a
that
big sack. Herschel had a big run, and I remember the sugar falling out of the sky. You know what? That was the first Georgia game I ever went to. Young kid. Looked down. I was on the same level as Larry Munson was. He was about 4 booths down from me. And I stood there, and I stared at that man, and I thought I was looking at God. I really did. I mean, that is exactly what I thought I was looking at. And I remember looking out on the field after the game was over, and I saw number 5 on the field, and I thought, there he is. There's the man. But
all right,
that was my first Georgia game. Hey, I'm going to tell y'all what. Today, the D-line is going to bring it big time. Auburn's got one coming. We've been holding back for them. I think we're going to go out there today, and we're going to get back to playing to our standard. I really believe that. Go Noles.
All right, Daryl, thank you. Yeah.
Well, one quick way to make sure that D-line's doing that job is you're going to see some very active linebackers. If you're seeing them registering some sacks and some tackles, I think that's really what's going to show everybody that D-line's making a big effort today to make their presence felt. So that's I like that, and I'm glad. Excuse me. I hope he does see a defensive line out there just dominate today.
Well, that's where it all starts up front. I know it can sound cliche-ish, but especially in a rivalry like this, and you think about all the great offensive and defensive linemen through the years, and when you go back to when Auburn took control of this series in the 80s, they were rating Georgia for great linemen on both sides.
They were getting them all.
Yes, and I mean, cost us SEC championships, national championships
Just
there.
disruptive, and they were productive on the defensive line. When you like that's pretty tough. So 82 was down in Auburn.
Yes.
I do remember that one. Sugar
1914.
falling from the sky.
Yes, incredible.
83, you said I kicked an onside kick.
We got the onside kick after we scored to make it 13-7.
Right, that's the one I don't remember.
Yeah, last thing to Herman Archie.
But we lost.
We did.
That's why I don't remember.
We hung around. They had Bo Jackson in the little train, but Lionel James had an 86-yard run in 82, and then Herschel went 59. We missed a 2-pointer and then hung on, baby.
Why was that? Why did we go for 2 points? Because I was
to try and go up 7.
Did I miss an extra
Not
point?
6. No, you made 2 field goals and a PAT. You did a good job that time.
Thank you.
Very good job. All right, Dog fans, just around the corner, we've got the first word with Bulldogs coach Kirby Smart. But
Who calls Dantzler all the time for advice, and today he needed some advice to have a loud crowd.
Yeah, got to have it today. He said early, loud, and all 60 minutes. KB, changing times in Georgia athletics, Dogs doing things the right way as far as the NIL goes. It's about sustainability. Preach, KB.
Well, if you want to help the University of Georgia and be part of their NIL collective, all the Georgia fans out there, if you want to do an NIL deal with the Dog, go to georgiadogs.com/NIL to connect with a student athlete on a sponsorship, a commercial, an appearance, or even an autograph session and more. You can make your own programs and get involved with the University of Georgia in NIL deals.
All right, it's the Bulldogs tangling with the Tigers. Georgia and Auburn for the 127th time. These two got it started at Piedmont Park in Atlanta back in 1892, a rivalry that spans not just decades but centuries. And there's nothing like Georgia-Auburn. Dogs trying to make it 15 out of 18 against the ancient foes from the loveliest village on the plains. First word with Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart, presented by Pfizer, just around the corner right here. It is Dog Talk pregame, presented by Merriweather and Tharp on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
One of the toughest jobs in law enforcement is telling a family that a loved one has been killed by a drunk driver. That's why Georgia law enforcement works every day to keep drunk drivers off the road. Every DUI arrest could be one less family to lose someone to drunk driving. You can help. Hand the keys to a designated driver or call a ride service. It saves lives and prevents a costly DUI arrest. Drive sober or get pulled over. Brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
The Dogs are back in their rightful place atop of the list of the greatest teams in college football history. This is Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613, and we know a little something about greatness. For over 100 years, our electricians have been lighting up Athens and building the things that make the Georgia Bulldogs the envy of college football. If you work in the construction industry, join our team. Visit IBEW613.org.
This is Georgia Football, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff, the attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff, because here, it just means more.
Why do coaches insist that plays be run over and over in practice? Because repetitions and study produce winners. Neil Honda Williamson for Merriweather and Tharp. Merriweather and Tharp has handled more than 10,000 divorce cases. They've taken the reps and are ready to help. Your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions. Merriweather and Tharp has answers, helping clients through difficult times. Merriweather and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, theatlantadivorceteam.com.
It's time for the first word. Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart, presented by Pfizer. Kirby, scouting report on Auburn going back to 1892 when we got it started on defense, fast and physical.
Fast and physical. That's it, man. That's what the motto is. You got to play that way, and we've been talking all week about strike and attack, and that goes right with the fast and physical motto.
And Kirby, you played in this rivalry, being from Bainbridge, Georgia, literally growing up right in the middle of it here. It really is a unique rivalry, and it's created a lot of great moments.
Yeah, it really has. The tradition and history of this game is second to none, and there'll be some more legends made for this one.
And no doubt, going back through the history of this rivalry, it is won in the trenches at the line of scrimmage.
Always is. The dominant team has got to play. The bigger bully team. If you can run the ball in this league, it certainly makes things much easier to do other things, and it'll be a big part of what we're trying to do.
Well, Kirby, the town has been on fire all week in anticipation of this game. 3:30 kickoff. What's the message for our people today?
Get up and get loud and get there early. We need you. And I've said it repeatedly this week. There's nothing that our program needs and our players need right now than the fan support to be there and be behind this team and give them the kind of same momentum advantage that we felt like Missouri had last week. We need our fans to do that for us this week.
Yeah, I feel like our players and our crowd, they do a great job of creating energy for one another.
Absolutely. We need to play off each other.
All right, couple of keys for victory here today.
Always the same, man. Control the line of scrimmage, win the turnover battle, and be explosive.
All right, Kirby, best of luck. Let's get a win. Make it 6-0 and 3-0.
Thank you.
All right, that's it on the Kirby Smart Report. And the Kirby Smart Report is presented by our friends from Pfizer as the Dogs get set to take on the Auburn Tigers today. And let's do a little update on the Dos Equis scoreboard. Dos Equis, did I just hear one pop, is a proud supporter of the Georgia Bulldogs. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. KB, early kickoff down in Red Stick. We got Tennessee and LSU. You got Alabama and A&M. Is there a side plot in that one tonight? I don't know.
Tell you what, there
Huge
might be.
day in the league.
I hear 2020 is going to be down at that game, try to do a little documentary on it. But, you know, Tennessee's going to be a tough team, and they've already jumped up to a 10-0 lead over LSU. Michigan 7-0 over Indiana earlier in the game. Kansas, and that place was going crazy. If you saw a little game day, TCU and Kansas, TCU jumps out in front 3-0. Missouri and Florida are tied 0-0. Texas, Oklahoma tied 0-0. Mississippi State 7-0 on Arkansas. Mississippi State, they're starting to make a little name for themselves, and you know, at the same time they're winning, they're giving valuable wedding advice to the female listeners, which is, you know, we thought about doing that, but we got shut down. Really
the Pirate, Mike Leach.
The Pirate. So we got a lot of good games coming up this evening. South Carolina, Kentucky, Florida State, NC State, BYU's at Notre Dame. It's going to be a good one. North Carolina at Miami, and Ohio State, Michigan State. Always a good one. That's kind of like the old Georgia-Auburn one. Kind of crazy things can happen in that game. And the better, more disciplined team that takes it to the hilt on the line of scrimmage will be the dominant team. It was really cool to hear Kirby pick the same three keys to the game as I was going to pick, so I feel like I'm a little bit more educated on football today. Yeah.
Great minds think alike. Great to see our good buddy Flynn Nance, one of the best Bulldog fans in the world. He is
one of the best veterinarians in the world.
He is the vet. He has gotten my puppies through some hard times, Daddy, from the everlasting no into the everlasting yea, as we look upon the hieroglyphic expression of the divine. Beautiful Sanford Stadium with the Bulldogs and the Auburn Tigers kickoff just around the corner, coming up just after 3:30. Kevin, are you ready? Just around the corner as well, our six-pack keys to success.
I'm loaded, baby.
All right, six-pack keys to success as we continue on with Dog Talk pregame. It is presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team, right here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In the SEC, tiny can be mighty. A single play can echo through the ages. The slimmest margin can lead to time off or the playoffs. One mission can provide a whole new perspective. One decision can send shockwaves across the country. An ounce of extra effort today can redefine tomorrow. Because here, it just means more.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every dollar you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at PiedmontBank.com.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today. Go Dogs!
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk pregame presented by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta Divorce Team live from the Scana Energy Stage on a beautiful day. Sanford Stadium right next door, Tate Student Center, UGA Bookstore. He's the Hall of Fame legend, Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler. So much excitement. Georgia and Auburn, the Bulldogs, the undefeated reigning national champions, 5-0, trying to make it 6-0 this season. KB, the anticipation for this game, really all season. It's always such a huge affair. And now, today, it's finally here, Georgia and Auburn.
Yeah, I tell you, it's the excitement's building. You can feel it here. We've just got a lot of people around, and they're looking forward to some excitement. I think we're going to get that response that Coach Smart really asked for, and he really does mean it when he talks about that crowd being that 12th man, getting out there, being loud, and helping them take control of this game right off the bat. That's what these kind of games. Definitely the opportunity for the fans to get involved.
All right, time for our six-pack keys to success. I'll lead us off. That means you get to go last. When you talk about the trenches, Coach Kirby Smart, Coach King Kirby Smart said this game is the trenches. Auburn's defense, fast and physical. Same scouting report since 1892. They're big and tough up front. Georgia's big and tough up front. They got Tank Bigsby. They got Jarquez Hunter. When those guys get loose, it is Trouble. Got to control those tailbacks, KB. That is key number one, sir.
Well, I like that. And I'm gonna kind of do a 1A because I'm going to do a little bit more fundamental keys for the day. So when you talk about that defense, it's going to be great. But you know what they need to do today? They have to tackle right. I'm talking about wrapping up and taking the guys to the ground. Tank, perfect example. You can't arm tackle him. You can't knock his foot from under him. He doesn't run straight up. He runs under his pads, and he goes forward. Got to have some great tackling today.
Okay, on offense, we've got to establish the run and have some cohesion. What happened to Georgia last week in the first half? Dogs couldn't dictate through the run, and the passing game was disjointed. My friend, that's not a good recipe for the offense to move the ball and score points here. So Georgia's got to get something established, and 99% of the time, the team in this rivalry that runs the ball better is going to win. Yeah, you still got to get, Kirby calls it the explosives, the big plays down the field, but Georgia needs to set that identity with the run game forever. Georgia football's at its best when it's running the football and throwing off a play action. And, hey, if Auburn tries to load it up and force Georgia to throw downfield, well, then the passing game's going to have to open up the run game. But Georgia's got to establish an identity offensively.
I like that. And this is one thing they have to do. It's very simple, and they haven't done it, and this will be the third week. No turnovers. No dumb turnovers. You protect the ball. Like if it hits the ground, you're going to explode right there on the spot. Internal combustion if the ball hits the ground.
Combustion.
I don't want to see it. I don't want any excuses. Protect the ball. Auburn's defense has got that smell that Georgia's turning the ball over now. Let's work on that. They're talking about it right now. They're talking about it, and that's what they're going to try to do. They protect the ball.
Well, apple turnovers. How did the apple get inside the dumpling? Keep that apple inside that dumpling there. Keep it inside. Protect that football, Bulldog fans. No doubt that's the big key. And then finally, we all know, good gosh, Kevin, we've been saying it, fastest route to an upset, kicking game and turnovers. We just hit the turnovers. Let's go out and not just get a push, win the kicking game. Jack Podlesny has been fantastic. Let's see the Dogs make those plays on special teams. There have been a lot of highs. Had a fake field goal, blocked a punt, but also given up a couple of fake punts there. Again, Podlesny has been terrific. Can Georgia make a play in the return game? Auburn is going to pull out all the stops together, so you got to be on guard. This could certainly be a game, and who knows? We always say the double when you get a turnover in the kicking game. That could really turn things there. So, as you said, that turnover battle funneling into the kicking game, those are the two basics. Got to do that to cry victory today.
I got you. My third key, and it's a big key, but I think the red zone. Let's think about what we're doing in the red zone right now. We're not coming away with 7 points today. We need to have Pod concentrate on extra points. He'll come through if we need him, but we need to start getting in that end zone, be a little bit more aggressive, go to our big guys down there, go to the people that we know and they know who we're going to and make them beat us. be productive in the red zone.
A new definition of PAT. It's Podlesny after touchdown
I like
today.
I like that.
Yes.
You're on the verge of an NIL deal with somebody.
Been leaning on
Maybe
Jack
like
Pod.
the spelling bee or something.
He's been delivering. He has been delivering, but Georgia needs touchdowns there to
They
win
do.
this
They
one.
do. They do.
All right. It is time.
Okay.
It is time
Here
for
it goes.
our scores, sir.
We have been so wrong this year.
Yeah, you got me getting cocky, and it's nearly cost us.
Well, that's your belief. But here, I've told you, the number all week's been coming up. I'm gonna stick with it. 52-13, Georgia.
52-13.
Yeah.
It's Georgia and Auburn.
I know.
You know the line's 30. Can you believe that?
I don't bet. I just saw it. Georgia on the money line is 7,000. Wow. Minus 7,000.
Reminds me of the great line from Beano Cook when Pete Rozelle said one time only 3% of Americans bet on football. He goes, what are the odds? Every one of them lives on my block. So the Dogs and the Tigers, Deep South's oldest rivalry. Georgia trying to make it 15 of 18 and 8 straight against Auburn between the hedges.
Yeah, man.
It is classic.
What's your score?
Jack Pod gives the Dogs a lead, and the Dogs hang on. Final score, Auburn 20, Georgia 23. Dogs find a way to make it 6-0. Enjoy. Georgia's the reigning national champions, undefeated, ranked number 2 in the land, and for the 127th time, the ancient rivals, the Auburn Tigers, are on the slate. Savor it. Enjoy every second, Dog fans. These are golden times indeed. Georgia and Auburn. Kickoff is just over 3 hours away. Thank you for listening to Dog Talk Live, the pregame edition presented by Merriweather and Tharp from the Scan Energy stage right here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Travel different this year with America's #1 RV dealer network, Camping World. There's a whole world to explore, and with new RVs for less than $5 a day, there's no better time to start new adventures. We are your one-stop shop for everything RV and have the best selection of RV and outdoor essentials to get you ready for wherever the road takes you. Start your adventure at one of our 7 Georgia locations or visit campingworld.com today. See dealer for full details and disclaimers. Offer expires 12/31/22.
This summer, the fabulous Mrs. Hondo spotted a hole in the side of her house up near the roof line. Better call Breda, she told me. Breda Pest Management came out to the house, made sure there were no critters and no critter waste in the attic, and then mended the hole as good as new. Protect your home from critters and the creepy crawlies with Breda Pest Management. Neil Hondo Williamson for Breda, the official pest control of UGA Athletics. BREDAPest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Dogs need that kind of toughness in every game in this league.
Your emotions are as sky high as they ever will be.
It's not just another game.
And he's a big play kind of guy.
A terrific day of football ahead.
And the fans are ready for it.
Take out your Richter scales because Georgia is going to run out of the tunnel.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, welcome to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show. Napa, get up and go. The Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show is brought to you in part by Kroger. Enjoy free delivery with Boost by Kroger Plus. Proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Georgia's own credit union. Banking on purpose. By Georgia Farm Bureau. Always the home team. And by Merriweather and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. Now to the Scana Energy stage. Here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Godwin in motion from left to right out of the shotgun. Give it to Fromm. He's going to hand it off to Swift. Swift's got running room. Swift by the defense. 40, 30. They won't catch him. Go Swift into the end zone. Touchdown. The freshman just ran it back to Philadelphia.
Glory, and unforgettable play and night from December of 2017. DeAndre Swift with the burst, the TD, and the final nail in Auburn's coffin, leading to Georgia's SEC championship win. Today, from the 15th largest stadium in the world, the same two teams meet for the 127th time. Number 2, Georgia versus SEC rival Auburn from Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium. And hello, Bulldog Nation. Thank you for dialing up the Napa Tailgate Show. The voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard, color analyst Eric Zier, sideline commentator DJ Shockley, and the creator of this program, Lauren Smith, all with us. Before we attack today's game plan, let's quickly analyze last week when our Bulldogs had to overcome a pair of 13-point deficits in the first half, a 10-point hole in the fourth quarter before finally felling Missouri. How was Missouri able to hang unexpectedly close to the Dogs last week?
Getting your ass whipped up front. That's what the finger was. Like when you put on pads and you got to strike another man and he's across from you and he weighs 300 and you weigh 300, somebody wins and somebody loses. So the finger is we getting our butts whooped.
Gotta love that.
Yeah, well, he was right.
Yeah,
he was right. That's kind of the answer to that question, Hondo. In the first half, especially in the first quarter, Missouri was really kicking it and taking it to Georgia and controlling the line of scrimmage. Dogs couldn't get a first down. I think we had one in the first quarter. Our first few possessions were a punt and then a fumble and then another punt, and before we kind of got untracked, and then we had several series in a row from the second quarter through the end of the game where we got points every time, not touchdowns every time, but we got points. And Jack Podlesny's accuracy was able to keep Georgia in the game because Missouri was kicking field goals at the same time. So I think the answer was that line of scrimmage. Missouri was controlling it, and until Georgia got the upper hand late in the ball game, it was going to stay close.
Yeah, Scott, I would agree with that. I'd add three things on top of that. Starting field position, especially in the first quarter. The first three drives, I think our starting field position was right around the 15-yard line. It is tough to go implement your entire offense. So you get out of rhythm and you get out of sync. And then when you're not winning the battle up front, that becomes problematic. For the second week in a row, turnovers in the first half really has turned into a bugaboo. I don't care who you play. You turn the football over, you're going to bring other teams into the football game when they shouldn't be there. And then the other thing that I think was a bit of a surprise to the coaching staff, a little bit of a surprise to me as well, is how well Missouri defended in the secondary. We had very little daylight between our receivers. We couldn't get on top of the defensive secondary, and that allowed Missouri to come out, pin their ears back, go cover one, bring pressure, go cover zero, bring pressure, and then sit on any side adjustment routes we had because we couldn't get over top. I think those three things created a much more competitive football game than anybody expected across the country.
It was a night game on the road, unfamiliar routine, and how do you explain the kicker? He couldn't make a chip shot to beat Auburn, yet he looked like Kevin Butler against us. The difference between last year and this year is you don't always pick up where you left off from one year to the next. You want to do that if you can, but it's hard to pull off. And in a 12-game season, you're going to have an off day, maybe two, off night, whatever time you're playing. The trick is to have those off days and win. And that's why Saban has won so many championships, in my opinion. He's out-recruited everybody. And so when his team has an off day, he can beat you on talent. And I'd sort of like to think that maybe that's where Kirby is. But I was down on the field in the fourth quarter. As soon as we scored that first touchdown, you could see Missouri wilt. They just wilted. And I want to remind everybody, this team has not matured. And if it matures in the time left, then I think it can be a team that can do some damage and get back into everybody's good graces. Go back to the 1957 Georgia-Auburn game. Auburn was on the way to an undefeated national championship. They were leading Georgia 6-0. Georgia fumbled. Quarterback fumbled on the goal line, Auburn's goal line going in, and that preserved their chance to win a national championship. You're going to have some of those games survive, and you got to be happy.
That's the second straight Saturday we've seen the red and black struggle in an unexpected battle against a considerable underdog. Are we seeing chinks in the armor or terrific Bulldogs resiliency, or both, or for that matter, neither, Z?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, right? When you go and have to go find and fight adversity and find a way to win. People talked about Kent State being the adversity. really wasn't the adversity that this football team needed to face. That game never in jeopardy. We didn't play the way we wanted to. But against Missouri, when you were down 10 points heading into the fourth quarter, that is adversity that you have to overcome. There were certain plays in that ball game that if Malachi Starks does not chase down a Missouri running back and tackle him on the one, and we hold Missouri to a field goal there, we probably lose that football game. So fighting through that kind of adversity, it sharpens you as you move and make your way through a season, especially because we're a young football team right now. We're not as mature as we were last year. We're going to get to that point. We've got that kind of talent, but we're not there yet. So great learning experiences there. You love to see the fight and the resiliency. The grit that this football team is beginning to show. I think what we're seeing, too, is teams adjusting to the personnel that this football team has. They're making some adjustments, which we've got to now counterpunch against that to go. So probably a little bit of both in there, but great fight, great grit from this football team to put ourselves in a position to accomplish every goal that we started with to begin the season, to end the season with.
Well, let's go back to the fourth quarter again. When the game is on the line, the Georgia offensive line came through. They did what it took to give Stetson time to throw, had running room. Everybody clicked in the fourth quarter. So it doesn't matter. You win a baseball game in the ninth inning, you got to be happy. You don't worry about the errors you made in the second and third inning.
Yeah, ask the Phillies, huh?
Yes.
Ooh, see that yesterday. Scott?
Well, I agree with what you guys are saying, and I think, through the first three games of this season, the bar was set extremely high. Coming off a national championship and then to play the way Georgia played for the most part through the first three games, it was all of a sudden, well, here we go again. We're just going to blow everybody out all season long, and that's not the case. As Lauren was pointing out, there's some maturing to do for this team. There's a lot of young guys. We're missing some key guys at key positions on defense right now, and that's kind of been a factor as other guys learn to play that spot and fill that role. It's kind of a survive and move on mentality, kind of like the NCAA basketball tournament. Each week, just survive and move on to the next one. It doesn't matter how much you win by, unless you've got money on the game, then that's why you're concerned about that. But survive and move on. To me, it shouldn't matter what it looks like as long as you win.
Yeah, just get to the tournament. I agree. All right. Z, you mentioned Malachi running down the running back last week, Corey Schrader from Missouri. It reminded me of Mike Jones in '91 against Clemson. Remember?
Absolutely right. Mike Jones actually ran down the Clemson running back at the time, stripped the football, and that was instrumental in us winning that football game.
It was a great night there, and not dissimilar to today when the Braves were in the playoffs and all that fun stuff. Of course, Braves not playing now because they've got a bye, but we're happy for them and happy for Snit and the team, and happy that you're listening to the Napa Tailgate Show. Thank you. Napa, get up and go. Our studio producer is Luke Nadkarni. Adam Gillespie engineers our broadcast from Sanford Stadium. We've got Josh Connor, Chris Shivani, Young Jay Black, Cabell Philpott engineering our live appearance from the Scana stage. We're adjacent to the UGA bookstore. If you're in town, come on by, whether this game or future games, we'd love to see you. And remember, for the first 100 fans who come by, Lauren's autograph is free. Our Dogs have triumphed in 10 of the last 12 meetings, 16 of the past 21. Been domination against Auburn. We'll return with our entire crew in 2 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back.
Add some muscle to your fall chores. Massey Ferguson subcompact tractors have the added power and versatility to take on more jobs in less time. Whether you need to dig, mow, load, or haul, the Massey Ferguson GC 1700 series can do it all. And if you're a hunter, this series is great for planting food plots and prepping fields for hunting season. Productivity has never looked so good.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Get ready for kickoff at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldog gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is the exclusive home of the UGA 10 collection by Peter Millar. The UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus, next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop. No matter your favorite game day traditions, it all starts with a cup of coffee to get you ready to cheer on a Bulldogs win. Community Coffee is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, serving Bulldog Nation with rich and smooth blends crafted right here in the USA. We've supported and celebrated thriving communities like the UGA family for over 100 years, and we believe there's no better day than game day for bringing people together. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
It's time to unleash the dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got to sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over on downs.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Play fake to McIntosh. Stetson with all kinds of time. Wants Brock Bowers. He's got him. Deep down the far sideline. A spinning catch by Bowers at the Missouri 29. They tackle him at the 23-yard line on the far sideline.
Bowers leads Georgia with 342 receiving yards on 20 catches. Thanks for listening to the Napa Tailgate Show. Another interesting take from Tom Green at AL.com. That's that Alabama website. Boy, this guy's a really good writer. I got a lot of stuff out of him this week. So stay with me here on this one, Z. Auburn has been outscored 42-7 in the middle 8. Those are the 4 minutes on either side of halftime. So far this season, 42-7, and against Power 5 teams, they've been outscored 28-0. That's against Penn State, Missouri, and LSU. No, not bad competition, of course, but 28-0. Eric Zier, what makes a team go soft in the final 4 minutes of the first half or the first 4 of the second half?
Yeah, well, first, Handel, those 8 minutes are probably the most critical 8 minutes in the entire football game. It is. You've got a chance to really widen gaps if you're ahead, if you can go score, get the football coming out of the locker room at halftime, and or obviously catch up. I mean, we've seen dramatic things with our dogs happen in those minutes. Go back to the Rose Bowl when we played Oklahoma. Our ability to get a field goal in that critical time period, then come out and get points on the board. All of a sudden, a big deficit shrinks pretty quickly. For me, more than anything, this is about coaching and about building a DNA of finishing what you go start. And it's just built into the culture of programs. We have been great at it under Kirby Smart. Auburn right now, their lack of ability to go finish during those times and then make adjustments coming out of halftime, it really goes back to what kind of DNA, what kind of culture are you building within a program, and then the skill of a coaching staff and the skill of the players to adapt to whatever is happening in the first half. That first series of the second half, it is all about adjustments, and can you make the right adjustments very quickly to go execute on the football field? Auburn so far this year not been able to do it.
Switching gears, Georgia leads the SEC in scoring defense, ranks 4th nationally, allowing only 10.8 points per game. What's changed, Scott Howard, the last 2 games that's resulted in Kent State, Missouri, each totaling 22 points?
Both those teams have good field goal kickers, I guess. I mean, we're not giving up a lot of touchdowns. We gave up 2 to Kent State. We gave up 1 last week to Missouri, gave up 1 to South Carolina. Nothing in the end zone in the first 2 games, but lots of field goals, 8 field goals in the last 2 games. So, our defense is giving up some yardage. They're giving up some ground, but they're not completely breaking, which is good. We're still without Jalen Carter, which I think has been a big factor on the defensive line. I mean, this is a guy that's projected to be a first-round draft pick, a potential All-American, and he's been unable to play consistently this year because of injury. So, and we don't have him again today. So I think we've seen that be a factor. But the thing I do like, even though we have yielded some points, is the fact that we're not giving up touchdowns. We are holding teams to field goals for the most part.
Georgia facing a program under fire today. Coach Brian Harsin, in his 2nd season since leaving Boise State, to head to Auburn. He's been on the hot seat seemingly from the time his plane first landed in Alabama a couple of years ago. Lots of money and alumni reportedly want to see Harsin go. Lauren, what are you hearing from the loveliest village on the plains?
Well, like everybody else, I'm hearing the worst. A friend of mine has a son. He went to Georgia, but he's got a son who went to Auburn by my house yesterday to visit, and he's a student at Auburn. He was saying he's got to go. Well, I think if you did the man in the street poll, you'd hear a lot of that. And I don't know about Auburn, so I'm not qualified to really discuss their situation. I hear what everybody else is hearing. I think you have to ask this question, and you can ask it in a lot of situations. Does he really fit? There's nothing wrong with where he came from, nothing wrong with Boise State, but does he fit? And that's a question that I keep hearing from the most passionate alumni, because it's a different culture here in the South. Nothing wrong with the West or any other section of the country. First thing I heard about Brian Kelly at LSU, well, will he fit? You would think he should. The Catholic culture, he ought to be really right in there. And now, will that help him recruit? I don't really know.
Kirby. And with that really nice accent he adopted for the press conference.
My family.
That's gone away in a hurry, hasn't it?
Now, Kirby is the perfect fit for the University of Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
But now, would he fit at Wisconsin, Northwestern? There's so many factors that I don't know. So I think whether a guy fits at a school or not is a valid question to ask. But I know one thing, it's going to be costly if they get rid of him.
It will be real costly for sure. Auburn's been middling since their national championship season. That was 2010. The Tigers have lost 4 or more games in 10 of the last 11 seasons, including 8 straight. So, Shock, I'm going to start with you on this one. Is this just a Saban or later a Saban and Smart factor?
When you're playing those two good teams, consecutively, or you're playing them in the same year, it's hard to beat both those teams because, both those teams are going to be at the top of the ranking. They're going to be really good football teams. They're going to be coached really well. So it's hard to say you beat both those teams. You remember the year I think they beat us in Alabama, and they had to play us again in the SEC championship game, and it was like, we boat raced them. So it's hard to beat those two well-coached teams year in and year out. And I know that's where you're kind of judged when you're playing in these rivalry games. Those games you win. So it's tough to be able to say, hey, you got to go beat those two teams every single year. And if you don't do it, it's one of those things that get you out of there. So it's one of those rivalries you love. You always want to be competitive, but over the years, it's absolutely been dominated because I think it's just tough for them to go through that gauntlet playing us and Alabama each and every year.
Yeah, Scott?
I think, Alabama and Georgia are Auburn's biggest rivals in recruiting as well, and they're not winning all those battles. I mean, they're losing players to both Alabama and Georgia, and maybe it's more of an extreme situation now with Georgia's success over the last 6 or 7 years, and Alabama's consistent success in winning national championships. Players are looking at that; they want to get on that ride, and maybe they don't want to be a part of a program that's having to rebuild a little bit or that's gone through a coaching change. So I think certainly recruiting has a lot to do with that, and Alabama and Georgia are getting more better players than Auburn is at the moment.
Well, I think it does boil down to recruiting. I got these figures from Pat Dye. Dating back, Bear Bryant, Suge Jordan, he did a statistical review, and as of 2020, it was dead even. I'm not sure how many games, but Auburn had won as many games in the series as Alabama. So he was reminding the people, the Auburn people, that they can compete. But we're not seeing that big stud offensive and defensive line that we traditionally have seen at Auburn for so many years. Mm-hmm. Offensive line hammering the ball behind big running backs, not just Bo Jackson, but a lot of others, not necessarily no names. We don't remember as well as we remember the Georgia backs. So it's not the power that we used to see in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
I agree with what everybody has said. And I think to put the cherry on top, the dysfunction that they have within that program. We just talked about Coach Harsin coming in. The minute the plane landed, there was talk about he's the wrong guy to be here, and he's out. If I'm a recruit, that's the last place I'm going when I hear all of that. Then you see all of the turnover that they've had, all of the dysfunction that they've had. There's zero stability within the Auburn program right now, and the boosters and the alumni in many ways are to blame for that lack of stability that they have, and it's impacting them on the field.
All right, Eric Zier, DJ Shockley, Scott Howard, Lawrence Smith, your old buddy Hondo here out on the Scana stage with your Napa Tailgate Show. Thank you, gentlemen. That was terrific. The Tigers are on the Struggle Bus Post show. Auburn has turned the ball over 12 times in 5 games already. They are ranked 129th of 131 teams in turnover margin. Great to see Brandon Boykin running by and saying hello to us, our old buddy Brandon. Thank you so much for that. And we'll tell you about who's over at the bookstore. Big day at the bookstore as well. And Lauren, our old friend Bill Ward, was in town today, which is lovely to see. Bill and I covered sports together in Atlanta and Athens throughout the 1980s when he was writing for the Gwinnett Daily News. Moved off to the Minneapolis Star-Tribune for years, and always good to see an old friend like him. Gorgeous day in Athens, 73 degrees as we speak, forecast of 77 for kickoff. Coming up next, his miracle pass against Auburn in 2002 helped blow the lid off the Georgia program. Lawrence Smith talks to the great David Green in 2 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Are you ready for the big party, game day, or any day of the week? American Deli has just the thing for everybody in the family. They've got Phillies, wings, burgers, fish and fried rice that will absolutely blow your mind. You can mix and match flavors that'll make your mouth water, made fresh to order each and every time. Order right now at AmericanDeli.com. American Deli. Deliciousness delivered.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at PiedmontBank.com.
Counting you down to kickoff.
Bowers breaking away midfield. Bowers will take it to the house all the way.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
It's time for this week's Power Profile, presented by Georgia Power. This time last year, everything was going just fine for Mason Palmer. I like to fish, hunt, mainly outdoor things. He was a sophomore at Dawson County High School, but things started to go wrong around Halloween.
He lost movement on the right side of his body, and then all they found was a blood clot.
His mother, Allison Palmer, says they found the real issue a few weeks later, an aggressive brain tumor.
That night, he ended up going unresponsive with a brain bleed, and the swelling became so bad that it overtook his brain. The doctors basically told me, yes, it'll eventually take his life.
But Mason is still getting treatment and wants you to know something.
There was a fight, and I'm still fighting, and I just want to get better.
And he's certainly making a move in his battle.
I got an MRI report, and it's doing way better. He's doing good. I mean, he's back to school half days. He is getting that movement back.
And because of that, Mason will be a guest in Athens today to see his beloved Bulldogs play.
First few weeks,
plans to attend either the University of North Georgia or UGA when he graduates. Georgia Power is proud to support Mason and his family. Power Profiles are presented by Georgia Power. Power on, Georgia, and go Dogs.
The crowd roars at us. 3 wideouts. Man, we've had some shots, haven't we? Snap to David Green. There he goes in the corner again, and we jump up. Touchdown! Oh, God, a touchdown! In the corner. With 85 seconds, somebody went up high. Was it Watson or Gibson? Michael Johnson up high. We're trying to put glasses on it. And they staggered down into the screen and the fence in the corner. Michael Johnson turned around and got up in the air. We caught the ball. It's 23-21 with 85 seconds.
Holy smokes, that initiates goosebumps every time I hear it. Our Napa Tailgate Show continues as we prep for number 2, Georgia versus our oldest rival, Auburn. And here with one of the stars of that show, a special guest is David Green, along with our Lauren Smith. Lauren?
Thanks, Neil. Great to have you with us, David. Do you enjoy listening to that as much as we do?
I tell you, Lauren, it is crazy. Not hearing Larry's voice as much anymore. I feel like I've heard that a million times, but I think that's the first time I heard him say, was it Watson or Gibson? And he goes, no, it's Johnson. I better put some glasses on it. But I tell you, I love just hearing Larry talk because as a fan now, I actually get it. I mean, he sounds like all of us up there in the stands when, we're as excited, we're exhausted and everything. But it was, that was a special night.
Well, I think it was a perfect pass. I don't see how it could have been any more perfect. Is that the best pass and the best results you ever had in your career?
Well, I would say that it probably wasn't my best pass, but it was just enough to get the job done. Michael Johnson, we had some guys banged up. I don't remember if it was Terrence or, some of our starters were out, and Michael coming into that game was not a starter.
It was Fred.
And, yeah, exactly. It was Fred. And so anyway, Michael had the hot hand in that second half. I think he ended that game with, 10 to 12, 13 catches, and he had the hot hand. And when Coach Rick called that play, typically he would just call 70 takeoff, which means I could pick either side. But when he signals in X takeoff, he's saying, throw it to Michael Johnson. And then, the rest was history.
Well, David, it's been a long time since you had those heroics, but with the passing of time, those moments, those magical moments still mean a lot to the fan base, and I hear people talking about that game. How important is it to your emotional stability these days to look back and remember that play and remember it being so special, winning a championship for the University of Georgia?
It's funny, Lauren. People ask me what was probably the biggest play of your career. I think most people would probably think naturally the Hobnail boot play at Tennessee, just because of the call and the whole deal. But really, it was this Auburn play, just because of what was on the line. If we didn't win that game, we don't win the East and go on to win the SEC championship. So just given the circumstances and the nature of that game, I would definitely say probably the Auburn game was the biggest. And, for the folks that were there and remember, we were not playing very good offensively. The defense really kept us in that ball game. And I tell you, there's nothing better when you're playing on the road and you make a big play like that and the stadium just goes silent. And you just hear the roar just in a little section over there at the Georgia side. It was, it was pretty magical.
Well, David, you're now in sales, insurance sales, doing a great job, I understand. You get a lot of conversation about the play when you're out making calls?
Well, every now and then. There's a lot of Bulldogs we got in our agency, Sterling Seacrest Richard, and Bartley Miller, Matt Stinchcomb, obviously Ryan Sewell, even crossing over into baseball and basketball. John Nordine. We got a bunch of old Bulldog athletes, and we recruit pretty heavily because the risk management and insurance school at Georgia has always been ranked some of the top in the country. So we get back to Athens as much as we can.
All right. Great to have you in Athens today, and appreciate you being on with us. And we go back over to Neil.
All right, thank you, Lord. Thanks, Greeny. Great to hear from you. Our buddy David Green. For those of you, again, too young to know, what a legacy at Georgia. David quarterbacked our first SEC championship in 20 years in that 13-1 2002 campaign. Then he led Georgia to a first-ever victory in Tuscaloosa the next season as UGA captured another SEC East title. Great to hear from Greeny always. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network. A little more on David Green, a 4-year starter, 3-time All-SEC. When he finished at Georgia, he was the SEC's all-time passing yardage leader. 20 years later, he's still number 3 on the list. Guy sitting next to me is still number 6 on the list. He finished as the SEC's all-time passing leader.
Absolutely, and Hotel Indigo, Athens' only boutique hotel, just steps away from North Campus, is the place to be in Athens. Join us after every home game for Dog Talk postgame, live from Hotel Indigo Athens. Visit IndigoAthens.com to book your stay in the Classic City.
And that's Eric Zier, in case you didn't know. Dogs fans, the UGA bookstore, hosting some great autograph signings before today's game. You want to meet another Georgia quarterback, another great one? We've got Shock up here on the stage with us. Buck Bellew is next door in the bookstore, autographing his new book right now from 1 until 3 o'clock. Buck's joined by Lindsey Scott and Malcolm Mitchell there as well. Today, the UGA bookstore has the best-dressed radio crew. They geared us up with some red quarter-zip pullovers from Columbia that's also available in white. Be sure to check out the new Stetson Bennett and Brock Bowers custom Nike jerseys, also available. And shop the UGA bookstore for the best selection of Bulldogs clothing and gifts. The UGA bookstore, located next to Sanford Stadium. It's open every day and online 24/7 at UGAbookstore.com. The UGA bookstore, it's where dogs shop. Eric Zier in 2 minutes as we gear up for number 2 Georgia against Auburn on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that make this state incredible. From farmers to creators, manufacturers to teachers, to the dedicated staff walking our hallways. It's why we're leading real change in healthcare, to empower you through tools that make it easy to book in minutes, check in before you walk in, and have your health information all in one place. Visit Piedmont.org. Piedmont, real change lives here.
You can't be elite some of the time. It has to be all the time. That's why we work hard to be better and tougher than the game before. The same is true with the Ford F-150 truck. Decades of proven capability, innovation, and reliability. It's no wonder Ford F-150 is the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs. And yours truly, Coach Kirby Smart. See your local Ford dealer today.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Go Dogs.
This is Georgia Football, brought to you by eBay Motors. You might not have the biggest garage, but with eBay Motors, you always have 122 million parts for your car right at your fingertips. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
$365 days a year. Just call us up. We'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed. At Shoemate, we take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When your family just can't wait, you can always count on Shoemate.
Travel different this year with America's #1 RV dealer network, Camping World. There's a whole world to explore, and with new RVs for less than $5 a day, there's no better time to start new adventures. We are your one-stop shop for everything RV and have the best selection of RV and outdoor essentials to get you ready for wherever the road takes you. Start your adventure at one of our 7 Georgia locations or visit campingworld.com today. See dealer for full details and disclaimer. Offer expires 12/31/22.
It's game day for the Dogs.
Pressure from everywhere. Steps up, gets away, but not from Nolan Smith. Number 4 dragged him down.
Let's rejoin the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Goal to go for the Dogs. Trying to take the lead for the first time. Snap it back. Give it to Dejan. He drives straight ahead. No signal. Yeah, touchdown. He got in there. His helmet, maybe the football. Oh, they unpile him. Touchdown, Georgia. Finally in front with 4:03 to go.
Georgia's running game turned out 106 clutch fourth quarter yards last week, including 41 by Dejan Edwards on that game-winning drive, capped off with that 1-yard TD blast for the win, baby. And that is your Make the Call presented by Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck? There's only one call, that's all. 1-800-CALL-KEN. This is your Napa Tailgate Show. We continue from outside the UGA bookstore. Eric Zier, your old buddy Hondo on the radio.
Oh, he's tough, man. He's from the neck of the woods where they grow up playing football when they're 5, 6 years old, and he just wants to carry the ball.
Oh, there's Coach Kirby Smart. Dejan has quietly elevated his status, Eric. He's a workhorse, he's a plow horse, but he's also got that speed. I mean, he's shifty, he's got it all.
He is. Great vision on top of that. You know, we have seen Dejan over the past couple of years come in and close out football games. And since the minute he has stepped foot on this campus, you could tell that he was immensely talented. He's been patient. He's waited his turn. Last week, for me, not his coming out party, but I think for many across the country, maybe his coming out party. But what he did against Missouri to close out that football game, that young man has been doing since he stepped foot on this campus. He is tremendously talented. He can make defenses pay with his speed, with his physicality. Just a great football player.
All right, our passing game, Missouri brought tremendous pressure throughout the contest last Saturday. The longest reception by a wide receiver was Dominic Blaylock's 18-yard grab. If we couldn't go deep and we had to get the ball out quick, why didn't we utilize the perimeter short game passing more like we've seen earlier in the season?
I think we did as we got into the second half of the football game. I think what a lot of people aren't talking about right now, the starting field position we had, especially in the first quarter, it limits what you can do offensively. And the last thing that you're going to go there is get the ball out on just quick outs or bubble screens when you're down in the shadow of your own goal line, because a lot of negative things can happen. So it really dictates what you can go do offensively. And then after that, as field position started to improve just a little bit, we were just out of sync just a little. And then, had some other things that Missouri was doing that limited what we could go do on that front as well. But the starting field position at the beginning of that football game really hampered what we tried to go do.
Our deep game has been suffering. Is that injuries? Is that a couple of drops and we've become gun shy? What's going on?
I think it's a little bit of both. Injuries have no question hurt us. Not having an A.D. Mitchell out on the edge that has got great vertical capability to make defenses pay for what they're trying to do, and it's exactly what Missouri did. They came up, they squatted on everything quick last week, played a lot of man-to-man, either man-free or went straight cover zero and played man across the board and dared us to throw it deep. We have had a couple of drops in the passing game. We've missed on a couple of shots. Even if we miss on shots, it's really critical today that we go take shots early, whether we hit them or not, just to say that, listen, if you're going to come up and press us, we're going to go make you pay, and you better risk explosive plays against you.
Very good. Thank you, Eric Zier. Auburn secondary didn't give up any deep completions to LSU last week. The Bayou Bengals 0 for 4 on pass attempts of 15 yards or more. The voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard, updates the ever-lengthening UGA injury report. That's coming up in 2 minutes. It's number 2 in the land, hosting Auburn today. We kick at 3:38 from Dooley Field. Collisions commence at 3:38, so get here early if you're coming and make some noise for the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Now more than ever, it's important to support our local businesses, whether it's your favorite pizza place or your neighborhood barber. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for more than 85 years. Whether they are saving you money on a checking account or credit card, or supporting the people, places, and teams that we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. To learn more, visit their website at georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
You expect excellence every time the Dogs take the field. You can expect the same from Walton Gas. With exceptional customer service and great rates, Walton Gas has been a winning play for 20 years. Kind of like the hobnail boot. There are no gimmicky introductory rates and no hidden payment fees. Only Walton's best-in-class service and straightforward rate plans. So sack your current provider and switch to the team that puts you first. Number one in customer satisfaction, Walton Gas. Call or visit waltongas.com to learn more about Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. And as always, go Dogs!
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Every SEC team has great athletes, but the teams who have each other's back win the championships. This is Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613 in Atlanta. We're a group of over 5,000 electrical workers who have each other's back every day. We train together, work together, and look out for each other. If you're a construction worker, come work where people have your back. Visit IBEW613.org. Go Dogs!
It was a beach house in Panama City 50 years ago that I had my first encounter with a big old southern roach. I swear that nasty bug was the size of an offensive lineman's thumb. Neil Hondo Williamson for Breda Pest Management. 5 decades later, there are no bug problems at our house because we use Breda. Breda, the official pest control of UGA Athletics, BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
It's time to unleash the Dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got a sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over on downs.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Bennett in the shotgun. Looks to the right, looks in the end zone, will throw it. It's caught. A.D. Mitchell right on the goal line. He sticks the ball into the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia.
Oh, yeah, last year. Man, that was fun. Stetson, AD. Hopefully we'll get AD back. You know what? We should probably ask the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard. He's got an injury report for us here on your Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show. Napa, get up and go. Scott, what's the get up and go on our guys?
Well, like you said before, the list is kind of growing. Some guys coming back. That's good news. Like Arian Smith last week caught a pass in the Missouri game. He had missed a lot of time, and that was the first time we'd seen him play this season because he was injured in training camp. So it was good to see Arian back. A.D. Mitchell's still kind of up in the air. We're told day to day, maybe a game time thing. We shall see. I tend to think he might be more questionable than probable. Jalen Carter is out. We know that. Kirby confirmed that earlier in the week with a knee injury sustained last week against Missouri. Nyland Green is expected to miss this game. Smile Munden is another one that's on the list now. He was injured last week, came back, was able to finish the game, but during the week apparently took a turn for the worse with his injury, and is in talking to the coach, it sounds like he's more doubtful today than probable. So I don't know if number 2 is going to be out there on defense for us. Chaz Chambliss, another guy that I think is having some hamstring issues, and we may not see him today. Javon Bullard is expected to be back, but how much will he play? Tyke Smith did a nice job at his position last week, so we may see more Tyke than Bullard today, but he is available. So that's kind of the list, I believe. Eric Gilbert with an undisclosed issue going on, he's listed as day-to-day also, so we'll see if Gilbert gets back on the field today.
All right, quite comprehensive. Thank you. Yeah, Tyke did look good last week. I thought he's looked good every time he's come in.
Yeah, he's gaining confidence, after the knee injury, and it's good to see him coming back into the rotation.
Yeah, very nice, talented player. Okay, thank you, Scott Howard, the voice of the Dogs. He'll have the call for you today at 3:38. Let's check a few scores for you from around the nation. Number 4, Michigan is playing in Bloomington against Indiana. They're 10-10. 10 minutes left to go in the second quarter there. Midway through the second, Tennessee is playing down on the Bayou and is whipping up on the Bayou Bengals. It's UT 20, LSU nothing. midway through the second. Nearing the end of the second quarter now, Texas Christian ranked 17th in the nation, playing in Lawrence against newly ranked number 19 Kansas, but the Jayhawks are losing to the Horned Frogs 10-0. They are almost at halftime. Arkansas is playing at Mississippi State against the 23rd ranked Maroon Bulldogs. And, wow, Mississippi State is putting it on the Hogs right now. 21-3, Mississippi State with the lead there. Florida at home against Mizzou. The Gators jumped out to an early 10-0 lead. It's now 10-7 late in the second. Florida on top. And in the Red River Shootout, Texas 21, Oklahoma zip with 5 minutes to play in the second quarter. Elsewhere, Purdue leads Maryland 17-10. They're in the second midway through, and Louisville and Virginia are tied 10-all. They are also midway through the second quarter. That's your Dos Equis scoreboard update, brought to you by Dos Equis, a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose, enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. We'll come back with more, a classic Larry Munson highlight from the Deep South's oldest football rivalry is next. Number 2 Georgia hosting Auburn today on Dooley Field on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is committed to protecting the state of Georgia. No one knows Georgia like we do because no one covers the state like we do. Georgia families are our only focus, and we have offices in just about every county of the state. You can call it our home field advantage. No matter where you are in Georgia, Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is always the home team.
Let's get ready for game day, Dog Nation. Tee things up with a smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Whether you're tailgating at Sanford Stadium or hosting friends at home, keep that cooler filled with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. With a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is easy to drink and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted, Dog Nation.
Twisted Tea brewing company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Alcohol for 21 years and older. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 31st, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $28.60 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
East Georgia Cancer Coalition here. There's nothing like watching the Dogs play on Dooley Field. Fans, don't forget to reapply your sunscreen every 2 hours. Wearing a sunscreen with an SPF of at least 30 can help reduce the risk of developing skin cancer by 50%. So, regularly reapply your sunscreen. And don't forget to say, "Go Dogs, sick 'em, woo woo woo." For more information, visit eastgawgs.org.
Counting you down to kickoff.
Bowers breaking away midfield. Bowers will take it to the house all the way.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Look at the sugar falling out of the sky. He just stepped on their face with a hobnail boot and broke their nose.
Georgia football history through the voice of a legend.
My God almighty, did you see what he did? You talk about a stupid miracle.
Here's another listen back to Larry Munson's greatest calls.
Georgia and I, the two tight ends, of course, one man split out. Auburn's in a 5-man front. They fake to Herschel, Buck back to throw. There's a man wide open down the left, and it's going to be a touchdown. He hit Norris Brown wide open. 46 yards and a touchdown. He was 4 yards out in front of a defender. Buck with a beautiful fake and a step back, and man, was he open.
1981, Buck Bellew, Norris Brown, Herschel Walker, and the Bulldogs rolled Auburn 24-13 here in the Classic City. 48 yards on that TD completion that helped Georgia seal its second of 3 consecutive SEC titles back in '81.
Georgia has won 10 of the last 12 meetings, 16 of the past 21 against Auburn. We renew the rivalry at 3:38. Stay with us. Eric Zayers, D. Zayers for today's game in less than 10 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last timeout? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the infinite life.
Member FDIC.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is Georgia Football, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. Bundle today at progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Make this the summer event.
Set height. Get tailgate ready at Athens Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. From Ram 1500 to the all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee, we have the perfect vehicle for game day. Browse the largest Jeep facility in Georgia and feel like an MVP with our award-winning customer service. Expect more, get more. In person or online at athensdcjr.com. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Always the best deal, always.
Based on square footage per factory facility addendum. See dealer for details.
2022 is the year of the dog. This is Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613. We're the finest electricians in the world, and we take special pride in the Dogs Championship because we build the things that make Georgia Bulldogs the greatest fan experience in sports. From lights in Sanford Stadium to the lights that illuminate that beautiful national championship trophy. Join us at IBEW613.org.
It's game day for the Dogs.
Pressure from everywhere. Steps up, gets away, but not from Nolan Smith. Number 4 dragged him down.
Let's rejoin the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
This moment of commitment is brought to you by Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance. Always the home team. The University of Georgia is powered by purpose. We are a community of leaders, builders, and innovators on a mission to improve the lives of people across the world. As an academic and athletic powerhouse, we are committed to achieving at the highest levels and delivering impact through research and service. We are the University of Georgia, where possibility becomes reality.
Goal to go from the 1. Dogs huddle and break it quickly. Bennett under center. Handoff with the big fullback leading the way. Georgia drives in with Kendall Milton. Touchdown, finally! Touchdown on a 1-yard dive. Bear Alexander leading the way from fullback, and Kendall Milton just went in right behind him, and the Dogs finally scratch a touchdown.
Kendall Milton with a vital fourth quarter TD for the second-ranked Dogs last week at Mizzou. Kendall is UGA's leading rusher for the year with 45 carries, 269 yards. That's 6.0 yards per tote of the pigskin. Now with a guest on our Napa Tailgate Show, here's Lauren Smith. Lauren?
Thank you, Neil, and we welcome to the broadcast Mark Murphy, inside Auburn Tigers. Been on the scene at Auburn for many, many years, and he certainly knows the inside story of what's taking place with the Auburn football program now. Mark, thanks for joining us. Things have been sort of up and down for Auburn in recent years. Tell us what the status of the program is from your perspective.
Well, Lauren, I don't think the Georgia fans are going to see a vintage Auburn team here today. Pretty good defensively. The offensive line struggled a lot early in the season. lost their starting center in preseason. They're now on their fourth center, a kid who's actually a seventh-year player. He was a grad transfer from Akron. He's started all 5 positions for Auburn on the offensive line. He actually started all 5 positions at Akron. Pretty interesting story, but he played pretty well last week against LSU and sort of stabilized the middle of the line, and they made 2 other position changes on the interior offensive line. They actually ran the ball better last week, but right now, Auburn is just not playing particularly well, and it's reflected in its record right now. The best team they played so far is Penn State, and that game got out of control in the second half.
Well, we hear about a lot of things, but apparently when you have off games, off seasons, you usually can relate it to recruiting. Is that a factor in where Auburn is now?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. The last couple recruiting classes haven't been up to normal Auburn standards, and this team's really got a pretty good bit of talent. But if you look at who's liable to be gone after next year, I think there's 23 seniors. A lot of them are good players. I think that there's a lot of concern about what the roster is going to look like in 2023 and 2024. So, it's important for this to be a really productive recruiting class, and not only through high school signings in December and maybe again in February, but also with transfers.
Well, it certainly looks different. First of all, to be playing Auburn in October, I date back to the November era. And then we don't feel like, I don't feel like we're seeing the big, tough, stout offensive line, defensive line, both lines of scrimmage, and giving running room and opportunity to really thundering running backs.
Yeah, it's a different vibe for sure. And I've been over here to Athens games since 1971, and a lot of times those November steel gray, cold days, physical football, and some games over at Jordan-Hare Stadium too in November, cold, physical, tough, old school SEC football. And Auburn's got 2 good running backs this year. Jarquez Hunter, who's a sophomore and broke Marcus Dupree's high school records over in Mississippi at the same high school. He's very talented, but he just hasn't had a lot of room to run. And Tank Bigsby from down in the LaGrange area in Georgia, a very good player preseason, all-SEC player, and he was the SEC Freshman of the Year a couple of years ago. But, Lauren, you're going to have some running room if you're going to put up some good numbers at that position.
Well, that's certainly true, and we appreciate you coming on with us and giving us that scouting report. And we go back over to Neil, and our thanks to Mark Murphy of the Inside Auburn Tigers website. We thank you for joining us and look forward to seeing you in the press box in a little while.
All right, thank you, Lauren, and thank you to Mark. Bulldogs fans, tune in tomorrow at midnight to WSB TV Channel 2 to catch the latest episode of Kirby Smart All Access. That's Kirby Smart All Access tomorrow at midnight on WSB TV Channel 2 or anytime next week at GeorgiaDogs.com. Last Saturday, Auburn held LSU's quarterbacks to a combined 10 of 26 passing for 85 yards. They sacked Jaden Daniels 3 times. Let's find out what Eric Zier's desires are for the Dogs to overcome that Tigers defense today. Z is next on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back.
Napa!
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia fans, college football is back, so grab your friends and a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Dos Equis is the one to score for your tailgate, at the bar, or even watching with your friend who went to that other school. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and go Dogs. Dos Equis, proud partner of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly.
Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today. Go Dogs!
It's time to unleash the Dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got a sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over on downs.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Set up Bennett for a throw. Deep ball down the middle, and it is caught over the shoulder. McConkey, touchdown right down the middle, right down the seam. 60-yard strike. One and done on that series.
The mailman hooking up with Ladd McConkey last October in Georgia's 34-10 win at Auburn. Stetson is 19-3 as a starter at UGA. Zires Desires are brought to you by Athens Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, proud to partner with the Georgia Bulldogs in the constant pursuit of excellence. Get the best selection at Georgia's largest Jeep facility. Go to athensdcjr.com. Expect more. Get more. Hit it, Maestro.
Well, Hondo, first things first, we've got to fix the red zone woes that we all of a sudden here have run into. We start the season absolutely on fire against Oregon. Every time we touch the football, we're finding pay dirt. A couple weeks later, South Carolina, pretty good there as well. But the other three football games that we played in, we get into the red zone and we start to sputter. It's not that we're not putting points on the board. We're executing and we're putting points up, but we can't trade field goals for touchdowns, especially as we move into the meat of the football season. Today is a time to get healthy, and we need to pretty quickly. Second thing that we've got to do is hold on to the pigskin. Again, another area early in the season we were phenomenal in. Past two games, 5 turnovers in the first half of both of those games. I don't care who you play. You turn the football over. You give opposing offenses extra possessions. You're going to keep games close that don't need to be close. If we turn it over today, this Auburn football team, as dysfunctional as they have been, as much as they have been challenged, we give them the football. We let them get momentum. They can come up and make this football game a lot closer than it should be. In the passing game on offense, we have to get vertical, and we have to get vertical early. If there's one thing Missouri showed last week is that you can come up and press against this offense, go man-to-man, and dare Georgia to beat you deep. We didn't do it last week. Have to do it today. Have to take shots early in this football game. And on the defensive side of the ball, Tank the Tank. Tank Bigsby is the star on this Auburn offense right now. We have to corral him. Can't let him go get loose. Put the football in the hands of quarterback Bobby Ashford. He's thrown for 709 yards, but he's 46 out of 85. He is a talent. He can hurt you with his legs, but he can't beat you alone. If we make him become a pocket passer, it's going to be a fun day for the Dogs.
All right, excellent, Z. Thank you so much. The great Eric Zire there with that analysis for you. People are starting to pile into the Tate Center because I guess the dog walk is wrapping up right about now. Team has gone through the Tate Center parking lot, made its way into the stadium, which is always fun. Dogs fans, once gates open at 1:30, be sure to check out the Dos Equis Dose of Rivalry. Oh, boy, Riverly. Dose of Rivalry? Yeah. I don't know if that's supposed to be rivalry or Riverly display. You think it's rivalry? I'll tell you what, Dos Equis has got a great display for you. It's a Gate 7 on the 300 level, a great display. They'll have co-branded giveaways, opportunities to win signed merchandise. What I tell you, great signed merchandise, giveaways, all kinds of great stuff from our wonderful sponsors at Dos Equis. Thanks very much to them. All right, number 2, Georgia, home on a glistening autumn day to take on our oldest rival, Auburn. Scott Howard will have an exclusive scouting report with Coach Kirby Smart in less than 10 minutes. But up next, it's all the guys. The round table are getting ready for our predictions on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Make this the summer event.
Set height. Get tailgate ready at Athens Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. From Ram 1500 to the all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee, we have the perfect vehicle for game day. Browse the largest Jeep facility in Georgia and feel like an MVP with our award-winning customer service. Expect more, get more. In person or online at athensdcjr.com. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Always the best deal, always.
Based on square footage per factory facility addendum. See dealer for details.
They're not just the Bulldogs, they're your Bulldogs. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Bulldog pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/customize. Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Copyright 2022. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back.
When this is a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water pouring through your living room ceiling because a pipe burst inside the wall, you need to call ServPro at 1-800-ServPro. Only the cleanup specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So call 1-800-ServPro when water threatens your home or business. ServPro, fire and water cleanup and restoration. Independently owned and operated.
Counting you down to kickoff.
Bowers breaking away midfield. Bowers will take it to the house all the way.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
From riding on UGA's equestrian team to running one of Athens' top boutiques, the University of Georgia Athletic Association and Piedmont Bank are joining forces to celebrate former athletes leading by example in the business world. I'm Jay Black. Like almost everyone who comes here, Katie Jacobs loves Athens.
It's, for me, the fondest memories outside of my children that I have.
She graduated in 2005 from the Grady College of Journalism and was on UGA's equestrian team.
It's a time I think back on so fondly.
And it was that time under Coach McGon Bernig that helped Katie launch her business 5 years later.
She taught me so much, and she was 27 when she started coaching us, and I started my business at 27.
It's a clothing boutique called Cheeky Peach, which started at 850 square feet.
I was told it was the worst idea ever many, many times over.
Today, it's 5 times larger.
I made the Bulldog 100 list, and we were in the top 15 fastest growing businesses run by UGA alumni.
And now it's time for Katie to pass on her lessons as part of UGA's entrepreneurship board.
I think if you're running a business and you're calling yourself a leader and you're not mentoring, it's problematic.
That's why she's one of the winners of this year's Arch Award presented by Piedmont Bank, which hopes to inspire current and future student athletes as they transition from sports to business. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com and click on Arch Award to learn more about this year's winners. Piedmont Bank is a proud supporter of UGA athletics. See what we can accomplish together at Piedmont.bank.
3 tight ends in the formation, I formation with Holyfield and Michelle. We fake it and the sweep and throw it into the end zone to the tight end, Isaac Nada, touchdown under the goalpost. Nada pumping his fist to the Georgia fans behind the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
First touchdown for the Dogs in the 2017 SEC Championship game win over Auburn. Jake Fromm to Isaac Nada in Georgia's 28-7 triumph. Red and Black hosting the Orange and Blue today on Dooley Field. Thank you for joining us for for the Napa Tailgate Show. Scott Howard inside Sanford Stadium's press box, DJ Shockley down on Dooley Field, and a larger-than-usual motley crew on hand for our Scana stage. We have the usual suspects, Lauren Smith, Eric Zier, Neil Hondo Williamson, plus several engineers in training here, learning the ropes. I thought it was cruel of our boss, Tom McDonald, to have these guys wear the little paper McDonald's hats with trainee on it, but that's just me. If that's what you guys make you guys do, that's fine. All right, time for predictions. Last week, Shock's hot streak continued. 3 out of 4 success. Lauren and Scott achieved the same. Very good. 3 out of 4. Z was slumming with yours truly. We were 2-2 for the season. DJ Shockley leads Eric Zier by 2 games. Scott, Lauren, and your old buddy Hondo 3 off the pace. And here we go with our first game for you, friends. Number 11, Utah at 18th ranked UCLA. Lauren, why don't you get us started?
Well, I'm going to go with Iowa. There's no home field advantage at UCLA. They don't have any crowds. Nobody comes to the games.
Yeah. The students, they actually bus them over.
No, that's
from campus.
I'm in the wrong game. You mean it's Utah. I'm taking UCLA. I'm sorry, I screwed up.
Utah. That's okay. Utah, UCLA.
I can't see.
Okay. So
UCLA has no home field advantage, but I'll take them to beat Utah in a big upset. Brian Kelly, not Brian Kelly, but
Chip Kelly.
Chip Kelly will. He'll have his team ready to play. No fans, notwithstanding.
No question, Chip Kelly has got that program on the right trajectory right now, but I think it's still too soon. I like Utah in this football game. They've got an up-and-coming program that has been good now for a couple of years. I like the Utes.
Shock?
Yeah, I'm going with Utah, too. I like their quarterback. I mean, since that first loss to Florida, they kind of bounced back, and they got a veteran guy back there, so I'm going with the Utes, too.
All right, the Bruins upset Washington last Saturday. 2 offenses that can flat get up and go with these two. UCLA is 5-0, but give me the Utes.
Yeah, I'm with you guys on the same boat there. Utah, it should be a battle of 2 5-0 teams.
Yeah.
I'm going with the 4-1 Utah Utes.
All right, Iowa at Illinois. Scott, why don't you get us started off? We're going to have Lauren's pick keep us in suspense.
Yeah, he already showed his hand a little bit there, didn't he?
Yeah.
And conversely, I'm going to go with the Fighting Illini at home to beat Iowa. Their offense is hideous. I like Illinois to win this one.
Shock?
Yeah, I'm with the Fighting Illini. Well, I've seen them a couple times, too. They actually look pretty good, so I'm going with them.
Yeah, I think Iowa will be lucky to score today against this Illinois defense. I'm going with the Illini, too.
Iowa's already burned me a couple of times. I panicked last week, Hondo.
Yeah?
I panicked last week trying to go against Shock just in a game I thought was kind of up in the air.
Tried to tell you, Z.
I reminded myself there's a lot of football left. No need to panic right now. I mean, Shock just runs off at the mouth so much all the time, all week long. It's unbelievable. And he got me out of my game just with all the trash talk. Not this week. Iowa's not going to burn me again. I like the Illini.
And Lauren, you like?
Well, Illinois is probably going to celebrate a lot. I probably did celebrate a lot all week after beating Wisconsin. But I'll still go with the Illini.
Oh, no, you want the Illini, not Iowa?
Yeah, I changed my mind.
Change your mind. Okay,
Dang,
very good.
Shuffled it up on us.
Very good. Number 16, Brigham Young at Notre Dame. Irish eyes will be smiling. Shock?
This was an interesting for me. BYU's always look pretty good, but Notre Dame at home, I think I'm going to ride with Notre Dame in this one to get a big one over Brigham Young.
Boy, I thought I was going to catch up to Shock here. I'm not going to go away from my pick. I do think it's going to be tight. I like Notre Dame coming into this one. I like the Irish as well.
Oh, I like Irish whiskey, so I'm going to go with Notre Dame.
Scott?
Well, since you guys don't know where this game is being played, it's in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. Yes, that's right.
Yes, I'm going with the Cougars.
They have Irish whiskey in Las Vegas.
Who has more fun in Vegas, the Mormons or the Catholics?
Oh, boy.
Maybe that's the deciding factor here. I'm going to go with BYU.
Yeah, the Catholics. And Scott, why don't you get us started with Florida State at number 14, NC State?
I like the Pack at home. NC State's going to beat the Seminoles in this one.
Yeah, that's in Raleigh, which is really the Las Vegas of North Carolina. Shock, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm going with NC State, too. NC State's one of those top teams this year. I think they go get a big win, and they give Florida State their second loss.
Okay, where are we?
Lauren.
I'm going to take NC State.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Florida State off to a really good start, a surprising start to this this year, I think some of that hope and optimism comes crashing down. I like the Wolfpack.
Yeah, the Pack as well for me. All right, Dogs fans, be sure to check out the G Shop at GeorgiaDogs.com for exclusive releases of Nike Game Day official apparel, just like the coaches wear. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com and the G Shop today. All right, Scott Howard has got the coach. We'll hear an exclusive scouting report with Coach Kirby Smart in 2 minutes. Georgia has beaten Auburn 14 of the last 17 games. Drink will flow and blood will spill. And if the boys want to fight, you better let them. 3:38 today on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia football, fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein to give your body what it needs when it needs it. Recover and build lean muscle with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia football.
Dogs fans in Athens, we have 2 important rules. Support local business and cheer on the Georgia Bulldogs. This season, we would like to thank our official hometown team partners for their support of Georgia athletics. Georgia Cotton Farmers, Longhorn Steakhouse in Athens, CertaPro Painters of Athens, and Schumann Farms. Learn more about how you can support these great local partners by finding the hometown team partners ad in the digital game program on GeorgiaDogs.com. Support our hometown team partners and you'll support the Dogs.
Listen up, dog fans. There's bad weather coming, and don't let it ruin your season. Get a strong, sturdy, dependable, beautiful metal roof from Georgia Metals in Danielsville, Moultrie, or Nahunta. Go to GeorgiaMetals.com. Go Dogs! Get a metal roof, roof, roof.
This is Georgia Football, sponsored by Progressive. Progressive Insurance gives you protection on the phone, online, or on the app 24/7. Because things happen 24/7. Get a quote at Progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
When the leaves start rustling, the pumpkins start plumping, and the scarecrows start crowing, you heed the call of fall, because you eat, sleep, and drink pumpkin at Dunkin'. So take your pick of pumpkin with delicious muffins, munchkins, and donuts, and pair them with a classic pumpkin spice signature latte or the ultra-smooth pumpkin cream cold brew, topped with pumpkin cream cold foam, all so you can fall harder. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
It's game day for the Dogs.
Pressure from everywhere. Steps up, gets away, but not from Nolan Smith. Number 4 dragged him down.
Let's rejoin the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Back here on the Bulldogs Tailgate Show with Coach Kirby Smart, we're going to take a look at today's opponent, the Auburn Tigers. These two teams have met a whole lot of times, well over 100 games in the series, and Georgia's had the upper hand in the last 5, winning 5 in a row and hoping to make it 6 today as the Dogs play their first home SEC game of the season, Georgia and Auburn. And, Coach, tell us a little bit about this Auburn club and what you've seen from your study of them.
Well, they're extremely experienced on the defensive side of the ball. They've got a lot of guys back who've played a lot of football. The two inside guys are really good players. Edge player, obviously Derek Hall is one of the best pass rushers in all of college football. They have almost everybody back in their secondary from last year. The two corners both played a lot of games. When McCreary was out, Owen Babeau's been there. It seems like forever. He's been playing for them. So they've got a deep defense, athletic defense. That offensively, there's a little more youth on that side of the ball for them, but their quarterback's really starting to play well. Robbie's a good athlete. He's making good decisions. He has some huge plays to keep him in the LSU game.
About Derek Hall and his ability to rush the passer, what makes him a good pass rusher?
Motor, twitch. He's physical, explosive. He's hard to block. He's big and he's twitchy. And when you have those two combinations, you're hard to block, and a lot of plays get disrupted and tackles for a loss and sacks from this guy.
What does the assignment look like trying to keep him out of the backfield, or do they move him all over the field?
They use him all over. They use him inside as a buck and rush him in the A and B gaps. They drop him. They rush him on the edge, which is the best thing he does. He operates as a high motor guy, and you got to wear him down. You got to take turns leaning on the guy and make him strain. Make him burn some energy. And we can't be in a pass mode the whole game. We got to lean on the guy some and put some big bodies on him and make him wear down.
Auburn started the season with T.J. Finley at quarterback, and they've moved on to Robbie Ashford now, and he's a transfer from Oregon, where he didn't play much football out there, but he played baseball. And is he still kind of getting his feet under him a little bit to play this position in the SEC?
Well, I think he's a little further along than that. I mean, he done a good job. He's gotten a lot of reps in the off season for them. He's thrown the ball well the last couple weeks, and like I said, he's made plays with his feet. He is young at the position, but he is talented at the position.
What is your take on their ability to score points? They've been held under 20 the last 3 games.
Yeah, the biggest thing, they've had no continuity at quarterback position. They've rolled guys in throughout. They've had a couple wideouts out. I think the quarterback position controls your passing game a lot, and Robbie's gotten better each week. And that started last week, where he started really fast, and they jumped out on LSU. Then they had some turnovers, so it wasn't as much them stopping anybody stopping them. They stopped themselves.
How's their offensive line of scrimmage?
They got a couple guys in there that have played against us before. Physical guys. I think they'll try to control the line of scrimmage with Jalen out and try to run the ball on us.
Coach, thanks for the update. We appreciate it. Good luck against Auburn.
Thank you. Go Dogs.
That is Coach Kirby Smart. Our look at the Auburn Tigers with the Bulldogs head coach. Georgia and Auburn are coming up here at Sanford Stadium in just a little bit. Neil, we'll send it back to you for more of the Bulldogs Tailgate Show.
All right, thank you, Scott, and thank you to Coach Smart. During his playing career at Georgia, Kirby was 2-2 against Auburn. As an assistant coach at LSU, Georgia, and Alabama, Kirby's teams finished 6-5 against the Tigers, including 3 one-point losses. But as head coach of the Bulldogs, Coach Kirby Smart plays father to the band, baby. He is 6-1 against the Auburn Tigers. Hey, I was going to call you governor, but I guess it's chancellor now, huh? Good. Sonny Perdue is with us. It's so great. Oh, wonderful. All right, time now to check where the Dogs rank, presented by Northside Hospital. Oh, those vicious pollsters were only at number 2. Number 2 dropped us down. Northside Hospital, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. With expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. All right, some sleight of hand by Bulldogs special teams last week. Hall of Fame kicker Kevin Butler in 2 minutes to discuss on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Introducing the next-gen Acura Integra, featuring an available 6-speed manual transmission, a VTEC turbo engine, and available ELS Studio 3D audio system.
I'm legendary.
And its most important feature, you. The next-gen Acura Integra. Your turn.
Visit your Georgia Acura dealers for unbeatable deals on the all-new Integra. GeorgiaAcuraDealers.com.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that make this state incredible. From farmers to creators, manufacturers to teachers, to the dedicated staff walking our hallways. It's why we're leading real change in healthcare, to empower you through tools that make it easy to book in minutes, check in before you walk in, and have your health information all in one place. Visit Piedmont.org. Piedmont, real change lives here.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
It's time to unleash the dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got a sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over on downs.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Bennett will nail down just short of the 31-yard line. Jack Podlesny to kick it far hash to the right. The kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Dogs have points. We're on the board.
Think about the pressure on each one of those kicks. I feel for the kid. Just repeatedly putting him out there in those pressure situations, and he's so confident, and just he has a way about him. He has a routine he really believes in, and he was the MVP of the night. He and Dejon Evers for sure.
There's Coach Smart on Georgia kicker Jack Podlesny, who was tabbed SEC Special Teams Player of the Week for the second consecutive week for his performance last Saturday against Mizzou. The great Coven Butler will join us now on the Napa Tailgate Show. And KB Pod and Harold Mevis of Missouri, they look like Ella Fitzgerald and Mel Torme last week. You know how the scat singers go, your turn.
Yeah.
And back and forth. A lot of pressure.
It was a lot of pressure. One of them misses a note and the song is over. And I think that's really the pressure that mounted on each one of these kickers as they went down the opportunity in the red zone, quickly became field goals. And you need to make sure you convert those. And both of those guys did it. I was looking at Mevis coming back from that bad kick the week before. I was talking to some people. I said, if this kid makes the first one, he's going to be dialed in. And sure enough, after that first one, he gave it a fist pump, and you knew he was in there. Then Pod comes back and matched him. It's just important that they made every attempt. Mevis hit some long ones, but, hey, you lose 3 points on the short ones, too.
Yeah, do you remember anything like that where you had to go kick for kick with a guy?
You know what? I just really remember the Clemson series of my 4 years here where always field goals played a big part.
Yeah.
We lost 13-3, then we won 13-7, then we tied 16-16, and, of course, 26-23 my senior year, a lot of field goals.
Yeah.
We were taking advantage of those opportunities, and that's what good teams do.
Was Igwe Beekwe the kicker all 4 years?
He was, yes, he was.
Yeah, wow, so it was
Obed
you and Donald.
Ariri was before him, and then who came after him? Somebody came after him. So I really don't keep up with Clemson.
Man, if you youngsters out there don't know the history of those 4 games themselves, that was a wild time.
Go to the History Channel and find out.
This is your All-State Kicking Game Report. At All-State, score savings worth celebrating. Championship savings for the win. Georgia's special teamers executed some clutch prestidigitation successfully versus Mizzou.
Stetson Bennett, the holder on the field goal try, will kneel down between the 34 and the 35. So a 34 and a 44.5 yard. We fake it. Snap it to Bennett. He's off and running inside the 25. They hit him at the 22. That's an advantage of having Stetson Bennett as the holder. He got the first down. They hit him at the 22.
Yeah, that's a great play by Georgia. It kind of neutralizes what's happened to Georgia a couple of times already this year. We've been taken advantage of on the special team plays. By doing that, now you're going to see when we go to kick a field goal today, they're going to be in a set defense. So what that does is that gives up a little opportunity for a different kind of fake if you want to do that. So I think it was a smart play for Georgia, very key at that time. We still came away with a field goal, but doing that kind of backs teams up a little bit and gives you a little break on the defense part of a field goal. But now you have other options too because they're going to be set in a different way.
All right, excellent, Kevin. Thanks so much for that. Auburn is 6th in the nation in punting, 44 yards per net punt. I thought Mike Griffith of Dog Nation wrote eloquently this week when he said of Georgia punter, Brett Thorson has done a nice job of not making himself the story.
Yeah, he really has, and I think that's one thing. I saw the guys this week, and they're putting in a lot of work, and he's learning each week. I mean, can you imagine playing football for the first time at a level like this and being expected to produce? He's done a great job, and I think you hit it on the head, and so did the writer. He hasn't done anything to bring light to his position. And that's what you want to do as a punter.
Yeah, that's what you want to do as an umpire. I always remember that from umpire school.
And a kicker.
If nobody remembers the punter, I mean the umpire at the end of the day, you've done a great job.
That's right. I always thought that it was better if they didn't know where I lived.
Very good. Kevin Butler, folks, and we'll come back with more of the Napa Tailgate Show. Getting psyched for our second-ranked Dogs versus the Tigers. We get exclusive game plan insights from Eric Zier and DJ Shockley after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia. A good tight end has great instinct for the game of football and great vision to seamlessly execute the chosen play. Much like Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services to make you financially fit for whatever you need to block or catch to achieve your goal. Basically, ACU is a complete game changer. To find out how you can score with ACU, go to acuonline.org/Brock. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
The first time I ran onto the field as a freshman, Sanford Stadium was rocking. Thousands of Georgia fans were calling the Dogs. I was ready to run through a brick wall. Even today, I still get goosebumps. It fires us up. It's a tradition every Georgia fan loves.
This Bulldog tradition is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, where you'll find the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs, the Ford F-150 pickup. Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. Go Dogs.
This is Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia. A good tight end has great instinct for the game of football and great vision to seamlessly execute the chosen play. Much like Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services to make you financially fit for whatever you need to block or catch to achieve your goal. Basically, ACU is a complete game changer. To find out how you can score with ACU, go to acuonline.org/Brock. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Why do coaches insist that plays be run over and over in practice? Because repetitions and study produce winners. Neil Hondo Williamson for Meriwether and Tharp. Meriwether and Tharp has handled more than 10,000 divorce cases. They've taken the reps and are ready to help. Your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions. Meriwether and Tharp has answers, helping clients through difficult times. Meriwether and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, theatlantadivorceteam.com.
365 days a year, just call us up, we'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed. As you make, we take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When you're ready, just can't wait. You can always count on Shoemake.
Counting you down to kickoff.
Bowers breaking away midfield. Bowers will take it to the house all the way.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Here we come up to the line. The stadium rocks and rolls. There's no way we can do it with 1 second. Snap. We pick up the blitz. And Bobo throws that thing in the end zone. And yes! Touchdown! Touchdown in the goal line! It's 28-27. Now what are you going to do? The clock is out. The game is over.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Wow, what a night down at Auburn in 96. Wow. Unranked Georgia trailed number 20 Auburn 28-14. We rallied to tie it on the final play of regulation. Mike Bobo had been benched earlier in that game. He came on off the bench to lead Donovan's Dogs to the first ever SEC overtime game. And the Dogs won in 4 OTs, 56-49. People always ask me, hey, tell me a good Larry Munson story. I'm like, we've got about 5 from that night alone. That was a great time. We'll get to Lauren and his special guest in 10 seconds. First, let's pause for station identification. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network. You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show. Napa, get up and go. Lauren, get up and go with this wonderful guest, our old friend.
Yes, delighted to have Sonny Perdue with us. We could say he was
governor. He was Secretary of Agriculture. Now he's Chancellor. You're going to set the longevity record around here. How much longer are you going to
I don't know, Lauren. God's blessed me with good health, and still, I told the coach I still had a couple of years of eligibility left.
Well, we can say a lot of things about you, but I'm going to say some things about you that I appreciate personally. You like country music.
Yeah.
You know how to garden, and nobody can kill dove or quail better than you.
I love it. I love wing shooting.
Now, your wife Mary is sitting here behind us. Can she cook what you kill?
She does. She's done for 50 years. So we just celebrated our 50th anniversary. Wonderful, blessed 50 years.
And you took her to the Blue Danube, right?
Blue Danube. We're from Munich to Budapest. It was a wonderful trip.
Oh boy, I love that river because of the sound of music.
That's right.
But in your present role as Chancellor of the University System of Georgia, give us an overall assessment.
Well, Lauren, we've got 26 public universities. Obviously, most everyone knows about our flagships here in Athens, the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech. But we've got 24 others that are great. We've got different sectors. We've got some access colleges, 9 of them, that help young people that may not have even thought they could go to college perform and learn how to be in college and to get a diploma. Then we've got some state universities, about 9 of them. We've got comprehensives, the Kennesaws, the Georgia Southerns, the Valdosas, the West Georgias. And then we've got the research universities, of which Georgia and Tech are 2. Augusta University is 1. And Georgia State is also a research university. So we're blessed in Georgia to have a wonderful public education system with the governance. The governor appoints 19 regents, and they govern the system, or fiduciary, as well as other things. It is a marvelous way for higher education to perform, and my goal is for it to be the best. I told when I came on in April as chancellor, I said my goal is for us to win the national championship of university systems the first year.
Well, that's great. Now, a lot of those schools that you refer to, they're taking up football. What's going on there?
Well, they're taking up football. Many of them have. We obviously saw what happened to Georgia Southern when our favorite coach, Irk Russell, went down there, and just the renaissance with that university, but it also has the effect across the system. Many of these access colleges, athletics plays a huge part all across the system in higher education. In fact, some of our best students, our best graduates, the students that graduate the best GPAs, are student athletes. Obviously, women's sports, men's sports, cross country, and many other things, women's softball, basketball, tennis, all those sports that we don't think of as big revenue generators, they're generating a lot of spirit within those schools for a real campus experience.
A lot of people probably don't know this. Some may have forgotten. You were a walk-on football player on one of Vince's, 65?
65, not to the level of Stetson Bennett, however.
Well, and the head of our university, Jerry Moorhead, who's got an important role across the athletic spectrum now with the things he's doing with the SEC and nationally. He's a great fan. Are you a biggest fan of Jerry Moorhead?
Absolutely. We came over to the campus evaluation. I left with the exit interview that day. I said, Jerry, it's been the I Love Jerry show all day long. He people said it's his vocation, it's his avocation, and it's his hobby. So he bleeds red and black. We know that. He loves this university, and I think it's amazing when someone can graduate from here and move right on up into the presidency of, I guess, about 10 years now, and move this university forward with contributions and philanthropic contributions and others, and it's amazing. You've seen the growth in the last 10 years.
Well, that's a good assessment of things. Wish we had more time. We could talk all day about the good things about the University of Georgia and the University System of Georgia, and we thank you for coming on and sharing your thoughts
Lauren,
with us.
thank you very much. It's always good to hear your voice. You called me the other day. Someone was riding in the car with me and said, I recognize that voice.
Hard not to, right?
Well, good to see you and Mary, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
and
Lauren. Go Dogs.
Yeah, go Dogs. And I want to go quail hunting with you because I want to make sure I bring home my supper.
All right, Gary, let's do it. I'll do it. Take care, y'all.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lauren. Thanks so much to Sonny Perdue for coming by. Like Lauren said, when he came up on stage, I said, I don't know if I should call you governor or secretary or chancellor. And he said, just call me Sonny, Hondo. Just call me Sonny. So all good. Wonderful to have him with us here today. Great to see Amp Arnold out there. What do you say, Amp? How you doing, bud? Wow. You know, we didn't put the ball in the air back then like we do now, but if we had, you folks, you'd be looking at a guy who'd be way up in those record books. Amp is a great receiver for us and an old classmate of mine. Eric Zier is standing by. We'll get to Z in just a bit. We'll also get out to the field to DJ Shockley in 2 minutes. Stay with us. It's Georgia against Auburn. The Dogs are number 2. Auburn unranked, but with this rivalry, that doesn't matter. We're coming up on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
When this is a crackling campfire, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of your cabinets cracking and smoldering following a fire that's damaged your entire kitchen, you need to call ServPro at 1-800-ServPro. Only the cleanup specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So call 1-800-ServPro when fire threatens your home or business. ServPro, fire and water cleanup and restoration. Independently owned and operated.
Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is committed to protecting the state of Georgia. No one knows Georgia like we do because no one covers the state like we do. Georgia families are our only focus, and we have offices in just about every county of the state. You can call it our home field advantage. No matter where you are in Georgia, Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is always the home team.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Travel different this year with America's #1 RV dealer network, Camping World. There's a whole world to explore, and with new RVs for less than $5 a day, there's no better time to start new adventures. We are your one-stop shop for everything RV and have the best selection of RV and outdoor essentials to get you ready for wherever the road takes you. Start your adventure at one of our 7 Georgia locations or visit campingworld.com today. See dealer for full details and disclaimer. Offer expires 12/31/22.
You expect excellence every time the Dogs take the field. You can expect the same from Walton Gas. With exceptional customer service and great rates, Walton Gas has been a winning play for 20 years. Kind of like the hobnail boot. There are no gimmicky introductory rates and no hidden payment fees. Only Walton's best-in-class service and straightforward rate plans. So sack your current provider and switch to the team that puts you first. #1 in customer satisfaction, Walton Gas. Call or visit waltongas.com to learn more about Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. And as always, go Dogs!
It's game day for the Dogs.
Pressure from everywhere. Steps up, gets away, but not from Nolan Smith. Number 4 dragged him down.
Let's rejoin the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Stidham and Kerryon Johnson in the backfield. Motion man comes left. That's Davis. Stidham claps his hands, gets the ball. He's got time. Here comes backside pressure. The ball is out. Bellamy sacked him. The ball came loose. There's a big pile at the 15-yard line. Davin Bellamy sacked him from the backside, stripped the ball. It squirted forward to the 15, and Georgia has the football. A defensive stop at the 15.
So big, Auburn with the lead knocking on the door just a few weeks after decimating the Dogs down on the Plains. But Davin Bellamy's sack, forced fumble, Rokon recovery. Dogs win the SEC title. That was great. Now down to Dooley Field and DJ Shockley with the J. Reed Parker Director of Athletics, Josh Brooks. Shock.
Hondo, thank you, man. I appreciate it. We are always pleased to have our AD with us every single week. And before we talk any ball or how big this game is, it's going to be a really nice recognition of a really good coach today. Talk about Coach Bowley and what he's meant to the University of Georgia.
You know, he's just a legend. He's the definition of a legend. Someone who's spent most of his life here, blood, sweat, tears for this university. Someone who just absolutely loves Georgia, who's had an impact not only on this university and this community, but nationally in the world of swim and dive. And it's just so special. You know, I think Greg kind of set me up. I got all these legends, like, you know, I had Lou retired and I got Jack. I think Greg got at the right time. So, but we're excited.
Parties or something.
Yeah, no, and but I'm excited for him and glad that we're going to be able to recognize him today. It's a recognition he truly deserves.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, he's been around. He's done it all. Been great Let's talk about what happened last night, though. I know last night was a monster night. Last week I texted you about all the different sports that's going on, but last night was big for men's and women's basketball. Talk about Steak Mania and how crazy it was last night.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank our staff who put that together, did a phenomenal job of a great event to start the basketball season. You know, for both the men and the women's team, great event, great show up. We had over like 5,000 students show up last night. We had obviously Quavo perform, dunk contest, three-point. It was just a great night.
Did you get in any of that? No?
I was the judge for the dunk contest, but I did do a little cheating. I kept looking over. Maria Taylor was one of the judges, so I was a little conferring a little bit before. I don't want to be like the Russian judge that they have to lop off the bad score. So I was kind of cheating a little bit before I flipped my card up.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man. I can't wait to see what the teams look like. Obviously, this game, student section is here. It's the first SEC home game for the Dogs, playing against Auburn, as we know, the Deep South's oldest rivalry. Just how do you feel going into a game of this magnitude at home with everybody here?
Just excited. I mean, this is why we do what we do for Saturdays like today. Chamber of Commerce weather, 3:30 kickoff, first SEC home game of the year against a traditional rival, the Deep South's oldest rivalry, Auburn. And now it's time to tee it up and let's go.
All right, last thing, expectations for this team tonight. Everybody looked at the last couple of weeks and says, all right, they've struggled. What have you seen from the Dogs and expect coming into this game versus Auburn?
I think this is about tuning out all the noise and everybody doing their job and executing. And don't look at the scoreboard, just go in and do your job, your play, one play at a time. Now, you will be able to, don't tune out the noise in terms of our defense, because now we're at home. Now it's time to get loud. Let's make an impact on the game. But really, it's one play at a time, do your job, and everything will take care of itself if you do that.
Josh, I love the passion. I love the energy. I think you're ready to go, baby.
I need one play. Just one play.
All right, Josh, appreciate the time, man.
Go Dogs.
Go Dogs. All right, Hondo, back to you. As you can see, Josh is ready to go. Need you guys to step it up because Josh is ready.
He is, and we need to make some noise in there today. It's the first road game for Auburn, and they've got a quarterback, Robbie Ashford, who has never, ever started on the road. So we just got to discombobulate the Tigers nice and easy. All right, thank you, Shock. Thanks to Josh. This will be Auburn's first road game, as we mentioned, and let's just knock them out. Eric Zier and DJ Shockley to game plan in 2 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Introducing the next-gen Acura Integra, featuring an available 6-speed manual transmission, a VTEC turbo engine, and available ELS Studio 3D audio system.
I'm legendary.
And its most important feature, you. The next-gen Acura Integra. Your turn.
Visit your Georgia Acura dealers for unbeatable deals on the all-new Integra. GeorgiaAcuraDealers.com.
Stuck in a dead-end job with no room to grow? Change your life and build your career in the building trades. GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com has 14 different construction and building trade careers. Everything from electrical to mechanical, plumbing, pipe fitting, welding, sheet metal, elevator construction, heavy equipment, and more. All with employer-paid benefits and tuition-free apprenticeships to teach you the accredited skills that pay the bills. Opportunities waiting for you at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
This is Georgia Football, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Get ready for kickoff at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldog gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is the exclusive home of the UGA 10 collection by Peter Millar. The UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus, next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop. No matter your favorite game day traditions, it all starts with a cup of coffee to get you ready to cheer on a Bulldogs win. Community Coffee is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, serving Bulldog Nation with rich and smooth blends crafted right here in the USA. We've supported and celebrated thriving communities like the UGA family for over 100 years, and we believe there's no better day than game day for bringing people together. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
It's time to unleash the dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got a sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over a down.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Bennett wants to go deep. The Big O takes a knock. Did he catch it? Oh, yes. 3 black shirts over there. 2 guys hit him. 1 guy cleaned his clock, Charleston. But the Big O, Darnell Washington, caught the ball with his big mitts and just popped right back up.
He did. Stetson to Darnell, a combo we have come to love. Our Napa Tailgate Show. Eric Zier alongside me here on the Scana stage outside the UGA bookstore. Meanwhile, down on Dooley Field, G.J. Shockley is luxuriating on that pristine turf. Fellas, Georgia 7th in the nation in red zone offense, but we're trading 3s for TDs. The questions I'm hearing most these days are, how do we cure our red zone deficiencies? And why don't we just throw the ball up to Darnell?
Well, throwing it to Darnell is never a bad plan. I don't care where you are, just because you've got the mismatch with his size and his stature on the field. But winning in the red zone really comes down to, can you dominate the offensive line? You're working, regardless of who you throw it to, you're working on a truncated field. There's no threat to go stretch the field vertically. If you want to win in the red zone, your offensive line is going to go take control of the football game and power through. When you can go run the football, now all of it opens up for you. So until we go do that consistently, it's going to be hard in certain situations to find pay dirt, and you're going to be trading touchdowns for field goals. You win up front, you score touchdowns.
Shot. Don't have them. Today's game plan for success brought to you by Piedmont Bank. Piedmont Bank, a proud supporter of the UGA Athletic Association. See what we can accomplish together at Piedmont.bank. Auburn limited LSU to 270 yards of total offense last week. 185 of the Bayou Bengals yards were gained via the ground. What does that tell us, if anything, when game planning for the Tigers today between the hedges?
Hondo, more than last week, I think what Auburn is going to look like, because they've got the athletes to go do this. I think they're going to take a look at the Missouri game, and I think they're going to try to mimic that as much as they can. LSU, they've got some of their own issues on the offensive side of the ball. They're not as prolific as we are. But what they saw from Missouri last week,
I hear you, when you turn the music off,
is right now Georgia struggling.
I didn't hear Hondo ask me anything.
Struggling finding a vertical game. Auburn is going to go see that. They're going to go line up. I think that's what we've got to be ready for and prepare for.
Hey, Shock, can you hear me now?
I got you, Hondo.
Very good. I'll just ask you one quick question about throwing the ball up to Darnell in the red zone. A lot of people want to know why we're not doing that more. Your thoughts?
I think sometimes it just comes down to what a defense does. A lot of defenses are trying to, take that away, but I can understand when fans look at it and say, hey, all right, this man's 6'7", 270 pounds, just give him a chance. So I expect more opportunities to do so. I mean, we saw it a couple weeks ago when Brock wasn't getting the football. They ran some jet sweeps to him. So I think they're going to find ways to get him the football, especially in the red zone, because he's such a big figure down there that they'll find a way to find the right matchup for him, I should say, because he is definitely a weapon down there, and I think we'll find ways to get him to rock.
All right, very good. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, Eric. We'll have more with Eric in just a couple of minutes. Talk about the Dogs' defense, and so glad that you have joined us here for the Napa Tailgate Show. Always enjoy meeting fans on game day, and met a nice guy, Glenn County firefighter, last name Taylor, first name Paul. Paul Taylor, his wife Kathy were at today's game. Paul had a great firefighter's hat that he had gimmicked up with the whole Georgia thing, and I love the way that looked. Dogs have won 5 straight over the Tigers, our first run like that since 1944 through 48. Georgia's longest win streak in the series was 9 straight from 1923 to 1931. We start trading body checks with the Tigers today at 3:38 on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back. Napa!
Georgia, college football's a way of life. And whether it's between the hedges in Athens or from the comfort of my bear cave, Scana Energy's part of it all as a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. So let's join them in cheering on the Dogs to glory this season. Sign up with Scana today and get up to $100. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/GoDogs for details. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every dollar you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Travel different this year with America's #1 RV dealer network, Camping World. There's a whole world to explore, and with new RVs for less than $5 a day, there's no better time to start new adventures. We are your one-stop shop for everything RV and have the best selection of RV and outdoor essentials to get you ready for wherever the road takes you. Start your adventure at one of our 7 Georgia locations or visit campingworld.com today. See dealer for full details and disclaimers. Offer expires 12/31/22.
Counting you down to kickoff.
Bowers breaking away midfield. Bowers will take it to the house all the way.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Play fake, rolls to the right. We're chasing, and we're going to get the sack. Nolan Smith back on the 16, maybe the 17-yard line, just chased down Brady Cook.
We'd certainly like to see more of that out of Nolan Smith and the Dogs' defense today. Rolling along with the Napa Tailgate Show from our Scana stage. We're right outside the bookstore. Just a wedge shot from the Sanford Stadium scoreboard. Jay Black, accomplished golfer, could hit that thing over and over. Right? He just landed right on top of that scoreboard, I bet you. Yeah, baby. Golden-armed Eric Zier back behind the mic. Eric, an Auburn offensive lineman, Brandon Council, removed his dueling glove and slapped Will Muschamp and the Georgia defense across the face this week.
Our goal is to go in there like a SWAT team, in and out, quiet the noise, beat their behinds and get up. You start off fast and run the ball on them and keep them out of their third down packages. Really, we can demolish them, I believe, personally, up front.
Demolish Georgia up front. I'm sure Auburn's coaches were none too pleased about Brandon Cancel's remarks, but do players sometimes get off on a teammate showing that kind of bravado?
Not where players get excited is when that happens on the field. When it happens when you're in preparation, it's no different than what the coaches think. Keep your mouth shut. Act like you've been there before. Let's go play. If anything, what that does is it wakes up a Georgia team that hasn't played to expectations over the past couple of weeks. They've heard that. They've seen that. It has been talked about. And that's going to light a fire more so in the Georgia players versus anything that you're going to see from Auburn.
Very good. Now Auburn comes in today. They've got Robbie Ashford. He's a very versatile quarterback, very athletic. Tank Bigsby, running back, all SEC running back last year. What do those two dynamos bring to the table?
One thing that Auburn is going to want to go do is they're going to go run the football and pound it with Tank. Robbie Ashford, he's got some skills throwing the football, but still getting his feet wet. His completion percentage is not where you want it to be. He's thrown for a little over 700 yards, so he's got talent and ability. But if we can shut down Tank Bigsby and put this on Ashford's shoulders, he's not yet good enough to go beat us on his own, just to put a football team on his back and carry it. They've got to run the football either with Ashford's legs or with Tank Bigsby finding some lanes to go run in, controlling the clock. If they get into a situation where they have to throw the ball, it's going to be a long afternoon for the Tigers.
We'll see if Brandon Council can live up to his words, right? If they want to run the ball, they're going to have to run it right up his back. All right, thank you very much, Eric Zier. With the exception of 3 war years in 1917, 18, and 1943, Georgia and Auburn have played continuously since 1898. Our first meeting was back in Atlanta's Piedmont Park in the 1890s. Incredible. Coming up next, the Bulldogs, the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard, as Georgia and Auburn prepare to kick off today from Athens on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
Be elite. That's the battle cry that brought us the championship. I'm Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613. We're proud to build the things that make Athens exceptional because we are elite. Every IBEW journeyman wireman has over 10,000 hours of elite training and experience. So that's why UGA trusts us to light up Athens. So you be elite. Join the IBEW. Visit IBEW613.org.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Want more exclusive and behind-the-scenes Bulldogs content? More game highlights?
You got red and black everywhere.
Mic'd ups?
That's that good. Next play.
Press conferences?
We cannot wait to get started.
And original programming?
Or that we're going to play hard, we're going to play the right way.
Search for the Georgia Bulldogs All Access channel on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Georgia Bulldogs All Access, your official inside connection to Georgia football and all Georgia Bulldogs sports.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every dollar you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
It's game day for the Dogs.
Pressure from everywhere. Steps up, gets away, but not from Nolan Smith. Number 4 dragged him down.
Let's rejoin the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Nix in the shotgun, takes the snap, looks to the left, throws it to the back. It's tipped and caught off the tip. Nakobe Dean with the interception off the hands of Shivers.
Very nice. Nakobe helping the Dogs to a 5th consecutive victory over Auburn last year down on the Plains. You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show. Napa, get up and go. Dogs fans, be sure to check out the Dos Equis display at Gate 7 on the 300 level. They have co-branded giveaways and opportunity to win signed merchandise. So that's especially for you folks who are out here in our live audience. All of you in the radio audience, just go enjoy a nice Dos Equis and put a couple on ice for our broadcast crew. We're joined now by the voice of the Dogs, Scott Howard. First of all, buddy, he's up in the Larry Munson broadcast suite. Scott, what a glorious day for football.
It is incredible. Yeah, we've been pretty blessed here at home with great weather, beautiful blue skies, perfect temperatures, perfect day for a win over Auburn.
Yeah, very, very nice. All right, Georgia's offense on a pace to be a record-setting unit through 5 games. Yards per play this season we're averaging 7.3. The record is 7.1, set in 2012. Total offense, our guys are lighting it up, 521 yards per game. Georgia record is 37 yards less per game, 484. That was set in 2013. So, my old friend, why do I feel such a disconnect about the effectiveness of our Georgia offense compared to the numbers?
Maybe you're looking at the numbers too much. I'm not sure. They are impressive, though, aren't they? I mean, this offense can move the football. We've seen that in just about every game. Last week it was a little bit of a slower start, and then they started moving it about 4 possessions into the game, and then they started scoring. Now, I guess red zone issues are still the problem. Georgia's moving up and down the field, but when that field shrinks and they get inside that 20-yard line, that's where the end zone problems have kind of raised their head, and we're having to settle for field goals. But it's an offense that can that can move on any team that we played so far. The Dogs have proven that. They were challenged last week against a good Missouri defense, but still able to move the football and get points. And, and that's what it all comes down to at the end of the game if you've got more than they do.
Yeah. How about a quick injury report, Scott, for those who weren't with us earlier?
Let's see. I was right now. We just still got the special teams guys out on the field. I was hoping some of the other guys would come out and I could get a look at them. But Jalen Carter's out today. Smile Munden might be doubtful. At least talking to Coach Smart earlier this week. It was a couple of days ago. That's the vibe I picked up on. He didn't tell me one way or the other. But Munden might not be available today. Let's see who else. Nyland Green, I think, is still hampered with a hamstring. Chaz Chambliss, a couple of our linebackers. So Xavier Sori and Tresman Marshall and Ryan Davis probably going to have to fill some gaps there if those other guys are out today.
All right, very good. Thank you. We will look forward to Scott's call today. And Scott will come back in 2 minutes to join us with Lauren and Z and Shock as we heat up the grill and ice down the beverages. Get ready for an SEC bloodletting. Number 2 Georgia versus Auburn between the hedges today on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at piedmontbank.com.
No matter your favorite game day traditions, it all starts with a cup of coffee to get you ready to cheer on a Bulldogs win. Community Coffee is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, serving Bulldog Nation with rich and smooth blends crafted right here in the USA. We've supported and celebrated thriving communities like the UGA family for over 100 years, and we believe there's no better day than game day for bringing people together. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In the SEC, one extra rep means one extra inch, one extra voice to one extra decibel, one extra lap to 1/100th of a second, one extra hour of research to a lifetime of impact. In a conference of difference makers, one extra makes all the difference.
The Dogs are back in their rightful place atop of the list of the greatest teams in college football history. This is Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613, and we know a little something about greatness. For over 100 years, our electricians have been lighting up Athens and building the things that make the Georgia Bulldogs the envy of college football. If you work in the construction industry, join our team. Visit IBEW613.org.
It's time to unleash the Dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got a sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over on downs.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Goal to go for the Dogs, trying to take the lead for the first time. Snap it back, give it to Dejan. He drives straight ahead. No signal. Yeah, touchdown. He got in there. His helmet and maybe the football. Oh, they unpile him. Touchdown, Georgia. Finally in front with 4:03 to go.
Dejan Edwards staged a clinic for the Dogs on that fourth quarter game-winning drive at Mizzou last Saturday. Dejan, the team's second leading rusher with 204 yards on 36 attempts. That's 5.7 yards per carry. And thanks for making the Napa Tailgate Show part of your Saturday afternoon. Eric Zier, Lauren Smith, DJ Shockley, Scott Howard, Neil Hondo Williamson with you. We'll be here all the way through the post game tonight. Now, in the last two games, the Bulldogs have surrendered 22 apiece after Georgia's first three victims managed only 10 aggregate points. What has been the difference, Eric, and then Shock?
Yeah, for the most part, it's been turnovers. 5 turnovers in the past 2 games, allowing opposing teams, and I've said it over and over, I don't care who you play, when you turn the football over and you give opposing offenses extra possessions, you keep your defense on the field, you get on your heels a little bit, you give the other team momentum, that's when points occur. We've had a couple of plays with some small missed assignments. That really is not the issue. We've got to hold on to the football on the offensive side, not turn it over, and let our defense go to work.
Yeah, Z, you're spot on with that. I mean, that's one of the first things that's come to mind as well. And I think about some of the technique things that we've had issues with. I mean, you go back to Kent State, a guy not fitting the right way when they go on the outside for a little bubble screen, and it ends up being a long touchdown. Sometimes in the red zone, we struggle with getting guys, out in front and making plays. And, the offensive line has struggled at times to protect Stetson in these ball games too as well. So we got to protect him. And teams are starting to bring more pressure, especially once we get down in the red zone. But, I think more than anything, it's been a lot of technique issues that we've had that's really hurt ourselves more than opposed to what the team is doing to us.
All right, to GJ's point there, Scott, what gives me pause is Auburn's defensive line, lots of talent and depth. And after what Missouri was able to do with pressure last week, I'd say the Dogs' OL has its work cut out for it today.
Well, they'll be keeping an eye on number 29, certainly. Derek Hall's one of the best in the league. Big guy, edge rusher, and he does his job effectively. He's closing in on 20 career sacks. He leads the team with 4, had 9 last year, and a lot of tackles for loss as well. They move him around on the line of scrimmage, so Georgia's O-line is going to have to be aware of where number 29 is. And then on the other end, as you mentioned, Colby Wooden is another guy that's similar, a little bit bigger than Hall, but a guy that can rush the passer and cause havoc and disruption on the offensive line. So those are probably the 2 best guys on the edge anyway that we'll have seen so far this season.
All right, Tom Green at AL.com points out, in the Tigers' last 8 games against Power 5 opponents, they've been outscored 104-21 in regulation after halftime. The team is 2-6 during that stretch. Lauren, what has happened to this once proud program? Oh. I'm not sure Lauren's with us. Here, you know what? You got it?
Don't have my headset on.
Okay. That'll get you every time.
Well, I'm sitting over here talking to people as they come by. It's been a very interesting and exciting crowd today. I think that it goes back to recruiting. We mentioned that earlier in the broadcast. And if they come up with an athletic director who hires a coach who can coach and recruit, that's all it is. It's that simple, that elementary, but you have to do it. And the competition is so keen. Recruiting is something everybody believes is important, but you nonetheless have to get it done. It's just like you see a quail. If you're on a quail hunt, he flies up, you see him, but that don't mean he's going to flutter down and say, "Here I am." You got to shoot him. You got to knock him down. So you got to do the job once you get the position. So it'll be interesting what they do as they move forward.
All right, let's go with a quick final score from each of you. Lauren, you go first. What do you think the final score is going to be?
Well, if I knew that, why would I be here? I'd be in Las Vegas.
Well, I'm not asking you what it will be so I can put money on it. We're just going to throw darts. We're all throwing darts. It's the same as trying to pick Iowa against Illinois.
Well,
all right, we'll move on
to Illinois. You're trying to point out my mistakes, you know. Kirby Smart would not allow you to be an assistant coach. You got to think about the positive.
All right, Z.
41-6 Dogs in a rout.
Shock.
I'm going 35-12 Dogs all day.
All right, Scott.
I'm right close to that one. I like 34-13 Georgia.
All right, very good. I'll go with 38-10 myself. See?
And Hondo, just a quick shout out to Coach Weber, former baseball coach at the University of Georgia. Yep. Tremendous man, tremendous family. He is currently battling cancer. And he's at the Mayo Clinic. His family reached out this week just asking for prayers from the Bulldog Nation. So please keep Coach Weber in your thoughts and prayers.
Yes, Steve Weber, good man, great coach for Bulldogs for many, many years. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Enjoy the sunshine and the victory. We'll come back with Scott Howard, Coach Kirby Smart, ready to share an inside skinny that's 2 minutes away on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Georgia fans, college football is back, so grab your friends and a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Dos Equis is the one to score for your tailgate, at the bar, or even watching with your friend who went to that other school. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and go Dogs. Dos Equis, proud partner of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly.
Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Make this the summer event.
Set height. Get tailgate ready at Athens Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. From Ram 1500 to the all-new Jeep Grand Cherokee, we have the perfect vehicle for game day. Browse the largest Jeep facility in Georgia and feel like an MVP with our award-winning customer service. Expect more, get more. In person or online at athensdcjr.com. Proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Always the best deal, always.
Based on square footage per factory facility addendum. See dealer for details.
This is Georgia Football, brought to you by eBay Motors. You might not have the biggest garage, but with eBay Motors, you always have 122 million parts for your car right at your fingertips. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
I'm John Addison, a Georgia graduate, lifetime Bulldog fan, and chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica makes the maximum impact on the communities we serve through our concepts and products and by giving back through the Primerica Foundation. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue our long-standing tradition of sponsoring Georgia athletics. Go Dogs!
Counting you down to kickoff.
Bowers breaking away midfield. Bowers will take it to the house all the way.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Back on the Bulldogs Tailgate Show. Thanks for being with us here as we get ready for Georgia and Auburn. Coach Kirby Smart is with us as the Dogs and the Tigers play for the 126th time. What a great rivalry this has been, Coach, over the years. And knowing what you know about your team and about Auburn, what are you expecting tonight?
Physical battle. You know, this is one of those rivalry games that just means more. And you played somebody 126 times in the history of the school. The one game sure doesn't seem to matter much, but this one's pretty big. And it matters to a lot of folks, and the history of this game has just been great. It's a great rivalry.
What you say is certainly correct. It does matter to a lot of folks, and this is our first home SEC game as we play here in October. That's a little bit odd.
Yeah, it seems weird to be this deep into the season and not have had one, but boy, it's one to look forward to, and we're excited and really need our fans to impact this game.
How have you guys looked this week in getting ready for this one?
Well, we've been dinged up more than usual, and we got some guys, beat up and trying to go and push, but they've practiced really well. They've had good energy in practice. I think, that they know the history of this game, and we've shown them throughout the week old games and just kind of the atmosphere when you play this team. And guys are excited and ready to play, fired up to get a 3:30 kick.
You mentioned earlier this week that Jalen Carter wouldn't be able to make this one due to the injury last week at Missouri. What have you seen from your lineman filling in for him when he's not able to be out there on the field?
Well, he hasn't been able to be out there most of the year, so we've got most of the guys out there. He's missed pretty much every game with being able to play a little bit in a couple of them, some spare parts. But, they've done it by committee. Nas, Zelo, Warren, Bill Norton, all those guys have chipped in, and Bear's coming along, and we're just trying to get those big bodies ready that can knock the line of scrimmage back. It's going to be really important in this game that we control the line of scrimmage.
Do you like what you're getting there so far?
Yeah, I've really been pleased with the guys practicing hard, and they're fired up and ready to go.
Linebackers have been solid this year with Pop and Nolan Smith kind of leading the charge. What does that group look like today?
Well, we're pretty beat up there. Outside backer, feel good about the guys that have been ready to go. Chaz Timmons is still fighting a hamstring, so we've lost a little depth there. But inside backer has been a tough week. We've got guys dinged up, haven't been over to practice all week, maybe playing some young players there. So it's one of those things that we're going to have to help. Everybody's got to play well around them, and everybody's got to help give those guys some confidence.
What challenges will you face today against Auburn?
Well, a really athletic quarterback a great edge player, and a tremendous defense as a whole. Quarterback is just phenomenal athlete. You don't know until you start watching the tape. The plays that break down, he's most dangerous on. He had over 200-something yards passing just on scrambles against LSU, and he makes a lot of plays with his feet, and he's hard to get down once he gets out of there.
We always like to ask you keys to the game. What are those tonight?
Well, I think keys are always about turnovers, right? But we want to start fast. We want to own the line of scrimmage. Got to affect this quarterback, and affecting him, sometimes might mean keeping him in the pocket. Affecting him means batting balls. But we got to control the line of scrimmage on our offensive line against their defense. Really important that we can take our toll in the running game and keep chopping wood and try to lean on their depth a little bit.
Kirby, thanks as always. Much good luck against Auburn tonight. We'll catch up with you later.
Thanks. Go Dogs.
That's Coach Kirby Smart. Georgia and Auburn are coming up. Hondo, we'll send it back to you for more of the Bulldogs Tailgate Show.
All right, thank you, Scott, and thank you, Coach. We are excited. Georgia and Auburn, place is just packed with people swarming in towards the stadium right now. Good. Get there nice and early and make lots and lots of noise to rattle the Tigers between the hedges. We'll come back with more of your Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show. Napa, get up and go. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Agpro is your home team when it comes to the hard yardage, and a John Deere compact tractor is unbeatable, just like the dogs. With dozens of attachments, you can outfit your team player exactly how you want. We carry additional product lines coupled with knowledgeable and friendly parts, service, and sales staff. Visit your home team John Deere dealer at one of our 25 Georgia locations, or visit us at agproco.com.
The Hilltop Grill opened the night David Green hit Michael Johnson at Auburn, sending the Dogs to the SEC title. In the years since, Hilltop has become an Athens favorite, featuring premium steak and seafood. Locally owned, the Hilltop gives you the finest in food without the hassle of downtown. With an open and covered patio, reservations available for all occasions, private parties, and a sensational Sunday brunch. Hunker down and head to the Hilltop at 2310 West Broad. Call 706-353-7667. That's 706-353-7667.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa Network has your back.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Georgia can take home another national championship title. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in Athens, get the Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
It's game day for the Dogs.
Pressure from everywhere. Steps up, gets away, but not from Nolan Smith. Number 4 dragged him down.
Let's rejoin the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Part of it is how quick Jake Fromm's getting the football out of his hands.
Georgia trying to take advantage of a second fumble recovery by Roquan Smith today. 2nd and goal for Georgia from the 7 of Auburn. Fromm under center, drops back to throw to the left. He's got a man. Touchdown! Touchdown! Terry Godwin, left corner, just inside the pylon.
Not quite 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, December 2017, the pitch from Fromm, the high wire grab by Terry Godwin. My goodness, what a great catch. Georgia gave us a 2-touchdown lead in the SEC title game, and great memories from victories over Auburn. Right now, let's go to a guy who gave us plenty of great victories, not just against Auburn, but lots of different teams. SEC champion himself, DJ Shockley, is on Dooley Field. Shock, who you got?
I know. What up, man? I got a legend in the making. He's been a legend for a long time. My man, Boss Bailey, is here early 2000s. Did a lot. First off, Boss, how's it feel to be back? I know you say you came back last year. but it's always different when you're coming here on a Saturday afternoon, ain't it?
Hey, man, we champions, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, the vibe in here is live. I don't know, man. It's the Auburn game, and we champs, man. You know what I'm saying? And we just trying to do this thing again, so I'm excited, bro.
All right, Bob, take me back to your days. Now, you had a lot of highlight reeling plays. I mean, everybody remembers the block punt. I mean, the block field goals you always had me skying over everybody. But what's your fondest memory of playing in this stadium?
It would have to be my last game blocking that field goal against Georgia Tech. I mean, I look at that picture literally every day. I got and it's funny because I got like 3 or 4 different angles of it.
Oh, yeah.
And my favorite angle is the sideline picture, seeing Coach Van with his hands on his knees watching, seeing everybody else just standing over there because they knew what was going to happen. So, I mean, that just set the tone for the whole game, and we blew their tails out. So, that was it for me, man.
Yeah, man, everybody remember that. It was crazy. See how high you got. All right, let's talk about these current dogs. What have you liked about this team? Obviously, last year was a totally different team, but this year's team still undefeated. But last 2 games, everybody's wondering what's up with the dogs. What have you thought about watching them from afar?
Man, the one thing I love about them is the defense feel. I feel like the defense is where they need to be early, right? Offense is always going to have some issues, but they'll work their stuff out. We got a veteran quarterback, some veteran players out there on offense. You know, they might have had a little hiccup or 2 here and there, but our defense, I feel like as long as the defense is good, you got a chance to win any game you up against.
I like it. True defensive guy knowing what it takes to win. Should have known you were going to take the defense side of it. All right, boss, everybody's giving a prediction today. What would you say the score prediction for today's game will be?
I'm predicting our offense to come out strong today to redeem themselves. So I'm saying 42-9.
42-9, Daddy. All right, last thing I'll tell you.
3 field goals.
3 field goals, he said. Tell everybody what you got going on now. I know you got kids playing, kids doing some great stuff, but what's going on in the Bailey life right now?
I got a son right now, freshman at Syracuse, Caden Bailey. He's getting on the field as a true freshman. Very proud of him. Got my other son playing at Jackson County. He's a junior cornerback. Made all-region last year. He's the only sophomore on the all-region team. And my daughter right now, she's a track star. She already broke the high school record as an 8th grader. So running those hurdles like a dad used to do. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's been exciting, man. That's the joy of my life right now, is going to these high school games and going to the track.
Man, I don't know what else we expected from a Bailey having talent. That's unbelievable. I can't believe we thought you didn't have some talent. Boss, we appreciate you, man. Always a damn good dog. Appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you, Shock, man. Love catching up with you today, baby.
All right, Hondo, back to you, brother.
All right, thanks, Shock. Thanks to Boss Bailey. He was talking about the block against Tech, but my favorite was the block against Tennessee. That's the one that I have the picture where we have a picture. My family's up here with me right now. We have a picture of Boss just skying against Tennessee and that huge block that he had. Just fantastic. All right, we'll come back. Georgia and Auburn, 127th time. More from Athens in 2 minutes. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldog Sports Network. Very good. All right, we'll come back right after this. Bulldog Sports Network.
Deserves a great smile, so Smile Doctors Orthodontics is here to help you, dogs fans. Smile Doctors accepts most insurance, and whether it's braces or Invisalign aligners, anyone can get the smile they've always wanted with our affordable payment options. With some of the country's leading orthodontists and 50 clinics all over Bulldog Nation, we love to see dogs fans smile with confidence. So get that amazing smile you deserve. Visit SmileDoctors.com today and book your free consult. That's SmileDoctors.com for Smile Doctors Orthodontics. And go dogs!
A fire breaks out in the office kitchen, setting off the sprinkler system and flooding the entire floor. A water pipe inside the wall of a manufacturing plant bursts, ruining machinery and bringing the entire assembly line to a screeching halt. No matter what happens in your business, the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro will be with you every step of the way until you're back up and running. So when fire or water damage strikes, call on ServPro at 1-800-ServPro. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Are you ready for the big party, game day, or any day of the week? American Deli has just the thing for everybody in the family. They've got Phillies, wings, burgers, fish and fried rice that will absolutely blow your mind. You can mix and match flavors that'll make your mouth water, made fresh to order each and every time. Order right now at AmericanDeli.com. American Deli. Deliciousness delivered.
Now more than ever, it's important to support our local businesses, whether it's your favorite pizza place or your neighborhood barber. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for more than 85 years. Whether they are saving you money on a checking account or credit card, or supporting the people, places, and teams that we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. To learn more, visit their website at georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
It's time to unleash the dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got to sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over on downs.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
The crowd roars at us. 3 wideouts. Man, we've had some shots, haven't we? Snap to David Green. There he goes in the corner again, and we jump up. Touchdown! Oh, God, a touchdown! In the corner! With 85 seconds, somebody went up high. Was it Watson or Gibson? Michael Johnson up high. We're trying to put glasses on it. And they staggered down into the screen and the fence in the corner. Michael Johnson turned around and got up in the air. We caught the ball. It's 23-21 with 85 seconds.
That pass, that miracle victory at Auburn in 2002 not only blew the lid off of the Georgia program under Coach Mark Richt, but also set off a string of Bulldogs domination over the Tigers. Since that unforgettable Green to Johnson TD pass, the Dogs have owned Auburn to the tune of 16 victories in our last 21 meetings. That includes 10 of the last 12 and 5 in a row. And if you love this stuff, try this statistic on for size. In our last 12 meetings, Auburn has scored more than 10 points on the Dogs only 4 times in 12 meetings. Oh, yeah, loving that, right? No doubt about it. All right, to rub it in further, Georgia has held the Tigers to 7 points or less in 6 of the last 12. Georgia's 5-0 start marks the 5th time under Coach Kirby Smart that the Bulldogs have started with a 5-0 record. The other 4 times, Dogs won the SEC East. The hope today is that 93,000 of our closest friends will make enough noise to impact Auburn quarterback Robbie Ashford. It's his first ever road start, and we hope to impact him from the start. And a lot of people headed in right now to help make that come true. The Dogs can hit that same nearless, seamless stride as what we also hope that we saw in Georgia's first 3 games this season. So that's going to do it for your Napa Tailgate Show. Thanks so much for tuning in. Coming up next, the 4 Drive to Kickoff with Scott Howard, Eric Zier, and DJ Shockley. Then those 3 will bring you the play-by-play and the analysis from the Classic City. Number 2, Georgia, versus our oldest rival, the always dangerous Auburn Tigers. Our engineer is Adam Gillespie. Our studio producer, Luke Nadkarni. Jay Black is engineering down here at the Napa Tailgate Show with us, along with Josh Connor. Thanks for coming today, guys, to the Bookstore Plaza. For Scott, Eric, DJ, and Lauren Smith, this is Neil Hondo Williamson. I'll be back at halftime. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm John Addison, a Georgia graduate, lifetime Bulldog fan, and chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica makes the maximum impact on the communities we serve through our concepts and products, and by giving back through the Primerica Foundation. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue our long-standing tradition of sponsoring Georgia athletics. Go Dogs!
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff, the attention to tradition, the preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff, because here, it just means more.
This is Georgia football. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. Bundle today at progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Bulldogs, tailgating at Sanford Stadium this weekend? Make sure your ride looks as clean as the Bulldogs helmets do with a car wash at Zips. Zips Car Wash has 17 locations across Georgia to get your car or truck looking clean, dry, and shiny. And if the Bulldogs win, you win with a car wash at Zips for just $5. Visit zipscarwash.com to grab your winning code and find the location near you. Zips Car Wash, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Let's get ready for game day, Dog Nation. Tee things up with a smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Whether you're tailgating at Sanford Stadium or hosting friends at home, keep that cooler filled with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. With a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is easy to drink and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted, Dog Nation.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Alcohol for 21 years and older. Please drink responsibly.
And now let's see if the Dogs have come up and are really ready to play.
Oh, my goodness, clobbered at the 30-yard line. Boom! Here comes pressure. We're going to get him. Nolan Smith, number 4, dragged him down. Bowers breaking away midfield. Bowers will take it to the house all the way. Intercepted. Keely Ringo at the 21. Off he goes. 40, 50, 45, 40, 10, 5. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Georgia, a national championship for a new generation of Bulldogs.
After a rough ride on the Missouri last week, second-ranked Georgia is back in calmer waters for the oldest rivalry in the Deep South. The Bulldogs host Auburn here on Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium, the 127th clash between the two iconic Southern programs. The Bulldogs have won the last 5 meetings to gain the edge in the overall series. Tigers come into this one with a record of 3-2, 1 up and 1 down to the SEC, while the Dogs are 5-0 and 2-0 in league play and with a number 2 national ranking. Georgia's offense has been rolling, 3rd in the league with 521 yards a game while averaging 39 points a game. Auburn has had a tough time on the scoreboard recently. The Tigers have lost 2 of their last 3 and haven't scored more than 17 points in any of those games. Georgia tries to go to 6-0 today while keeping Auburn in the doghouse. And our battle will begin right after the Ford drive to kickoff right here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, this is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. The Ford Drive to Kickoff is brought to you by Ford F-150, official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today. Our coverage will continue after these messages.
Yes, that's me, Kirby Smart, driving around town in a Ford F-150 pickup. Its comfortable, roomy interior and great tech are why it's my trusted daily driver. F-150 has the power to tackle the biggest jobs, but I depend on it to secure my most important cargo, my family. See your local Ford dealer and check out Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Go Dogs!
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
One of the toughest jobs in law enforcement is telling a family that a loved one has been killed by a drunk driver. That's why Georgia law enforcement works every day to keep drunk drivers off the road. Every DUI arrest could be one less family to lose someone to drunk driving. You can help. Hand the keys to a designated driver or call a ride service. It saves lives and prevents a costly DUI arrest. Drive sober or get pulled over. Brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
You expect excellence every time the dogs take the field. You can expect the same from Walton Gas. With exceptional customer service and great rates, Walton Gas has been a winning play for 20 years. Kind of like the hobnail boot. There are no gimmicky introductory rates and no hidden payment fees. Only Walton's best-in-class service and straightforward rate plans. So sack your current provider and switch to the team that puts you first. #1 in customer satisfaction, Walton Gas. Call or visit waltongas.com to learn more about Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. And as always, go Dogs!
Welcome back to the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
A glorious Saturday afternoon in Athens. Georgia and Auburn are coming up. This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Tackle hard work and make weekends more fun in a new Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. For great offers, see your local Ford dealer today. It has been loud in here for the last 2 hours. There was a sound war going on between the Auburn band, which was in here early, and the speaker system at Sanford Stadium. And every time Auburn would crank it up, the noise on the speaker and the sound system would get louder and louder and drown out the Auburn band. So it's a noise war in Sanford Stadium today, and we're still less than 30 minutes from kickoff. It's time for Z's keys to a Georgia victory today, and Eric Zier has those for us. Z.
Well, Scott, the pigskin has been slippery for us the past couple of weeks. 5 turnovers in the first half of the past 2 football games, and really what we've done with that is we've allowed lesser opponents to get to the football game. Of course, had a nail-biter last week against Missouri. We've got to fix that today for sure. Hold on to the football. Got to hold on to the football, not give this Auburn team a chance to believe, and they have to fix our red zone woes as well. We've been moving the football greater between the 20s, settling too often for field goals when we need to get touchdowns. That needs to get corrected today on the offensive side of the ball. Get vertical early. Missouri came out, a lot of man-to-man, a lot of zero coverage last week. They pressed us. We weren't able to stretch the field vertically. Today, that's got to stop. And then finally, we've got to tank the tank. Tank Bisbee, their best offensive player. We've got to shut him down, put the football in quarterback Robbie Ashford's hands. Let him be us what you can't do.
All right, Z, thank you very much. Let's go down to the field. Shock's got the coach as they head into the locker room. DJ.
All right, thanks, Scott. Coach, I always love to ask you the vibe, the juice that you're getting here already. What's it been like here in pregame warm-ups, being back at home for the first time here in the SEC playing the game?
Pretty intense. I thought the guys had great warm-ups, got the right mindset. It's going to be a physical-ass game. I know that. So we got to get ready to rock them, sock them.
Take me into the mindset of your defense playing against a guy you know that can move around and break the pocket. What's been the focus this week with that guy back there at the quarterback spot?
Well, you got to have some things you go after him and frustrate him and rally him. You got to have some things you try to put him in a trap. So we got to do a good job putting him in a trap.
All right, Coach, appreciate it. Go get a dub. Back up to Scott.
All right, Shock, Coach, thank you very much. The field has been cleared. Georgia into the west end zone locker room. Auburn filing into their locker room in the east end zone stands. The stadium is filling up. Beautiful sunny skies, great weather. We've got a perfect day for SEC college football in Athens. And we'll continue with the Ford Drive to Kickoff. We'll go across the SEC when we come back on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Sports is about overcoming obstacles. This is Ernie Johnson Jr., and those are the stories I love to tell in the broadcast booth. But the courage of college athletes is more than matched by another group of young men, the boys fighting Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's the most prolific genetic killer diagnosed in childhood, and there's no cure. But college football coaches are doing something about it, and you can help. It's called Coach to Cure MD. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online at coachtocuremd.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501 today. Help college football coaches cure MD. You'll be proud you did.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at piedmontbank.com. Georgia fans, college football is back, so grab your friends and a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Dos Equis is the one to score for your tailgate, at the bar, or even watching with your friend who went to that other school. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and go Dogs. Dos Equis, proud partner of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly.
Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Tackle hard work and make weekends more fun in a new Ford F-150, the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today. Folks are continuing to file into Sanford Stadium here, find their seats. The bright sunshine for the most part, and we are less than 25 minutes away from kick. It's time to go across the SEC, presented by T-Mobile, bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. We'll look at the individual stat leaders in the Southeastern Conference thus far. The rushing leader in the SEC is Arkansas's Raheem Rocket Sanders. He came into the day with 609 yards rushing. Georgia's leading rusher is Kendall Milton, 271 yards this season. He is 13th in the league. The leading passer in the conference is Will Rogers from a yardage standpoint of Mississippi State, 1,715 yards. Number 2 in the SEC is our own Stetson Bennett, 1,536 yards passing through 5 games. The top receiver in the Southeastern Conference, Dominic Lovett, Missouri. Last week against the Bulldogs, he had 6 catches for 84 yards. Comes into today's action with 27 catches for 460 yards. Georgia's Brock Bowers, 4th in the Southeastern Conference in receiving. 342 yards, leads the Georgia team. He has 20 catches. That's 2 behind Georgia's reception leader, Kenny McIntosh, with 22. The scoring leader in the SEC is Jack Podlesny, Georgia's place kicker. 12 of 13 field goal tries this season. He's got 58 points. The leading touchdown maker in the conference is Marshawn Lloyd, the running back from South Carolina. He's got 8 touchdowns coming into today's play. Georgia's touchdown leaders are Kendall Milton and Brock Bowers, each with 5 this season. A couple of defensive numbers. Anthony Orji, the linebacker from Vanderbilt, is the conference's leading tackler with 52. Georgia's top tackler is Jamon Dumas-Johnson with 24. Sack leader is Drew Sanders, the linebacker from Arkansas, the transfer from Alabama. He's got 7 sacks already this season for the Razorbacks. The sacks leader for Georgia, Dumas-Johnson, and Nolan Smith, each with 2. That's our look at the across the SEC, presented by T-Mobile. We'll continue with the Ford Drive to kickoff here from Athens, Georgia, Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium, when we come back on the Bulldog Sports Network.
They're not just the Bulldogs, they're your Bulldogs. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Bulldog pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/customize. Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Copyright 2022. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
This is Georgia Football, sponsored by Progressive. Progressive Insurance gives you protection on the phone, online, or on the app 24/7. Because things happen 24/7. Get a quote at progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In Georgia, college football is a way of life. And whether it's between the hedges in Athens or from the comfort of my bear cave, Scana Energy's part of it all as a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. So let's join them in cheering on the Dogs to glory this season. Sign up with Scana today and get up to $100. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/GoDogs for details. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply.
Every SEC team has great athletes, but the teams who have each other's back win the championships. This is Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613 in Atlanta. We're a group of over 5,000 electrical workers who have each other's back every day. We train together, work together, and look out for each other. If you're a construction worker, come work where people have your back. Visit IBEW613.org. Go Dogs!
This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Now back to Scott Howard and Eric Zier.
Yes, it is all afternoon long. Ford Drive to Kickoff. Tackle hard work and make weekends more fun in a new Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. And for great offers, just see your local Ford dealer and do it today. Let's take a look at the series and some of the numbers around this matchup, Georgia and Auburn. The Bulldogs, as we mentioned in the open, come in with a record of 5-0, 2-0 in the SEC, number 2 in the nation. 858 wins as a program. That's the 11th most by any FBS team. Kirby Smart in his 7th season as the Bulldogs head coach, a record of 71-15. That's a winning percentage of 82.5%. 41-13 in conference games, 76% there. Against the East, Georgia is 32-5 under Kirby Smart. Against the West, it's a little bit tighter, 12-8 against Western Division opponents. The Georgia-Auburn series has swung in favor of the Bulldogs over the last 5 years. The Dogs have won 5 straight. Kirby Smart 6-1 now in his time as a head coach against Auburn. And the series record is 62-56-8. As we said, Georgia's won 5 in a row, but an oddity in the series, Georgia just 15-17 against Auburn here in Sanford Stadium. The Dogs have won 20 straight regular season games coming into this afternoon's contest and 14 in a row at home. For Auburn, they come in at 3-2, 1-1 in league play. They were 6-7 last year, 3-5 in the SEC, and head coach Brian Harson's first season at Auburn. He is 9-9 in his 1+ year at the helm, a 4-6 record in SEC games. His 10th year as a head coach overall. Spent a lot of time at Boise State, 7 years there. That's his alma mater. He's also a head coach for a season at Arkansas State. He's won 72% of his games, a record of 85-33. Overall, he is 0-1 against Georgia. It's the Bulldogs and the Auburn Tigers, the oldest rivalry in the Deep South. And we've got a great day for it, and we'll continue with more on the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Countdown now less than 15 minutes here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
You can't be elite some of the time. It has to be all the time. That's why we work hard to be better and tougher than the game before. The same is true with the Ford F-150 truck. Decades of proven capability, innovation, and reliability. It's no wonder Ford F-150 is the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs and yours truly, Coach Kirby Smart. See your local Ford dealer today.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Go Dogs.
Now more than ever, it's important to support our local businesses, whether it's your favorite pizza place or your neighborhood barber. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for more than 85 years. Whether they are saving you money on a checking account or credit card, or supporting the people, places, and teams that we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. To learn more, visit their website at georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Dogs fans in Athens, we have two important rules. Support local business and cheer on the Georgia Bulldogs. This season, we would like to thank our official hometown team partners for their support of Georgia athletics. Georgia Cotton Farmers, Longhorn Steakhouse in Athens, CertaPro Painters of Athens, and Schumann Farms. Learn more about how you can support these great local partners by finding the Hometown Team Partners ad in the digital game program on GeorgiaDogs.com. Support our hometown team partners and you'll support the dogs.
365 days a year, just call us up, we'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed. At Shoemate, we take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When your family just can't wait, you can always count on Shoemate.
Back here on the Ford Drive to kick off our starting lineup presented by T-Mobile, bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC and proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Offensively, Georgia looks like this today. Broderick Jones and Warren McClendon are the tackles. Xavier Truss, Tate Ratledge the guard, Cedric Van Pran is the center. The tight ends are Brock Bowers and Darnell Washington. The receivers, Marcus Rosemy Jack Saint, Kieris Jackson, Ladd McConkey. The running backs, Kendall Milton, Kenny McIntosh. The quarterback is Stetson Bennett. And we'll get the defensive numbers to you here, or the defensive starters. I think we have time here for just a second. Nazir Stackhouse, Zion Logue, and Tramel Walthour. The linebackers, Nolan Smith, Dumas Johnson, Xavier Sori, and Robert Beal. We'll get the secondary after this break on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back.
The relief valve on the hot water heater fails, pouring gallons of water into your finished basement. The drainage hose on your dishwasher breaks, sending an endless stream of water onto your kitchen and living room hardwood floors. No matter what happens in your home, the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro will be with you every step of the way until you're back on your feet. So when fire or water damage strikes, call on ServPro at 1-800-ServPro. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the if in life.
Member FDIC.
When the leaves start rustling, the pumpkins start plumping, and the scarecrows start crowing, you heed the call of fall. Because you eat, sleep, and drink pumpkin at Dunkin'. So, take your pick of pumpkin with delicious muffins, munchkins, and donuts. And pair them with a classic pumpkin spice signature latte or the ultra-smooth pumpkin cream cold brew, topped with pumpkin cream cold foam. All so you can fall harder. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
This is Georgia football.
Man, is there going to be some property destroyed tonight?
Execute, do the things you got to do. Play to our standard and go play fast.
Dog jumped out.
The national championship for a new generation of Bulldogs.
Between the hedges and across the state, this is where the dogs play.
Bennett under center, handoff with the big fullback leading the way. Georgia drives in with Kendall Milton. Touchdown, snap it back, give it to Dejon. He drives straight ahead. No signal, yeah, touchdown, he got in there.
Today, the deep South's oldest rivalry continues.
62 seconds to go. Dogs break the huddle. 3rd and 2 from the Tigers' 28. Quick snap. End around on the jet sweep. They hand it off to Dejon. He's got the first down. They trip him up at the 22.
Georgia, Auburn. It just means more. On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, welcome to play-by-play coverage of Georgia football. Bulldogs football is brought to you by Zaxby's, Pruitt Health, Family Makes Us Stronger, Dos Equis, a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. And by Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs. Now to the Piedmont Healthcare broadcast booth. Alongside former All-American Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
We are less than 10 minutes from kick. Georgia and Auburn are coming up on this beautiful, bright, sunshiny day here in Athens, Georgia. SEC clash between East and West Georgia and Auburn. The 127th meeting is just moments away. Let's finish with our defensive starters or players that we expect to see in the lineup today. Kind of ran through the linebackers quickly, but Nolan Smith, Tresman Marshall, Jamon Dumas-Johnson, Xavier Sori, Robert Beal are probably the 5 to look for. Smile Munden is dealing with an injury, may or may not be ready to go today, as is Chaz Chambliss. In the secondary for the Dogs today, we expect to see Keely Ringo, the redshirt sophomore from Tacoma, Washington, as well as Kamari Lassiter, a sophomore from Savannah, Georgia. Tyke Smith may be the nickel today, junior from Philadelphia. Javon Bullard is back and available. We'll see how much he's able to play today. The safeties are Christopher Smith, the senior from Atlanta, and Malachi Starks, the freshman from Jefferson, Georgia. We'll step aside for just a moment and come back for the coin toss and the kickoff. It's Georgia and Auburn coming up from Athens here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia football, fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein to give your body what it needs when it needs it. Recover and build lean muscle with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia football.
The first time I ran onto the field as a freshman, Sanford Stadium was rocking. Thousands of Georgia fans were calling the Dogs. I was ready to run through a brick wall. Even today, I still get goosebumps. It fires us up. It's a tradition every Georgia fan loves.
This Bulldog tradition is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, where you'll find the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs, the Ford F-150 pickup. Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. Go Dogs.
When you get the delicious Zaxby's chicken finger plate, one sauce is just never enough. But don't worry, because we have 12 dippable flavor-packed sauces to go with every hand-breaded chicken finger we bite. Select one from our 12 sauce options. Endless sauce abilities, only at Zaxby's.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Yeah, the Dogs are getting ready to run out of the tunnel. The captains are on the field. We're ready for the coin toss here in just a couple of moments. Georgia will be in red today, silver breeches, red helmets. Auburn will be all in white jerseys and pants and helmets. A little bit of blue trim. Georgia's captains today are Jamon Dumas-Johnson, the linebacker, Kenny McIntosh, the running back, Nolan Smith, the linebacker, and Darnell Washington, the big tight end. Our referee is James Carter. And as soon as they turn them loose and the dogs run out of the tunnel, well, the officials are going to go ahead to the middle of the field. That's probably a good idea to get the captains already out there before Georgia exits the locker room and heads to the near sideline. But they're not calling them out there just yet. Our coin toss today is going to be brought to you by Georgia's own credit union, banking on purpose. The dogs are lined up behind the goalpost, ready to go, running through the red coat band and the giant G banner. There go the flags and the cheerleaders, and here come the dogs to the roar of the crowd. Now the captains already in the middle of the field on the logo. Our DJ Shockley is out there in the middle of the field as well, and we'll toss it down to Shock for the toss of the coin here. Georgia and Auburn getting ready to go. Shock.
Yeah, guys, I was talking a little junk to Ronnie Brown out here, making sure he's ready to go. The home team. You'll call the toss, Auburn, okay? SEC is heads. Conference logo on the back is tails. What's your call? Heads. Heads is the call. It is tails. You win the toss. Listen, we wanted the first and second half. All right, dogs, we'll be on defense first, deferring to the second half. Sky, see, let's get it, pop out.
All right, Shock, thanks very much. You stay out of the way down there now.
I'm ready to go.
Dogs win the toss, and as you heard Shock tell us, the dogs will defer to the second half, so Auburn will have the ball first, and the dogs will play defense, and we are ready to tee it up between the hedges. Our opening kickoff is powered by Georgia Power. Doesn't matter where in the Peach State you are cheering on the dogs, Georgia Power is energizing your community. Visit georgiapower.com/community to learn more. So the captains have departed. Auburn's huddling up in on one portion of their team anyway, huddling up in the west end zone across the way. Georgia doing the same. Guys getting their last thoughts together here, Z, before the, as Shock likes to say, the pads start popping. You know, what's going through your mind with these players right now a minute before you get to kick this one off?
Well, right now you're just completely locked in. You've got the emotion of the crowd that you obviously feel. This is a jam-packed Sanford Stadium right now. The bridge is full, so you've got your nerves. You're trying to get all of that out of your mind right now and just lock in on what my responsibilities are once this game kicks off.
And Georgia's first responsibility to start this game will be play some defense, because the dogs will be kicking away. Jack Podlesny, SEC co-offensive or co-special teams player of the week, along with Harrison Mevis at Missouri. Both of those guys had big games for their teams last week in that Georgia victory over the Tigers. A combined 9 for 9 field goal tries between the two kickers. Pod will be kicking it away from west to east here at Sanford Stadium, Dooley Field, left to right. From our vantage point here in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth in the Larry Munson broadcast suite, we want to remind you too, the Champions for Charity game is on every time the dogs win. Camp Twin Lakes, Salvation Army, and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta win, because Walton Gas will donate $1,000 to each of these local charities for every regular season win, and for every bowl game the dogs win, Walton Gas will donate $5,000. Everyone is a winner with Walton Gas. So Auburn with two men back deep on the 1 and the 5 yard line. And Pod's kick will be angling to the left. Keontae Scott moves over on the 3, calls for the fair catch, and makes the grab right there on the far corner. And Auburn will have the football first and 10 at their own 25-yard line, and that's how this one cranks up. Georgia and Auburn in meeting 127.
And Auburn's going to want to establish something on the ground, get Big Tank Bigsby going as much as they can. Robbie Ashford has looked good in a couple of starts that he's had, but not a polished passer yet. He got better from start 1 to start 2, but still a long way to go. And I doubt he's ever played in front of this kind of a crowd that he's seeing right now.
Ashford, the transfer from Oregon, more of a baseball player there than he was football, but Kirby Smart says he's a tremendous athlete. They empty the backfield. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Throw a screen to Bigsby on the near side. And the junior from Atlanta makes the catch behind the line of scrimmage. Georgia reads it well, defends it. It's a 2-yard gain to the 27 as the tackle is made by Kamari Lassiter. Let's jump down on the sidelines for a sideline report brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. Here's DJ Shock.
All right, fellas, quickly, the message coming out of the locker room was on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, and let's be good in the red zone on both sides of the ball.
I like that. Let's be good on play number 2. Auburn got 3 on that last one. It's 2nd down and 7. They're going to run it with Bigsby. He bounces off a blocker at left guard and into the arms of Zion Logue, the big defensive lineman from Lebanon, Tennessee, who came in for the tackle after a 1-yard gain to the 29. So Auburn, after 2 plays, facing 3rd down and 6 yards to go from their own 29-yard line.
Cover 2 look there from the Dogs, but we brought Christopher Smith from the safety deep half position down in the box quick on that handoff.
2 men out wide to the right for Auburn. One of them is the tight end Fromm. Bigsby in the backfield with Robbie Ashford, the redshirt freshman from Hoover, Alabama. Snap a little bit high, makes the grab, pulls it down, takes off running straight up the field, up the hash, and he's going to get to the 35-yard line and pick up the 1st down, I think, just barely. He got tripped up by Ryan Davis and Christopher Smith for the Georgia defense, but Ashford's scramble keeps the possession alive. 1st and 10 Auburn up to the 35. He got 6. Snap to Ashford, handoff Bigsby, tries to run to the near side and nothing doing there. Hit him behind the line. Jamon Dumas-Johnson with the first pop, and the linebacker Ryan Davis with the next hit to make sure he didn't get any further.
Well, 0 pressure there again from the Dogs, not bringing any type of blitz looks early in this football game, but Pop scraped tremendously well. Great open field tackle, great support there by Davis as well.
They lost a half yard. 2nd down. Our line shifts. Stackhouse in the middle for Georgia. Now whistles and flags and procedure. False start on Auburn.
False start. Offense, number 6, 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
That is the referee today, James Carter. 5-yard penalty on Auburn. Backs them out just inside their 30, between the 29 and 30. Javarius Johnson, the junior receiver, the guilty party.
And Scott, we've seen that quick shift of the defensive line from Georgia create numerous over the past couple of years. False start penalties on opposing offenses. Did it right there again at 3 down linemen. They shift late in the cadence, causing the Auburn offensive front to jump.
Well, they're down there in the noise end zone right in front of the student section. Snap back to Ashford. He wants to throw downfield. He airmails one. He threw that one 10 feet over everybody's head. Javarius Johnson was the closest target at the 45, but that ball sailed another 15 yards in the air. Malachi Starks was in coverage, and a long incomplete pass will bring up 3rd and long for the Tigers. 3rd down, 15 for Auburn from their own 29.5.
Just a deep end there from Auburn. Dogs went man free, so had a deep free safety. Malachi Starks in perfect coverage there. Ashford really nowhere to go with that football. Probably a good thing that he airmailed it.
Ashford with a couple of guys in the backfield now. Johnson and Bigsby are back there. Now they run Johnson out to a wideout spot on the left. Snap back in an empty set. Here comes pressure. Big Bear Alexander chases him out of the pocket. Ashford running for his life with Nolan Smith in pursuit. He's just going to throw it into the Auburn sideline, incomplete.
Boy, Dogs only rushed 4 there, but tremendous pressure. And Nolan Smith, but tremendous pressure by Bear Alexander. Then Nolan Smith finally able to go run him down. Dogs started off in cover 2, ended up playing a 2 invert as they took an inside linebacker. It was actually Malachi Starks, and dropped him all the way back into coverage in the deep part of the field.
Auburn to punt now on 4th down with Oscar Chapman. Ladd McConkey is the deep man back for Georgia. 9 men on the line. Chapman's punt is straight up, a high floater, not real deep, going to hang. McConkey, no fair catch, fields at the 29, makes 1 man miss, picks up about 3 yards on the return, maybe 4, and they tackle him on the near sideline up across the 35. A little bit better return than I thought. but at the 35-yard line, 41-yard punt and a 6-yard return by Ladd McConkey, and the Dogs will have their first touch at the 35. When we come back, a timeout with 12 minutes and 1 second remaining here in quarter number 1. Auburn fails to score. Georgia coming up. Our first half is presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck, there's only one call. That's all. 1-800-CALL-KEN. Back in a moment, Bulldog Sports Network.
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that make this state incredible. From farmers to creators, manufacturers to teachers, to the dedicated staff walking our hallways. It's why we're leading real change in healthcare, to empower you through tools that make it easy to book in minutes, check in before you walk in, and have your health information all in one place. Visit Piedmont.org. Piedmont, real change lives here.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The year was 1919. Barbasol shaving cream was invented by a dreamer named Frank Shields. The world's first modern shave cream, Barbasol changed the face of shaving forever. A few billion shaves later, Frank's dream lives on. Behind every face is a dream. Barbasol proudly salutes every fearless, self-assured, wide-eyed dreamer all across America. Celebrating 100 years. Barbasol.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at PiedmontBank.com.
First and 10, Georgia from the 35 after the punt by Auburn. Dogs will run it on the first play with Kenny McIntosh. Off right tackle, he dives ahead for almost 4 yards. Well, they'll bring it back and say 3 at the 38. Nehemiah Pritchett, the cornerback, and Derek Hall, the very talented edge rusher, made the tackle for Auburn after the 3-yard gain. We are back here inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Georgia with its first possession of the game. And the second play from scrimmage, they'll empty out the backfield. 4 receivers left, 1 to the right for Stetson Bennett back in the shotgun. Second down on our 38. Throw it to Brock Bowers. Pass a little bit high. Brock has it bounce off his hands and incomplete. He was trying to catch and run and look upfield all at the same time, and the ball came out of his hands over there. As we had Delp and Washington and Bowers all in the game. 3 tight ends to that side, but the pass is incomplete. It'll be third down.
That Kaufman from Auburn actually came up and bumped Brock. He was trying to catch it on a little slip screen and go right over the top of Darnell Washington. Kaufman came in, bumped Bowers, and that disrupted the play just enough to create the third down situation.
Third down and 7 for the Dogs. In the shotgun is Bennett. Pocket being squeezed, throws a crossing route to Ladd McConkey behind the sticks. Ladd makes the catch going from right to left at the 43-yard line, but he's tackled by Donovan Kaufman, the safety, short of the first down by a yard at the 44. They need to get to the 45, and after a little bit of decision, what's Georgia going to do? Here comes the punt unit.
Yeah, probably a smart decision here early in this football game. Play the field position game here, pin Auburn back. That first series has to give you some confidence that the Georgia defense is playing at a very, very high level. We know that Auburn struggled offensively, so play field position here.
Got 6 yards on it. It's 4th and a yard to go. We'll snap it back to Brett Thorson, the freshman punter from Melbourne, Australia. Deep kick. Fair catch by Keontae Scott, falling down for Auburn at their own 15-yard line. He made the catch falling down, surrounded by red shirts. 41-yard punt, no return, and another timeout with 10:29 to go. Our first half presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured, you know who to call. There's only one. One call, 1-800-CALL-KEN. We're scoreless first quarter, Georgia and Auburn on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
2022 is the year of the dog. This is Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 613. We're the finest electricians in the world, and we take special pride in the Dogs Championship because we build the things that make Georgia Bulldogs the greatest fan experience in sports. From lights in Sanford Stadium to the lights that illuminate that beautiful national championship trophy. Join us at IBEW613.org.
O'Reilly. When you shop O'Reilly Auto Parts, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. Order online at O'ReillyAuto.com and choose same-day curbside, same-day pickup, or same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Now available at participating stores near you. Trust the professional parts people to get you the parts you need today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you ready for the big party, game day, or any day of the week? American Deli has just the thing for everybody in the family. They've got Phillies, wings, burgers, fish and fried rice that will absolutely blow your mind. You can mix and match flavors that'll make your mouth water, made fresh to order each and every time. Order right now at AmericanDeli.com. American Deli. Deliciousness delivered.
Build it, weld it, fit it, wire it, cut it, bend it, strut it, bend it, paint it, lift it, glaze it, shift it, drive it, haul it, fix it, install it.
GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com offers 14 different construction trade careers. Everything from electrical to mechanical, plumbing, pipe fitting, welding, sheet metal, heavy equipment, and more. All with tuition-free apprenticeships to teach you the skills that pay the bills. Learn more at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. That's GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here at Sanford Stadium, along with Eric Zier. I'm Scott Howard. Georgia and Auburn scoreless here early in the first quarter. Auburn with a football for the second time on their own 15-yard line, moving to our left. Play fake, Ashford to Bigsby. He wants to roll out right and throw to the tight end, Schenker, but it's low and incomplete around the 22-yard line. Christopher Smith had good coverage on the tight end, and Robert Beal Jr. had pretty good pressure, got his arms up on the throw by the Auburn quarterback. Second down and 10 coming up for the Tigers.
Dogs again played cover two, just a fake dive and a half quarterback roll there by Auburn. Ashford initially had a flat to the boundary that he wanted to go to. That was covered up well by the Dogs. Ashford tried to then go to his third progression, but Dogs had that covered as well.
Yeah, not enough time for that. Here he pulls down the ball and runs out of the pocket kind of quickly, rolls to the near side and throws a wobbler over the Georgia bench, incomplete. Again, pressure by Georgia's linebackers, Ryan Davis and Robert Beal, in pursuit of Robbie Ashford, who again is a redshirt freshman, not a lot of experience, a quarterback at Oregon, played baseball mostly, and transferred here, or to Auburn rather. He's from Hoover, Alabama, but as Z pointed out earlier, even though they've played a few home games in Auburn, he hasn't been on a hostile road game yet until today.
Dogs right now spying on Ashford. Davis was the one with that responsibility in the last play, just sat in his linebacker position and immediately onto Ashford as he rolled.
On 3rd and 10, we've got flags down as the officials blow the play dead, and we may have a false start again.
Offense, number 71, 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
That's on Brandon Council, who provided some bulletin board material earlier this week. The senior from Tar Heel, North Carolina. Now, he's normally their starting left guard, but they're on their 3rd center. Their top 2 centers are out with injury, one out for the season, and they really had to reinvent their offensive line. And now it's 3rd down and 15. The ball back on the Auburn 10-yard line for the Tigers. Snap back to Ashford. He's dancing on the goal line, throws it off short to the tight end Schenker at the 12. Makes one man miss, but we're going to get him around the 19-yard line. And it'll be punt time for the Tigers. Xavier Sori and Christopher Smith make the stop on John Samuel Schenker, the senior tight end from Albany, Georgia. The ball's up to the 17-yard line. And the Tigers got 7 on that third down play. 4th and 8 coming up for Auburn as Ladd McConkey will once again drop back in to receive the punt for the Dogs. And this will be Oscar Chapman to kick it again. Takes the snap inside his 5, runs to the right and kicks it. It's got backspin on it, hanging high in the air. And McConkey fields it and then drops it again, turns around and falls on it, I think. I hope. There's a pile there at the 43 of Georgia. And I think Georgia got it back. Yikes, that was close.
Boy, that would have been just disastrous for the psyche of McConkey. He's had some struggles here over the past couple of games, and then putting that one on the ground right there. If that is turned over, you know that would be messing with him. You can almost see his confidence waning a little bit from some of the poor performances he's had over the past 2 weeks.
It's the Dogs' ball, though, on our 43. Timeout. Come back for more Bulldogs football after this. Bulldogs Sports Network.
When you get the delicious Zaxby's chicken finger plate, one sauce is just never enough. But don't worry, because we have 12 dippable flavor pack sauces to go with every hand-breaded chicken finger we bite. Select one from our 12 sauce options. Endless sauce abilities, only at Zaxby's.
This football season, the Bulldogs won't be the only ones scoring. Let First Franklin Financial help you score the cash you need with a loan up to $15,000. At First Franklin, we offer fast approvals, fixed rates, and payment plans to fit any budget. To find the Georgia branch near you, visit us at WeMakeLoans.com. All loan terms and APR depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria and may require collateral. First Franklin Financial Corporation, NMLS number 141654. Georgia residence licensing number 5656. Offer not available in North Carolina.
Listen up, dog fans. There's bad weather coming, and don't let it ruin your season. Get a strong, sturdy, dependable, beautiful metal roof from Georgia Metals in Danielsville, Moultrie, or Nahunta. Go to GeorgiaMetals.com. Go Dogs! Get a metal roof, roof, roof.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Who says cats and dogs don't get along? Bobcat of Atlanta is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. With a full lineup of Bobcat equipment, we're here to partner with you for all your compact equipment needs. This fall, we're expanding to better serve you with 2 new locations in Peachtree City and Carrollton. Visit our team today at one of our locations in Norcross, Marietta, Riverdale, Gainesville, Covington, or on the web at bobcatofatlanta.com. Go Dogs!
Sports are easy to disagree on. Let's see what happens when sports talk hosts talk about something they agree on.
No, hold on. I'm saying drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Well, I disagree. I think drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Come on, man. Wait, I think we're saying the same thing.
Oh, so what do we do now?
Everyone agrees that drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National average 12-month savings by new customers surveyed who saved with Progressive between June 2020 and May 2021. Potential savings will vary.
We're back in the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth. Georgia with its second touch of the game. 1st and 10 from our 43-yard line. Bennett back in the shotgun. Kendall Milton in the backfield now. Snap it back to Bennett. He hands it to Kendall. Milton running behind his right tackle. Up the field, across the 50 into Auburn territory to the 49. He got 8 yards. Papo and Riley, a couple of linebackers leading the way for the Auburn defense. Jones was leading the charge for the Georgia offense. Broderick Jones, the tackle, as he pulled and blocked ahead of Milton. As we check in with Shock on the sidelines, it's brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. DJ.
Fellas, one quick thing from that punt return from Ladd McConkey. As he was coming off, Kirby was telling him just let it go because of the spin of the football. It was going to bounce backwards, especially in that crowd. So look for next time if it's like that similar punt, Ladd to let it go.
Yeah, good point. It looked like a pooch. You're right. It had backspin on it. Here's Bennett in the pocket with time. We'll throw it out wide to the left to McConkey over on that far sideline. He makes the catch. DJ James is going to make the tackle on McConkey after a short gain, but a first down to the 45. He got 4, and that's a Scana Energy first down.
Great job of protection there by the Georgia front. Stetson had all day to throw. Actually got through to his 4th progression on that play, which was Ladd out in the flat. And Ladd, nice job of catching that on his outside shoulder and spinning to get upfield for the first down.
Actually call it a 5-yard gain. 1st and 10 at the Tiger 44. A high pass left. McIntosh in the air to make a one-handed grab, bringing it down. He looked like a basketball player there, bringing it down with one hand, and they'll tackle him right on the spot. We were trying to run a screen over there, and Jones and McIntosh ran into each other out on the left edge and kind of blew up the play. So Auburn able to recover. It's 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs, still on the Tiger 44-yard line here in a scoreless first quarter. 3 receivers to the right for Stetson Bennett. 1 receiver left, that's the tight end, and McIntosh will run out of the backfield to the near side, and Bennett will throw it to him. Got a block from Rosemy-Jack-Saint, but the defender, James, got just enough of the leg of McIntosh to trip him up. Marcus Rosemy-Jack-Saint was blocking him, pushing him to the ground, but James reached out an arm and tripped up McIntosh as he came by. And again, well, that one's going to be a lost yardage, a loss of 1 back to the 45, so 3rd down and 11 now for Georgia on the Auburn 45-yard line.
James initially in cover 2 there, saw the motion and sprinted up to get in on that play. Well scouted by the Tigers.
Dogs snap it quick. Bennett back to pass to Brock Bowers. Jumps off one leg high in the air, gets a hand on it. But Donovan Kaufman, the safety, will blow it up. He'll hit him at the 30, and the pass comes down on the turf, incomplete, and Georgia will have to punt it here on 4th and 11.
Deep out route there by Brock Bowers. Pretty well covered there by Auburn. Stetson had plenty of time. That ball just floated on him just a little bit outside the reach. Stetson had what he wanted.
Here's Thorson to kick it away. Back spin. Spinning back inside the 10, down to the 5. Keontae Scott, fair catch called for. And he'll make it at the 6. So Thorson, job well done as he's kicked Auburn into a hole. A 39-yard on the pooch. And the fair catch at the 6 for the Tigers. We're scoreless here in the first quarter. Georgia and Auburn with 6:55 to go. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification here on the Bulldogs Sports Network. Our first half today is presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Over $1.5 billion recovered now. There's a number. And remember, there's only one call, 1-800-CALL-KEN. Well, Z, the Dogs are winning the field position battle anyway here as we've punted it a couple of times now and back to Auburn up a little bit more towards their own goal line with each kick.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Dogs playing that field position game right now, still sputtering a little bit on offense. Stetson Bennett right now 4 out of 6, but only for 10 yards. Every time we've tried to go stretch the football downfield, we've been off target just a hair. Auburn defensively doing a really good job on some of the bubble screens and slip screens we're trying to run, and sniffing those out. We put a lot of those on tape through the first part of this season. Auburn well schooled right now, getting in and sending at least one defender in to blow those plays up. We haven't been able to adjust as of yet.
Media timeout for the guys on the field right now. That'll give us time to go down to the sidelines. Brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. One call, that's all. Here's DJ Shockley. Shock.
Fellas, one thing to think about in this early part of the ball game, and what we seen at least last week, was we were in a lot of 3rd and long situations. That last drive there, we were 3rd and 11. I know we lost a yard there on 2nd down. We have to be better on 1st and 2nd down, so we're not in these long 3rd down yardage situations where we got to force the ball down the field. So 1st and 2nd down has got to be better.
Yeah, both teams with just that one first down thus far as we sit at the 6:55 mark in the quarter. Georgia fans, StubHub's the easiest way to experience every Bulldogs game. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot. Get your tickets delivered instantly and use your phone to get into Sanford Stadium. StubHub's the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. StubHub, be there. Now, Georgia's defense wants some noise down on that right end of the field. And it's Zion Loeb, Nazir Stackhouse, and Tyron Ingram Dawkins, our interior lineman. Our linebacker Nolan Smith up on the right edge. Robbie Ashford, the quarterback, on the 1 in the shotgun. Going to hand it off to Bigsby, running straight ahead. Plows right up the hash mark, across the 10 to the 11.5, maybe the 12. Nolan Smith, the senior from Savannah, made the tackle for the Dogs defense, but Bigsby with a 6-yard run to the 11-yard line, or 5-yard run, excuse me. 2nd and 5. Ashford wants to throw. Fires to the tight end on the near side. Schenker makes a reaching catch going out of bounds at about the 13.5, maybe the 14. It's caught there. Malachi Starks gets him on the ground and out of bounds. Ball's up to the 13.5, a gain of 2. Quickly, it's 3rd down and 3 for Auburn.
Quick out there by Schenker. Had a corner route behind it, pretty well defended by the Dogs.
Ashford escapes the pocket to the right. He's got running room. 15, 20, 25. Dives on the ground purposefully before the Dogs can hit him in red, but there was a big gaping hole to the right, and Ashford saw it immediately, and that's the danger zone for Georgia's defense when he's able to do that up to the 29-yard line.
Dogs have thrown a couple of different defensive looks where they've actually spied on Ashford. Didn't do it there, just dropped back into zone. Ashford saw it immediately to take off.
Ashford wants to throw it. The ball is incomplete at the 37-yard line. Coy Moore, the sophomore wide receiver, hit by Christopher Smith. The ball came out incomplete. Smith with a good pop, and that'll reset Auburn back at their own 29. It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Tigers.
Yeah, Moore should have had that one. Auburn went empty. Just a slant route by Moore from his slot position to the field. Nice little window for Ashford to throw it in there. Hit him right between the numbers.
And they go empty again, and Ashford with a couple of receivers to the right side throws in that direction, and right in front of his bench he zips one through the hands of Johnson and Jackson, 2 receivers in the area, and neither able to catch it. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 10 now for Auburn. The ball is sitting on their own 29-yard line. We're scoreless here in the first quarter with 5:40 to go in the opening period. Auburn may have moved early. No flags, however. Ashford being chased out of the pocket, running right. Now a flag is down in the Auburn backfield, and Ashford just throws another one into the sideline, incomplete. Michael Williams had good pressure on Ashford, but he's very fast. And now we'll check the flag, dropped back at the Auburn 21-yard line.
Offense, number 65. That penalty is declined. 4th down.
Scott Dogs finally brought pressure there, just like a linebacker dog to bring 5 immediately in on Ashford. We get held, going to decline that penalty, obviously. But good job right now by the front 4 for Georgia's defense, just dominating up front.
Auburn can't move it much at all. 4th and 10, they will punt it, and they jumped again here as Georgia's special teams group was jumping around on the line of scrimmage, and Auburn moved. Cam Riley, the linebacker on special teams.
5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
He's called for the false start there. And Riley did not play last week in their loss to LSU. He was their leading tackler at the time, but sat out last week's game. Now here's Chapman to punt it away. Stands on the 10. They'll move to the right, kick it on the run. That side of the field, McConkey fields it at the 31. One man misses. Another man grabs him from behind around the waist at the 33-yard line. And McConkey will go down there. Ladd's trying to get one loose here. A 45-yard punt and a 2-yard return. Barton Lester, linebacker, makes the tackle on special teams for the Tigers. So the Dogs will get it back. We're still scoreless here in the first quarter. 5:23 to go in the opening period. Dogs have the ball at their own 33-yard line.
Wouldn't be surprised here to see the Dogs come out and really try to get something going on the ground. We haven't run the football a whole lot, 2 rushing attempts, but on the rushing attempts we've had, great push by this Georgia front.
Branson Johnson, the freshman from Mississippi, the running back, gets this first carry of the game, finds a hole left side across the 40, and tripped up at the 43-yard line. A 10-yard run, almost a full 10, about 9 3/4. Branson Robinson gets his first carry and almost got the first down on that first carry, tackled by Zion Puckett, the safety, and Jalen Simpson, the corner. But he got 9 3/4 of a yard. It's 2nd down and inches now for the Dogs, just inside their own 43.
Counter tray look there from the Dogs as Big Tate Ratledge pulled from his guard position over to the backside or to the weak side, opened up a nice hole.
Dejon Edwards in the backfield now. Edwards with his first carry. Big hole, 50, 40, runs over a man at the 39. Well, he's looking like Herschel and Bill Bates there. Now the crowd jumps on him. The pile moves from the 35 to the 30. Dejon Edwards has just jacked up this place with a Scana Energy first down. The first guy that hit him was Zion Puckett, and he felt the pain of Dejon Edwards.
And then Warren McClendon came in just to clean it up. In case Dejon Edwards didn't deliver enough damage, Warren got into the game as well and pushed the pile forward another 5 or 6 yards. The Georgia offensive line manhandling the Auburn defensive front.
Dejon could have given him a move, but instead he just ran straight through him for 27 yards and a first down to the Auburn 30. Edwards gets another carry, jab step inside, spins to the outside at the 29, 28, and down there, 2-yard pickup. The linebacker Owen Papo, a senior from Lawrenceville, Georgia, on the stop for Auburn's defense. But Dejon Edwards with that 27-yard electric run as he comes to the sideline gave this stadium a burst of energy as the Dogs drive towards the east end zone into the student section. Checking into the game now, running back is Kendall Milton once again. It'll be second down and about 7.5, 8 yards to go for the Dogs. We're on the Tiger 28-yard line. Play fake to the left of Milton. Bennett pulls it out, throws to the big tight end, the Big O. Makes the catch at the 23. They push him back to the 25. We'll see where they mark the forward progress. Donovan Kaufman, the safety. It looked like Washington wanted to hurdle him, but he didn't. He didn't that time. They spot him up to the 20-yard line. It'll be third and about a yard. Dogs going quickly. McConkey in motion to the left. Handed off to Milton. He gets the first down and drives for 4, 5, 6. Still driving. 6.5, 7, maybe 8 yards to about the 12-yard line. Wesley Steiner, the middle linebacker, the guy to hit him first, but check a flag on the play back at the 21-yard line.
That might be an illegal chop block on Darnell Washington. He came across from his tight end position, came across the formation and went really low on an Auburn defender.
Referee is James Carter. He's talking to the center judge before he makes the official call, as Milton had kept running almost by himself.
Foul, illegal block, low to waist, number 0 on the offense. 15-yard penalty, remains third down.
Good eye there, Z. That's what should have been called against Jalen Carter last week at Missouri, but was not. And here they get Darnell Washington for an illegal block. And that backs up Georgia to the 35-yard line, so that erases a nice gain in the red zone and puts us back on the other side of that. And third down and a long way to go.
Yeah, just like Shock mentioned, when you have to operate from behind the chains on third down, these conversions, mighty difficult. Dogs 0 for 2 in the game so far.
3rd and 15 for Georgia on the Auburn 35-yard line. They moved early. Free play for Bennett. He's going to throw a deep ball down the middle and overthrows the target, Kieris Jackson, running against double coverage in the end zone. And Bennett aired it out a little bit.
Outside, defense, number 29 in the neutral zone at the snap. 5-yard penalty. Repeat third down.
Derek Hall, the guilty party, normally does a very good job of watching him in Auburn's other games of timing that snap. He gets that snap count down, and unless the other team will mix it up, then he's going to be in your backfield before you know it. And that time he got caught in no man's land. And a 5-yard gain for Georgia on the penalty against Auburn. So the ball up on the 30. Now it's third down and 10 for the Dogs on the Tigers' 30-yard line. No score, 2:30 to go, first quarter. Dogs driving to the east, to our right as we view it. Empty set for Georgia. Bennett with time, moves to his right, avoids the rush, throws it, short hops his man, Kieris Jackson, falling on his chest back towards the line of scrimmage at the 13-yard line, and the ball skipped about the 15-yard line. Stetson didn't get much on that throw.
Zone blitz look there by Auburn as they brought a safety all the way down and blitzed the safety. He was able to knife through, forced Stetson to move out of the pocket there and had to shuffle around. He had his receiver downfield, but because he was moving, he had to slide to his right and slide back to his left and almost tried to throw it sidearm to his intended target.
We're going to try for 3 here, Z, from the 37. A 47-yard try by Jack Podlesny, and that one misses wide to the left. It looked like the snap was kind of up and on the shoulder of Stetson Bennett. He fielded it, got it on the turf as quickly as he could, but the field goal try is no good off to the left. Only the second miss this season by Jack Podlesny, that one from 47 yards, and we remain scoreless here in the first quarter with 2:18 to go. Our first quarter recap is presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, loans for land and farms. A lot of defense and a lot of punting here in the first half. 68 total yards of offense for Georgia, 40 for Auburn. On the ground, Georgia has 50 yards rushing, 27 for the Tigers. And both teams have punted it a bunch, and now Georgia has missed a field goal try with 2:18 to go. So the Tigers take over on their own 30-yard line. Ashford, the quarterback, takes the snap, now runs for his life. Smith is in pursuit. Ashford's going to get about 9 yards wide side of the field as he scampers into the boundary in front of the Auburn bench. Nolan Smith was chasing, never caught. But from the 30 to the 39 goes the Tigers quarterback, and it'll be 2nd down and 1.
Georgia up front on both sides of the ball right now, just dominating this football game. Down lineman for Georgia, just constant push into the offensive backfield for Auburn.
Got to keep that edge protected, though. They let Ashford leak out that time, the redshirt freshman quarterback. 2nd and a yard from the 39. High snap. Ashford pulls it down, gives it to Jaquez Hunter. And he'll run it off for a yard or so to the right and pick up the 1st down. Ryan Davis makes the tackle. Let's check a flag.
10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Got a hold on Alex Jackson. That's his 2nd penalty of the quarter, the senior guard from Montgomery, Alabama. And the holding will erase the 1st down for the Tigers. Ball back on the 29 now of Auburn with 1:38 to go in the quarter. The stadium is just waiting for something positive to happen for Georgia so it can erupt. Scoreboard says make some noise on 2nd down for the Dogs defense. Stackhouse and Brinson and Williams all shift on the defensive line. We bring 3 and we spy with a linebacker. Quarterback's going to keep it and run to the right, tries to get to the edge. Between the numbers and the hash, will bring down Ashford short of the 35 at the 34. Nolan Smith, another tackle, along with Warren Brinson, the junior lineman from Savannah, Georgia, to the 34. The gain was 5, I believe. And it'll be 3rd down and 6 now for the Tigers on their own 34. They got to get just across the 40 for a 1st down. They go with an empty set here.
Dogs actually had 3 spies on that last play on the Auburn quarterback, Ashford.
Now they shift a man into the backfield. That's Hunter for pass protection. Ashford will throw as he moves to his left a couple of steps. He targets the tight end, Tyler Fromm, the junior from Warner Robins, the brother of former Georgia quarterback Jake Fromm, but the pass is high off his hand into the Georgia sideline and incomplete. And Auburn will have to punt it away.
Little half roll there by Ashford. Fromm just a quick out, trying to get to the sticks. That football thrown high as Ashford never got his shoulders turned, and that ball sailed on him.
So we've seen this a few times here in the opening quarter. 29 seconds to go. Punt formation for Auburn. Oscar Chapman on for the duty, the junior. And Ladd McConkey is the deep receiver for the Dogs on the 29. Auburn's going to fake it. They snap it to one of the up men, and we stop it. We stop it at the 36-yard line. We read it. Ball went to Schenker, the tight end, but the Dogs sniffed it out and take over at the 36-yard line. Nolan Smith with the tackle. They snapped it to one of the guys in the punt shield, the tight end Schenker, and he had nowhere to go as he tried to angle it to his left and run it straight into the line of scrimmage, and there was Nolan Smith waiting to make the tackle.
Boy, Auburn thought that the Dogs were going to come after that one. We ended up going punt safe. We still had a defense or a punt return look that was overloaded to one side, so it was really just Nolan Smith and one other dog on that side able to make a great open field tackle, and now the Dogs in business.
So we've given up a fake punt twice this season, but not today. And Georgia takes over on the Auburn 36-yard line. Handoff to Kenny McIntosh, just plowing his way through white shirts, breaking tackle after tackle. He broke a tackle from Pritchett. Puckett finally got him down on the grass at the 30, make it the 27-yard line. A 9-yard run for Kenny McIntosh, and it's 2nd and a yard to go for the Dogs from the Auburn 26. And that's going to be the last play of the opening quarter, and a good one it was on that 9-yard run by McIntosh, just running through Auburn tacklers. Second quarter is coming up. Hopefully some points as well. We're scoreless after 15 minutes. Our first half is presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Over $1.5 billion recovered. Now Now there's a number, and remember, there's only one call, 1-800-CALL-KEN. Georgia nothing, Auburn nothing. Second quarter when we come back on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every $1 you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste. Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today. Go Dogs!
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here at Sanford Stadium, along with Eric Zier, Scott Howard, and DJ Shockley down on the sidelines for us. Georgia football is brought to you in part by your Atlanta area BMW centers, providing legendary performance, exceptional offers, and a premium ownership experience. At BMW, they only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine. Visit BMWATL.com today, proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Second quarter about to crank up. First 15 in the books, and we are scoreless. Auburn had 3 punts and a fake punt in the first quarter. They have yet to cross their own 40-yard line. Georgia with 2 punts and a missed field goal in the first quarter. And with an opportunity here as they start quarter number 2 on the Auburn 27-yard line, second down and a yard to go.
Stetson Bennett 5 out of 8, only 17 yards there in the first half, as we've not been able to push the football down the field vertically once again, where there's good news, dogs dominating up front.
Kendall Milton in the backfield, get the handoff, starts right, bounces left for a few yards inside the 25 and knocked down on his back by Cam Riley, the linebacker, at the 24, maybe the 23. Oh, they spotted all the way down to the 22. That was a generous spot by this officiating crew to the 22. And that's a Scana Energy first down and a 5-yard gain.
Another big push there by Xavier Truss and Broderick Jones.
Bennett under center this time with Dejon Edwards in the backfield. 3 tight ends tight on the right edge of the line of scrimmage. Bennett, quick snap, pulls up and throws quickly to the left wide receiver, Marcus Rosemy-Jackson. He jumps in the air to catch it at the 29. Colby Wooden tackles him at the 16-yard line, and it'll be a gain of 6 as the Dogs get into the Massey Ferguson red zone now for the first time in the game. Massey Ferguson experienced the compact utility tractors that will take you through the season strong.
That was a designed run coming out of the huddle. Rosemy-Jackson and Stetson Bennett just saw that and adjusted on the fly.
Here's a stretch handoff to Dejon Edwards. running and picking his holes wide to the right. He cuts it in. Now the pile gets behind him and drives him inside the 10 down to the 5-yard line. Boy, those linemen love that. When they pile up Edwards, he's still going. They can't get him on the turf. And then all the red shirts and the big beef just line in there behind him and move that pile down to the 6.
Boy, moved it 5 solid yards there. You had, 4 offensive linemen in on that. Van Pram was in there. Ratledge was in there. Broderick Jones. Mims was in there as well.
Everybody. And that's another Scana Energy first down. It's goal to go at the 6. 10-yard gain for Dejon Edwards and the offensive line. Edwards going to stay in there, shift from right to left behind Bennett. Give it to him again. Big hole, left tackle, down to the 1-yard line before they bring him down just shy of the goal line. It'll be 2nd and goal from the 1 on a 4-yard burst. Make it a 5-yard burst for Edwards. Ball's right on the hash mark on the 1-yard line. Dogs threatening here to break the scoreless tie in the second quarter. Hall saved the touchdown there for Auburn.
Auburn has no answer for this running game from Georgia right now in this football game. Just can't say enough what this offensive line is doing to the Auburn defensive front.
Dejon Edwards, leading rusher in the game thus far. 4 carries, 45 yards. Dogs break the huddle quickly. Edwards, the lone setback. Bennett under center, stretch it around, give it to Edwards. He darts to the right. This time they wrap him up out of his spin move. He tried to dart to the right and spin back into the line of scrimmage. And Auburn wrapped him up with the defensive end, Colby Wooden, the junior from Lawrenceville, Georgia. And he may have lost about a half a yard. Ball's between the 1 and the 2 now, so it'll be 3rd down and goal from there. And Edwards out, and we're going to sub in. Let's see who's coming into the ball game. McIntosh, Kenny McIntosh, the senior from Fort Lauderdale, will be in. McConkey checks into the game. Georgia with a long look back at the sideline. We may use a timeout here. Play clock's down to 8. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to call a time on 3rd and goal. So a timeout. Georgia with a prime scoring opportunity here. 3rd and goal from the 1.5. We're scoreless. Georgia and Auburn. Our first half is presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Over $1.5 billion recovered. Now there's a number. And remember, there's only one call, 1-800-CALL-KEN. Back for more right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that make this state incredible. From farmers to creators, manufacturers to teachers, to the dedicated staff walking our hallways. It's why we're leading real change in healthcare, to empower you through tools that make it easy to book in minutes, check in before you walk in, and have your health information all in one place. Visit Piedmont.org. Piedmont, real change lives here.
Let's get ready for game day, Dog Nation. Tee things up with a smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Whether you're tailgating at Sanford Stadium or hosting friends at home, keep that cooler filled with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. With a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is easy to drink and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted, Dog Nation.
Twisted Tea brewing company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Alcohol for 21 years and older. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Water is the lifeblood of our planet. But man, the destruction that standing water can do to your house. Neil Honda Williamson for Engineered Solutions of Georgia. ESOG provides interior basement waterproofing services, installing sump pumps, drains, and other basement waterproofing systems that'll get you all sealed up and end your wet basement problems. Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. ESOG now.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Georgia with a 3rd and goal from the 1.5. We break the huddle. Got a bit of a jumbo package in there to the left. McIntosh in the backfield. Toss it to Kenny Mack, sweep to the near side. Can he get to the corner? He can. He breaks the tackle at the 1 and got just inside the pylon, left edge of the end zone. Touchdown, Georgia. He gave a little bit of a stiff arm to Jalen Simpson. That's the guy he ran away from right on this near side. And the Dogs are on the board first here with 11:42 to go, second quarter.
Boy, nice block there as well by Brock Bowers in motion. Did do a wingback position for the Dogs in that formation. Able to get out on the edge. Get a block that allowed McIntosh to essentially walk untouched into the end zone.
And Kenny Mack's touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Here's Jack Podlesny for the point after try. And it is up and good right into the net in the west end zone. Georgia 7, Auburn nothing. 11:42 to go, second quarter. Our first half today presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck. There's only one call, that's all. 1-800-CALL-KEN. We're back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
What's up, Georgia? Georgia's coming up on a very important game day, the midterm elections. From the economy to healthcare, there's a lot at play. And there's only one candidate running for governor with the experience, the vision, and the willpower to tackle it all. Stacey Abrams. Early voting starts October 17th. Get out there and vote for the only candidate running for governor with real plans to create a stronger Georgia where everyone can thrive. Go out and vote the first week you can between October 17th and October 23rd. Paid for by Abrams for Governor.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Georgia Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Yes, that's me, Kirby Smart, driving around town in a Ford F-150 pickup. Its comfortable, roomy interior and great tech are why it's my trusted daily driver. F-150 has the power to tackle the biggest jobs, but I depend on it to secure my most important cargo, my family. See your local Ford dealer and check out Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Go Dogs!
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, Georgia with a 7-0 lead as the Dogs take advantage of the Auburn fake punt that failed. 7 plays, 36 yards, and a 1-yard touchdown run by Kenny McIntosh. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Here's Jack Podlesny's kickoff, a high end-over-end spinning ball that will be a fair catch inside the 5 at the 2.5 or 3 by Keontae Scott. That means a touchback for Auburn at 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. Let's go down to the sidelines now. Attorney Ken Nugent brings us this sideline report with DJ Shockley. Shock.
Fellas, we saw a bunch of our backs get some carries this last Cuba series, but we will be out one for the rest of the ball game. Kendall Milton is out of the ball game with a right groin injury.
All right, Shock, thanks very much. Yeah, we've seen all 4 of the frontline backs for Georgia thus far, but Milton out with that report from Shock. And a false start on Auburn as they run it straight ahead into the line of scrimmage, but a flag down at the
false
26.
Start. Offense, right tackle, 5-yard penalty, first down.
What is that, their 3rd false start of the half? That was the right tackle, Austin Troxell, that time.
And another one caused by the quick defensive front shift by the Dogs. You see it week after week, and you know opposing offenses see it as well and practice it. It's just hard to get ready for because of the quickness of that Georgia defensive front.
6th penalty on Auburn already. Tight formation from the 20 on 1st and 15. They toss it, try to run a sweep to the near side with Hunter. Jarquez Hunter, sophomore from Philadelphia, Mississippi, piled up at the 23-yard line. Zion Logue with the stop for Georgia's defense. The junior, 6'5", 295 from Lebanon, Tennessee, makes the stop between the 23 and the 24. 3.5-yard pickup for the Auburn runner. Makes it 2nd down and about 12 to go for the Tigers now.
Really nice job there by Robert Bill Jr. to scrape outside, keep contained, to force Auburn back into the teeth of the Georgia defense.
Ashford, the quarterback, in the shotgun, claps his hands, gets the snap, dumps it over the line of scrimmage for a straight-on screen. The ball's off the hands of Hunter to the turf. Dogs had a player go diving for it. Robert Beal Jr., he almost intercepted that screen pass, but it's an incompletion. Play looked a little bit sloppy by Auburn, and it'll be 3rd down and 12 now, back on their own 23.5.
Good recognition there by the Dogs. Saw the screen pass trying to develop. Beal once again right in the middle of that play, and it was Stackhouse diving after it that would have had a once-in-a-lifetime interception.
3 linebackers up on the line of scrimmage for the Dogs, Beal and Dumas Johnson and Sorey, and 2 linemen. They come after the quarterback. Ashford's going to jog to the right, just throw it into the Georgia bench, just shot-putted it right before he stepped out of bounds around the 19. Michael Williams and Jamon Dumas Johnson in pursuit of the Auburn quarterback. But again, nothing for him to see downfield, and they'll have to kick it away. He's thrown more balls into the sidelines than I think he's got completed passes.
Well, great pressure there by Dumas Johnson. Auburn got away with the hold. Doesn't hurt the Dogs one bit as Ashford gets forced out of the pocket to his right. He had 3 receivers all the way to his left. Nowhere to go with that one.
Chapman to punt it away. McConkey back deep, fields it on the 30. One man misses. 35-40 near sideline, cuts it to 45-50, 45-40, weaving and breaking tackles all the way down to the 31-yard line. Ladd McConkey finally broke one.
Boy, he's been itching to go get one. It's really, you go back to the Kent State game where he almost forced the issue trying to return one, and then he muffed it finally there, able to go break free and show off his shiftiness.
46-yard punt, but a 39-yard return. Best of the year for McConkey. Returns the ball to the Auburn 31-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Dogs, leading at 7-0 with 10:35 to go first half, and looking for more here in this opportunity.
See if the Dogs try to take the top off of this one quickly and go for the jugular after that big, long return.
Branson Robinson is in the ball game in the backfield, the freshman from Canton, Mississippi. Milton is out. Remember, on the report from Shock, he's out for now. Robinson, left edge, 30, 25, 20, with speed and size, down to the 5, maybe the 4. Had a collision at the 5. He lowered the pad and just bumped the Auburn guy right out of the way. But Branson Robinson, that was Puckett and Bridges trying to get the big guy down on the ground down there, but he runs it right into the Massey Ferguson red zone and down to the 8-yard line.
Boy, counter tray look there again from the Dogs, sealing off the edge for Robinson. And when he hit the hole, he was like shot out of a cannon.
23 yards for the freshman around the left edge. Going to be goal to go for the Dogs on the 8. Dogs with a 7-0 lead, looking for more here. McIntosh in the backfield. Kenny, little short toss left. Kenny with blocking to the 5, to the 4. Hit at the 3 and drives maybe to the 1. Caden Bridges, the safety, maybe getting more than he bargained for. Darnell Washington and Bowers with the blocks on the left side to clear the path for McIntosh as he picks up 7 down to the 1-yard line. 2nd and goal for the Dogs on the Tiger 1.
2 great blocks there by Darnell Washington. Had an initial block where he sealed, and then once McIntosh got around edge, Darnell Washington off of that one guy onto another Auburn defender.
Dogs churning up the running game, over 100 yards rushing here in the half, 110 so far. We go under center. McIntosh the lone setback, and now time is halted.
That the runner was short. Goal line. Play is under review.
What they may look for here, they're going to review the play. Did Kenny McIntosh knee touch the ground, or did he fall on top of the Auburn defender and then reach the ball over the goal line? I thought on initial look that he was down and that the call on the field was the right one.
And James Carter will, have you heard the announcement? We'll take a look at this. So the play is under review. Did Georgia get in the end zone for a touchdown, or as it has been called on the field, or down at the 1, which is where the ball is? The play is under review, and it's brought to you by Pruitt Health, where family makes us stronger, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah, we just took a look at it on replay. It does look like Kenny McIntosh's knee hit the ground before he was able to touch the pylon with the ball.
He was that Bridges that was on the bottom of that tackle
Confirmed.
attempt?
The runner was short of the line of the game. He's second down at that spot.
If there's a still shot of that, I don't think Caden Bridges will want to see that again. McIntosh just riding him on his back into the end zone, into the left corner, but they're down at the 1. They got the call correct. And it'll be 2nd and goal from that spot. Georgia will huddle 4 yards behind the line, do the quick break, and up to the line they will go. Auburn's defense trying to anticipate it. Everybody in tight for the Tigers. Play clock at 15. Georgia breaks the huddle quickly. Bennett under center. Dejon Edwards in the backfield. Bowers in motion right. Hand it to Dejon. Makes one man miss and gets into the end zone, standing up and dragging a man across the goal line. Dejon Edwards. Touchdown, Georgia.
Good initial move by Dejon. Good penetration there by Auburn, but Edwards' quickness able to hop to his right, get out of the way of the one oncoming defender. Then it was a waltz into the end zone.
Colby Wooden had gotten into the backfield, but Edwards made him miss badly and then dragged the man across who had Edwards' leg, and he dragged him in standing up for the score with 8:45 to go. Tate Ratledge and Darnell Washington blocking on that side of the line for Dejon, and Georgia's 2nd touchdown of the game, brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Point after try by Jack Podlesny is good, and Georgia leads it 14-0 now with 8:45 to play, 2nd quarter. Dogs leading Auburn here. Our first half today presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck, there's only one call, that's all. 1-800-CALL-KEN. Dogs by 2 touchdowns here in the first half on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Listen up, dog fans. There's bad weather coming, and don't let it ruin your season. Get a strong, sturdy, dependable, beautiful metal roof from Georgia Metals in Danielsville, Moultrie, or Nahunta. Go to georgiametals.com. Go Dogs! Get a metal roof, roof, roof.
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia football, fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein to give your body what it needs when it needs it. Recover and build lean muscle with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia football.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
How do I spell champions? D-A-W-G-S. How do I spell the best in pest management? B-R-E-D-A. Neil Hondo Williamson for my friends at Breda Pest Management. We've used Breda for our home for a decade now, and Breda is undefeated against bugs. The official pest control of UGA Athletics, Breda's job is to protect all UGA athletic facilities year-round. BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. Our Georgia Bulldogs have shown us what happens when a great team pulls together. At Pruitt Health, our team helps you recover from surgery or a major health event. Nurses, therapists, a whole team dedicated to giving people the personalized care they need. Come join the Pruitt Health team. Email hireme@pruitthealth.com. That's hireme@pruitthealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Dogs lead it 14-0 as Jack Podlesny will kick it right to left. High, spinning, hanging end over end kick to the 5. This time they'll run it. No fair catch. And running it is Keontae Scott straight ahead, lowers the shoulder pads and the helmet and drives to about the 23-yard line before he's stacked up there short of the 25. And the Dogs defense will play a little more. Jalen Walker, Jalen Walker. I've got a brain block with that one. Jalen Walker made the tackle, and we're glad he did at the 23. Back here inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, Georgia 14-0 leading Auburn. Tigers on their 23. They'll run it with Bigsby. He tries to run through Kamari Lassiter, but Lassiter hangs on and gets him down. They hit each other at the 23, and Bigsby driving ahead with a little bit of momentum falls forward to the 25. 2-yard gain. Tackle as we said, made by Kamari Lassiter.
Bigsby is a load to bring down at 6 foot, 213 pounds, runs hard. Nice job there just filling the gap by Kamari Lassiter.
This time Ashford wants to throw. Wow, fastball off the hands of one tight end, and did the other guy catch it? Yeah, he caught the tip, threw it right through the hands of Luke Deal, and about 7 yards downfield, Shanker was able to catch the tip for a completed pass up to the Auburn 38-yard line. What luck. Got 13 yards on that tip ball, deflected pass that went out of one Auburn receiver's hands and into another.
Yeah, Kamari Lassiter was actually in position on Shanker to make a play. As soon as that football was thrown, he came off of him, and ball just somehow ends up into the tight end's hands.
1st and 10 Tigers on their 38. Ashford, plenty of time, can't pull the trigger, now runs out of the left side of the pocket. There's a flag down back in the Auburn backfield, and Ashford's going to scamper out of bounds on the far side. Up at the 40, where did they mark him out? At the 44, holding. But it might be holding.
Offense.
Yep,
Number 77, 10-yard penalty. Remains first down.
That's on their left tackle, Killian Zierer, 6'7" senior from Munich, Germany. Got called for holding. That'll put Auburn back on their own 28-yard line. That last scoring drive by Georgia, Auburn's given the ball to the Dogs on a couple of short fields, one on a punt return. That last one was set up by a 38-yard Ladd McConkey punt return. They started at the 31, 3 plays, 31-yard drive, and a Dejon Edwards 1-yard dive. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Now it's first down for the Tigers. Ashford wants to throw it. Out pattern to the right. Xavion Capers, a junior receiver from Alpharetta, makes the catch in front of the Georgia bench and steps out of bounds at the Auburn 44-yard line.
Well, all day long right there for Ashford to throw. Auburn just ran a deep corner route against cover 2, and Ashford with all kinds of times to survey the field found Capers.
Second down and 4 for the Tigers after they pick up 16 yards on the pass play to their own 44. They're moving to our right, getting a little late in the half, trailing 14-0. Snap back to Ashford in the pocket. He bounces, throws to the tight end. Shanker makes the grab, crossing over the logo to the left side of the field at the Georgia 49. We wrap him up with Malachi Starks, who was chasing him down. But it's another first down for the Tigers as they cross midfield for the first time. Ball's on the Georgia 47-yard line, and that gain was 9 yards.
Good job there by the Auburn offensive line again, giving Ashford plenty of time to survey the field and get to his second read in that progression.
Pistol formation for the Tigers. One back in the backfield will get the handoff. That's Bigsby. Hole at the left side, but the Dogs defense closes it quickly. Stackhouse was out there. Starks was out there. Tremel Walthour. All of those guys out there to stop Bigsby after he angled to the left towards the Auburn sideline. From the 47 to the 43-yard line, he got 4. Second down and 6, Tigers. Georgia leads it 14-0. Throw a pass in the backfield to Hunter. A lateral pass towards the Georgia sideline, caught by Hunter, and he'll turn upfield and run into Javon Bullard. Pulls him down by the leg at the 41-yard line. He only got 2. So it's third down and some work to do for the Tigers. Third down and about 4. And the noise gets a little bit louder here on this end of the field with third down coming up for the Tigers.
Tigers 2 out of 7 on third down in this first half.
On the Georgia 41, third down and 4. 2 receivers to the left for Auburn, 2 to the right. Back out of the backfield is Hunter to the left. Pressure on Ashford. He escapes, but he dropped the ball. Georgia's got it.
Boy, Ashford had all kinds of running room as well. Was just holding that football like a loaf of bread, though, and it may have hit off of his thigh.
Boy, he had a lot of room to run, Z, but he ran through the hole. As you said, dropped the ball out of his one hand. Zion Logue recovers it for the Dogs. Auburn turns it over. They were -9 in turnovers coming into this game. They turn it over here after a pretty good-looking drive. Dogs ball at the 38. We've got a timeout with 4:42 to go. We'll come back after this. 14-0. Georgia leads Auburn on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you with Inflation Buster. That's more road trips, more front row seats. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you'll get exclusive savings when you refinance at that new lower rate. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Call 8337-ROCKET today or visit inflationbuster.com to start saving.
For fees covered, rate, like date requirements, and other terms and conditions, visit inflationbuster.com or call 1-8337-ROCKET. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
They're not just the Bulldogs, they're your Bulldogs. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Bulldog pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/customize. Wells Fargo is proud to be an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Copyright 2022. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive. You know me, I'm a huge football fan, but it can be stressful for us super fans. So Progressive is going to help take your mind off your team for a moment. Instead of thinking about how your team threw the wrong ball on the wrong net, just think about how Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare our direct rates with multiple companies. Well, hope this distraction about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer was helpful. It sure helped me from stressing about my team for a bit. Anyway, go sports!
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste. Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts! Zion Logue recovers the Ashford fumble at the Georgia 38. Now the Dogs 1st and 10 will run it with Kenny McIntosh. Not a lot of space as he tried to angle to the left into the shade and on the Georgia sideline. Auburn wraps him up after a 1-yard gain with Wesley Steiner, the middle linebacker. Ball just short of the 40. Our first half is brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. If you're injured, you know who to call. There's only one call, 1-800-CALL-KEN.
The Tigers have really struggled at this part of the game in their previous games this year, being outscored tremendously in the last 4 minutes of the first half and first 4 minutes coming out at halftime. About to be in that territory.
Handoff McIntosh. He zips into the middle of the line and moves ahead to the 45-yard line. Gain of 4 and a first down for the Dogs. Nope, third down, excuse me. It'll be third down and 3. Harris and Hall, a couple of defensive linemen on the stop for the Auburn defense. We shuffle guys in and out. If you were with us earlier, you heard DJ report from the sidelines that Kendall Milton was out of the ball game for now.
Just to express the struggles Auburn's had, it's been 42-7 in all of their games, 28-0 in the first 4 minutes, or last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 of the second half against Power 5 opponents.
Swing pass to McIntosh to the near side, and Auburn will wrap him up with a head tackle around the 46-yard line on this sideline. That was Derek Hall making the stop. And it's going to bring up 4th down, so the Dogs fail to convert. And 4th down with Brett Thorson coming in to kick it away. Auburn will back up deep. I think that's Keontae Scott. They have 2 punt returners, and they both wear number 6. Javarius Johnson and Keontae Scott. He's on the 7, and Thorson's ready to punt it. Snap is good. The kick is good. High wobbler going to come down on the 14-yard line. Fair catch by Auburn at the 14, maybe the 15, depending on where the officials saw it. They say 14. And the Tigers will have the ball right there with 2:34 to go. Georgia 14-0 lead. That was a 40-yard punt by the Bulldog freshman. Barbasol shaving cream. Make sure you choose Barbasol for a thick, lather, and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol. And we're 2 minutes and 34 seconds away from the Breda Pest Management halftime report with Neil Hondo Williamson. The halftime report protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. We'll analyze the first half and update you on the day's events in college football and more coming up in just a few moments. 14-0, Georgia leads. Auburn 1st and 10 on their own 14-yard line. Hunter going to bounce out to the left, dip his shoulder and drive under a tackler across the 15 up to the 20-yard line, finally down to the 23. Christopher Smith, the safety, with the stop in the Georgia secondary, as Hunter got 9 yards on that run for Auburn. Clock moving, 2:14, 2:13.
Auburn with 3 timeouts left. Don't seem to be in any kind of hurry here as the clock is down to 2:06, 2:05.
On the 23 now, on their own 23. They've only crossed midfield 1 time today. Dogs defense is kind of jammed up, confused. Auburn takes off running. We take off running the other way. Flags fly all over the place. We had a couple of guys, I think, that shifted into each other, see?
Offense number 55, 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
But because Auburn took off, all of our activity was going on our side of the line of scrimmage, and then Auburn just took off running, and that's another false start for the Tigers.
Boy, that's now 8 penalties for the Tigers in this first half for 50 yards.
Our shifter on the left end, one guy went left and one guy went right, and they got bunched up running into each other. Ashford in trouble, runs out of the pocket to the near side, will throw on the run. A dart to this near sideline and incomplete. Georgia's folks have one of those banners up, about a 5-yard long banner, and that's where the ball ended. I couldn't see whether it was caught or hit the ground, but it is incomplete at the 25. Javarius Johnson was the guy in the neighborhood there, but an incomplete pass will stop the clock with 1:36 to go. Dogs get a stop here. They'll get the ball back with time on the clock and a chance to do more damage. Third down and about 6 to go. Ball is loose on the turf, gets out of the hands of Ashford. They go scrambling for it. A lineman recovered it back on the 5. That was the left tackle's error. It fell on the ball. Georgia thought they should have had it. Nolan Smith pounding the turf back there. Boy, that would have been a backbreaker for the Tigers. Boy. As it is, Auburn's got the ball on the 6, and they'll have to punt it out of there.
Yeah, Kirby Smart sprinting down the sideline to call timeout as soon as that ball was recovered. And you're right, Nolan Smith just saw that botched exchange a little bit too late as he was going after Ashford, saw the ball, tried to get there a little bit too late, then it bounced away. The big left tackle for Auburn able to fall on it.
So, Tigers, did they call a timeout?
We did.
We called the time, okay, to save a little bit of time on the clock. There's 1:31 to go, and Georgia is up 14-0. It's time to spotlight the first half's best in-game stats, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. A couple of things jump out to me, Z, here in the first half. Statistically, Georgia's running game rushed for 118 yards so far, and Auburn's only 53, and that coincides with the other thing, just the way our defense has controlled Auburn's offense. They've only crossed midfield 1 time.
Yeah, the offensive or the line of scrimmage is being dominated by the Dogs, both on the offensive side and the defensive side. You can kind of see it early on in this football game. Auburn very intent to take away the quick passing game on the outside of the Dogs, leaving some interior vacated and the play of both lines of scrimmage for the Dogs outstanding today.
Oscar Chapman about 1.5 yards short of the back line of the end zone to kick it out of the end zone for Auburn. McConkey is the deep receiver. He runs 2 steps right and nails it. Long punt. McConkey back on the 36 to field it. Middle of the field. He's shucking and jiving. Runs to the right side looking for blockers. Anywhere to go. He's running laterally across the 45. Finally dives over there, and they'll get him down about the 46-yard line. He was moving left and moving right and making guys in white shirts miss him all over the field, but after it all said and done, a 58-yard punt by Chapman when they needed that, 10-yard return by Ladd McConkey. But the Dogs are in business with 1:17 to go, and we'll start from our own 46 as we pause for station identification. Bulldog Sports Network. Dogs 14-0, looking for more. Don't forget, we get the ball coming out to start the second half as well. We run Edwards out of the backfield to go empty set. Bennett going for a deep ball. He's got Bowers, but he overthrew him at the 20-yard line, maybe the 18. Ball lands about 2 yards out of his reach. Brock had destroyed his defensive man over on that side of the field, Z, but Bennett just had too much on the throw.
Boy, we had a hitch on the outside, just pumped the hitch, and then had Brock just run a fade from an inside slot position. He had beaten his man by like 4 steps. Stetson, if he gets any kind of air under that, that's 6 points.
Oh, we missed one there. Let's try again. 2nd down and 10 from our 46. 2 receivers to the left, make it 3 receivers, and 2 to the right. Another empty set for Stetson Bennett. Backs up in the pocket, throws a deep ball down the middle to Bowers. Ball tipped once, twice, and 3 times and incomplete. Once by our guy, 3 times maybe, at least twice by Auburn. As he tried to hit Bowers between the hash marks around the 25, another incomplete pass.
Auburn showed blitz there, ended up dropping into a 2 deep look. We tried to hit Brock on an inside seam, going in between the 2 deep safeties. They converged all over Brock. That's a little bit of a force there by Stetson, throwing it into 3 guys.
Clock stopped, 1:04 to go, second quarter. 3rd down and 10 from the 46 of Georgia. Dogs with the ball and leading at 14-0. Auburn with 5 guys up on the line of scrimmage right now. 3 with their hand on the ground. They bring 4. Bennett to throw. Long pass to the near sideline. Twisting, adjusting, making the catch. No, incomplete, out of bounds. May have dropped it on the roll to the turf. Dominic Blaylock, I think. Yeah, that was Blaylock on the near sideline. Nice effort. Keontae Scott in coverage. Looked like he had it for a moment, but when he spun to the turf and hit the ground, it became incomplete, and Georgia will have to kick it away with 58 seconds left.
With 3 aggressive play calls there, we had 1 really good shot on that 1st down play. Potentially getting a touchdown out of the deep ball to Brock Bowers. That one overthrown, and then 1 force there on 2nd down, and the 3rd one, pretty good coverage there by Auburn.
Punt by Thorson, a high hanging punt. Wow, that took days to come down, and Keontae Scott calls for a fair catch at the 9.5, 45-yard punt with a lot of hang time on that one. And Auburn with a ball with 50 seconds to go in the quarter on their own 9-yard line. Our second quarter recap is presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit. Loans for land and farms. And all of the points so far belong to Georgia, and all of them came here in the second quarter. A 1-yard rush by Kenny McIntosh for a touchdown, and then a 1-yard run by Dejon Edwards for a touchdown. Both short drives. One set up after an Auburn fumble, a 36-yard drive, and then another set up by a 38-yard punt return by Ladd McConkey. And Georgia started that possession at the Auburn 31, so they worked on a short field here in the first half, and the result is a couple of touchdowns and a 14-0 lead. Auburn on its 9. Ashford wants to run as he steps up in the pocket and takes off. Still faking like he wanted to throw. We finally trip him up around the 14 or 15-yard line. They spotted even more generously at the 16.5. He got 8. Alexander and Brinson tripped up the Auburn quarterback. They go quickly with 29 seconds to play in the half. Looked like a reluctant throw by Robbie Ashford to his target at the 25. Shedrick Jackson, the pass is incomplete as Jackson tried to go to the turf and scoop it up. unable to do so. 3rd down and 2 coming up for Auburn. Clock stopped at 25 seconds with the incomplete pass.
Yeah, looked reluctant because Ashford had 2 dogs bearing down in on him, about to deliver a blow. He got a short arm that one to get it out.
25 seconds to go in the quarter. Auburn, no points yet. They throw it out in the right flat to Tank Bigsby, out of the backfield, and he's wrapped up at the 22 and dragged out of bounds by Ryan Davis, the linebacker. Spotted at the 23. That'll be a first down for the Tigers. 20 seconds remaining in the quarter.
Quick little swing pass out of Tank Bigsby to get outside and contain. Well-designed play. Nice catch by Tank as well.
Ashford now 8 of 20 for 60 yards passing for Auburn. In the shotgun, they snap it back. He bounces on the 15. Deep ball, far sideline into heavy Georgia coverage. 2 Auburn receivers there. They overthrow both of them, and it's incomplete. Javarius Johnson, Shedrick Jackson were over there. The Dogs had Keely Ringo, Javon Bullard, and Christopher Smith in coverage. And the pass landed between all of them, hit the turf incomplete. 14 seconds remain in the quarter. 2nd down and 10 for Auburn at their own 23.
Dogs in man free there. Good job by Christopher Smith reading the eyes of Ashford, able to get over into that play. But cornerback and the nickelback for Georgia there, step for step with Auburn receivers.
2nd 10 from the 23 for the Tigers. Ashford's going to throw it, zips it by his receiver over his head, Jay Fair, and into the Georgia bench area, incomplete. Again, the clock stops with 10 seconds. It'll be 4th down for the Tigers. I believe it would be 3rd down, excuse me. 3rd down and 10 for the Tigers on their 23. As we take a look at the Meriwether and Tharp scoreboard, Meriwether and Tharp, the Atlanta Divorce team. Vanderbilt leading Ole Miss 13-10 in the second. UCLA 14, Utah 10. They are in the second. Ohio State 14-7 on Michigan State in the first. 3rd down and 10, and Ashford wants to call a time with 10 seconds remaining in the half. The clock was stopped after the incomplete pass, but Auburn will use the timeout right here. And we will take that opportunity to tell you that Georgia football is brought to you in part by Dos Equis, a proud partner of Georgia athletics. Get a dose and enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Dogs with 143 total yards, Auburn with 120, but most of Georgia's damage has been done on the ground, which was the plan coming in, as the head coach told us. 118 yards rushing for Georgia, only 60 on the ground for Auburn. Georgia's only thrown for 25. Z, what are your thoughts on our passing attack today? Bennett 7 of 13 for 25 yards.
Well, we haven't needed it just because we've been able to run the football so effectively, but Stetson a little bit off right now, not able to get into a rhythm. Has had a couple of balls where we had receivers open downfield that he's thrown high. Had the deep ball to Brock Bowers that surely would have been a touchdown had we completed it, that he overthrows by a good 4 or 5 steps. So we've got some things that are there in the passing game. Haven't needed to go to it or press that issue because we've been running the football so well. But it's going to be important coming out of halftime to see if we can get Stetson into some kind of a rhythm and stay balanced.
9 punts between the two teams in this first half. A missed field goal, a fumble by Auburn, a fake punt that was thwarted by Georgia, a couple of touchdowns for the Dogs. A nice mixture of everything. 10 seconds to go in the quarter. 3rd down and 10, Auburn on their own 23. They snap it back to Ashford. We've got 3 rushing and 1 kind of hovering. Now Ashford's going to take off 30, 35, 40, slides, feet first at the 45, and asks for a quick timeout. And he'll get it with 2 seconds remaining on the clock. And they'll spot the ball back a little bit as Ashford went into his slide where? Around the 40, they say, so they spot it right there. That was a 17-yard run by the Auburn quarterback. It's a first down for the Tigers. Last play of the quarter coming up with 2 seconds remaining. Piedmont Healthcare is the official healthcare provider of the Georgia Bulldogs and proud Georgia Bulldogs sponsor.
Auburn hasn't been able to do much on the offensive side of the ball. One thing that they have been able to do is let Robbie Ashford use his legs. 8 attempts on the afternoon, 50 yards.
Yes, he is definitely their leading rusher. In fact, he's rushed for more than the other 3 guys that have touched the football. Ashford, 8 attempts and averaging over 6 yards a carry so far. Hunter with only 2 carries for 13 yards, and one of your keys, Tank Bigsby, and he's 5 for 12 today. So the Dogs have done a good job of tanking him. And Ashford's rushing numbers include a 12-yard loss on a high snap and a sack and a fumble earlier in this half. So he's been a load to handle. Now Georgia will call a timeout as Auburn is up to the line, ready to snap the football. Georgia will ask for time and get it, and we'll eventually get these 2 seconds off the clock and get into halftime, but Georgia's up 14-0. Dogs at home next week as well. Homecoming with Vanderbilt coming to town, and on the Merriweather and Tharp scoreboard, we saw Vanderbilt was leading number 9 Ole Miss in the first half, 13-10. Another conference game next week, then an off week for the Dogs prior to the annual migration to Jacksonville for the Florida game. All right, both teams back out there. Kirby Smart's out there in the middle of the defense with some last-second instructions. We're going to drop 2 guys way back deep. Starks and Darnell Washington gets to play a little defense here. Auburn throws a Hail Mary into the end zone. Washington and Starks are in the end zone to our right. Then a line of 4 defenders across our 30. And we've got 5 in the box defensively. Ashford. Quick throw. Batted at the line of scrimmage. Going to tumble incomplete. I think Bear got a piece of that one. Bear Alexander with the pass deflection to end the half. And the ball tumbles incomplete. And that's the first 30 minutes of play with Georgia heading into the locker room, leading it by a score of 14-0 over Auburn in the 127th version of the Deep South's oldest rivalry. Thoughts on that first half, Z?
Well, it wasn't overly explosive for the Dogs. Defensively, Auburn can really do nothing right now. Outside of Ashford, his ability to use his legs when he gets outside of the pocket, that's about all we have seen. Dogs out of sync throwing the football, not as explosive. But for me, what was just clearly evident is that the lines of scrimmage are being owned by the Dogs right now, which is, listen, we haven't been super explosive, haven't put up a ton of points yet, but dominating this football game because we're dominating the trenches.
14-0, 2 one-yard touchdown runs by Georgia, one by McIntosh, one by Edwards for the Bulldogs on short fields, albeit. But we'll take it, and the Dogs will get the ball to start the second half. Time for the Zaxby's halftime interview with Coach Kirby Smart. Let's go down to the field with DJ Shockley. Shock.
Coach, you've dominated the line of scrimmage at 118 yards rushing, but not good on the offensive side. What has happened? What's been good for you in the offensive game when you've been able to run the ball on first down?
Done a good job of some of the gap scheme stuff. We're getting some yards off of it. We've missed some shots. I mean, we've had wide open shots, and we've missed those. Got to execute a little better on third down.
1 for 6 on third down, exactly. But what about them? They're 4 of 11. What's been a success for you there?
Well, we're affecting the quarterback. Now, he's a hell of an athlete. We're having a hard time containing him. We got to do a better job of that.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Shock, thank you. Coach, thank you very much. Dogs 14, Auburn nothing. Halftime brought to you by Breda Pest Management with Neil Williamson standing by. And we'll send it to him right after this timeout on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia. A good tight end has great instinct for the game of football and great vision to seamlessly execute the chosen play. Much like Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services to make you financially fit for whatever you need to block or catch to achieve your goal. Basically, ACU is a complete game changer. To find out how you can score with ACU, go to acuonline.org/Brock. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
This is Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia. A good tight end has great instinct for the game of football and great vision to seamlessly execute the chosen play. Much like Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services to make you financially fit for whatever you need to block or catch to achieve your goal. Basically, ACU is a complete game changer. To To find out how you can score with ACU, go to acuonline.org/Brock. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In the SEC, tiny can be mighty. A single play can echo through the ages. The slimmest margin can lead to time off or the playoffs. One mission can provide a whole new perspective. One decision can send shockwaves across the country. An ounce of extra effort today can redefine tomorrow. Because here, it just means more.
This summer, the fabulous Mrs. Hondo spotted a hole in the side of her house up near the roof line. Better call Breda, she told me. Breda Pest Management came out to the house, made sure there were no critters and no critter waste in the attic, and then mended the hole as good as new. Protect your home from critters and the creepy crawlies with Breda Pest Management. Neil Hondo Williamson for Breda, the official pest control of UGA Athletics. BREDAPest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to the Halftime Report, protected by Breda Pest Management. Here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Well, after a scoreless first quarter, Georgia able to put 2 touchdowns on the board in the second quarter to stake the Dogs to a 14-0 halftime lead. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report. We have Eric Zier up here in the booth with me. Down below, it's DJ Shockley. And fellas, like to know what you think. So far, Eric, you were just talking about it. Georgia's been dominating the line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball. And it's good to see because we haven't quite seen this type of domination, I don't think, since our third game of the season.
I would agree with that. That's the story of the game right now is Georgia's dominance up front in the trenches on both sides of the football. Offensively, really not in sync right now. Stetson's struggling a little bit with his accuracy. We have had a couple of shots, as Coach mentioned, going into the locker room that we have missed. We've had some overthrown balls. We had the deep one to Brock Bowers that we did overthrow by about 4 or 5 steps. Haven't needed to do much of it because we're running the ball so effectively right now. But you want to be balanced, so you want to get Stetson into some kind of a rhythm here on the defensive side of the ball. It's just absolute domination outside of Robbie Ashford hurting us with his leg on some scrambles. We'll get that adjusted just through implementing some more spies and things of that nature to keep him contained and in the pocket. Auburn hasn't been able to do a thing.
Z, I second what you mentioned, especially about Stetson. I think about if you get into a ball game with a better offensive team, missing those kind of shots, missing those kind of plays, and not being efficient, like you mentioned, balance, being able to throw the football and run it, then it's going to come back to hurt you. So we got to find a way to get Stetson in a better rhythm. And defensively, you've done everything you wanted to. They're 4 of 11 on third down. You know, they're in third 9+ every single time. So you're doing a good job early on defense. You got to keep it going and sustain that.
All right, thank you, fellas. You go grab yourselves a Coca-Cola, and we'll come back with more of your halftime report from Breda Pest Management. We'll check statistics, scores from around the nation, and remind you that no one gets you closer to college football than SiriusXM. Download the SiriusXM app and take your Georgia Bulldogs with you all season long. Tune in to SEC Radio exclusively on SiriusXM for news, talk, analysis, and more. Straight from your phone, no car required. Here in the Classic City, second-ranked Georgia with a 14-0 lead on rival Auburn. This is the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
It was a beach house in Panama City 50 years ago that I had my first encounter with a big old southern roach. I swear that nasty bug was the size of an offensive lineman's thumb. Neil Hondo Williamson for Breda Pest Management. 5 decades later, there are no bug problems at our house because we use Breda. Breda, the official pest control of UGA Athletics. BREDAPest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction: a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
This is Georgia Football. Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
O'Reilly. It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You can't be elite some of the time. It has to be all the time. That's why we work hard to be better and tougher than the game before. The same is true with the Ford F-150 truck. Decades of proven capability, innovation, and reliability. It's no wonder Ford F-150 is the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs and yours truly, Coach Kirby Smart. See your local Ford dealer today.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Go Dogs.
Now, more of the halftime report, protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
14-zip Dogs on top of the Tigers in Athens. Man, if you're not in Georgia or northeast Georgia, it is spectacular, glorious, beautiful day. We have a high today of around 75 here in Athens, sunny. And, man, our fans came out. They came out and showed up loud early on. Just looking at one statistic in particular, Auburn with 8 penalties for 50 yards in the first half. At least 4 of those 8 have been illegal procedure. So jumping too early, Dogs doing that little shift thing with all of that noise where the defensive line shifts laterally. And 3 have been offensive holding calls. So Georgia's really been able to disrupt Auburn's offense. Why don't we take a look at some scores from out of town for you right now. Games in progress. The fourth quarter just underway. Georgia State leading Georgia Southern 41-30. 9:24 left in the fourth quarter. Number 24 Cincinnati is hanging on against South Florida. The Bearcats are up 27-24. Also in the second quarter now, late in the first half, it's Texas Tech leading 7th-ranked Oklahoma State 21-20. Red Raiders on top in that one. Just under 2 minutes to play in the first half. Out in Los Angeles, number 18 UCLA leads 11th-ranked Utah 14-10. They are at the break in that. Wisconsin leads Northwestern 28-0. They're also at halftime. Halftime in Pittsburgh, and Virginia Tech trying to do what Georgia Tech did to the Panthers, but Pittsburgh's hanging on right now. 17-16 lead over the Hokies. They are at halftime up at Pitt. Finals from earlier today. We see Michigan improves to 6-0 with a 31-10 win at Indiana. Meanwhile, 8th-ranked Tennessee went down to the Bayou and crushed the LSU Tigers 40-13. Tennessee now 5-0. Number 17, TCU improves to 5-0, handing 19th-ranked Kansas its first defeat of the season, 38-31. Horned Frogs win that one. Arkansas went it to Starkville, and Mississippi State hammered the Hogs. Mississippi State, number 23 in the nation, now 5-1 by virtue of a 40-17 win. Florida hung on at home to beat Missouri 24-17. Texas and Oklahoma in the Red River Shootout. Longhorns hooked the Sooners 49-zip. That is a final. All right, we'll come back, check some statistics from the first half for you in just a bit. Northside Hospital is guided by one clear direction. That's a mission to heal. With expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. More with your halftime report, protected by Breda Pest Management. The official pest control of the Georgia Bulldogs is coming up in just a couple of minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
One of the toughest jobs in law enforcement is telling a family that a loved one has been killed by a drunk driver. That's why Georgia law enforcement works every day to keep drunk drivers off the road. Every DUI arrest could be one less family to lose someone to drunk driving. You can help. Hand the keys to a designated driver or call a ride service. It saves lives and prevents a costly DUI arrest. Drive sober or get pulled over. Brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Let's get ready for game day, Dog Nation. Tee things up with a smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Whether you're tailgating at Sanford Stadium or hosting friends at home, keep that cooler filled with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. With a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is easy to drink and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted, Dog Nation.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Alcohol for 21 years and older. Please drink responsibly.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Why do coaches insist that plays be run over and over in practice? Because repetitions and study produce winners. Neil Honda Williamson for Meriwether and Tharp. Meriwether and Tharp has handled more than 10,000 divorce cases. They've taken the reps and are ready to help. Your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions. Meriwether and Tharp has answers, helping clients through difficult times. Meriwether and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, theatlantadivorceteam.com.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at PiedmontBank.com.
Halftime in the Classic City, Georgia leading Auburn 14-0. This is the Breda Pest Management halftime report. The official pest control of Georgia Athletics with Breda. You don't have to be afraid of bugs. Let's check some of those stats for you from the first half. They're very similar in many of the numbers. You wouldn't know how much Georgia and how well Georgia has dominated the line of scrimmage today without seeing the game if you just looked at the numbers. Total offense today, Auburn has 137 yards. The Dogs have 143. Dogs have outrushed Auburn 118-77. In fact, the only guy who's really been able to gain a whole lot of traction for Auburn on the ground is their quarterback, Robbie Ashford, out of scrambles. He's had 8 so far today for a net of 50 yards. That includes a -12 on a high snap fumble that he was able to recover deep in Auburn territory. Otherwise, he was 7 for 62 on those other scrambles. Certainly something Georgia will want to get its arms around in the second half. Leading rusher for Georgia, Dejon Edwards, has 6 carries for 46 yards. Branson Robinson, 2 for 32, including a beautiful 23-yard bruising run. Kenny McIntosh, 6 for 27. Stetson Bennett passing today, just 7 of 13 for 25 yards. Leading receiver for the Dogs is Ladd McConkey with 2 catches for 11 yards. Conk has also gotten it going again with the punt return game. He has 5 returns today on 5 Auburn punts for 53 yards, including a long of 38. On the other hand, something to keep an eye on is the fact that Brett Thorson, the freshman Australian punter for Georgia, has punted 4 times. Those 4 punts for 41-yard average. All of them have landed Auburn back inside their own 20. So great job of pinning by the Aussie. Georgia 1 of 6 on third down conversions. Auburn 4 of 11. Auburn has scored 1 second half score in regulation over the last 3 weeks. So let's see if we can keep that up with them here against our Dogs in the second half today. 14-0. We'll come back with Scott, Eric, Schock, and second half action after this. This has been the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956, Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
Some natural gas providers rely on a playbook full of trick plays, like introductory rates and hidden payment fees. Before you know it, you're paying more than you bargained for. You need a strong defense against these schemes and misdirections. After 20 years of providing natural gas to homes and businesses across Georgia, Walton Gas has a winning game plan that puts you first. It's about straightforward rate plans, ongoing value, and a customer experience that is sure to beat the competition. Call Walton Gas or visit waltongas.com to learn more about Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. And as always, go Dogs!
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every dollar you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield and JMI Sports under the broadcast rights granted by the University of Georgia. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Georgia, Learfield, and JMI Sports. Announcers are provided by Learfield and JMI Sports and approved by the University of Georgia.
Back here at Sanford Stadium, getting ready for the second half. Let's check a few scores quickly on the Meriwether and Tharp scoreboard. Ohio State 28-13 on Michigan State. 7 minutes left in the second. Vanderbilt leading Ole Miss still almost at the half, 20-17. Georgia Tech 10, Duke 3 at the half. North Carolina 21-7 on Miami in that ball game. Auburn will kick it away to start the second half. It'll land in the end zone. Georgia will walk away from it. Kearis Jackson, the deep man, will let it become a touchback. And the Dogs will have it first and 10 at the 25 as we rejoin you from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Munson Broadcast Suite at Sanford Stadium. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety says the penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over.
Well, see if Stetson Bennett can get on track here in this second half. We've been running the ball. We're not going to abandon the run by any stretch of the imagination, but Stetson 7 out of 13 for only 25 yards in that first half. Out of rhythm and out of sync. Need to get him going a little bit.
Man in motion to the far side. Ball's on the near hash for Georgia. Hand off to McIntosh, and there will be nothing there as he tried to angle at left tackle. And Auburn meets him at the line of scrimmage with the linebacker Owen Papo, senior from Lawrenceville, Georgia. No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 25 for the Bulldogs. Let's check in with Shock on the sidelines, brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. DJ.
Fellas, the message in the locker room at halftime was directly at the offense. I want to see you guys be efficient, hit our big plays, and execute more than anything. Happy with the other two phases, but offense must play better.
Here's Branson Robinson on the carry, the freshman. Between the tackles, runs upfield across the 25 to the 28, maybe the 9. Jason Jones, a sophomore nose tackle, made the tackle, and it was a 3-yard gain to the 28. 3rd and 7 for the Dogs.
And Shock, one of those areas we need to see the Dogs perform better is on 3rd down. 1 out of 6 on 3rd down conversions in the first half, and a 3rd medium here to start it coming out of the locker room.
3 guys to the right, 1 to the left for Bennett. He's looking right. Now rolls out of the pocket. He's getting drilled. Ball came out. Auburn's got it. Ball came out on the Bennett sack, and Auburn recovered it with Colby Wood. Auburn in business, recovering that fumble on the Georgia 19-yard line.
Yeah, Stetson had to spin out of pressure, turned his back to the line of scrimmage, spun out to his left, and I'm not sure who knocked it out of his hands, but he was carrying it right in front of him, and a big Auburn defender just swiped it right out of his hands. They fall on it. Now they're in business.
And they'll start this possession in the red zone at the Georgia 19-yard line. 14-0. And Georgia turns it over with 13:47 to go in the third quarter. And Auburn, this will be its deepest penetration of the game by far. Ashford in the pistol, turns around, hands it to Bigsby, and he'll run at left tackle for 5 to the 14-yard line. Javon Bullard and Ryan Davis make the tackle on the Auburn running back. 2nd and 5 Tigers, a quick 5 to the Georgia 14-yard line.
Yeah, pretty good push there by the Auburn offensive line that time. So roles kind of reversed here as we start this second half, where the Dogs had dominated up front. Auburn right now with the upper hand early in this second quarter.
Bigsby in the backfield for Auburn. They work out of the shotgun, snap back to Ashford. Bigsby this time caught by Zion Logue. Hit him in the backfield, but Bigsby's forward momentum got him up to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half-yard gain when the ball is set down on the turf. Yeah, it's between the 13 and the 14. He didn't get much, but he got inches of positive yards. Nice play by Logue to shoot the gap and get in there and make the stop.
Yeah, great swim move right at the line of scrimmage to get quick penetration into the backfield.
3rd down 5 for Auburn on the Georgia 13.5, courtesy of a turnover. Ashford in the shotgun, takes the snap, pressure up the middle by Jamon Dumas-Johnson. Ashford's running near sideline, curls around out of bounds at the 13, maybe right back to the line of scrimmage, or maybe a half-yard gain, as Ashford ended up running into Georgia's cheerleaders right in front of the hedges on this near side. But Georgia has stopped them on 3rd down. It's 4th down now, and about 3, maybe 4 to go, and they're going to bring on the field goal unit and try to get 3 on the board with Anders Carlson.
Great pursuit there by the Dogs after Ashford able to get outside, elude the pressure from Dumas-Johnson, but Nolan Smith in hot pursuit.
This will be a 29-yard try from the 19, near hash, kicking right. Snap is there, the kick is up, and the kick is good. Auburn on the board with its first points of the game. A 29-yard field goal by Anders Carlson. 11:51 to go in the third. That's kind of a moral victory for the Dogs defense when you give them the ball on the 19, and that's where they spot it to kick for a field goal. It's Georgia 14 and Auburn 3. Our second half today brought to you by First Franklin Financial. Visit oneffc.com to learn more. Now this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
All of us love the Georgia Bulldogs. Hey, they're our team. At First Franklin Financial, we want to be your home team when you need extra cash. With over 120 locations in Georgia, we're fast, friendly, and right around the corner. Loan approvals are done right at the branch, so you can get your money right away, sometimes in the same day. Visit WeMakeLoans.com to find the First Franklin branch near you. All loan terms and APR depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria and may require collateral. First Franklin Financial Corporation, NMLS number 141654. Georgia residence licensing number 5656. Offer not available in North Carolina.
The first time I ran onto the field as a freshman, Sanford Stadium was rocking. Thousands of Georgia fans were calling the Dogs. I was ready to run through a brick wall. Even today, I still get goosebumps. It fires us up. It's a tradition every Georgia fan loves.
This Bulldog tradition is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, where you'll find the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs, the Ford F-150 pickup. Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. Go Dogs.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
When this is a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water pouring through your living room ceiling because a pipe burst inside the wall, you need to call ServPro at 1-800-ServPro. Only the cleanup specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So call 1-800-SERVPRO when water threatens your home or business. SERVPRO, fire and water cleanup and restoration. Independently owned and operated.
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Tigers kick it away with Carlson. We're going to try to return it with Kearis Jackson, and he's up across the 15 to the 18-19 yard line where they pile him up there. As the Bulldogs will start first and 10, where will they finally spot it after they pile everyone at the 19 for Georgia. Auburn got on the board with a 29-yard Anders Carlson field goal, 4 plays and 7 yards on the possession after a Georgia fumble. Dogs defense forces Auburn to kick for 3. They get it. 14-3 is our score. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Stetson in the shotgun for the Dogs. Robinson's in the backfield. Play fake to the freshman. Roll to the right. Throw a short pass. Dump it up ahead to Washington, the big O. Darnell up the far sideline. Across the 30 and steps out of bounds. Where will they spot it? At the 35-yard line. He got 16 on that short.
They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Core Power is the official protein drink of Georgia football. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein to give your body what it needs when it needs it. Recover and build lean muscle with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia football.
Back in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, Dogs' last play went for 13 on the pass play to Kenny McIntosh, but a 15-yard penalty on Georgia's put us back on our 43, and it is first down and 13 from there. Ball's on the near hash. Georgia in red, moving left, leading at 14-3. Bennett in the shotgun, pitches it forward to McConkey with blocking, sweeping to the right side on the jet sweep. And McConkey to the 30 and tumble down at the 29. McIntosh and Washington leading the blocking on that far side. Kaufman makes the tackle for the Auburn defense. It's a Scana Energy first down and 14 yards on the pickup to the 29. Quickly we go. Play fake. Bennett all kinds of time. Throws it just out of the reach over the middle by a diving receiver, and that was Jackson Meeks, the sophomore from Phoenix City, Alabama, just out of his reach as he left the ground to try to bring it in with one hand down around the 10-yard line or so. Incomplete. We'll stop the clock at 8:48 in the third and send Georgia back to the 29-yard line, 2nd and 10 from there.
Pretty good coverage there by Auburn. Stetson Bennett had his guy, but extremely tight window to fit it into, just a little off the mark there.
On the far hash, moving left again, Georgia with McIntosh in the backfield. 2 receivers near, 2 to the far. Bennett pulls it down, runs it. Stetson, 25, weaving to the 20 and hits the turf on purpose right at the 20-yard line. Just a yard shy, or less than that, of getting the first down. It's going to be 3rd and very short right there. Dogs go quickly as we get in the Massey Ferguson red zone right on the 20-yard line. Quick snap, Bennett hands it off. McIntosh gets the first down, twists, pulls away from a leg tackle, drives to the 15. Now the pile is moving him down, still going down to the 10-yard line. No whistle yet.
Boy, great run right there early on by Kenny McIntosh, and then gets help from a couple of offensive linemen once again as they push him from behind.
I thought they had him at the 15. They pushed him 5 more yards down to the 10. Linemen need a rushing stat.
They absolutely do.
That's another Scana Energy first down.
Xavier Truss was one of the big guys helping that push. Tate Ratledge got in there initially as well.
Goal to go on the 10 for Georgia. 14-3 is the lead for the Dogs. We're going to give it to Dejan. Come to the near side. He got a block at the 8. Dejan 5, 3, 1. Collision out of bounds just before he got to the goal line and the pylon on the near side. Kieris Jack make the hit on Dejon Edwards, knocking him out of bounds on this near sideline. They spot it on the 2. Goal to go from there. 2nd and 2 for the Dogs on the Auburn 2.
Little jet sweep there from the Dogs as you bring Dejon in motion right in front of Stetson. Stetson hands it to him, and a great block on the outside by Rosemy Jackson.
8-yard gain up and down the field for Edwards. He's going to get to try to touchdown here. He jitterbugs into the end zone right behind the lineman. Touchdown!
Boy, huge push right there by Cedric Van Pran, Xavier Truss. Great job by those guys up front, and Dogs answer.
Dejon just ran right up their backside. They were blocking standing up a yard deep in the goal line. He put a hand on their back, and he was in the end zone, untouched, standing up. Straight ahead, and the Dogs have added it to the scoreboard. It's now 20-3. Another Edwards touchdown, his 2nd of the day. And it's brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Here's Pod for the point after try as the Dogs answer a field goal with a touchdown and an extra point. That's good. Dogs 21, Auburn 3. 3rd quarter, 7:07 to go. Timeout. Our second half brought to you by First Franklin Financial, serving our neighbors since 1941. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that make this state incredible. From farmers to creators, manufacturers to teachers, to the dedicated staff walking our hallways. It's why we're leading real change in healthcare, to empower you through tools that make it easy to book in minutes, check in before you walk in, and have your health information all in one place. Visit Piedmont.org. Piedmont, real change lives here.
In the SEC, one extra rep means one extra inch, one extra voice to one extra decibel, one extra lap to 1/100th of a second, one extra hour of research to a lifetime of impact. In a conference of difference makers, one extra makes all the difference.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Progressive's Home Court Explorer lets you easily compare our direct rates with multiple companies. Now that we've covered something you could do, it's time for sports stuff you definitely could not do.
If you were head coach, you would not have gone for it on 4th down. Your confidence in your play calling ability might be a little overblown, considering you're barely confident in which restaurant to order takeout from, let alone choosing a play in front of 70,000 screaming fans.
But you definitely can use Progressive's Home Court Explorer to easily compare rates. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today. Go Dogs!
Along with Eric Zier, Scott Howard with you here in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth at Sanford Stadium. Dogs with another touchdown. Jack Podlesny to kick it away. It's Damari Alston and Jarquez Hunter back deep. And Pod booms this one deep. Left corner of the end zone. It will land about 4 yards deep and roll over the back line for the touchback. Auburn will have it at the 25. 1st and 10, now trailing by 18 points. Georgia just went 81 yards in 11 plays in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Dejon Edwards from Norman Park, Georgia, Colquitt County, punches in his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon, a 2-yard run. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered.
Good to see Stetson Bennett get to a little bit more of a rhythm on that drive as well. He's been out of sync for much of this football game in the first half. There, looked like he settled in just a little bit.
Auburn will go under center for the first time in the half. And Alford will play fake and turn around and throw it to Hunter on the far side of the field. He'll try to tightrope it up the sideline for a little bit of positive yards, and he got 9, pushed out of bounds by the linebacker Dumas Johnson for Georgia, but a 9-yard gain on the throw to Hunter to the left side brings up 2nd and 1.
Little throwback screen pass there to Hunter as he peeled out of the backfield into the boundary.
Ashford now 9 for 24 today, throwing the football for only 69 yards. Second and a yard to go for Auburn on their own 34. They're in white, Georgia in red. Tigers moving to our right. Back into the pistol formation, handed off to Bigsby. He makes one man miss in the backfield, drives to the left towards that first down marker, gets the first down, plus a little bit more to the 38-yard line, bumped out and driven by Keely Ringo on the far side of the field. But the ball's marked down on the 38-yard line, give Bigsby 4 on that carry.
Dogs showing a cover 2 shell, but really they're cheating up with the strong safety Malachi Starks and walking him down into the box.
Handed off to Bigsby again, flag down, killed the play. Flag at the line of scrimmage.
Start. Offense, number 17, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Those are starting to build on the Auburn sideline. Camden Brown, a freshman receiver, with a false start that time, and that is 8th penalty on the Tigers.
That's number 9.
9, okay.
That's number 9, and 5 or 6 have been, probably 5 have been illegal procedure. False starts on the Auburn Tigers.
Ball's back on the Tiger 33 after the 5-yard penalty. First and 15 now Auburn. Man in motion near side. They toss it to Hunter in the backfield, trying to get behind his blockers, but the Dogs stack it up. We really stretched that all the way to the sideline. Ryan Davis playing well today. Junior linebacker from Apopka, Florida, in there to make the hit at the 35. They got 2 on that long, wide sweep to the near side, and it'll be second down for the Tigers, and still a long way to go. Second down at 13.
Boy, Ryan Davis is indeed playing one heck of a football game. Great job there, scraping, keeping levers, pursuing and pushing inside out, as Auburn had to go cut that up. The big 0 on defense was waiting for him.
No Smile Munden today. Haven't seen him. He's dressed today, but injury last week and then in practice again this week have kept him on the sidelines. Here's Ashford, forced out by Brinson. Chased out of the pocket to the right, throws it into the Georgia bench again. Tyler Fromm, the closest guy in the field of play, but that ball landed 10 yards out of bounds, incomplete. Brinson was the guy, and Beal was in pursuit as well.
Yeah, Georgia actually dropped 8. Beal was actually spying on Ashford. Didn't start to engage on the rush until he saw Ashford get flushed out of the pocket.
Third down and 13 to go for Auburn from their own 35-yard line. It's a little bit louder here at Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium. Council to snap it back to Ashford. He drops back on the 24, backpedaling and throwing. He's got a man. He caught it at the first down marker, picks up the yardage necessary and a little bit more into Georgia territory at the 45. That was Javarius Johnson. Made the catch right at the first down marker and then got about 5 more before we pushed him out of bounds on the far side at the 45-yard line.
Auburn had trips left. The 2 outside receivers, they ran takeoffs just to clear the zone with their inside slot receiver, ran a corner route. Malachi Starks was on him. That ball thrown well before the break. Malachi Starks had no chance at it.
They got 20 yards and a first down. Now Ashford's going to go under center. Everybody in tight on the far hash for Auburn. Play fake to Bigsby. Sets up, throws. Far sideline, incomplete. Overshot his man Coy Moore, the sophomore receiver, into the sunlight on that far side of the field. Incomplete. Davis, the linebacker, and Bullard, the nickel, in coverage as we check in with DJ Shockley on the Ken Nugent sidelines. One call, that's all. Shock.
Fellas, that last time that Ashford ran over here and threw the football away, he ran out right next to me, and he had a couple choice words, but basically he's mad at all the pressure he's getting. So think about it. He's got a lot of stuff going on in his head right now, and that pressure of Georgia making him get outside the pocket is definitely getting to him a little bit.
Keep the pressure on. That's what the defense is thinking for Ashford. He's going to hand it off to Bigsby, and then the quarterback gets out of the way, and Bigsby gets hit at left tackle as he gains maybe a yard, possibly 2, to the 43 of Georgia. It'll be third down and 8. Ringo and Dumas Johnson on the stop for the Dogs defense as we pause 10 seconds. Station ID on the Bulldogs Sports Network. Third down, 8 for Auburn. They trail 21-3. They're on the Georgia 43. Moving to our right. They'll run out of the pistol. Snap back to Ashford. Hands it to Bigsby. And Nolan Smith's going to get him behind the line of scrimmage. Nolan met their number 4 right at the 47-yard line in the backfield. He just waited for Bigsby to make a move, and then he dropped him right there on the spot at the 47 for a loss of about 4.
Boy, you're third and forever right now, and you run a little off-tackle play to Tank Bigsby. You know you want to get him involved if you're Auburn, but Tank right now averaging less than 2 yards per carry, and great penetration again from the Dogs, this time in the form of Nolan Smith.
Chapman to punt it for Auburn. McConkey on the 9 to receive it. Backspin, high hanging floater. McConkey runs away. Ball bounces on the 2 and into the end zone for a touchback. And Georgia will have it at the 20-yard line and go back on offense. Defense continues to play excellent football this afternoon with 2:39 remaining in the third quarter. It's Georgia 21 and Auburn 3. Bulldogs football is brought to you in part today by your Atlanta area BMW centers, providing legendary performance, exceptional offers, and a premium ownership experience. At BMW, they only make one thing, the ultimate driving machine. So visit BMWATL.com today, proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Dogs with 233 yards rushing total, 233 total so far, 177 for Auburn. Most of the damage has been done on the ground for the Dogs today with 144 yards. That's a little past the Auburn average. The Tigers came into today's game giving up about 138 yards a game on the ground. Georgia has surpassed that with still the whole fourth quarter still to go. Tigers, meanwhile, have rushed for 88 yards and thrown for 89. Bennett, 12 of 19 for 89. Ashford, 10 of 27 for Auburn for 89 yards. Neither quarterback has stellar numbers today. Most of the work has been on the ground, and most of the work defensively has been provided by Georgia. That's your third quarter recap presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, loans for land and farms. There's a media timeout right now with 2:39 to go, and most of the field is covered in shade by now. Still the north stands bathed in the sunlight. It's been a long day for them in the sun. It has been bright and beautiful today, and temperatures in the upper 70s. That first half was just kind of plodded along. The second half, we've seen a little more out of the Georgia offense for that last drive, 81 yards in 11 plays. Stetson with some short throws to kind of get him going. But again, neither quarterback has really lit it up today, as it seems that both teams want to ground and pound today.
Yeah, it has been a grinded-out, old-fashioned kind of football game. Neither quarterback with great numbers, as you just mentioned. Looks like Stetson got into a little bit of a rhythm there on that last drive. We'll see if that continues, but it's a defensive battle. Both teams content with keeping it on the ground right now and just trying to wear the other team down. And if that continues, that plays full throttle into the favor of the red and black.
Leading rusher for Georgia today is Dejon Edwards, 9 carries, 59 yards. He's scored twice already. Here we go. Georgia from the 20, play fake Bennett. He'll throw it up the hash, and it's caught around the 34-yard line as the Dogs' Brock Bowers takes 3 tacklers with him up to the 44. Quick 24-yard gain. Keontae Scott, the nickel, and Steiner, the linebacker, make the stop, but they went for a ride on the Bowers train. Quickly, Georgia up and ready to go. Handed off. Coming this way is the freshman Robinson. He's upended at the 45, trying to get to the near corner. Keontae Scott with the tackle as he went low on the freshman. You got to go low on him. He's so powerful. He's not overly big, but boy, does he run strong. Now he'll come out of the ball game, and Kenny McIntosh, I think, has just checked into the ball game. He has. So the gain was minimal, only about a few inches or so. It'll be second down, a long 9 for the Dogs, just shy of our 45.
Go back to that first down completion. It's the same way we started last series. Darnell Washington in the flat. Brock Bowers on an over. Stetson could have gone to the flat as well if he wanted to. Chose to push that football downfield, threw it into a pretty tight window.
Offense, number 84, 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Is that a false start? On McConkey, I think is who they said it on. James Carter, our referee. Back us up 5. Play clock was still ticking down at 7. Kirby Smart came out on the field after that one. He wasn't real happy with that. Back us up 5 yards to the 39-yard line. Second down for the Dogs. Bennett with time to throw, and he will. Straight and long. McConkey, can he get it? No, he leaves his feet, comes up empty-handed at the 10.
Boy, and that one's on McConkey. McConkey geared it down. I don't think he thought the football was coming to him. Stetson launched it. And McConkey tried to re-engage, just couldn't pick up enough speed.
Just out of it. May have hit him in the hands when he dove for it. He left his feet about the 13. Ball hit him in the hands. He hit the turf at the 10, and the ball hits the turf as well. Long incompletion. Georgia comes up empty on the long ball again today. We haven't had much success with that.
No, but we've had guys running open. We are gaining separation. Again, McConkey just got on top of the Auburn defender and geared it down just for a step or two, but that was enough to throw off the timing.
3rd and 14. We run a screen to the near side with Dylan Bell, the freshman. The big center, Cedric Van Pran, out there. No, that was Jones, the tackle, trying to lead the blocking. The pass is complete. The yardage is up to the 48.5, the 49 almost. A gain of almost 10, but it's 4th down for the Dogs as we were behind the chains after the penalty. So we'll have to punt it away from our own 49-yard line. Less than a minute to go, 3rd quarter. Georgia 21 and Auburn 3. Brett Thorson, the freshman punter, ready to receive the snap from William Mote. And Keontae Scott is the deep man for Auburn inside the 10. Thorson will boom it high, long, hanging spiral. My goodness. Beautiful kick, fair catch at the 6 by Auburn. Brilliant kick by Thorson that time. That was excellent. 44 yards and a day and a half on the calendar on the hang time. And they spotted up at the 8 instead of the 6. That's where Auburn will have the ball with 30 more seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Georgia fans, StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Bulldogs game. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot. Get your tickets delivered instantly and use your phone to get into Sanford Stadium. StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. StubHub, be there. Auburn on its own 8-yard line. In trouble. Ashford in the end zone, stutter stepping. He's got happy feet. He throws it. It's picked off by Georgia far sideline at the 35-yard line. Diving backwards is Malachi Starks. Shades of the Oregon game. Jumping up in the air, hitting the turf on his back, but coming down with a football, taking it away from John Samuel Shanker. That was the target. Ashford probably beating himself up after that throw. Knew he never should have thrown it into that coverage, and Georgia has come up with the interception. They spot the ball down at the Auburn 38-yard line.
Well, he had all day to throw the football, just got locked in on 2 deep receivers, and you're right, threw it into a host of Bulldogs. A number of guys could have picked it. Just happened to be Malachi.
The freshman from Jefferson's got the Savage pads on, but you heard the referee, James Carter, say the previous play is under review.
Yeah, I think that one's coming back, Scott. As soon as Malachi hit the ground, that ball jostled around some.
So it may be a false pads placement as far as the Savage are concerned on the sideline for Georgia. The play's under review, brought to you by Pruitt Health, where family makes a stronger, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. James Carter and one of his co-officials are taking a look at the monitor. And they're reviewing this in Birmingham, along with the review official here. Starks came down as we look at a replay. Yep. He had it in his chest, and then when he hit the turf, the ball kind of slid down his body to his legs, and then it hit the turf between his knees as he tried to recover it. But looking at that replay, yes, I think you're right. That one's going to be ruled an incomplete pass.
Yeah, great individual effort there by Malachi Starks, and Robbie Ashford catches a break there.
After review, the defender did not have control of the pass before it hit the ground. It's an incomplete pass, and it's 2nd down.
The Georgia fans didn't like that. All you had to do is look at the replay. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, but that boo, they're cheating us, boo. So it's an incompletion, 21 seconds to go. in the third quarter, and it'll be second down and 10 for the Tigers from their own 8-yard line. So let's do it all over again. Throw another one and see if Malachi can pick it. Robbie Ashford, the redshirt freshman, transfer from Oregon, back on his 2 in the formation. Snap back in the end zone. He's looking. They're holding Beal, but no flag, and he just throws it into the bench area again. And he threw it right in the trash can on the bench. On the fly, he hit the red trash can right in front of the hedge.
Kirby wants intentional grounding, saying that Ashford wasn't out of the pocket when he threw it, and he wasn't.
Well, the officials are going to look at it or not. They are not. And it'll be 3rd and 10 from the 8. 14 seconds to go in the third quarter. Well, it looked like they were holding Beal in the end zone, too.
Oh, they absolutely were. I mean, a fistful of his jersey.
That should have been a safety right there. Third down, 10 on the 8 for Auburn. Noise on the west end of the end zone. Auburn in trouble. Ashford, nowhere to go with it. Scrambles in the end zone, just dumps it over the line and short hops the target, Bigsby. Never got to him. He was at the 10. The ball short hopped him at the 8. Ashford was just getting rid of it.
Boy, Dogs again, relentless with the pressure. This Auburn offensive line just has no answers. A little stunt move up front, which allowed us to run free. It was Bear Alexander that came on the stunt. Got right in the face of Ashford. Nothing he could do except dump it over the line of scrimmage for another incomplete pass.
On-the-job training for Robbie Ashford. We'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one. Here's the kick by Chapman. A low spinning kick going to hit on the Auburn 45. Bounce down the sideline, take a Tiger bounce. McConkey over there in the area, but just can watch it continue to roll and pile up yardage against the Dogs here. And they finally rule it dead at the 36 of Georgia. That ball bounced on Auburn's side of the 50 and then rolled another 20 yards for a 56-yarder.
Boy, it's like a bunt in baseball where you think that thing's going foul and somehow just stays fair the whole time.
The whole time down the sideline. And we've got a timeout because that's the end of the third quarter. 15 minutes to go. The Dogs lead Auburn 21-3 as we go to the fourth. Our second half today brought to you by First Franklin Financial. Go see the friendly Franklin folks at one of their convenient Georgia locations. Again, Georgia 21, Auburn 3, fourth quarter coming up next on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste. Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
Let's get ready for game day, Dog Nation. Tee things up with a smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Whether you're tailgating at Sanford Stadium or hosting friends at home, keep that cooler filled with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. With a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is easy to drink and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted, Dog Nation.
Twisted Tea brewing company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Alcohol for 21 years and older. Please drink responsibly.
This is Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia. A good tight end has great instinct for the game of football and great vision to seamlessly execute the chosen play. Much like Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services to make you financially fit for whatever you need to block or catch to achieve your goal. Basically, ACU is a complete game changer. To find out how you can score with ACU, go to acuonline.org/Brock. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every dollar you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump.
You can mix and match flavors that'll make your mouth water, made fresh to order each and every time. Order right now at AmericanDeli.com. American Deli. Deliciousness delivered.
Back in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here at Sanford Stadium. Auburn's defense might be in need of some Piedmont Healthcare pretty soon. Here's the kick from Podlesny. He will drill it into the end zone, 5 yards deep. Real long run for Stetson Bennett. Second longest run this season. Our longest run is by our tight end.
That's right. That's right.
So our tight end and our quarterback have our 2 longest runs for score this season. Here's Auburn now at the 25. They set up a screen play. Ashford will throw it to the tight end, Shanker, and we wrap him up as soon as he catches it with the linebacker, Dumas Johnson, and they'll usher each other out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. You may have got an inch, not much more than that. They'll put it down on the 25 again. Second down and 10, we'll call it.
Robert Bill Jr. in pursuit on that one as well, or pressuring the quarterback on that one. What's been a pretty ho-hum football game up to this point. A lot of grinding out, kind of old-fashioned. That run by Stetson got the crowd into it.
It did indeed. Ashford sails one over the head of the target into the Georgia bench. Again, he's thrown more into the bench than he's completed passes today. Was trying to go to Coy Moore on the near sideline, but a long, high incompletion. We'll make it 3rd and 10 on the 25. Let's go down to the sidelines. Brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. One call, that's all. Here's Shock.
Fellas, a little sigh of relief from Stetson when he came off, getting mobbed by everybody, but you can see he just needed something good to happen. And that was a long run, looking fast as my man Z.
Did he get on the oxygen after that 64-yarder? That's what I want to know. Here's Ashford going to take the snap, roll the pocket to the right, throw on the run. Incomplete. They ran out of space over there on the far sideline. As Johnson was the target, Dogs had him covered well, and Ashford throws it into the Auburn bench. Incomplete. 3 and out for the Tigers, and it's 4th and 10. The Dogs just about to get the ball back as Auburn sends the punt unit on.
Boy, you can see a new kind of energy right now from this Georgia team. The crowd gets into it after the long run by Stetson, and you can feel the energy on the sideline as well.
Here's Oscar Chapman, the junior punter for the Tigers. He stands on the 11 to take the snap. McConkey's the deep receiver for Georgia on the 35. Angling it to the right, a high, short, end-over-end kick with backspin on it. McConkey up underneath it, makes the fair catch at the 37 or the 38-yard line for the Dogs. 38-yard punt by Auburn. Georgia gets it back. 13:59 to go in the game. Georgia will have it at the 37 when we continue. It's the timeout in Athens right now. Our second half is brought to you by First Franklin Financial, serving their neighbors since 1941. Georgia 28, Auburn 3. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Georgia can take home another national championship title. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in Athens, get the Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. The year was 1919. Barbasol shaving cream was invented by a dreamer named Frank Shields. The world's first modern shave cream, Barbasol changed the face of shaving forever. A few billion shaves later, Frank's dream lives on. Behind every face is a dream. Barbasol proudly salutes every fearless, self-assured, wide-eyed dreamer all across America. Celebrating 100 years. Barbasol.
Back in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, Dogs with the ball, looking to do a little more damage, leading 28-3 over Auburn. 1st and 10 on our 37-yard line. 2 receivers to the right, play fake. Stetson Bennett sets up on the hash to throw. He's got plenty of time and hits Blaylock on a cross on the far side at the Tiger 45, tackled at the 39-yard line. Keontae Scott. See, it looked like Bennett wanted to go right, and that wasn't there, so he pulled back and threw it to the left to Dominic Blaylock, who made a nice catch and run.
He did. He had a couple of verticals to his right, wanted to pull the trigger there, didn't quite like the pitcher, able to step up with good protection and deliver a strike to Blaylock.
24 yards and a first down for the Dogs to the Auburn 39-yard line. Bennett with Edwards in the backfield. Snap it back, give it to Dejan. A hop and a skip and a big hole, left tackle. Dejan burst to the 30, inside the 25, and out of bounds on the far side of the field. Around the 22, maybe. Let's see where they bring it back and spotted Cam Riley, the linebacker. They'll spot it at the 35, where he was finally 25, where he was forced out. Edwards has run it well today. He's the Dogs. Well, he was the Dogs' leading rusher until Stetson ran off a 64-yarder, but he has regained that honor now. He's got 73 yards on 10 carries. He's got another try here on a toss to the short side with Van Pran out in front of him. They run out of space on the far sideline, and the gain for Edwards will be about 2.5 to 3 to the Auburn 22-yard line.
Well, going back to that last run, the play before the last one that we just saw, that was a check at the line of scrimmage by Stetson Bennett. Auburn brought a safety down to the field. Stetson goes up, calmly changes the play at the line of scrimmage into something a little bit more favorable. Good check.
2nd down and 7 to go for the Dogs from the Auburn 22. Give it to Branson Robinson, the freshman, going to be hitting the backfield and knocked for a loss. Blocking broke down on that side as Jason Jones, a nose tackle, hit him first. Then another player or two got in there. And that knocked Robinson back to the 24-yard line of Auburn, a loss of a couple. So it'll be 3rd down and 9 from there. As Georgia has Van Pran at center still. Erickson's at right guard now for the Dogs, and Devin Willock is at left guard. And then the tackles are Jones to the left and Mims to the right.
3rd downs have been tough for the Dogs this afternoon, only 3 out of 10.
Not a great number. We'll see if they can convert here with Bennett stepping up, throwing it, and completing the pass to Brock Bowers at the 14. He rolls with the defender in tow to the 12-yard line. That's a 3rd down conversion. A 1st down. J.D. Rem on the tackle. Dogs up quickly as they want to snap it from the 12. They do. Play fake. Bennett throws for the end zone, just out of the reach of Bauer. No, that's McConkey. One-on-one coverage on the far side. Check a flag down now.
Flag on the play. Defense, number 29, 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
That was on Derek Hall, who has exited the ball game. He took his helmet and just threw it about 10 yards as he walked to the sideline. Now he's being tended to, shaken up on the play. He just chunked his helmet with both hands as he left the field of play for Auburn on the far side. Dogs have the ball now on the Tigers 7, leading at 28-3 and looking for more. 1st and 5 for Georgia from the 7. Now we put both tackles on the right side of the line of scrimmage, hand it to Dejan Edwards. He runs behind those guys and right into the end zone. Touchdown, Dejan, number 3.
Dogs just breaking the will of the Auburn Tigers right now. These last 2 drives, the long run by Stetson really broke the will, and this one just putting a nail in it.
Well, they put Broderick Jones and Amarius Mimsy on the right side of the line of scrimmage and just said, here, this is where we're running. Try to stop it.
And Auburn's just waving the white towel right now.
Dejan Edwards with his 3rd touchdown of the afternoon. Brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Pod with the point after try. It's good. He remains perfect. And the Dogs lead it 35-3. 11 minutes and 10 seconds away from their 6th consecutive win over Auburn in the series. Timeout here at Sanford Stadium. Our second half today brought to you by First Franklin Financial. Visit 1ffc.com to learn more. 35-3 Dogs on top on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Bulldogs, tailgating at Sanford Stadium this weekend? Make sure your ride looks as clean as the Bulldogs helmets do with a car wash at Zips. Zips Car Wash has 17 locations across Georgia to get your car or truck looking clean, dry, and shiny. And if the Bulldogs win, you win with a car wash at Zips for just $5. Visit zipscarwash.com to grab your winning code and find the location near you. Zips Car Wash, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Everyone deserves a great smile, so Smile Doctors Orthodontics is here to help you, Dogs fans. Smile Doctors accepts most insurance, and whether it's braces or Invisalign aligners, anyone can get the smile they've always wanted with our affordable payment options. With some of the country's leading orthodontists and 50 clinics all over Bulldog Nation, we love to see Dogs fans smile with confidence. So get that amazing smile you deserve. Visit SmileDoctors.com today and book your free consult. That's SmileDoctors.com for Smile Doctors Orthodontics. And go Dogs!
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. We believe family makes us stronger. Pruitt Health has served families and communities throughout the Southeast for more than 50 years. If you're looking for skilled nursing, home health, or hospice care, count on our caregivers to provide the personalized plan your loved one needs. Learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Party time at Sanford Stadium for the folks that aren't leaving. 35-3 Dogs lead Auburn. Pod's kick sails deep into the back of the end zone for a touchback. Jarquez Hunter just lets it sail over his head about 10 yards, almost hit over the back line of the end zone. They'll take the touchback and the ball at the 25. Dejon Edwards just capped a 63-yard, 7-play drive with a 7-yard touchdown run. His third TD of the afternoon to make it 35-3 Georgia. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. And Z, you said it earlier, Auburn waving the white towel. We'll see if they continue to do so. There's still a lot of time left, but they're in a deep hole. Dirt's being thrown all over them right now. 11:05 to go. They try to run it to the right side of the line with Hunter and Javon Bullard up to make sure that that's a lost yardage play. From the 25 back to the 23.5. Loss of almost 2. Running to the right. Ball's on the far hash now for Auburn as they move to the west here at Sanford Stadium, our left. And time just ticking down. Auburn taking its time in the huddle to try to prevent any further beating.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Auburn just tries to keep this thing on the ground and get out of here without getting anybody hurt.
Ashford, empty set, throws, pass caught at the 35-yard line by Coy Moore, tackled immediately by Keely Ringo, but up to the 38s where they'll spot it, a 15-yard pickup and a first down for the Tigers.
Dig route there by Moore. Good job by Ashford stepping up in the pocket and delivering a strike. When he's had time, he's actually thrown the football well. The problem is he's had time 3 times today.
He play fakes here, and he throws it right into the back of, they were trying to get it to the tight end, but he threw it right in the back of the blocker, Coy Moore. Hit him in the back, incomplete as it falls to the turf, and the ball never reached Schenker, who was on the other side of the blocking player. Second down and 10, Auburn from the 38-yard line. Ashford's numbers today, 12 of 35, 103 yards. Bennett, 16 of 24 for 158. And he's got a 64-yard touchdown run as well.
Great job there by Tyke Smith. Just blew that play up. Auburn tried to go a bubble screen to the outside.
They'll get it to Hunter on the pass to the near side at the 39. Hunter breaks a tackle at the 49. He's off down the sideline. I don't think anybody's going to catch him, and he will score. We had two guys converge on him back near midfield, and he came out on the other side without hitting the turf. Not sure how he squeezed through two defenders for Georgia, but a long touchdown now for Auburn.
Boy, there were three defenders there. We spun them around trying to strip the football and just catapulted him forward.
Well, that's how he got down there. We're trying to strip it instead of tackling him, and he goes 62 yards on the pass play. Jarquez Hunter for the touchdown, the first in the game for Auburn. And that'll go. They'll try the point after now with Anders Carlson with 9:51 to go. And the kick is up and good for the Tigers to make it 35-10. Timeout. Well, the Dogs defense broke down that time. We haven't seen that much at all today. In fact, that's really the only time we've seen it. 9:51 to go in the game. New score, Georgia 35, Auburn 10. Our second half today presented by First Franklin Financial. Go see the friendly Franklin folks at one of their convenient Georgia locations. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
When the leaves start rustling, the pumpkins start plumping, and the scarecrows start crowing, you heed the call of fall. Because you eat, sleep, and drink pumpkin at Dunkin'. So, take your pick of pumpkin with delicious muffins, munchkins, and donuts. And pair them with a classic pumpkin spice signature latte or the ultra-smooth pumpkin cream cold brew, topped with pumpkin cream cold foam. All so you can fall harder. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
In the SEC, we sweat the small stuff. The attention to tradition. The preparation for competition. The smallest things can have the biggest impact on this field and a whole host of other fields. To shine among the brightest stars, you have to sweat the small stuff. Because here, it just means more.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 31st, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $28.60 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Auburn scores on a 62-yard touchdown pass from Ashford to Hunter. 4 plays, 75 yards, and 119 to make it 35-10. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. And Carlson will kick it. It'll land at the 1 and take a Georgia bounce out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Oh, my goodness, and that's a penalty
out of bounds
on Auburn.
Kicking team. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 35-yard line. First down.
Dogs a little fortunate there. That ball bounced out of bounds. That thing could have easily bounced in bounds. We just abandoned the football.
I think Kieras had it all the way. He could read the English on that ball.
Which way it was going. He could see the hook. Right. He could see the hook spin on it.
He's a veteran back there. He knew it was going to bounce out of bounds at the 1. Well, the Dogs have good field position now to start at the 35. Need a time grinder right here with 9:51 to go, up 25 points. Dogs on their 35. Delp, the tight end, in motion to the left. They hand it off to the freshman Robinson. Branson Robinson driving at left guard and left tackle up the field across the 40 to the 42-yard line. 7-yard pickup. Steiner, the linebacker, on the hit for Auburn. 2nd down and 3, Georgia.
Branson has run the football well today in his first really substantial action as a Georgia Bulldog. He's gotten a few spot carries here and there, but looked good today. 6 carries, 41 yards on the afternoon.
Play fake to Robinson here. Bennett will plant and throw, and up in the air high is Meeks, but he comes down out of bounds, carried out a little bit by the Auburn cornerback, J.D. Rim, and they say incomplete. Meeks caught the ball high up in the air, but when he came down, he was out of bounds. Around the Auburn 42, 43-yard line, so they'll have to go back to the Georgia 42, and it'll be 3rd down there. 3rd down and 3 for the Dogs.
Pretty good throw there by Stetson. Coverage was good by Auburn. Stetson had to put that one up high just to make sure that only his guy was going to catch it.
3 receivers set. Throw it to the tight end, Delp. Short route by the tight end, Delp, who was on the right end of the line of scrimmage. He catches it at the 47. Rim goes low on him, the corner, and for the tackle, but it's a 1st down for the Dogs at the 48-yard line, a gain of 6 for Georgia. They'll move the sticks. Clock continues to churn. 8:50, now less than that. Georgia leading it 35-10.
Quick out route there by Oscar Delp, just enough to get beyond the chains. Quick, easy completion. Again, pretty well covered there by Auburn, but nicely executed by the Dogs.
Robinson in the backfield. Bennett will throw to Meeks. Delp blocks for him on the near sideline. Meeks with an extra 5-6 yards after the Delp block. Owen Papo, the linebacker, makes the tackle in Auburn territory at the Tiger 43, maybe the 44. Where are they going to spot it down? Right on the near sideline. Kind of blocked out our vision, but yeah, they put it down between the 42 and the 43.
2nd and 1.
So we got 9 on the play. 2nd down and a yard to go for the Dogs in Auburn territory now. Still with a lot of time on the clock, 8 minutes to play. Dogs not done yet. Van Pran with the snap back to Bennett, gives it to Robinson. He runs straight ahead, tries to pull free of a tackle. They grabbed him at the 42 and held on. Colby wouldn't. But Robinson, with strong running inside, pushes it to the 40 and moves the sticks. He got the 1st down and a couple of yards on the run, but extends the series. Now Robinson comes out and Dejon Edwards back in. We lost Kendall Milton early in the ball game due to an apparent injury. He has not returned. But the rest of the team has certainly picked up the slack, and that includes Stetson Bennett, who had a 64-yard touchdown run. Snap back to Bennett on 1st and 10 from the Tiger 40. Swing it out left to Edwards. Breaks free from one man behind the line of scrimmage, gets to the 39, and then driven back on the far sideline. In front of the Auburn bench, Edwards got about a yard. Keontae Scott, the nickel, up to make the hit. Sophomore from San Diego.
Quick swing pass to the outside there to Dejon Edwards. That's really no different than a sweep from under center. Another way to get outside, try to get your athletes into space, and just run a power sweep with 3 blockers on the outside.
Ball just inside the Auburn 40. Far hash, we're moving right. Clock continues to tick. Play fake for Bennett. Throws it wide open is Bell in the left flat. Caught at the 31, and he'll get a few more yards before he steps out of bounds. I think he accidentally stepped out of there at the 28-yard line before Auburn had a man over there in the area. Caught the sideline. Bell with a catch and another 1st down on the far side of the field for the Dogs.
Side adjustment there for the Dogs. Auburn brought corner fire, recognized by both Stetson Bennett and Dylan Bell.
12-yard gain for the Dogs. 1st and 10 at the 28. Bennett wants to throw. Dumps it left again. This time it's Oscar Delp. Open when he caught it. Draws the crowd after he catches it. Runs it inside the 25. Piled up at the 23 by Papo, the linebacker. The Dogs moving steadily here. 5 more yards on the play. 2nd down and 5 for Georgia as we near the Massey Ferguson red zone with 5:52 on the clock as it continues to move.
Well, Stetson, who was out of rhythm the entire first half, turning out to have a really good day. Now 21 out of 30 for 185.
Ryland Godey in the game as a tight end. Robinson back in the backfield. Stetson in the shotgun. Snap it back. Wants to throw. He does. Over the middle to Delp. Incomplete.
And that's the pass that Stetson's struggling with right now. Dig routes over the middle. Everything is sailing on him just a little bit. Stetson's got to see over that big offensive line, having to throw over helmets. But that's the football that's coming out high on him.
J.D. Rim, the safety, came up too, was in the vicinity of Delp when that ball went sailing over. Could have been a collision had he caught it, but as it was, neither player touched one another. An incomplete pass brings up third down for the Dogs on the Auburn 23. Man in motion is Morissette to the near side. Bennett steps up in the pocket, dumps it over the line of scrimmage to Edwards, breaks the tackle, going to get to the end zone for a touchdown, but let's check a flag back at the 29-yard line. That might be a hold on the Dogs.
Yeah, that's right in the vicinity where you throw a flag for a hold. Auburn brought pressure. Stetson had to go step up, and pretty sure that one is going to be a hold.
Holding. Offense, number 50. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Feet third down.
It was on Warren Erickson, and he immediately came out of the game, and they put Tate Ratledge back in at guard. So that'll back up the Dogs, take a touchdown off the board, and put us back at the 33-yard line with 5:21 to play in the fourth quarter. Third down and 16 now for the Dogs, who lead at 35-10 over Auburn. Vanderbilt next week, same bat time for the Dogs at 3:30 for the kick. Bennett and Edwards in the backfield. Stetson to throw. Downfield, wide open is Oscar Delp at the 15. Catches it and out of bounds right on the sideline. Out of bounds at the 15-yard line. They got the first down.
Boy, great job there by Stetson Bennett, using his eyes to draw up the Auburn cornerback to a flat route that was in front of that corner route. Got the window he wanted, then delivered a strike.
Georgia letting the clock move a little bit now. 5 minutes to go, now less than that. 18 yards on the pass play to Oscar Delp. First and 10 at the 15. Godey in motion to the left. Toss sweep to that side. Robinson, 10, 5, 3. Collision, drive into the end zone. Touchdown freshman Branson Robinson hits first.
Boy, what a run by that young man. As soon as that play was snapped, you could see it develop perfectly. A quick pitch to the boundary. Dogs had all kinds of blockers outside of Robinson, and then the acceleration of that young man, very impressive. Warren McClendon was out leading the way for the offensive line.
And the two safeties, Zion Puckett and Donovan Kaufman, just got driven into the end zone by Georgia's offensive line and Robinson, who runs with power. And it's 41-10, and the point after is pending. Jack Podlesny with another busy leg day as he will kick it up and through. Converts yet again. Another Georgia touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Good-looking drive by the Dogs despite, we scored twice on that drive. We had a touchdown called back on the hold, and then the Dogs jam it in the end zone anyway. 15 yards on the touchdown run by the freshman Branson Robinson from Canton, Mississippi. The drive took 5 minutes and 6 seconds off the clock. It covered 65 yards and 11 plays. And that is your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. It is now 42-10. All Dogs all afternoon. Here's your fourth quarter recap presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit. Loans for land and farms, as the Dogs have dominated here in the second half. They were leading at 14-0 at intermission and have outscored Auburn by a count of 28-10 here in the second half, and have played very well, focusing heavily on the running game, because Georgia has now rushed for 256 yards, thrown for another 208, 464 total. Auburn with 252 total today, 165 through the air, 87 on the ground. Auburn's had a bunch of penalties today that have hindered their activity, and quarterback Robbie Ashford has been pursued all over the field by Georgia's defense.
Yeah, what was a slugfest here early in this game. Both teams keeping it on the ground. really nothing breaking free. Looked like both offenses kind of stuck in the mud. The one run by Stetson Bennett broke this game open for the Dogs.
Impressive on the quarterback draw, just wide open between the hashes, and then he had to do a little skill work inside the 30. Once he got there, he was looking left and right over his shoulders, and guys in white shirts were pursuing him, but he had more speed than they did, and he was able to angle his way into the end zone for a 64-yard touchdown. And as Z pointed out, that really opened this game up as the Dogs lead at 42-10. Second half numbers for Stetson Bennett, 15 of 19 for 183 yards through the air. Very good and much better than in the first half. Here's Auburn to run it on 1st and 10 from the 25 after the touchback. This is Hunter, Jaquez Hunter from Philadelphia, Mississippi. He'll angle this way for about 7 yards. Dan Jackson, Tyke Smith on the stop. They give him 6, spotted down at the 31-yard line. And Auburn will go from there with a clock at 4:18, 4:17 and moving. Ashford back to pass. He's got time. Now he just runs out of the pocket for no apparent reason. He'll sling it deep down the field, far sideline, trying to get it to Jay Fair, but 3 men in coverage downfield, including Daniels for Georgia. Also, Nyland Green in the ball game. Well, that's good to see Nyland. His first appearance, I believe, and Dalen Everett also in the secondary for the Bulldogs. Green has been battling a hamstring injury, but able to get on the field here late in this ball game.
Well, you just look at the body language on Robbie Ashford right now. He is ready to get out of the state of Georgia.
Oh, man. They get Ole Miss next week. They go on the road to Oxford at number 9 Ole Miss. Georgia at home next week hosting Vanderbilt. Ashford in the pocket, happy feet. Now he runs to the right again, throws off that back foot and into the bench, incomplete. He seems to leave the pocket a little sooner than maybe he needs to.
Well, he wasn't. He is now, for sure. I think he's seen enough red jerseys for the day that if he gets just a glimpse of red in front of him, he is out of the pocket in a flash right now, and I don't blame him.
Well, he hasn't been sacked. I mean, it hasn't been that. It's just been pressure, which has been pretty relentless.
It has been.
He's been running a lot. I don't know how many miles he's put on his GPS today, but it's a lot. Here's the punt by Chapman for Auburn. He kicks it with backspin wherever he is on the field, and that one comes up short, and McConkey calls for a fair catch and makes it at the Georgia 34. On the ground with Branson Robinson, who scored the last touchdown for the Dogs, to the 36-yard line. Burks, a backup nose tackle, and Papo, the linebacker, on the tackle at the 37. And Auburn has a player shaken up, so we'll have a stoppage of play after a 2-yard gain. That's Marcus Bragg, the senior defensive end from Miami, down on one knee. So there'll be a brief media timeout. We'll keep it right here with 3:35 to go in the game, and Georgia leading it 42-10. Dogs are piling up some yards. We had another slow start today, kind of like we did against Missouri. A lot of punts by both teams in the first half. Dogs led by 2 touchdowns at intermission, but different story here in the second half.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Dogs a little bit sluggish coming out of the gates. Stetson really not in rhythm in that first half, but one thing that was evident from the opening whistle is that the line of scrimmage today was going to be owned by the Georgia Bulldogs. We dominated on the offensive front, dominated on the defensive front, and when you do that, it's just a matter of time before you break it open.
And Georgia's certainly done that here in the second half. Second half yardage figures, Georgia with 323 total yards, Auburn with only 121 in the third and fourth quarters. And the Dogs will try to wear down the 3:35 on the clock and finish off here. Ole Miss taking the lead on Vanderbilt. They were behind for much of that game. Ole Miss now 38-20. Early minutes of the fourth quarter there. Ohio State beat Michigan today. No, they're still playing. They go to the fourth. Buckeyes up 49-13. UCLA is throttling Utah in the fourth, 42-25. Oklahoma State coming from behind to lead Texas Tech in the fourth, 34-17. 31. That's your Meriwether and Tharp scoreboard update. Meriwether and Tharp, the Atlanta divorce team. Finals today, Tennessee beat LSU 40-13. Mississippi State, Georgia goes there in November. They beat Arkansas today in Starkville 40-17. Florida over Missouri 24-17 in Gainesville. Here it's 42-10, clock moving, 3 minutes to play. Second down and 8 for the Dogs from our 36.5. Robinson runs it out. Side the left tackle, trying to angle towards the sideline. Hit at the 40. He got low. The defender got low, and they both went to the ground at the 40-yard line. That was Jalen Simpson, the cornerback on that side. And he got about 3 yards. It'll be third down now, 3rd and 4 for the Dogs. And letting that clock tick away. We huddle up back at the 35. 2:31, 2:30 to play.
Dogs have really turned everything around. At one point in this ball game, we were 1 for 7 on third down, now 6 out of 13. So everything in this second half, Georgia Bulldogs.
3rd and 4 from our 40. Beck will hand it off to Robinson with blocking left. Branson drives behind the blockers and then cuts through a little seam. A little bit of daylight towards the first down marker. He might be a tad short as he's right at almost a 4-yard gain. He got 3 yards and 9/10. He's just shy of the first down. His 4th and inches. Rim and Steiner, cornerback and a linebacker, on the stop for the Auburn defense. And Georgia's going to leave the offense out there with 1:44 to go.
Yeah, trying to end this football game right now.
Chad Lindbergh in the game as one of our tackles. Warren Erickson is back in on that defensive front. They were blocking that time on that left side for Robinson. Let's see if they can do it again. Beck goes under center on 4th down. Hand it to Robinson. Bounces outside. He's got the first down and more. 50, 45, runs through a tackle. 40, 35, covers up the ball. They twist him out of bounds around the 29-yard line. Branson Robinson wasn't going to let Auburn strip that ball out late in that long run. He covered it up with both forearms and down into Auburn territory. Donovan Kaufman, the safety, spins him out on the near sideline at the Tigers' 27-yard line.
Boy, he was fighting to stay in bounds as well. Finally got hammered to knock him out of bounds.
33 yards for Branson Robinson. He might be earning some more playing time. 83 yards for the freshman today. No, make it 98 yards for the freshman today. He's our leading rusher. 83 for Dejon Edwards, and the Dogs go into the victory formation with 1:14 to go. They take a knee. Carson Beck takes the snap, kneels down, and the clock continues to tick away towards 60 seconds to play. Crowd has been filing out since halftime, I believe it or not, or early in the third quarter once Georgia got that third touchdown. A lot of folks started to head out, a few more at the fourth quarter. And now they head out heavily with less than a minute to go, and this one firmly on the side of Georgia with 40 seconds to play. Play clock's down to 5. Georgia will take another knee, and that will do it. Game clock is less than 40 seconds, and the Dogs don't have to snap it again. Your final today, Georgia 42, Auburn 10. The Dogs have won 6 straight over the Tigers in the Deep South's oldest rivalry, and they improved to 6-0 in 2022, now 3-0 in the Southeastern Conference. The Dogs will host Vanderbilt next Saturday, homecoming at Sanford Stadium. That'll be another 3:30 kickoff and an 11:30 airtime here on the Bulldogs Sports Network. We invite you to join us for our coverage of Georgia football. Another winning afternoon for the Dogs, 42-10 our final. Stay tuned now for our post-game coverage. That's coming up next here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. Our Georgia Bulldogs have shown us what happens when a great team pulls together. At Pruitt Health, our team helps you recover from surgery or a major health event. Nurses, therapists, a whole team dedicated to giving people the personalized care they need. Come join the Pruitt Health team. Email hireme@pruitthealth.com. That's hireme@pruitthealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
You expect excellence every time the Dogs take the field. You can expect the same from Walton Gas. With exceptional customer service and great rates, Walton Gas has been a winning play for 20 years. Kind of like the hobnail boot. There are no gimmicky introductory rates and no hidden payment fees. Only Walton's best-in-class service and straightforward rate plans. So sack your current provider and switch to the team that puts you first. #1 in customer satisfaction, Walton Gas. Call or visit waltongas.com to learn more about Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. And as always, go Dogs!
This is Georgia Football, brought to you by eBay Motors. You might not have the biggest garage, but with eBay Motors, you always have 122 million parts for your car right at your fingertips. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
O'Reilly. When you shop O'Reilly Auto Parts, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. Order online at O'ReillyAuto.com and choose same-day curbside, same-day pickup, or same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Now available at participating stores near you. Trust the professional parts people to get you the parts you need today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, welcome to the Locker Room Report, presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Today's show is brought to you in part by Regions. Get your Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa debit card. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober so you won't get pulled over. Hotel Indigo. Visit hotelindigoathens.com to book your reservation today. Now back to the Piedmont Healthcare broadcast booth. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
An impressive display of shock and awe in the second half for Georgia today as the Dogs roll Auburn 42-10, outscoring Auburn 28-10 in the second half after jumping out to a 14-0 lead at the break. Georgia in the second half with 357 yards of total offense. We finished with 500 for the day. The Tigers with just $121 in the second half. They finished with 258 on the day. We have Scott Howard, Eric Zier, DJ Shockley with us. Shock will have Coach Smart down in the locker room in just a bit. Scott, thoughts about today? I thought second half our team looked like it hit the gear that we had seen in the first three games of the season.
Yeah, that's what they were looking for, and they found it. And really, I got to credit my wife's whoopie pies.
Oh, they were great.
Today were whoop-ass pies.
Yes, they were.
So,
they were indeed.
and Tina made us some
those are
desserts
good, too, yes.
Yeah, those are
I mean,
good.
we were fulfilled here in the booth. No reason why the team couldn't be fulfilled on the field, and they were in that second half. It was a tremendous performance by Georgia in the final two quarters. Again, a little bit of a slow start, but I think the expectations for this team are so high. Everybody in the stands expects us to come out and just shove it down the other team's throat, get up a 2 or 3 touchdown lead, and then just cruise from there. And it's not always going to be like that, but it's a marathon sometimes, not a sprint. And we saw some good sprints in the second half. Stetson Bennett with that 64-yard run for a score, and nobody could catch him. The running game looked pretty good today with Branson Robinson and Dejon Edwards. Kendall Milton went out early with an injury, and Kenny McIntosh didn't tote the mail a lot out of the backfield, so you went to the two younger guys, and, boy, they really got it done today. Offensive line blocked well. Second half was quite a boost, I think, for Georgia after last week's performance in that win against Missouri.
Yeah, 292 yards on the ground today. I will tell you, even though we looked a little sluggish in the first half, It was only a matter of time before we broke out the way we were dominating up front on both lines of scrimmage. You could just feel it. Then it took one breakout play, and all of a sudden the floodgates opened. But Georgia in complete control of this game from the opening whistle. We were the dominant team, and outside of maybe being a little bit sluggish in the passing game, not a little bit sluggish, we were sluggish in the first half. Outside of that piece, we ran the ball well in the first half. Once Stetson kind of got into rhythm, ended up with a fantastic day. 22 out of 32, 208 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. He did have the one long touchdown run, but did exactly what he needed to do. And, I think as we move forward, this game is going to kind of serve as a reminder. This is what we're capable of doing. Let's go play at this level all the time from the opening whistle.
Yeah, Stetson Bennett in the second half, 15 of 19 for 183 yards through the air, and that 64-yard touchdown sprint that Eric and Scott both spoke of. Eric, in the second half, in the first half, we saw Robbie Ashford, a very athletic quarterback, able to scramble out of a lot of trouble. Now, he had to throw the ball away several times, but he also picked up 62 positive yards, lost 12 on a high snap fumble that he recovered, but he had 62 positive yards on 7 carries, and in the second half, nothing. Were we spying him better in the second half?
We were almost on every play. We actually would start spying him with one linebacker or in some cases 2 linebackers. In the first half, we were intermittent on when we did that. It just depended upon the defensive play call. I think we probably spied on him a quarter of the times just from what I saw without looking at film. It's going to be tough to say if that's the exact right number. But in the second half, predominantly that's what we were doing. Every time that he dropped back, we had somebody that would drop out of a rush and then spy, and if he got out of the pocket, that's when we'd attack.
Scott, what I saw so much of today was the pressure. And a lot of times with just a 4-man rush by the Dogs, I don't know, if this guy isn't that athletic, we would have had 9 sacks today with the pressure that we were putting on Robbie Ashford.
Yeah, he spent most of the afternoon kind of backing up, kind of like we saw at South Carolina with Ritter, just doing a lot of backpedaling today, just running from the pressure. There were no sacks, but just relentless pressure by Georgia that kept him out of the pocket a lot. And, I even brought it up during the game. It looks like a lot of times after all of that, he leaves the pocket a little bit early instead of surveying the field and going through his progressions and trying to find an open receiver. So he just jumps out left or right and then looks to throw on the run. Or, a lot of times today, he played baseball out at Oregon, but he missed the cutoff guy a lot today. He was throwing it into both benches, high and deep, and missed his man a lot just because of that Georgia pressure, which was pretty severe and very consistent the whole game.
Well, red zone touchdowns was a problem coming in today. Georgia with 6 rushing touchdowns. Dig this. Auburn last year for the entire season gave up 8 rushing touchdowns. This year today we had 6 on the Tigers. They've given up 15 already this season. Red zone today, we were in there 5 times. 5 touchdowns, Eric Zier.
Yeah, so we can get that out of the conversation in the media, at least for a week. It is. Scott, I think you mentioned it. Stetson Bennett can't throw touchdown passes. That's what's going to be the next one.
That'll be the continuing narrative, yes.
But
that's 3 games in a row, no touchdown passes.
That's right. So he can't find pay dirt with his arm. That'll be the next topic of conversation. Listen, a number of things that we did well today. We did have the one turnover on the strip sack of Stetson Bennett, but really cleaned that up for the most part today. In the vertical game, that's one of the things that we wanted to see. Can we go stretch? We missed a number of shots that we took. But the encouraging part of this is we had receivers separating, and we had shots. Didn't hit them, but had shots. And then obviously in the red zone, we answered the bell on that one for sure.
This is the Locker Room Show presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. If you want the most convenient way to pay in Athens, get the Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa debit card. Visit Regions. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network. Today's game ball is presented to the Chattanooga Area Food Bank. This food bank partners with 3 Kroger stores in the Rome and Dalton areas. Last year, they rescued almost 87,000 490 pounds of food. How do you rescue almost 87,490? Was it like 87,489?
Somebody's got their thumb on the scale.
I don't know. But they did that through their in-store Zero Hunger, Zero Waste food rescue program. And I make light of it, but it's wonderful because that equates to over 72,000 meals donated back to our local communities. Kroger fighting hunger and food insecurity. Well, DJ Shockley is down in the locker room. He's waiting for Coach Smart to finish with recruiting. I'm sure today was a huge recruiting day. There must have been a bunch of guys in for the Auburn game, national TV game. I know they're all on national TV, but the CBS game and a whole lot more. And, of course, Coach Smart going to address the team as well and shake a few other hands. So as soon as we have them, we'll let you know, but we'll take a quick break to pay some bills and then come back with Shock and Z and Scott Howard. The Locker Room Show presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Dogs win it today 42-10. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid October 31st, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.98 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax tag, registration, title, and viewer fee. See dealer for details.
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Now more than ever, it's important to support our local businesses, whether it's your favorite pizza place or your neighborhood barber. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for more than 85 years. Whether they are saving you money on a checking account or credit card, or supporting the people, places, and teams that we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. To learn more, visit their website at georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
Why do coaches insist that plays be run over and over in practice? Because repetitions and study produce winners. Neil Hondo Williamson for Meriwether and Tharp. Meriwether and Tharp has handled more than 10,000 divorce cases. They've taken the reps and are ready to help. Your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions. Meriwether and Tharp has answers, helping clients through difficult times. Meriwether and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, theatlantadivorceteam.com.
Georgia has now defeated Auburn 6 times in a row. Oh, there's more. You know that there's more coming than that. That's 11 out of 13. 15 of the last 18, 17 of the last 22 meetings between these two ancient rivals. They really are ancient rivals when you think about college football's history, and the Dogs are just owning those Tigers, man.
Yeah, when you go back to Piedmont Park where it all started, that was forever ago, well over 100 years ago, and now to 2022 where Georgia has won 6 straight, and other strings that they've got going. That's 21 regular season wins in a row now, and 15 in a row here between the hedges. So they've got some nice streaks going.
They do. Scott, today we saw a couple of running. Kendall Milton went out early.
Yeah.
Kenny McIntosh was able to sit early, which is great. Keep those guys healthy as we can. We were able to see Dejon Edwards for the 2nd straight week. Last week he led the team in rushing. Today almost did because freshman Branson Robinson. What a game.
How about that? 98 yards on 12 carries today. Got his first touchdown. Had a long run of 30 yards. Averaged over 8 a carry. I like the way he runs. Certainly Georgia does too. Edwards, I mean, that's a pretty good unexpected 1-2 punch in your running game. today against a major SEC opponent. Coming into this, it was McIntosh and Milton, and that was all the talk, and then the other guys behind in the depth chart. But it's kind of reversed now for certain reasons, and injury may be a part of that. But those guys are running well, running hard, and that's a good group of running backs now that Georgia has assembled.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. This is the Locker Room Show presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds you that the penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over. We're speaking of the running backs having a great day today. How about Stetson Bennett's run, Z? And that was an improv. That was not a design play.
It was not a quarterback draw. We go empty, and Auburn spread the entire middle of the field out. There was nobody in the middle of the field. You could see it pre-snap read. And as soon as Stetson took one step back, when he saw the defensive line rush outside, he had his mind made up immediately. He saw that before the play. He got the look that he wanted at the snap of the football, and boy, took off. And if you ever doubt the athleticism of Stetson Bennett, I think that's been put to rest over the past couple of years. But great speed when he got upfield, great awareness as he was running on that one as well. You could see he about the 30-yard mark of that run, he got his head on a swivel just to see who was coming from the other side, and was able to go find the end zone on that. It energized this crowd. We already had a comfortable lead. We were going to win the football game. But it was a jolt of energy into the stadium. It was a jolt of energy on that sideline as well, and the floodgates opened up after that.
Yeah, 64 yards took you back, didn't it?
It didn't take me back anywhere.
Over the course of a season, 64 yards.
Over the course of a career. The problem is I'd get sacked so many times that I'd have to do that like 50 times.
Oh, man, you're blowing up your offensive line.
It was because I never got rid of the football.
Okay,
that's
there you
why.
go.
You hurt your boys.
No, it's because I never got rid of the football.
Stetson looked way more in control of himself in the second half. It looked like the Stetson that we have expected to see.
Yeah, he was uncomfortable in the first half. He's struggling a little bit. You could tell with some dig routes, deep end routes. That's the football that's selling on him a little bit. Missed a couple of shot plays, but in the second half, got back into rhythm. And you could kind of see him get out of rhythm a little bit from last week, where he wasn't making the throws that we're accustomed to see him making. All of a sudden in the second half, I thought Coach Monken did a good job of getting him back into the flow of the football game with a couple of short throws. Easy ones just to get your confidence up, which is important from a quarterback perspective. And as soon as he did that, then all of a sudden you saw the throws that we're used to him making, he was making with regularity.
Scott, while Z is happy to throw offensive linemen under the bus.
That's not what that's Hondo saying that.
All
my guys, that's Hondo saying that.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought that the offensive line today looked dominant. I mean, that's what we were talking about at halftime with Shock and with Z, was that we were winning the line of scrimmage like crazy. But I want to talk about the offensive line in particular. There were 3 different running plays today that were stopped, and our offensive line pushed from behind to pick up 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 yards. It was crazy to see that 3 times against. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't against Samford. That was against the Auburn Tigers.
That's become a play, and certainly in college football. And maybe that's the play that linemen love the most now. When they see their back downfield, all of a sudden he stood up. He's not moving forward, but the play hasn't been blown dead because he's not on the ground. And all of a sudden those big bodies get in on the fray and push the guy. We saw that with Dejon several times today. I think Xavier Truss was down here on the red zone, down in this left end of the field. He went for another 5 or 6 yards, just kept pushing the pile, and it's like that old tug of war game, man. You're just showing off your power at that point. It's force against force, and we're shoving them back, and the linemen love that. I mean, it's like I said, the linemen need a rushing stat because our offensive line had about 15 or 20 yards today.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Z, let's talk about the defensive line and the way they controlled things today as well. They with no Jalen Carter, no less, and they just took over the game really from the start.
Yeah, Auburn completely overmatched. Auburn 93 yards running the football. That is a good rushing football team, especially when you throw in Robbie Ashford, the way he can hurt you with his legs as well. But Tank Bigsby, one of the best backs in the SEC. Mm-hmm. He runs hard. He's a good player. We held him to 19 yards today, 1.9 yards per carry, a long run of 5 yards. So 19 yards on 10 attempts. When you hold Tank Bigsby to that, you've done a really good job. But it was, and then on top of that, just the constant pressure without having to bring pressure, without having to bring linebacker dogs or blitzes from the secondary. We mixed and mingled a few of them in there. But for the most part, it was just a dominant performance by the 3 or 4 guys that had their hand on the ground. They got after Auburn from the opening whistle.
Yep. Special teams, terrific today. We've watched Jackpot Lesney take over with kickoffs from Jake Camarda, doing whatever he wants to keep the other team at the 25 or further inside. We saw Brett Thorson today, our Australian freshman punter, punt the ball. How many times did he punt the ball? 4 or 5? 5 times, all of them. He had all of them in the 39 to 46-yard range. All of them pinned Auburn inside the 20. We saw Auburn try a trick play on us. That didn't work, Scott.
Yeah, they missed the fake punt. That had been, that was on tape, I'm sure, from earlier this season. Twice we had fake punts executed against us, but not today. We did have a missed field goal. We did have a dropped punt on a fair catch, but we're able to recover that. So we didn't turn the ball over. But for the most part, yeah, Pod continues to kick very well, as does Thorson, the freshman, who's still kind of learning the game here. He knows how to kick, as Kirby told me earlier this week. He knows how to kick the ball. You know, I was trying to say, is he having any trouble learning the American version of that? But apparently not. He's got a strong leg and tremendous hang time. I would say his hang time was over 5 seconds on just about every kick today. So there's very little chance of return when you're hanging the ball up that high and that long.
Yeah, and Scott mentioned the nearly muffed punt by Ladd McConkey, which we recovered. Eric, Ladd McConkey, after that, and we've seen Ladd have some hiccups the past few weeks. I, for one, thought that Kirby Smart would not have Ladd go back again to field punts. Instead, he had faith in him, and look at what happened.
Yeah, he really did. I think we talked about it during the game, is that we may not see Ladd back into that spot for the remainder of this game. And what happened is 5 receptions for 47 yards. He was the leading receiver on the afternoon, and good for him. He needed a game like this to really get back to play at the level that he's been playing at. You can see that his confidence had been shaken a little bit. He's still just a hair off. We had the deep shot to him that he geared it down at the top of his stem. The ball was overthrown. That was probably on Ladd just because he did gear it down just a little bit. But all in all, the way he bounced back in the second half, all of these guys really got back into rhythm in the second half of this football game, and what we saw is what we saw the first 3 games of this year.
Yeah, and punt returning, he had 5 today for 53 yards, including a 38-yarder. Very good. Terrific job, gentlemen. We will hear more from Scott and Eric in just a little bit, but they're telling me that Coach Smart is making his way into the room with DJ Shockley right now, so we'll take a quick break, let them get settled, and tell you that the Locker Room Show is presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Final score from Athens, 42-10. Georgia throttles Auburn. We'll have exclusive post-game comments in 2 minutes with Coach Smart on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia fans, college football is back, so grab your friends and a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Dos Equis is the one to score for your tailgate, at the bar, or even watching with your friend who went to that other school. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and go Dogs. Dos Equis, proud partner of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly.
Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
One of the toughest jobs in law enforcement is to...
RADA's job is to protect all UGA athletic facilities year-round. BREDAPest.com.
Raider, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Our Locker Room Show continues from Athens, GA, where the Dogs have hammered Auburn today, 42-10, our 6th win in a row over Auburn. DJ Shockley has the coach. The Locker Room Show is presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Meanwhile, Coach Smart's interview is protected by Breda Pest Management, the official pest control of Georgia Athletics. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. DJ, take it away.
All right, thanks, Hondo. Sitting here with Coach Smart and President Moorhead joining us now. Coach, obviously this was the first home SEC opener of the season. Just talk about the environment, the crowd, the juice that the fans brought today.
I knew from the start when I came out, I checked the rafters. First thing when I look out, when I run out of the tunnel, I look up high and make sure there's no empty seats. And there were no empty seats today, which is indicative of our fan base and the support they provide us. And I thought the 12th man, the fans really had a factor in the game early. You know, their offense was stagnant. They couldn't get things going. We were a little slow starting offensively, but we came around. And, you know, it's never easy in the SEC, but I was proud of our fans and proud of our kids.
Talk about the scrimmage up front. On the offensive side, let's start there. The O-line, I thought, paved the way here for, 292 yards rushing. I mean, that's a physical day and a big-time performance from your boys up front.
Proud of Stacy Searles. Stacy Searles is a great O-line coach, as you know, Shock, and he's an Auburn alum. And he takes a lot of pride in being physical and running the ball. And our guys responded to the challenge of a line of scrimmage game and really ran the ball hard. I thought our backs gave us a lot. Kendall got dinged up in the game and had to use Branson more, and he stepped up and provided a little juice.
Branson, you're talking about Branson. I mean, all those guys, Dejon Edwards, Dejon ran hard. I mean, Branson gets 100 yards on the day. I don't know if it's been a 100-yard rusher in a while, but Dejon ran for 83 as well. Just the physicality they ran with, I know you like.
Oh, I love physical runs. I love getting behind your pads. We've seen Branson the last 2 or 3 weeks in practice begin to lower his pads and accelerate and really trust him with his explosiveness. And so he did a nice job. Stetson jumped in there and got a long rush. Looked like a young DJ Shockley out there running down the field. I thought he was going to get caught.
Yeah, you talk about that. I mean, obviously the last couple of weeks you've seen the differences of how teams trying to rush Stetson, trying to keep him inside the pocket. Thought it was a couple good calls there with some quarterback draws that got him going. I know he took off on that one, but just talking about Stetson being able to use his legs today when really the pass game wasn't all the way there efficient.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job moving the pocket around, getting out of the pocket, scrambling a couple times. And he keeps his eyes downfield really well on scrambles, and I think that's a great trait to have as a quarterback because, some quarterbacks run, some quarterbacks throw, and some quarterbacks do both, and I thought he did both well today.
All right, thanks, Coach. We're going to give Coach a quick break and ask him about the defense next. For now, back to you, Hondo.
All right, Shock, thank you. Thank you to Coach Smart. The Locker Room Show presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com today. Go Dogs!
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
More from Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium, where Georgia has defeated Auburn 42-10 today. Locker Room Show presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Coach Smart's interview protected by Breda Pest Management, the official pest control of Georgia Athletics. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. I'm waiting for the signal here. Okay, Adam Gillespie just gave it to me. Coach Smart's ready. We'll throw it back down to DJ Shockley. Shock.
All right, thanks, Hondo. Let's talk about the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, they had a quarterback that obviously can hurt you with his legs. He actually got out a couple times, but for the most part, did a good job of keeping him, corralled. And he might have had 10 throwaways in the game today. Just the pressure up front was big.
Pressure up front was great. I thought our guys were disruptive. I thought Coach Schumann and the defensive staff had a good plan to try to flush him. But, man, he is tough when he gets out of there.
And then just talk about some of the stuff that you guys are doing. Obviously, the pre-snap movement got them a couple times. I think they had probably 5 or 6 false starts in the game. I know it's part of the crowd, but also some of the stuff you guys are doing up front to, give those guys some issues.
Yeah, it's critical to us. We want to be able to show one front, play another, and thought the guys did it. And, that the crowd had an impact on that, and it probably took a couple drives away from them where you're 2nd and 3, and now you're 2nd and 8, and then you get 3rd down, you don't convert. It really helped us.
Talk about that 3rd down plan, because obviously they were not good on 1st and 2nd down. You guys were really good on 3rd down. But what was the key to getting them behind the chains a lot of the time and forcing, them or you guys to get into some of those good-looking blitz packages like you guys can bring out on 3rd down?
Yeah, the plan was to rattle the quarterback and affect him, even if it cost us some conversions, playing some tough coverages. But our guys did a nice job of that, and it helped us.
Held one of their top players in Tank Bisbee to only 19 yards rushing. I know coming in, he was the emphasis on the quarterback. He really didn't get a chance to get out a couple times, but just the emphasis on being physical, again, at that line of scrimmage up front with your guys in that front 7.
Yeah, we build a wall on defense, and we strike blockers, and we knock back, and we earn the right to rush the passer on 3rd down. That's what defense is predicated on at Georgia, and you start by building the wall. And you earn the right to rush on 3rd down, and we did that and held a good running team. I think they have good backs, and you saw that on the one play that got out. It's piss poor tackling, and can't happen.
All right, you got another game coming here. I got Vandy coming to town next week. Another SEC East opponent, going to be same time, should be a same Rockets environment. When you think about, obviously, just right now, I know you've been focused on Auburn, but Vandy coming to town, what's going to be the message coming into next week?
Get better, man. We got to get better, and we got to click on all cylinders, have a good plan. Look, nobody understands this league. Vandy has probably the most improved football team in the SEC. They've gotten better. They went out to the West Coast, won a big game, played teams tight. They got a good football team, and when you play good football teams, you got to prepare well. And it's about what we do, not what they do, but we got to get better.
Last thing, Coach, tell me about the environment, what that does for when you have recruits here, when you have, people coming to watch your team, but just to have that kind of environment, what it does, not just for the team, but for the whole entire environment.
Well, it's big for the recruits. They want to be in a setting they can have fun in, have a great time in, and you do that by how you play. But I think our staff, our athletic directors, and everybody's bought into the experience the fans have, and the experience the fans has impacts the players. And when they're having a good time, it helps us.
All right, Coach, appreciate the time. Congrats on the win. Back to you, Hondo.
All right, thank you, Shock. Thank you to Coach Smart for the time. Let's take a look ahead at next week. Toyota look ahead. Visit your local Toyota dealers today. Toyota, let's go places. Scott Howard, we're going to be right back in this joint. Kickoff time will be the same. In fact, 3 straight 3:30 kickoffs for the Dogs.
I like that.
Auburn today, Vanderbilt between the hedges next week, and then those Reptiles 3 weeks away down in Jacksonville.
The Commodore, what was their final today? I know they've fallen behind Ole Miss. They were losing. Last I saw, the score was 38-20. So Vanderbilt more than likely going to be here with another loss. Coach Smart has just told Shock he feels like they're most improved team in the league. They've gotten a little bit better. They had a long way to go to get better, so I'm not sure how much their better is. I'm not being disrespectful, but Georgia will be the dominant pick there for next week's game. But from our perspective, Georgia wants to continue to improve as well, to erase and eliminate mistakes that we made today, and continue to play better as you build towards the end of the season and into the playoffs. So that's what Georgia's looking to do next week against the Commodores. It's another conference game, so it's one that you got to win.
Yeah, final thoughts on today, man.
Great second half, man. It was fun watching Stetson run. I like that. I like the kind of the emergence of the 2 young running backs. Dejan, we'd seen some things that he could do already, but we hadn't really seen Branson Robinson a lot. So it was good to see that those guys certainly have the ability they did today to tote the rock and do it consistently. Both guys had 12 carries today, and both guys approached 100 yards. Not too much negative stuff you can say about that. That was a good-looking performance by that, and then the defense was just off the wall, outstanding today.
Yeah, for me, my big takeaway today is just how well the interior lines on both the offense and the defense played. It was they had this game under control from the opening whistle. As our offense found some footing and got some rhythm back, I really like what we did in the second half. But the story of this game to me was how dominant we were up front.
All right, very good. Thank you, Scott Howard. Eric Zier, great job of calling the game today, gentlemen. Scott mentioned the second half. where Georgia really whipped up on Auburn. It was 14-0 at the half, and then we outscored them 28-10. But you have to remember that Auburn scored their points today. One was on a self-inflicted. We fumbled on our own 19-yard line, and our defense held Auburn to just 5 yards on that drive. They had to settle for 3, and then we had just a missed tackle of 3 guys, really 2 of them who kind of spun into one another on a short pass play that Auburn was able to turn into a 62-yard touchdown catch and run. Otherwise, it was Georgia all the way today, folks. Stetson Bennett the fourth, 208 yards passing, 64 yards on the ground. Those coming on a 64-yard TD rush. Stetson was 15 of 19 in the second half. Scott was talking about that, for 183 yards. Georgia, 6 rushing touchdowns today. Stetson had 1, Dejon Edwards 3, Branson Robinson 1, and 1 for Kenny McIntosh. And in the red zone, the Dogs were 5 for 5, all of them touchdowns. Terrific showing. So Georgia wins it 42-10, our 6th in a row over Auburn. 6 straight is the longest streak since we won 9 in a row between 1923 and 1931. Georgia wins 15 out of 18 now, 17 out of 22, and overall the Dogs win the series, or lead the series, 63 wins, 56 losses with 8 ties. And that's going to do it for our Locker Room Show, presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Dog Talk postgame is next. We'd love to hear your reaction to today's Bulldogs win, so call in to Jeff and Kevin. For those of us here at Sanford Stadium, we bid you adieu. Adam Gillespie is our engineer. Luke Nadkarni, our studio producer. Chris Schiavone is my co-spotter. Jay Black, contributor. For our play-by-play team of Scott Howard, Eric Zier, and DJ Shockley, this is Neil Hondo Williamson. Once again, our final score from Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium. Second-ranked Georgia improves to 6-0 overall, 3-0 in the conference with a 42-10 decisive triumph over Auburn. God bless you, good night, and go Dogs!
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? Member FDIC.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956, Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
This is Georgia Football, sponsored by Progressive. Progressive Insurance gives you protection on the phone, online, or on the app 24/7. Because things happen 24/7. Get a quote at progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Here at Zaxby's, we have perfectly paired all of our sauces to go with our hand-breaded chicken fingers. Seriously, it's science. Each flavor profile is in perfect harmony with each other. The crisp, zesty notes of honey mustard, the full, rounded, bold flavor of buffalo garlic glaze, the elegant, spicy smoke of Tug Torch, all the perfect pair to our famous chicken fingers. Test them out for yourself and grab some extra napkins. Select one from our 12 sauce options. There's endless sauceabilities, only at Zaxby's.
One of the toughest jobs in law enforcement is telling a family that a loved one has been killed by a drunk driver. That's why Georgia law enforcement works every day to keep drunk drivers off the road. Every DUI arrest could be one less family to lose someone to drunk driving. You can help. Hand the keys to a designated driver or call a ride service. It saves lives and prevents a costly DUI arrest. Drive sober or get pulled over. Brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, welcome to the Dog Talk postgame show, presented by Pruitt Health. Family makes us stronger. Here's Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler.
Georgia with a tremendous performance today between the hedges, topping ancient rival Auburn 42-10. The reigning national champions now 6-0 on the year,
3-0 in Southeastern Conference play. What a day it was. A gorgeous, picturesque, sun-splashed Saturday in the greatest place in the world, Sanford Stadium. Good evening from the beautiful Hotel Indigo here in downtown Athens. Athens' only boutique hotel, just steps away from North Campus, a place to be in Athens. So join us after every home game for Dog Talk postgame, live from the beautiful Hotel Indigo Athens. Visit indigoathens.com to book your stay in the Classic City. Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health. Our team tonight, our network studio producer Luke Nadkarni, on-site producer engineer Josh Connor, and co-host of 14 years, Bulldogs and Bears record-setting Hall of Fame legend Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler, welcoming you to Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health from the Hotel Indigo. The numbers to join us, 888-813-2947. That's 888-81-DOGS. You can tweet us at The Real Butthead and at Jeff Dantzler TV. The victory elixir flowing here on the patio of the beautiful Hotel Indigo. What a day. History. Dating back to the 2017 SEC Championship game, the Bulldogs have now won 6 straight in the series against Auburn, 15 of the last 18 meetings against the Tigers, going back to 2006, and 8 straight against Auburn between the hedges. And overall, for the reigning national champions, dating back to a 31-24 victory over Mississippi State in 2020, Kevin, Georgia's won 24 of its last 25 games.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Why do coaches insist that plays be run over and over in practice? Because repetitions and study produce winners. Neil Honda Williamson for Meriwether and Tharp. Meriwether and Tharp has handled more than 10,000 divorce cases. They've taken the reps and are ready to help. Your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions. Meriwether and Tharp has answers, helping clients through difficult times. Meriwether and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, theatlantadivorceteam.com.
Want more exclusive and behind-the-scenes Bulldogs content? More game highlights?
You got red and black everywhere.
Mic'd ups?
That's not good. Next play.
Press conferences?
We cannot wait to get started.
And original programming?
Or that we're going to play hard, we're going to play the right way.
Search for the Georgia Bulldogs All Access channel on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Georgia Bulldogs All Access, your official inside connection to Georgia football and all Georgia Bulldog sports.
Dog Talk postgame, presented by Pruitt Health, continues with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGAAINC.
Welcome back to Dog Talk postgame, live from the patio of the beautiful Hotel Indigo. Got a great crowd out here tonight. It's presented by Pruitt Health. Big hello going out to the Strongs. Kathy Butler is here. My lovely wife Emily is here. Big hello to the Edwards, Larry and Sharon up from Milledgeville. Robbie Kirk, the Rob and Amy Sherrill and Lisa Steele here. We got a great crowd. It's good to see our buddy Atlee Morris and Millie and their folks here. And big hello going out to the man of the hour today, the 7-time national champion, newly retired, the great Jack Bowerly. He and Duke and Leanne and all he got a style down.
I almost got emotional, and I know he did.
Emotional.
I mean, you know, did you see him? He is the greatest supporter of Georgia sports out there. I mean, for a coach to go to every other athletic event, support them, whether it's academic, whether it's out there on the fields of competition. I mean, Jack has always been there. He's been a true friend to me for so many years, and I couldn't have been happier for him and his family out there today. I know it meant a lot for him to be able to wave to both sides of that stadium, get that applause. You could see the emotion in him. I'm just so happy for him.
It was absolutely a special day. Thank you to the Airborne Dog and Rusty Turner, Preacher John, Dog Nar, and Ross, Knox, and Mandy Culpepper, Bulldog Royalty. Thank you to Wyatt Fielding. Craig Camuso says, good, go Dogs. All right, it is time to get to the phones. 888-813-2947. That's 81 dogs. And we lead things off with the auctioneer from Aiken, JJ, bring it.
Hey, Kevin and Jeff, another great win by our Junkyard Dogs today. Elvers today, he got the hat trick today. He led the team with the touchdowns today, and Stetson finally got him one today. A big rushing yards there, and guys stepped up big. Depp came in with Beck today, got him a pass. Bell, another Twin Towers there, got him a pass today. We're doing a great job, guys. I think we can still recruit some good guys on our running backs, and we're going to be awesome in the next couple of years, guys. We got a team that's going to come in that lost today big. That's Vanderbilt Commodores. We got to win the homecoming games, guys. Let's hug it down the dogs.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate that. You're exactly right. We can't take anybody lightly, but you know what the best thing about this team is, and you know, one guy I'm looking to right now is Branson Robinson today. 12 carries, 98 yards. Jeff, get this, 8.2 per carry. One touchdown, 30-yard long. I'm telling you, there's something about it. I'm watching some of the highlights of him. He reminds me of a younger Nick Chubb, if that's okay. I'm saying that with all due respect. But, you know, next to Nick Chubb, I mean, you see guys that run and they use their body and they just have a tremendous effort until they're on the ground, all the way on the ground. I saw that from Branson today, so it's fun to see him, you know, sharing 12 carries with Dijon. He had 12 for 83, 6.9, 3 TDs. I mean, that's the ground game we need. So you're looking at 24 carries and you're at 170 yards. That's a productive day for a Georgia running back, and we have to do it by committee now because we haven't had somebody step up, but these two young men have certainly stepped up.
Georgia Auburn, 7.5 per carry for Georgia, 3.7 for Auburn. 99 out of 100 times those numbers.
Well, we talked about that. I mean, you know, we knew it would come down to that offensive defensive line, and you were right on when you talked about the you know, Bear leading the guys down there. It's fun to watch those kids. They were playing hard today.
Those veterans on the defensive line, players like Zion Logue and Warren Brinson and Nazir Stackhouse are doing great. Then getting guys like Bear and Michael Williams out there. Fantastic to see a great blend up there. Back to the phones we go. Alex joins us from Milledgeville. Alex, good evening. Bring it. You were on Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
Oh, hey, Jeff. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Kevin.
Go ahead, Alex.
Question.
Okay, go.
I have a question. Georgia looked awesome today, and Auburn wasn't unfortunate.
Well, I think Georgia played a fantastic game today, Alex. There's no doubt. And Auburn, now give Auburn credit. They hung around in there, and Georgia was able to take advantage, again, with complementary football, get the lead and extend it. And again, when Georgia turns it over, you know, the Dogs missed a deep throw. It was a chance to maybe extend it to 21-0. The Dogs get the ball to start the second half and turn it over to hold Auburn to a field goal there. Then it's 14-3, and all of a sudden it starts to get a little nervy. The longer the underdog hangs around, the more that the underdog believes it can win. But that response, that long touchdown drive to make it 21-3 was the difference in the game.
Well, I really believe the difference in the game came a lot earlier, Jeff. You know, the Auburn made a decision to run a fake punt at a time in the game that I just thought it was absolutely just ridiculous to even think of it. They're in the second quarter. They have Georgia 0-0 at home, and they're playing them pretty much nothing bad's happening. And they're at their own 27, and they try to run a fake punt against a team that's had 2 fake punts already run against them. So you already know they're on their mark about it. And when Georgia stopped them, we went down and, you know, it scored. But I can't figure out why he thought that was a good play.
I can tell you why. It's what we've talked about, because they're the underdog. They know there's no way they can beat Georgia. I get it.
You don't do it at your 30, 27
South Carolina, it worked for them. But that's one of the things that Georgia's going to see. It's what we talked about. Teams going to go for it on fourth down more. Teams are going to take more gambles. it might give them a better shot, but at the same time, if it backfires bad, and it backfired badly on Auburn.
And it did. I just thought they had done too well for themselves at that point. I get the taking the chance, but I think strategically at that point in the game, hey, if I could take Georgia in at 0-0 at halftime at home, then we got third quarter. We could do all kind of things. I just really thought it was an ill-advised time. Not that he called it, but I just think the time of the game, I thought they were doing too good for a team on the road that was 30-point underdog that's sitting there tied 0-0 in the second quarter.
And it gave Georgia the big, big lift, no doubt about it. All-time series now, Georgia 63, Auburn 56 with 8 ties. As we pause, 10 seconds. Station identification here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. All right, more of your calls just around the corner. 888-813-2947. That's 888-81-DOGS. The championship charity game is on every time the Bulldogs win. Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta win because Walton Gas is donating $1,000 to these local charities after every Georgia victory. With today's win, we are up to $6,000.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. A lot of do-re-mi. Everyone's a winner with Walton Gas. Great crowd out here on the patio. The beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Good to see.
We started a new. We started something new.
We're limiting it at 5.
Yeah, we're taking questions from the crowd, and believe me, this could be our last show.
Okay, it's
absolutely. I think it's going to be our last show.
It's a flood.
Keep them coming, Barry. It's been fun.
Flood.
It's been fun here.
There's a great American, the great
Justice
John Ellington. The man married me and Emily, one of the Secretary of State of the Bulldog Nation, and he's here with Sandra Kate and Shelley having a great night. Dogs a winner. Final score: Georgia 42 and Auburn 10. Your phone calls when we return. Dog Talk Post Game presented by Pruitt Health, live from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Yes, that's me, Kirby Smart, driving around town in a Ford F-150 pickup. Its comfortable, roomy interior and great tech are why it's my trusted daily driver. F-150 has the power to tackle the biggest jobs, but I depend on it to secure my most important cargo, my family. See your local Ford dealer and check out Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Go Dogs!
Georgia fans, college football is back, so grab your friends and a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Dos Equis is the one to score for your tailgate, at the bar, or even watching with your friend who went to that other school. So buy a cold, crisp Dos Equis and go Dogs. Dos Equis, proud partner of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly.
Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This summer, the fabulous Mrs. Hondo spotted a hole in the side of her house up near the roof line. Better call Breda, she told me. Breda Pest Management came out to the house, made sure there were no critters and no critter waste in the attic, and then mended the hole as good as new. Protect your home from critters and the creepy crawlies with Breda Pest Management. Neil Hondo Williamson for Breda, the official pest control of UGA Athletics. BREDAPest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Wrapping up another Georgia Football Saturday with Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS or chime in on Twitter using the hashtag UGA Dog Talk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health. Live from the patio of the beautiful Hotel Indigo, Athens' only boutique hotel, just steps from North Campus, a place to be in Athens. So join us after every home game for Dog Talk postgame live from the Hotel Indigo. Visit IndigoAthens.com today to book your stay in the Classic City. Big hello going out to Dr. Gene, the music machine, gives us a good how about them dogs. Our buddy Will Wilson has got the jukebox blaring. Rusty Turner saying it's great to be a Bulldog on a Saturday night. And thank you so much to Governor Brian Kemp and First Lady Marty Kemp, like your wife Kathy, a famous cheerleader in Georgia history.
Absolutely.
They're
we saw
saying,
them.
go
saw them.
Dogs.
They were up there cheering the dogs on today, and we were with Tim and Leah Chapman and Kevin and Libby Jackson. I mean, we had a lot of Bulldogs up there. I tell you what, our alumni, and I'll speak for them very briefly, we're so very proud of the program right now.
Of course. Well, we've won 24 out of 25. We're 6-0 reigning national champions.
That's pretty good stuff.
If you're not happy right now, you need to find something else to do.
Well, I mean, let's talk. Are you happy right now?
Yes, I am.
That's the gauge for everybody in the world.
Need to find something. Big hello to Glenn and Suzette who are here. This is a tremendous crowd.
I think this is turning into the place to be.
It is
in
the place
Athens
to be
after a game.
My friend Steven's here with his girlfriend Amy. 2-year anniversary. They might be getting engaged.
Their 2-year anniversary of being girlfriend and boyfriend?
I
don't. Is that allowed to be celebrated?
No. All right, let's go.
We're talking to 3 hooked guys up here.
That's exactly right. Well, my dad's listening in Fire Hall Station 20 up in Pennsylvania right now.
Thank you.
There you go, Dad.
Thank you to those firefighters.
Absolutely. Great Americans. Great Americans. Bulldog Mark down in Brandon, Mississippi. That's the home state of Mr. Robinson there. What do you say there, Bulldog?
Hey, guys, KB and Jeff. It's always an awesome day when you whoop up on them Tigers 42-10 and see some grown man football running the ball. Robinson and Dejon running remind me a little bit of Michelle and Chubb back in the day, and that hard getting behind the pad running there. I think there might be a little bit of controversy on who's 1 and 2 in the coming weeks. But that's something they'll work out, I'm for sure. Defense played well. I don't think a lot of people realize how young we are as a defense and what we're doing with that talent. Man, we got some great years coming and really look forward to it. But as the great wrestler Ric Flair would say, woo! Go Dogs!
Amen. Always good to hear from Bulldog. It's weird. Georgia is old and young and in between, and you know what that means? You're getting production from all 4 classes, and great teams need that.
Yeah, you are, Jeff. We're getting a lot of production, and I think it's coming. It's not coming in an envelope, right? You're not getting all that information at once, so you really have to look at this team when you watch a game. You got to watch the whole game, and you got to break down some plays. You got to go, okay, well, who was in there on that one? Who were the younger kids that were in there, and where could they have been a little better? And I think we're doing a lot of that right now. I think, when you look at, we had 292 yards on the ground against Auburn. I don't care what year or when we're talking, it's Auburn football, and we put almost 300 yards on them on the ground. That's a great production from a team that got challenged last week to run the ball, right? To not get beat on the line, because we got beat last week against Missouri in that first half. So a little maturity. I think that's good for us. I like the running back stepping up this week. We got some good kids that are out there running really hard and don't mind taking a little bit of the load on them. So progression, that's what we need. We're a young team with a lot of older guys, but we need progression every week.
And just, you look at that defensive line, guys like Zion Logue, Tramel Walltower, Warren Brinson, Nazir Stackhouse.
Yards.
They've been waiting their turn, and then you've got those young bloods, guys like Bear Alexander and Michael Williams, and another great job safety. You got Dan Jackson, Malachi Starks, and Chris Smith.
I want to hear the story about some of those guys stepping up and calling some people out, going, let's get back to the standard that we have to be at. That we have to be at to be national champs, because we're not there right now.
No.
But you know what? We certainly have the ability, and we've got the experience to be there. We got to have some leaders really rise to the top.
And we took a step back in that good direction today.
We took a step.
No doubt about it.
Yes, absolutely. Step forward. Don't say step back.
Step towards that goal.
Towards, that's still.
Towards is good.
Yeah,
towards and
right,
forwards.
like they're doing the step.
She's
right?
doing
step.
some funky
that's a
stepping right there.
step right there.
All right, let's go to John from Chattahoochee, Tennessee. John, thank you for holding it. Welcome to Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
Hey, guys. Great to be a dog. How about them dogs? Always a great day. I got a question for you guys, and it's about everybody I know has been begging to ask this question. So Darnell Washington, our usage of him in the red zone, to me, is we threw a back shoulder fade again to Ladd today. Why do we not line Darnell out to the perimeter? And to me, you're always going to get a pass interference, or you're going to have to play the safety over the top of him and have two people, which will, of course, put the numbers on our side when we're in the red zone. And I don't know why we're not throwing this mammoth of a man in the red zone.
I got you, John.
With me,
I think the thing is with Darnell, I think keeping him in close, he is such an effective blocker. And when he's coming across the formation and blocking down, that is a huge weapon. But I agree. I think he is someone that Georgia can utilize in the passing game in the red zone. And I would not be surprised. Remember the SEC title game, the first touchdown against Alabama, Georgia went to him.
Yeah.
That old tight end sneak that we used to run back in the early 80s, that would be a great play for number 0.
No, and I just think, as all of us, we're Georgia fans. Let's don't ask the obvious. They see what we see. They know what we know. Those plays will come when they mean the most. And I'm just saying, I think we hold stuff in our lockbox, and we don't put plays out there. We know, we practice them. I can tell you, they throw the ball all the time to Darnell during the week, and when it comes time, he's going to be there. And just like you said, we didn't see it that much, but we saw it first play in the SEC championship game. We got some hard games coming up.
Hard.
And you know what? I'd rather have a lot more that my players know about than the fans know about going into these next tough games.
No doubt about it, but enjoy this one tonight. Enjoy the ride, 42-10 over the Auburn
We
Tigers.
were close. What'd you guess?
23-20, baby.
You had 20 and 23 is 43 nothing. You're close. Hey,
all right.
42-10, 52-13.
I like it.
42 and 10 is what?
Yeah, I'm not going
is
back
what?
to
42 and 10.
32.
What?
32-point difference. You talking about add them up?
Yeah.
52.
I'm talking about me.
All right, good job.
I don't want to talk about subtraction.
It's all about addition.
Exactly.
Moving forwards.
We moved forward today, didn't we?
Move forward today. All right. Scana Energy, a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. For every TD the Dogs score this season, Scana Energy makes a $500 donation to the University of Georgia's General Scholarship Fund. That is 6 touchdowns today, all on the ground.
And we'll take a few questions from our
that would be
our fans
6 times $500, $3,000. Got some folks on hold. We got Matthew. We got Kurt. We got Walker. We got Alka. We have created a monster coming in here.
This is fun. These are the people that support us.
Write down the questions.
We should hear from them.
We'll take them.
Josh,
all right.
Josh agrees.
Great crowd. Josh Connor doing his fantastic work. Luke Ned-Carney back at Mission Control. It is Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Whether you're coming to visit the Classic City to renew old friendships, have a wedding, visit your UGA student, or simply have fun, award-winning Hotel Indigo is the only hotel that delivers a world-class and upscale boutique experience in all of Athens. At Hotel Indigo, you'll delight in our newly reimagined property that highlights Athens' most sophisticated and relaxing accommodations. Hotel Indigo Athens continues to be the choice of the discriminating traveler who demands the very best that America's greatest college town has to offer. Visit IndigoAthens.com to book your reservation today.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every $1 you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy.
Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
Stuck in a dead-end job with no room to grow? Change your life and build your career in the building trades. GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com has 14 different construction and building trade careers. Everything from electrical to mechanical, plumbing, pipe fitting, welding, sheet metal, elevator construction, heavy equipment, and more. All with employer-paid benefits and tuition-free apprenticeships to teach you the accredited skills that pay the bills. Opportunities waiting for you at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health, continues with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
It is Dog Talk Postgame, and it's presented by Pruitt Health. We are live from the patio, the beautiful Hotel Indigo, here in downtown Athens, a place to be. Join us after every home game for Dog Talk Postgame, live from the Hotel Indigo. Visit IndigoAthens.com today to book your stay in the Classic City, and be sure to follow the Dogs, Georgia Bulldogs, All Access, social media. Just search at UGA_GBSM. That's Georgia Bulldog Sports Marketing, providing your inside connection to Georgia Athletics with exclusive updates and behind-the-scenes content, including Kirby Smart All Access TV. Follow at UGA_GBSM. Let's get to the phones. We've got Walker with us from Marietta. Hey, Walker, thank you for holding. And welcome to Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health.
Hey, how are y'all? I'm real proud of how the Dogs did tonight. McConkey had a much better game, so I'm real proud of that. We saw a lot of Oscar Dell tonight. He played great. We're real proud of him. But I'm curious on what y'all think is going on with Eric Gilbert. I know he came into Georgia with high expectations, but he doesn't seem to be on the field much.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things. He's trying to work his way back in. And for Gilbert, who was a Dynamo recruit, had a great freshman year at LSU, transferred, sat out last season. As Kirby said, he's trying to make that 70-man roster and doing everything it takes to get on the field. It's a work in progress, and Kirby's covered that extensively.
No, absolutely. Kirby's been open book as much as you can be. I mean, there's obviously some just challenges that Gilbert has, and the University of Georgia is supporting him 110%, and he's got the best opportunity to be in the best situation here at the University of Georgia. You can only thank them for that. His guidance that he needs right now, he's getting great guidance.
It was great to see Oscar Delp again get out there and get some more action.
Yeah.
He's one of those heir
Just
apparents.
Another tight end.
Just another.
I don't know where they
tight end.
come from, like a cornfield. You walk out there, grab one, bring them back, and
how about Todd Hartley? There's not a better tight end coach in
He
the
is
country.
something else.
Brings them in and develops them. Big hello going out to Will and Deanna. The great Larry Edwards hanging out over in the corner. Robbie and Amanda Kirk. It's a great crowd out here, including 3 participants from my bachelor party. Let's go to Ryan from the Cross. Ryan and Waycross. We welcome you to Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health.
Hey, guys, got 2 things real quick. First off, you know how awesome it is to blow out Auburn and still have folks complaining about how we played?
The complaining part is not awesome.
The olden days.
Yes, the winning is
Look back at the old days about how we used to have moral victories, and now we're beating the crap out of people, and people are still complaining. And secondly, looking ahead just a little bit, I don't like to look ahead, but
no, Vandy's
after watching
that's as far as
Tennessee
we're
play,
going. Yep, Vandy's
I
it.
feel
We're
like-
not looking past Vandy. So, yeah, if we want the players to do it, Vandy's it. It is. We knew this before the year.
you just cut
Big
that
picture.
guy.
If Georgia is going to
cut
make
him off when he mentioned
if Georgia's going to make a move this year, I think we knew the way the schedule sets up, it was essential to be 7-0 going into that open date, because that Florida-Tennessee at Starkville at Lexington stretch
Well, I'm going to guarantee you
is brutal.
If the money line today was minus 7,000, next week it will be minus 17,000. Okay, we're going to win next week. We'll be 7-0. We're going to be going into that break 7-0, defending national champions.
Beautiful.
And then our teams really got to do some soul searching on an off week, because they're going to go into a run that is as strong as a run as any team has to go in. And you might not think it because of records, but let me tell you why it's the strongest stretch that as any team in the SEC have. Every one of those teams can make their season by beating the defending national champion.
Correct.
Georgia's got to go up against their best, so Georgia's got to bring their best 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks in a row if they want to accomplish what they would like to accomplish, and that's defending their national championship.
First things first, got to take care of business. The great Rod Brown, famous man from down at St. Simon's Island, RB, is in the house. Dogs on top.
Mr. Ken Daniels is in the house. We appreciate everything he does for Bulldog Nation. We've got a lot.
42-10, the final score. You hear that, RB? Guaranteeing an undefeated. All right, one question.
We got some questions from the crowd. This is a quick question. Can you rank the running backs? I'll rank them. He said Edwards, Milton, McIntosh. I'll do it. Edwards, McIntosh, Milton. There you go. I like
where's
it. What do you
Branson
think?
Robinson?
Well, they didn't ask. This is their question.
I think Edwards, Robinson, and McIntosh right now is the rotation. Kendall Milton.
But if you want to talk about what I am most excited about is Robinson. Just like you said, his performance today was something.
Kendall got nicked up again, and had to
we
leave
asked
the game.
a lot of him. I mean, we're putting him out in a lot of situations where he's exposed a little bit on that corner coming out of the backfield. I mean, he exposes himself a lot, so he's going to take some shots. But I tell you, Brandon running up hard, looking like a young Nick Chubb, man. They picked him up one time in the air, and his feet were still moving. He hit the ground, took a guy for about 3 more yards downfield. That's the kind of power we want to see from the Georgia running back.
I really felt like Robinson and Edwards gave the offense a much-needed jolt from the skill positions
kind of
today.
that balanced
we
running attack that
we've
made a name for. Yeah, I liked it too, Jeff.
We got it today, and that was nice to see. Big hello to Jeff Ramsey going out there. And we've got Larry, we've got Matthew, we got Billy, all kinds of calls to get to as we continue on Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
When you get the delicious Zaxby's chicken finger plate, one sauce is just never enough. But don't worry, because we have 12 dippable flavor-packed sauces to go with every hand-breaded chicken finger we bite. Select one from our 12 sauce options. Endless sauce abilities, only at Zaxby's.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 31st, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $28.60 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Listen up, dog fans. There's bad weather coming, and don't let it ruin your season. Get a strong, sturdy, dependable, beautiful metal roof from Georgia Metals in Danielsville, Moultrie, or Nahunta. Go to georgiametals.com. Go Dogs! Get a metal roof, roof, roof.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
When the leaves start rustling, the pumpkins start plumping, and the scarecrows start crowing, you heed the call of fall. Because you eat, sleep, and drink pumpkin at Dunkin'. So, take your pick of pumpkin with delicious muffins, munchkins, and donuts. And pair them with a classic pumpkin spice signature latte or the ultra-smooth pumpkin cream cold brew, topped with pumpkin cream cold foam. All so you can fall harder. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
Wrapping up another Georgia football Saturday with Dog Talk Postgame. presented by Pruitt Health. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS or chime in on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health, live from the patio, the beautiful Hotel Indigo here in downtown Athens. Bulldog fans, 2022 Georgia Football Yearbook presented by Georgia Power. It's available, containing rosters, features, and more. Visit georgiadogs.com/digital today. Let's get back to those phones. We got Larry with us from Savannah. Larry, hello to you. We love the SAV. Welcome to Dog Talk.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Pruitt Health.
How y'all doing
How are
today?
you? Great.
Good, man. Got a quick question, and it's not really a critique, but just like, everyone claims to be these armchair quarterbacks, and all, sitting on the sides and watching the games. But what would it take, because we're going to have to be playing when it's all said and done in order to do a repeat, somebody who really is a contender to be a first and second quarter team. What's it going to take for us to get to be back to be that type of team and not be a coronary heart attack where we got to wait to the third and fourth quarter before we really open up?
Well, we need a first quarter like we had against Oregon and South Carolina, and a fourth quarter like we had today in Missouri, and play great in the middle.
And then again, we might be that kind of team. Each team has different personalities, and sometimes you can't get out of your own way. And right now, Georgia's kind of developing that slow first half team. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you except what I'm seeing on the field, and I think everybody sees that. But they're responding in the second half. You got to be excited about that. I think it's just a matter of them being able to convince themselves to step out of the locker room and play at that level instead of kind of playing into a level good enough to win.
And this is a beaten-up football team right now. We got to find a way to win next week and take that open date and get some guys back. You could see today, and again, Georgia obviously, I mean, the skill positions outside of tight end, Georgia needed a jolt. And it wasn't just by happenstance that Branson Robinson got his number called. Dejon Edwards delivered in the fourth quarter. Those guys shouldered a lot more of the load today, and the Dogs needed that in a bad way.
Well, I really don't think it surprises any of these kids if they get an opportunity to get in there, because I think that's the way they practice. That's the way I see them during the week. They're all taking reps. They're all doing it. They're all getting compliments, and they're getting chewed out when they don't give 110%. And, the one play today that just kind of sums up how Georgia's playing to me, and I'm not picking on anybody, but I'm just going to tell you, you can go back and watch the game. When Stetson threw the long ball to Ladd ran a unbelievable route. He turned the corner, and when he had the guy flip his hips, he almost just pulled up for 1 second and then kind of jumped back into a sprint to win. When you turn that guy's hip, that should be your burst. And he was just inches away from a great catch, a big bomb. Probably could have gone in the end zone if he was still on his feet. But, you look back at Stetson, they showed a close-up of Stetson. He's like, I really thought that was the one. And, this game's a game of inches. So when you just take that little one step off, they don't practice that. They practice that burst, Jeff. You know it. When you cut, you burst. And the burst wasn't there, and they tried to catch up.
It was a 42-10 win, and Georgia missed 2 deep balls that should have been walk-in touchdowns.
Yeah.
So that's the good thing.
If you want to get better, you look at those plays and you break them down, and you take a little dose of reality and go, could I have done better? Yeah, you could have done better. And it's not – you got to change everything. It's just that one step.
So if you are in a spot and there's an Ohio State, a Michigan, an Alabama, I mean, if you're talking about a playoff, a national championship, those are the type of plays you got to hit. But you know what? We're 6-0 right now.
Absolutely.
And won 42-10.
Absolutely.
Just keep
moving
moving
But I tell you
forward.
what,
Get ready for those doors.
Michigan comes back down here.
I like our chances.
They're not going to not step out hard out of a break, because they know we have to play at our utmost best to beat the SEC team.
Correct. Let's go to Matthew from Milledgeville. Matthew, hello, sir. Welcome to Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
Good evening, gentlemen. And it's great to be in UGA. Great day for UGA, especially when you're not playing from behind. That's the thing about tonight. Did not fall behind like last week.
Yeah,
I got about four observations for you. I think Stetson probably needs to fumble a little bit more because he always seems to follow up with something really, really big. As long as it's not a scoop and score to end the game for the other team, but I just couldn't resist saying that one. And I'm bursting out for love for Dejon Edwards, having followed his high school career, all but about 2 games of it for the Packers. And I just can't stop shouting, give it to Dejon, give it to Dejon when I see number 30 out there. He's grown up these last 2 weeks, and again, just bursting out with love for him. So defensively for Georgia today, hey, no Jalen Carter, but when you make that quarterback throw out of bounds as many times as he throws completions, don't call grounding. I don't care. We don't need the flag to help us out. So just one more thing, and I know Vanderbilt's next, but I sure do wish we had a shot at Tennessee before Alabama did. I want to ruin their season first. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much, Matthew. Tennessee will play Alabama this coming Saturday, and Alabama's got Texas A&M tonight. If Nick Saban has a chance to run the score up, he will run the score up
Well,
tonight.
right now he's having a little bit of issue of just scoring besides running it up. It's still 0-0 with a few minutes left in the first quarter.
And
that's a Bobcat Atlanta scoreboard update. Time for a Bobcat a scoreboard update. Bobcat of Atlanta is a proud partner of Georgia Athletics. Go Dogs! Clemson and BC tied up 3-3. Alabama, Texas A&M tied up 0-0. 7 minutes left in the first quarter. FSU and North Carolina State, they're knotted at 0. Some big wins today. Hey, Florida got past Missouri. I think Missouri's on a slide that they just can't stop. They can't get it out of their own way. 24-17. Tennessee looks like they could be Jeff's number 1 new team this week. 40-13. Went down to the Bayou and just really dominated the team. Mississippi State, we got to watch out for them, Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they got a smart coach. He knows everything. They won big today. 40-17 over Arkansas. I really thought Arkansas would put up a big one. TCU 38-31 over Kansas University, and this is the one that just surprised me. Ooh. I just saw it, didn't know. Texas 49. Ooh. Would that be Oklahoma, or would that be like Ontario University?
No,
possibly?
That's not Oklahoma Panhandle. That is.
Are you kidding
OU
me?
49-0.
OU. I tell you what. They cannot be happy down there tonight.
Sooner Talk Live is still going for another 3 hours tonight. I got a feeling. We need to run into a timeout. Thanks so much for being with us. A lot more of your calls to get to. Got some questions coming up here from our remarkable studio audience. Living the dream here in America's greatest college town. What a day. How about them Dogs? Georgia 42 and Auburn 10. Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. Our Georgia Bulldogs have shown us what happens when a great team pulls together. At Pruitt Health, our team helps you recover from surgery or a major health event. Nurses, therapists, a whole team dedicated to giving people the personalized care they need. Come join the Pruitt Health team. Email hireme@pruitthealth.com. That's hireme@pruitthealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Whether you're coming to visit the Classic City to renew old friendships, have a wedding, visit your UGA student, or simply have fun, award-winning Hotel Indigo is the only hotel that delivers a world-class and upscale boutique experience in all of Athens. At Hotel Indigo, you'll delight in our newly reimagined property that highlights Athens' most sophisticated and relaxing accommodations. Hotel Indigo Athens continues to be the choice of the discriminating traveler who demands the very best that America's greatest college town has to offer. Visit IndigoAthens.com to book your reservation today.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Bulldogs, tailgating at Sanford Stadium this weekend? Make sure your ride looks as clean as the Bulldogs helmets do with a car wash at Zips. Zips Car Wash has 17 locations across Georgia to get your car or truck looking clean, dry, and shiny. And if the Bulldogs win, you win with a car wash at Zips for just $5. Visit zipscarwash.com to grab your winning code and find the location near you. Zips Car Wash, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Are you ready for the big party, game day, or any day of the week? American Deli has just the thing for everybody in the family. They've got Phillies, wings, burgers, fish and fried rice that will absolutely blow your mind. You can mix and match flavors that'll make your mouth water, made fresh to order each and every time. Order right now at AmericanDeli.com. American Deli. Deliciousness delivered.
Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health, continues with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame, live from beautiful Hotel Indigo, downtown Athens. It's presented by Pruitt Health as Georgia beats the Auburn Tigers today 42-10. And again, in this series, 6 in a row now for Georgia, 15 out of 18, 8 straight at Sanford Stadium. And that stretch from 77-01, Georgia went 2-11 against Auburn here between the hedges and lost 7 out of 8 from 83 to 90. It was just brutal. Georgia couldn't beat them. And now to have this domination in the series, it's something I didn't think I'd ever see anything like that.
So what are the records for longest winning streak of either team in the opponent's stadium?
In the other side?
So how many have we won in a row in Auburn? That's a record for the university.
Okay, that we've won. Well, we beat them. We've won 2 in a row over there.
That's it?
Yeah,
We've
but
never
again,
won 3 in a row?
No, I'm saying currently we're 2 in a row.
No,
there.
I want to know what's the standard that Georgia. What's the record? How many times has Auburn won over here in a row?
Well, like I said, it was 11 out of 13.
Well, I mean, 11 out of 13, they could have.
Well, they beat us in 77, so we beat them in 80. They beat us in 83, 85, 87, 89. They beat us in 93, 95, 97, 99. There was 5 in a row over here.
So how many have we won in a row over there right now?
Over there now, we've won 2 straight over there now, current.
That's all?
Well, right now, but I'm trying to think the most we've ever won in a row there. So we won in 88, 2, lost in 84, won in 86, lost in 88. So
y'all ever seen Rain Man? You're looking at right now.
92 win, 94 tie, 96 win, 98 win,
330,
2000 was a heartbreaking loss. Yeah, won in 02, lost in 04, won in 06, won in 08.
Yeah.
So I think won in 11, 14. Yeah, something like 3. I think. I mean, it's hard to do. Yeah, what Georgia's done here. All right.
Well, that's incredible that you even know that. But
yeah.
I think Georgia's in a good place right now. Is that what you I deciphered from all those numbers you just threw out?
I would completely agree with that Georgia's in a good place. So, yeah, we won in 06. And when they did the thing, when we went to Auburn back-to-back years in 12 and 13, that got –
Why did we do that?
Well, it was supposedly to balance out the schedule, and we all just assumed that eventually Auburn would play here 2 years in a row. Because
but we know those people. They
Well,
lie
this
all
was an SEC deal.
time.
So the problem, what's happened, though, now – you're in a spot with a schedule where every other year Auburn, Tennessee, and Tech are all 3 on the road or all 3 at home, and you need that.
It just leaves us here in Athens
you
by
need that
ourselves.
mix. You need that mix.
We feel like we feel on the Florida weekend.
Alone. Let's go to Billy from Livonia. Billy, thank you for holding, and welcome to Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
The only people in Athens.
Mm-hmm. Billy, you there? And I think we've lost Billy. Billy, give us a shout back. Let's try the Buckhead Bulldog from the ATL. Kevin Butler.
He's going to be there.
Buckhead. We know Buckhead's in the house. Buckhead, how are you?
Oh, man, it's great to be a Bulldog on a Saturday night, even if you're stuck in traffic. When you beat the Plainston by 32, it's just great.
It's
but
a good thing.
two observations, one question to you guys. I've been watching the Bulldogs over 60 years. I've never seen a team in this game, Auburn, have 8 or 9 offsides and procedural penalties, and I've never in my life seen a quarterback run 64 yards for a touchdown. So that, every game you go see something you've never seen. And the question I have to you is this team as puzzling as it seems? You're up 14-0. You finally got the first turnover and whatever. You figure you're going to go down the field, score a touchdown, 3-score game, put them away, and it's 3 and out. And then when you're sitting there thinking they don't have the killer instinct, they explode in the fourth quarter. Am I right to be puzzled, or is this something I'm not seeing, or what are your thoughts on that?
No, I think that's just college football. And Buckhead, I'm going to give you a roundabout answer. I'm going to tell you how to make a watch. What Georgia did last year, what Alabama did in 2020, what LSU did in 2019, those are anomalies. After that Clemson win, Georgia won 11 straight games by at least 17 points. It didn't trail until the Tennessee game in Week 10. Stuff like that just doesn't happen. I mean, to win 13 of 14 games, including the 2 playoff games by at least 15 points, that is such an incredible rarity. So, but again, you're talking about that standard. So you do that, and 15 players go to the NFL. The fact that this team's sitting here 6-0, and 5 of those 6 wins have come by at least 17 points, it's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, I think you should be pleasantly puzzled. You know what I'm saying? We haven't figured out this team yet. I don't think they've been figured out by any opponent yet. I think, when teams come in here to face Georgia, they got to kind of prepare for anything and everything. We haven't defined who we are in a certain way. It's like if you come in and you stop Georgia running the ball, we can beat them. If you stop them passing the ball. No, none of that goes on. I mean, their team is going to play you. They might play you to a boredness on the first half and then come out and try to punch you in the face. But
this team also scored on its first 7 possessions against Oregon.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I totally agree with you, Jeff. I think there's not a definition of this team. No. So I think that's more puzzling for the opponents than it should be for our fan base.
No doubt. And this team is playing really well right now after a couple of struggles when Georgia didn't meet the standards. But going back, those last 5 possessions, field goal, touchdown, run out the clock against Missouri. So from the fourth quarter, after the thicker kicker made it 22-12, you're talking about a 14-0 run to win it and 42-10 here today. This team's starting to click again. And some things didn't go right today. Nothing went perfectly. It rarely does in an SEC game when it's Georgia-Auburn, but you talk about staying the course, and I felt like today it was just a gradual, it's 14-0 after the second, right? Then it's 21-3. And what was so great to see, keyed by Stetson's TD run that was a knockout blow, the way Georgia was able to add on and build onto the lead, especially even after Auburn. And give Hunter credit, he made a great run on that pass to make it 35-10. I love that Georgia came right back, ate up a ton of clock, and got that lead back. You played on a lot of great teams at Georgia with the Bears, and you would probably like this too. I always like if you can get a win where that final margin of victory is equal to the most points that you led by during the game. As great as Georgia played, if Auburn punched in a couple of late ones and it's 42-24, it's still a great win. But no, we led by 32, we won by 32.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think, teams measure themselves in a lot of different ways, but what this Georgia team and I think their biggest compliment that they could get right now is they're playing 60 minutes. I mean, it might not look as good as we want it to in the first 30 minutes, but they have not showed up in the second half of any game they played. And, the maturing process we talk about is about, again, coming out of the locker room and being sharp, being quick, and doing it the right way. And Georgia's just got a little challenge with that right now. Not that they can't. They've got to somehow convince themselves to do it.
24-1 in Georgia's last 25 games, reigning national champions, 6-0, baby.
I've never had one of those records.
We were pretty darn good back in the early 80s.
Yeah, we weren't those numbers.
43-4-1. That's pretty darn strong. Went into 3 straight Sugar Bowls, ranked 1, 2, and 1. All right, Dog fans, for up-to-date game day information and new stadium policies, be sure to log on to GeorgiaDogs.com/digital. Download the 2022 Georgia Football Digital Fan Guide presented by Georgia Power. Get everything you need to know for this season at GeorgiaDogs.com/digital. Indeed, talking about those glory days of the early 80s, Coach Dooley under the weather. Coach, that one was for you today.
Thinking about him, all our prayers are up for Coach Dooley and Barbara, and hope that he just gets a speedy recovery.
Absolutely, and that was, I always said the golden era of Georgia football. We're in another golden era of Georgia football, so enjoy every second of it. All right, more calls as we continue on from the patio of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. It is a gorgeous night in America's greatest college town with Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Travel different this year with America's #1 RV dealer network, Camping World. There's a whole world to explore, and with new RVs for less than $5 a day, there's no better time to start new adventures. We are your one-stop shop for everything RV and have the best selection of RV and outdoor essentials to get you ready for wherever the road takes you. Start your adventure at one of our 7 Georgia locations or visit campingworld.com today. See dealer for full details and disclaimers. Offer expires 12/31/22.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back. Napa!
Wrapping up another Georgia Football Saturday with Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS or chime in on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
That smells
here from
good.
the Hotel Indigo.
That smells like
nice
a victory cigar.
Stogie that Mr. Butler brought me back. Was that from Boston? Did you brought me Boston?
No, that was from my a tournament that I played in, Stars for Stripes. We're raising money for our veterans.
That wasn't in Boston, though. Okay.
No, that's not from Boston.
Okay.
No.
I got you.
That's from here in Atlanta.
Delicious. Love the Stars and Stripes.
It was the holder.
The holder. Oh man,
is that
I
nice
left that
or
at
what?
home though. I didn't want to get that lifted. You and my dad both gave me great cigar
You didn't want to
holders.
get that lifted?
No. You never know.
I mean, the Indigo's a nice place. You're not going to get things lifted here.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, you're trying to walk into the stadium. They might have seen
Oh,
that thing.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm talking about you're here.
So I got just the good old.
What kind of crowd do we have?
The good old
here?
sandwich bag over there. A big hello going out. Hey, the great David Green. Speaking of great wins over Auburn, Greeny.
That is the best,
20
nicest,
years ago.
Greatest quarterback we've ever had.
20 years ago, Green to Johnson.
Was that 20 years ago?
2002. So the years in twos, 82, sugar falling from the sky. 92, we hung on 14-10. 02, Green to Johnson. 2012, beat them 38-0. We're out to an 11-1 regular season. This year, I think we're going to do something special again. Thank you to
Well,
Ryan.
we did it today.
And Andrew, you got that right. 42-10 over Auburn.
I like it.
You are being mentioned by Buck Ballou about something. So
Who, me?
I don't know what it is.
Does
but he's
Buck want to
mentioning
give
you.
a bunch of those books away? Is that what he's asking me to put out there?
I don't know. Let's go to Shepard. Shepard, thank you very much for holding, and welcome to Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
J.D. Dantzler, is that you?
Yes, sir.
That's him.
K.B. Butler, is that you as well?
That's me.
Kirby Smart, Coach Kirby Smart, that you too there?
Coach King, Kirby
I know
Smart.
you live on the program tonight. Anyhow, y'all remember me. It's been maybe a couple of months of Wednesdays since I've talked to you, but I coached them fullbacks and tight ends down in Mustard County.
Yes, sir,
for
Shepard.
53 years. And let me tell you what now about this narrative with, let me ask y'all a personal question. Did any of y'all have a delivery from the Postal Service that you was missing this week?
The mailman delivered today.
The mailman has been delivering. He's mobile. He does it aerially. He does it on the ground. And there's no question to be asked about how effective he is in his delivery. Now, that's my favorite Bulldog player to date. And I've been watching these boys for well over 13 decades. My math may be a little off there.
Damn.
But when I seen him before that South Carolina game, Stetson was having a little bit of a digestive issue. He may have, had an oral regurgitation, but since that time, he's gone from vomitous to ominous. Do y'all agree with me on that one, fellas?
110%.
I am with you, and I think I appreciate it, Shepard. Always great to hear from you, Coach. That, as Kirby Smart said, when he got sick, he said he thought it was that because we all know how hot Columbia is. It might have actually been an overhydration thing, not in the way you and I have gotten overhydrated after some Saturday night
I've thrown
Georgia
up
victories.
when I've been overhydrated.
Yes,
right in front of people.
I think his was from water and Powerade, though. Perhaps.
Well, you could always drink too much water where you just get bloated. And see, look at those two. That picture right there of those two guys.
I love it.
They look bloated.
They look. You know what? Too much water. That was the
lot
problem
of
the whole
water
time.
right there. And you know what? Just like I said, and we're talking about our cardboard cutout. And just for the fans at home that see that, it's known throughout the industry that cardboard adds on at least 10 pounds.
No question about it. We are lean, mean radio and machines here.
It adds chins on.
Yes.
Adds a little bit of fat on the back of your arms.
I was just thinking about a Joan Rivers
and
joke
it makes
there.
everything below your hips fall to your calves.
All right, let's get another write-in question here, KB.
What happens?
Let's see. Yeah. Let's see.
This is a great new
Great
game.
day for Georgia. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, an all-tennis final. Yeah, Coach Diaz got another great team there. Stetson's a great runner.
I like this one. Butler. Butler. Tell me, who did Reed Ann beat in the North Georgia Championship in 1980? Well, that would have been Dalton. We beat them 35-14. They thought they were good until we left town.
That's what I'm talking about.
Next
What
one.
else you got?
What is worse, Florida scoring 7 in the fourth quarter last year to break the streak, or Auburn scoring after the first quarter today?
Well, that was in the third quarter.
And
then they got
that's
the
not
late
a 3.
one. No,
but
yeah,
I think Florida,
We
breaking that streak last year, they went hard.
come close to the shutout a couple of times.
Yeah.
In 17 and 21 against the Mighty Gators.
I recognize this handwriting. Hey,
from
Kevin,
Kathy?
what is your favorite memory from your 4 spectacular years playing between the hedges?
Great question.
Well, that would be me being so damn close to the cheerleaders that I could watch them the whole time, and I watched my wife, Kathy.
There you go.
And I heard Herschel was pretty good, but I'm just telling you. That little Kathy.
See, for you guys out there looking to get married, that
Hey,
is
Jason,
the
what are you
correct
clapping
answer.
about?
I was going to say this, Josh.
I mean, Jason.
I
What
was-
did I say, Jason?
He's thinking about Halloween and Friday the 13th.
You scared me
I was
about
going to
that.
say that the win over BYU. Big hello going out.
That's where you're wrong.
Yes, RB's buddy Darren has made the way up too from down in St. Simon's Island. Great to see those guys. Larry Edwards is holding down the fort down there. The mayor
We got a lot of
Lake
people back there in the
Sinclair,
back
and of
corner.
course Sharon back there, who still maintains her state lead in white wine drinking. Number 1 in the state.
That's a champion.
There you go, Sharon. And there are a lot
That
of
straw in her glass is bigger than a regular one, isn't it?
A lot of contenders here tonight, too. A lot of contenders. All right, we're going to keep on rocking and or rolling. Dogs a winner, 42-10 over Auburn. I like our write-in questions there. The
Do you like it?
absurd
Because you
ones.
were not a fan when this
Well,
started.
one of them was just so dumb.
Josh, he was like,
like,
and then
what
the
is
young
this?
kid brought us up when
Well,
he
that
goes,
was Robert. It's little Robert.
he goes, yeah, hey, thank you. And I'm like, hey, you're never going to read that.
That's my man,
You
little
just
Robert.
told us we're not reading any of them. Oh, thank you, Robert.
He had one of his classmates asked him if he knew any celebrities, and he said he knew us. So, yeah, there you go. That's my
You
man.
just need to send him to the back of the room.
There you go. It's a good kid right there. All right, we need to run into a timeout here. More of your calls, more of your questions. What is that one? Who came in second in the Tee-Off Club tournament yesterday? Was that John Strong?
I don't think John came in second because he was on
Okay.
my team. Stephen Farmer did. And I tell you what, Coach Hack and the Georgia
He's the
golf
man.
team, they put on an unbelievable
Great
tournament.
show.
Always used to be before the South Carolina game, and then the schedules got flipped up, so now it's always before the Auburn game. We had a great time out there yesterday. I watched Stephen. He's maybe the worst, fastest golfer I know.
Well, that's good.
And
You got to
he-
play fast.
He made some unbelievable putts yesterday. A couple of them we missed because he did them so quick we didn't even see them. But he said they went in, and that's all we need. We need a confirmation.
I always felt I was a great scramble worst player because let me just try and get
You're
one
the
out
D
there. I would
player.
always putt first.
Yeah, the
just
D
to try
player.
and give you the line.
Yeah.
And there's really no pressure if you got good players. You know, hey, you might make 1 out of 18. You
But
feel like
you'd
you
putt
contributed
first
something.
because you wouldn't feel
You
bad
have
that
to.
you stunk.
I'm showing you the line.
Yeah, and they're going, well,
No, it was a
they'll go,
bad
well,
line.
You didn't.
It was a
but good
really,
try.
really, really bad line there. Can't wait to be at the Hilltop Grill tomorrow morning from 10 until noon. Bacon, wrapped shrimp, red mule grits, crab cake Benedict, French toast. You know what KB might do tomorrow morning? Order the menu.
I
Because
think we
Georgia beat
might.
Auburn 42-10.
Hey, and
Just
should we?
bring the menu.
Should there be a shrimp off tomorrow?
We're going to have to get in touch with Marker 7, see if they can
That's all
make
we have to
that
do. I
happen.
think they are pumping this into Marker 7 right now.
Okay,
This
we
show.
need a
This
shrimp
is in,
off.
This is in the locker
I'll
room.
tell you what, the town is so packed. I just hope Chris Lloyd's gang, I just hope both restaurants still have food because it's been upside down.
Kirby text you. Text Kirby, tell him we need the helicopter tomorrow to go
get
from
more shrimp.
Marker to
Will, you need
to
to get some
Hilltop.
folks from down in Jekyll to get us some more shrimp right up here.
He's already got it.
We
Look,
got
this
we
is
got all kinds of folks from St. So we got shrimp on the way.
shrimp
Call
on
us
the way.
a shrimp off. We're having a great time here on the patio of the beautiful Hotel Indigo here in downtown Athens. It has turned into a nice, brisk evening on a Chamber of Commerce day
My
at
belly's
America's
growling.
greatest college town. It's Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Georgia can take home another national championship title. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in Athens, get the Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
When this is a crackling campfire, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of your cabinets cracking and smoldering following a fire that's damaged your entire kitchen, you need to call ServPro at 1-800-ServPro. Only the cleanup specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So call 1-800-ServPro when fire threatens your home or business. ServPro, fire and water cleanup and restoration. Independently owned and operated.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Who's Who says cats and dogs don't get along? Bobcat of Atlanta is a proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. With a full lineup of Bobcat equipment, we're here to partner with you for all your compact equipment needs. This fall, we're expanding to better serve you with 2 new locations in Peachtree City and Carrollton. Visit our team today at one of our locations in Norcross, Marietta, Riverdale, Gainesville, Covington, or on the web at bobcatofatlanta.com. Go Dogs!
Everyone deserves a great smile, so Smile Doctors Orthodontics is here to help you, Dogs fans. Smile Doctors accepts most insurance, and whether it's braces or Invisalign aligners, anyone can get the smile they've always wanted with our affordable payment options. With some of the country's leading orthodontists and 50 clinics all over Bulldog Nation, we love to see Dogs fans smile with confidence. So get that amazing smile you deserve. Visit SmileDoctors.com today and book your free consult. That's SmileDoctors.com for Smile Doctors Orthodontics. And go Dogs!
Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health, continues with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame, and it's presented by Pruitt Health, live from the Hotel Indigo, Athens' only boutique hotel, just steps away from North Campus, a place to be in Athens. So join us after every home game for Dog Talk Postgame, live from the Hotel Indigo, Athens. Visit IndigoAthens.com today to book your stay in the Classic City. Big hello going out to Lynn from Effingham County. And great to meet Big John from the Ham earlier today. He is the great legend, Kevin Butler. I'm Jeff Dantzler. Great work, as always, from Josh Conner and Luke Nadcarney as we pause 10 seconds. Station identification on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. All right, KB, you ready for some trivia?
Yeah, I love trivia.
Dejon Edwards, Moultrie, Georgia.
Moultrie.
It's a little hot there in the summertime. Big
Pretty
Dejon
hot.
fans here. Ran for 3 touchdowns today.
Yeah.
The last Bulldog running back to run for 3 touchdowns in a game and against 2.
Right.
It's like within the last 5-10 years.
Okay, I'm going to go Sony Michel against Florida.
Sony Michel against Oklahoma in the Rose Bowl. That's a good
Really?
call. Yes.
Thank you.
That's a good one.
You're
right
really
there.
impressed because
That's a
I'm
good
never
pull.
even close.
That's a good pull. But Dejon, he's one of those guys, too. We talk about it. The tailbacks you played with that I grew up cheering for.
Yeah.
Keep feeding them. Keep feeding them.
Yeah.
Get him that. And listen, he's from Moultrie. He gets hot down there.
But I'm telling you, I like that foundation is laid there. He's matched that. He's got something to build off of. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
He's got that nose for the end zone, too. Really like what Branson Robinson did.
Yeah,
And we talked about it earlier in the show. We've been so beaten up and disjointed, really, at wide receiver and running back. I ran into Kenny McIntosh a couple of weeks ago, and I think it was after Kent State, and I asked him how he was doing, and he had taken a helmet to the thigh, and he's working hard through that. And it's just hit those 2 positions. We just needed a little bit of new energy, it felt like. And I thought Robinson and Dejon kind of carrying over what he did in the 4th quarter last week really gave it to us.
Yeah, I do. I think they're similar in how they run, Jeff. I think they both use their body, and I talk about it about Milton. I love how he runs, but, the one thing that I've asked that I hope he gains from running out there is learn how to run behind those shoulders, getting down. And you watch Branson today and Dejon, I mean, they use their body to create power. And as a running back, that's what you have to do. And honestly, today, the one highlight I was showing you during the break, I'm like, they pick him up off the ground, and it's just his legs are moving, and I hadn't seen that since Nick Chubb, and I really do. I love that kind of energy, and when you see that, you go, all right, well, there's something there that kid has that he wants to prove, and opportunity is what he needs.
Well, you were a tremendous quarterback in high school as well. One of my favorite play calls today, after the fumble, defense holds to make it 14-3, and the passing game was just off kilter some. did a little fake, roll Stetson out, nice little easy toss to Darnell Washington, getting that short throw, get him back in rhythm, get the confidence going.
Yeah, you need to. You need to keep the confidence going, and the confidence sometimes is what the defense has given you, and let these players give it. We talk about yak, we talk about yards after catch, those kind of things, and and that's where Kirby talked about it a couple of weeks ago. I think somebody asked him in his press conference about how is Georgia doing rushing? Your numbers aren't there. And he goes, well, our numbers are different than your numbers. We consider runs a whole different than what you consider. So anything that's caught in that 1 yard on either side of the line, we're looking at that as a run because we're asking our linemen to make sure they're making blocks that create that play, get downfield, make that secondary block. So there's a lot of different philosophies on how you say whether you're successful running the ball, you're successful throwing the ball, and Georgia's doing a good job. They're successful in offense, scoring points, just like you said, and making yards. I mean, look at the stats. They're producing.
Riddle me this, and I've noticed it. And of course, we just had such an unbelievable run of tailbacks at Georgia, really in my lifetime. But obviously, the last decade, going back to Gurley and Chubb and Michelle and Swift on to Zeus and James Cook, Holyfield, you name it. In college football now, I think we're seeing fewer long touchdown runs. Do you think a reason for that is because of the proliferation of the passing game, teams are playing those two safeties much deeper than what we used to see, 15, 20 yards off the ball? Do you think that's a reason we're not seeing the 67, we saw one today from Stetson, the number of 60, 70, 75-yard touchdown runs? It's not just Georgia, across the board in college football, because those safeties are playing deeper to guard against the deep throws.
I think we're seeing more non-traditional long runs, and that's those quarterbacks like we saw Alabama last week. Mm-hmm. He gets hurt, he comes in, and he scrambles, and his athletic ability takes over.
Yeah.
I think that the development of defensive backs, I think that they're probably the one position in my mind over the last 6 years that have really changed to become a total athlete. I mean, they're bigger, they're stronger, and they're faster. And when I was playing, the DBs were the kind of the smaller guys, great athletes, probably the best athlete on your team. They could run backwards and they could move, and size, too much size was a detrimental for them because they weren't fast enough, right? No more. These guys are big, they're fast, they can run backwards as fast as me. You combined could run forward. So I think that competition back there, but I think you still your long runs or when that running back breaks through that 8 men in the box and he beats him, and then it's a chase down, and we saw what can happen. When Starks runs down the kid last week, it doesn't matter. I mean, you break through, somebody out there is faster than you on that field, and they're taking off after you. So
Georgia had the best freshman in the country last year in Brock Bowers. In my book, the best player in college football. Might have the number one freshman this year in Malachi Starks.
Yeah, really, really could. I mean, there's some other really good freshmen out there playing for Georgia, and I know there's a lot of good freshmen out there, but you look at this kid, and you hear it, and I've been around it, so I'll say it, but he carries himself like he's much older than he is.
Oh, yeah.
When you see him out there, he's not uncomfortable. He looks very familiar with what's going on, and he looks confident. And when you look confident, it's because you are confident.
And that is a position, if you're a freshman, you can lose your confidence easily.
Yeah, you can lose it any year easily.
He is a dude.
I think some of the DBs that I've been around in my career are really mentally the strongest people ever. And they have to have that little slight thing like a kicker has. You got to have a lack of memory because you can't harp or remember the bad things that happen because you got to move forward.
You got to flush it. You have to. Boy, at that position, if somebody sees you struggling, they're going to go right back at you.
Oh, my
right
gosh.
back
I
at
tell you what, the armchair quarterbacks will do that, so you know an OC will.
I'm also a living room GM and armchair offensive coordinator.
Oh,
Those are my areas of expertise.
And you're the owner of the team.
Oh, I'd love that. I'd love that. I would definitely be. I would be George
I'm
Steinbrenner
sorry.
and Jerry Jones
Emily
times
owns the
10.
team, but she lets you in the stadium.
I would be the definitive interfering owner. Here's who you're going to play. Here's how we're going to do it. I'm just going to coach the team.
That's right. Hey,
going to do it all.
Could you get the owner off the field, please?
All right, we're going to go to the phones when we return. Having a great time here on the patio of the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Love the fire pits. What a majestic autumn Saturday here in Athens. Dogs 42, Auburn 10. It is Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Let's get ready for game day, Dog Nation. Tee things up with a smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Whether you're tailgating at Sanford Stadium or hosting friends at home, keep that cooler filled with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. With a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is easy to drink and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted, Dog Nation.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Alcohol for 21 years and older. Please drink responsibly.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that make this state incredible. From farmers to creators, manufacturers to teachers, to the dedicated staff walking our hallways. It's why we're leading real change in healthcare, to empower you through tools that make it easy to book in minutes, check in before you walk in, and have your health information all in one place. Visit Piedmont.org. Piedmont, real change lives here.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Want more exclusive and behind-the-scenes Bulldogs content? More game highlights?
Got red and black everywhere.
Mic'd ups?
That's not good. Next play.
Press conferences?
We cannot wait to get started.
And original programming?
Or that we're going to play hard, we're going to play the right way.
Search for the Georgia Bulldogs All Access channel on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Georgia Bulldogs All Access, your official inside connection to Georgia football and all Georgia Bulldogs sports.
In Georgia, college football is a way of life. And whether it's between the hedges in Athens or from the comfort of my bear cave, Scana Energy's part of it all as a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. So let's join them in cheering on the Dogs to glory this season. Sign up with Scana today and get up to $100. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/GoDogs for details. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply.
Wrapping up another Georgia football Saturday with Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS or chime in on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame, and it is presented by our friends from Pruitt Health, and we are live for the patio for the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens, where Josh Connor has had 17 cold drinks over here to our left.
Have you?
Luke Nadcarney, late night Luke.
You haven't shared any of them.
Doing a great job back at Mission Control. Luke works 14-hour days, and we love it. Having a great time. What a crowd out here on the patio. Going to get to the phones, and we've got more write-in questions for KB. Sean from Athens. Sean, thank you for holding it. Jack, we got Jack. I'm sorry. Let's go to
Jack.
I have forgotten how to read suddenly. Jack from Valdosta. Jack, we saw John and Brad last stinger today. Welcome to Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health.
If you saw those two, I don't believe I'd have told anybody. But anyway, I've got a great game, guys, but I've got a little question that nobody around here can answer. I could look it up on the internet, but they'd be wrong.
We can, don't worry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the 70 limit travel rule rule in the SEC. I don't know if it's the SEC rule or NCAA rule or what.
Yeah.
Number one, how do you monitor that? When the players get off the bus or when they count the pads when they get on the field? And when was this introduced? Why was it introduced? And if there's a penalty, if somebody's caught doing it, what is the penalty for?
Well, that's a very good. Basically, you have to declare your 70 players.
Yeah, and you can only get at the hotel you're at. You can only get 70 rooms.
So there you go. Actually, 35 because they got to hook up.
Yeah, that's how they enforce it.
So essentially,
if you see somebody sleeping in the hall,
that's 71.
But
yeah, you have your 70, and you basically turn that in. And I don't know if there's somebody who specifically, counts that up. But if
it is. It's definitely it's a roster. You put it, and then there's people from the SEC at those games,
Yes.
and they're just doing.
I'll tell
they're
you.
doing uniform checks. They're
Yes.
doing player checks, and then you have to turn that all in. And there's absolutely no reason for a team to try to fudge it and say, "Hey,
that wouldn't work."
We had 71. We thought we had an upper hand on them by bringing little Billy Bob.
That's right. He's a walk-on.
Cornelia. He's a four-string snapper.
Water boy. But yes, that is monitored by the league, and I can tell you. For baseball, it's 27 that you could dress for the weekend, and you have to turn that list in. And it's the same thing for football. So
yeah, it's a daily thing. So I mean,
they did that just for travel.
Yeah, and the coaches, believe me, on that traveling, when you have 70 guys, there's competition to get on that 70 squad.
That's one of the things that Kirby's talked about. One of the potential star freshmen who is showing those flashes in practice a lot, but the consistency's not there. Is making a couple splash plays on special teams. Like, that's how you're going to travel. That's how you're going to get on that 70. You keep doing that, then that's how you're going to play a little bit more on defense, and that's how you work in there.
No doubt. I heard that when I was with them for a couple of years. I'm telling you, if you're going to break into that 70, you got to do it on the special teams.
That's where it starts.
You're certainly a player and you have a position, but you're getting on that 70 squad by performing on specialty teams.
Amen to that. Thank you, Jack. Now let's go to Sean from Athens. I'm going to get this thing between the mayonnaise and the mustard here before you know it. Sean, thank you for holding it. Welcome to Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys doing what you do. You guys produce a great show. Thanks for doing what you do on Saturdays and Sundays. Hey, I got a question pretty much probably for KB. Also, KB, big fan, grew up in Omaha, drove 7 hours to watch you, Jim McMahon's refrigerator, and you kicked those balls between the uprights in Chicago when I was a little kid. You were an idol. Also, the reason for my call, what is the significance of, on field goals, we rotate a player in and out. We are changing his number from, I think, 49 to 99. Every time he comes in and out to do a field goal.
I can answer that one for you, Sean.
I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Yes, the significance of that is Zion Logue is on the field goal protect team, and he and Jack Podlesny both wear 96. You cannot have two players with the same number on the field at the same time. So you got a couple of those equipment managers, and this is where you talk about it takes a village, and they're pulling that jersey on and off. So
and there's another part to that rule that you can't have the same number and you can't be twice the size of the other number. So that's really
we might be breaking that rule there with Zion. He's 6'6", 320.
Zion is at least 3 pods.
He's 3 pods.
So it's
but
like
so
you'd have.
Why,
they go, well, you got 13 guys on the team right now. Now,
but that's why you have to do that. So then basically, when we're back on defense and Zion's playing on the line, he goes back to the 96, but he's on the field goal protect team, the extra point protect team. So I think he goes to 44.
Yeah, you can't have two guys on the same on the field at the same time on the same side of the ball with the same number.
And when the double numbers thing started coming in, I don't know, but I'm not a fan. I used to know the numbers a lot better.
I totally agree. I mean, you have to have a certain number depending on the position you were at, and so all that's changed now, and that's a marketing play. And you know what? I enjoy it. I mean, I think if players, believe me, if I was coming to Georgia and they told me I had to be 98 and I was a kicker, I'd go, who else is recruiting me? 'Cause I'm not wearing.
That's an
I was too fat to wear 2 numbers.
Well, and then
you know what I mean?
when
you get 2 numbers with some rounded edges, you're going to look like a fat son.
And you didn't want to wear 1.
Well, 1 made me look too skinny.
Too skinny. You got to go for that happy medium there.
That's
all
right.
Quickly, 3 questions for Kevin from a fan.
Yes.
Rapid fire. 1, can you still kick?
No.
When was the last time you kicked?
20 years ago.
How long was your last successful kick attempt?
I tried to kick my dog the other day, but he's quicker than I am.
Terrible. Poor Vinny. RB and Darren, you guys be safe going back. We got part of the St. Simon's
y'all
crowd
be careful driving
in the house.
Are y'all flying or driving?
Well, a little bit of both. We
y'all
love
be
you
careful.
guys. Great crowd here tonight from St. Simon's Island, and I think it just reiterates the point we all want to make, sung by the band Sage back in 1982, that if we make it to Atlanta, Athens to Savannah, we're going to bulldog boogie tonight.
There you go.
Dogs a winner, 42-10 over those Auburn Tigers. We got our Northside Hospital turning point. KB's got another Bobcat of Atlanta scoreboard. We got more of your calls and maybe even a walk-up question or two. I see a blonde over there wore heart-shaped sunglasses eyeing the kicker here. It's Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health. Hello there.
It's not Killer, is it?
No, that's Kathy.
Oh, my
She'll
gosh.
kill you. You better be careful. We are live from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
You've got tough jobs on your farm. Invest in a tractor that never backs down from a challenge. The Massey Ferguson 1800 E-Series tractors are economical and simple to use for a better overall ownership experience. You want something simple that can get the job done. Look no further than Massey Ferguson compact tractors. The 1800 E-Series has one purpose, all-purpose.
You can't be elite some of the time. It has to be all the time. That's why we work hard to be better and tougher than the game before. The same is true with the Ford F-150 truck. Decades of proven capability, innovation, and reliability. It's no wonder Ford F-150 is the official truck of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs and yours truly, Coach Kirby Smart. See your local Ford dealer today.
Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Go Dogs.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back.
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health, continues with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGAAINC.
All right, welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame, and it's presented by Pruitt Health as we are live from the patio, the beautiful Hotel Indigo.
We are.
64 degrees right now.
Right now it is?
Nice.
Well, you guys must be warm because it feels warmer than that up here.
Yeah, I put a little pullover
How is
on
the,
there.
that was nice.
It's
Howard
a good
today.
One. It's a good one.
That's a sharp, what are you
It's
putting
got
here?
This little thing.
Is that for a gun?
You could probably put a phone in there, maybe even. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe my old flip phone would fit in there. All right, let's go back to the phones.
Flip phone.
We got Randy from Rome. Randy, thank you for holding, and welcome to Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
Oh, yes, this is the Macho Man, Randy Savage, flying high above beautiful Berry College Stadium.
Uh-oh.
Wrapped in bacon.
Oh.
Hey, sorry I wasn't at the game today, but my son's Berry College Vikings just beat up on Rhodes College 34-0. Little Macho didn't get to play, but hey, Auburn grad right now. First of all, you didn't know if you was a dang plainsman, a war eagle, or a little tiger. But it would even be worse if you only had 29 and a half. Go dogs and step into a Slim Jim.
That's right, man. That 29 and a half, that hurts you right there.
As Macho would reiterate, good teams win.
I didn't even know Barry had a big stadium.
Great teams cover.
Great teams cover.
888-81 dogs. You know what happens when you cover? You get a little extra do-re-mi.
Do-re-mi. And guess what that'll allow you to do? All you Georgia fans, if you want to do an NIL deal with the dog, you know what you need to do? You need to go to georgiadog.com/NIL to connect with any student athlete at the University of Georgia. You can get them to do some sponsorships, a commercial, an appearance, an autograph session, or do something like my partner Jeff does. Just sit there and look pretty.
I try.
You do a good job.
I don't
of
succeed at that.
So, if you want to get involved with the Georgia Bulldogs and NIL, go to georgiadog.com/NIL and get involved.
I love it. Great stuff there, KB. Dogs on top. Georgia 42, Auburn 10. Bobcat of Atlanta scoreboard update when we return. Barry Rutherford is on the prowl. Dog Talk postgame for the Hotel Indigo, presented by Pruitt Health on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
With the Kroger Plus card, it's easy to get lower than low prices for the win. And for every dollar you spend, you earn fuel points, which can add up to $1 per gallon off at the pump for the win. Plus, save every day on groceries and get personalized digital coupons for the win. The Kroger Plus card, all you do is win. Big, big savings. Sign up now at Kroger.com and start saving. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at piedmontbank.com.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is committed to protecting the state of Georgia. No one knows Georgia like we do because no one covers the state like we do. Georgia families are our only focus, and we have offices in just about every county of the state. You can call it our home field advantage. No matter where you are in Georgia, Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance is always the home team.
Wrapping up another Georgia football Saturday with Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS or chime in on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame. It's presented by Pruitt Health. Friends here at the beautiful Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Going to hit a Bobcat of Atlanta scoreboard here in just a moment. But first, let's get to those phones. We got Jim with us from over in Canton, Georgia. Jim, thank you for holding and welcome to Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing great, Jim. What you got?
Hey, listen, I got to tell you something. I'm so impressed with our offensive line and how they push our running backs after the running backs are downfield. Mm-hmm. And I'm just curious if, why is our offensive line, adjusted at times for games
in the passing situations and they can't handle the running game, or are they going into games like this and they know they're going to run the ball and they're going to force the ball down the line?
All right, thank you, Jim. I think those are some good observations. And now where you can get that push, which used to be illegal, well, now you can push guys forward, and our guys do a great job of that. I thought, talking about the offensive line in general, today was a day I think we came in with a plan and said we're going to go out there and run the football today. With that, Kirby, Stacy Searles, the O-line coach, they went with a lot of different looks. On Edwards' touchdown, I believe it was the third one that put us up 35-3, lined up Broderick Jones and Amarius Mims on the same side. Warren Erickson came in and played guard. Devin Willock got some more snaps today. So I think just going with some different looks and some different combinations, because really, KB, last week until the fourth quarter, the line, it was a little bit shaky, and they finally got into a rhythm in the fourth quarter. And I felt like today, especially from the second period on, the line did a great job across the board.
Yeah, they really did, and it was something that I think Kirby put on them at halftime last week. I mean, from everything I know, that he just challenged the offensive line. So this is how we're going to win the game. This is how the only way we're going to win this game against Missouri. Get out there and put it on the offensive line. They took that. They built on it last week. They came out today and, 292 yards, almost 300 yards on the ground against Auburn. I just know Auburn's defensive line's good. Their linebackers are good.
Yep.
These are kids that we try to get.
Yep.
We didn't get some of them, but we got kids that we like. And I like our team right now where we are. And that's really the difference really comes down to coaching and how you develop the kids. And we're in a very good place with them right now.
Something that I want to point out again that we saw today. I looked out there at one point and give a lot of credit to those veterans. Again, guys like Logue and Stackhouse and Walltower and Brinson, guys that have been in the program waiting their turn. And then you got guys like Ingram Dawkins, who's a redshirt freshman, Michael Williams, Big Bear Alexander.
Yeah.
When you're getting the contributions from all four classes, or now, heck, COVID 6-year guys, 5th-year players, it really does take getting the veterans, that newcomer impact. But Georgia, and we're old in some places, we're young in a lot of places. I think that's a good thing when you're getting that punch across the board from all four classes: freshman, sophomore, junior, senior.
Absolutely. I think the missing link right now for us,
it's the L
that's
word.
In my opinion, is that big leader stepping out. I don't care if he's a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, or senior. Somebody's got to do it, and that's what Kirby and them are really, just kind of positioning these kids to do. Is somebody needs to step up. They're giving them the platform to do it. They need to step up and do it, because that's really what changes teams and puts them on the right road to be a championship team.
What about that guy?
DJD. Well, I think he's a leader. There's no doubt about it.
He's just
I think
a sophomore,
he's the voice.
but
I think he's boisterous out there. You see him communicating. He's the one that gets off the sideline. But you know what? There's two parts to being a leader. You asserting yourself, and then the guys buying in. And you can only control one part of it. And that if you want to be a leader, you step up and you start to lead. Whether these guys jump on board or not, that's their choice. And I think you're going to see, because they communicate great and they all are on the same page, I think when you see somebody step up, these guys will gravitate to that.
All right, let's go to Gregory. Gregory, thank you for holding, and welcome to Dog Talk post-game presented by Pruitt Health.
First, go Dogs. And I got two things I want to say. First of all, I like that our offensive line can get downfield and push our receivers or our running backs even after they pass the line of scrimmage. But my second thing is Bennett comes out in the first half of the game and he overthrows, he's shaky, and he settles down. Do we think that's going to be a problem later on in the season when we're playing the better SEC teams or the top five in the college playoffs? Because we're going to go to the playoffs. That's already decided, I believe. But Bennett needs to settle down in the first half and not wait to the second half to start doing everything. I mean, Georgia's always been a second-half team, but we've got to do something in the first half to where we don't keep falling behind.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that you don't want to get into that, that classification of being a second-half team. I think that can put you in a lot of bad situations. It can certainly give your opponent a upper hand on the mental situation. We go in there, we jump on them in the first half. Hey, we can hold on in the second half. We can fight these guys off. And who comes to mind right now is a Tennessee. You're not going to tell me that Tennessee's going to walk in here and concede anything to Georgia. You're not going to see Florida do it. You're not going to see Mississippi State do it. You're not going to see Vanderbilt do it. I mean, you really have to understand who you're playing. And, these kids go to school. They have to go and have their life. They don't want football to dictate their just everyday feeling and how they go about it. You want to go out there and you want to put your best foot forward, go out there and represent your school good. So no matter who we play, we've got to be on our game first quarter to fourth quarter.
No doubt. Again, it is amazing right now. Last 25 games, Georgia national champions, 6-0, ranked number 2, 24-1 last 25 games. And I'll go back to this.
And they're just falling they're just falling down the polls right now.
Plummeting. But I can remember after the loss to Florida 2 years ago, there's no SEC because, 3 years in a row, 11-1, going to Atlanta with a chance to make the playoff, and how important those games were to beat Mississippi State, South Carolina, Missouri, and then Pod making that kick to beat Cincinnati in the Chick-fil-A Beach Bowl. What that did, the enthusiasm around the program. Jordan Davis and Devontae Wyatt said, hey, we're coming back, the momentum that created. And we talked about it a good bit with Kirby last year. Last year doesn't happen without that strong close. Because if you go in and say, well, we're not a championship contender this year, these games don't matter. And let's say you go 2-2. And those last year doesn't happen without that. The fight that team showed, even when they knew it wasn't going to be a championship season, they still turned it into a top 10 season. And now that momentum, again, going back to that win over Mississippi State, 24-1 over the last 25 games, to do it in this league and against Oregon and Michigan and Cincinnati, major bowls, national championship game victory. It really is an incredible run.
Yeah, it is. But, this team's challenge is, waking up every morning, looking at them and going, all right, we're not that team. We've got to make our own identity.
That's right.
We got to make our own niche in the big piece of wood out there, and that's not easy. It really isn't easy because you sometimes you take things for granted, and the worst times you can take things for granted when you're young because you really hadn't experienced the other side of it. Well, I'm just telling you, all the guys you named, all the championships they had, man, they were the ones that got whipped by Bama. They were the ones that got whipped by Auburn, and they came back and said, no, it's not going to be like that. We're going to play at a higher standard. It's just a maturing process, and I think we're going through it right now. I think we're moving forward every week. That's what I like about it. There's nothing that makes me worried about where we're headed as a program. I just worry about where our other opponents are heading the programs. Some of them are making big leaps too.
Absolutely right. Yeah, and if you're just stagnant in this league, even if you're on top, you're going to get past it. That's why Kirby is
You'll
always
start
driving
smelling.
it. And it is the SEC,
smelling
baby.
Like melon.
And what he said from the get-go, say we will not be hunted at the University of Georgia.
No.
Georgia was definitely the hunter here today.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You know what we need right now? We need, I think it's time for a Bobcat of Atlanta scoreboard update. We got a lot of things going on out there in college football right now. One that we're all interested in is Texas A&M, Alabama, 40 seconds left at the half, 14-14. Bama just picked off a pass from A&M, got it at about their 40-yard line. We'll see what they do at the half. But Oregon, one team we played earlier this year, first quarter, they're up 7-3 over Arizona. Washington's down to USC, 17-14. That's at about halftime right now. BYU and Notre Dame, 25 Notre Dame, BYU 13. Florida State up on NC State, 14-3. As you all know, Georgia, a big winner today, 42-10. TCU, a big winner over Kansas, 38-31. Michigan, I tell you what, Georgia might have knocked Michigan into a little bit of consciousness, but they're playing good right now. They won today 31-10 over Indiana University.
By the way, that line was 21.5.
Those guys in Vegas, man,
They're pretty good.
They make big light bulbs because they can afford them. You can't buy them at Home Depot. The ones
sir.
they have.
Those are big ones.
Those are big
one
ones.
at the top of the Luxor.
Yeah.
See that thing from the moon?
I tell you what, have you ever tried to change one of those lights?
No, I'm scared of heights.
If you lose enough one night, they'll put you up there and you'll have to change one.
You want to get out of here?
I've done it once.
You got to go change this light bulb.
Cost me a lot of money, and I didn't do it right.
And I don't like roller coaster. I wouldn't ride that roller coaster at the Stratosphere.
You ever done that thing when they shoot you up like on a rubber band?
No.
Seriously.
Nothing like that.
Would you ever?
No.
My wife did that one time.
Scared of heights.
And they filmed it for you. You know, and they film you right in your face, and you're all screaming and going up and down laughing.
No.
I would never do that.
No.
I'm not a good heights guy.
I'm not good with heights.
No.
I think it's called acrophobia.
No, that's about spiders, I believe.
That's arachnophobia. I don't like spiders either.
Spiders at heights, what's that? What is like if you get a bunch of spiders in the air, what is that called?
It'd be like snakes on a plane. That's no fun there. All right, we got to have a timeout. We're starting to say, it's a little shove. That's going to be a penalty. There's a retaliation.
There's a fight here, yes.
What did I do?
College football.
That's going to be 15.
Where are we going with college football?
The greatest drama in the universe. All right,
Texas A&M and Alabama. They've left the field now. They're just brawling in the locker room.
This is straight up with Jimbo and Saban. I mean, this is like Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair.
That one player. Look at all the money just fell out of his pocket.
And this is when the guys start coming out of the locker room, coming in over the top ring road.
Just come running out of the locker room.
Tony Schiavone, it's a Pierce Sixer in here.
Those Schiavones, cheese would be falling out.
It is Alabama 14, Texas A&M 14. It was Georgia 42, Auburn 10. All right, our Northside Hospital turning point of the game after this timeout for the Hotel Indigo Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health. There you go.
I know what it is.
Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
What's up, Georgia? Georgia's coming up on a very important game day, the midterm elections. From the economy to healthcare, there's a lot at play. And there's only one candidate running for governor with the experience, the vision, and the willpower to tackle it all. Stacey Abrams. Early voting starts October 17th. Get out there and vote for the only candidate running for governor with real plans to create a stronger Georgia where everyone can thrive. Go out and vote the first week you can between October 17th and October 23rd. Paid for by Abrams for Governor.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid October 31st, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.98 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and viewer fee. See dealer for details.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Build it, weld it, fit it, wire it, cut it, bend it, strut it, mend it, paint it, lift it, glaze it, shift it, drive it, haul it, fix it, install it. GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com offers 14 different construction trade careers. Everything from electrical to mechanical, plumbing, pipe fitting, welding, sheet metal, heavy equipment, and more. All with tuition-free apprenticeships to teach you the skills that pay the bills. Learn more at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. That's GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com.
Why do coaches insist that plays be run over and over in practice? Because repetitions and study produce winners. Neil Honda Williamson for Merriweather and Tharp. Merriweather and Tharp has handled more than 10,000 divorce cases. They've taken the reps and are ready to help. Your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions. Merriweather and Tharp has answers, helping clients through difficult times. Merriweather and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, theatlantadivorceteam.com.
Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health, continues with Jeff Dantzler and Georgia Hall of Famer Kevin Butler. Share your thoughts with the guys on the phone at 1-888-81-DOGS. That's 1-888-813-2947. Or join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
All All right, welcome back. It is Dog Talk Postgame presented by Pruitt Health. We are live from the patio, the beautiful Hotel Indigo here in downtown Athens. It is time for our Northside Hospital turning point of the game. Northside Hospital is guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal with expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more. You can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. KB, great teams play terrific complementary football. 14-0. Dogs getting the ball to start the second half. Fumble. Auburn gets it on Georgia's 18. Defense. Holds the Tigers to 3. Then the Dogs go the distance. Long touchdown drive. Start with little Stetson to Darnell Washington. Dogs punch it in on the ground. Give me some Dejon Edwards, number 30. So instead of 14-7, next thing you know, Auburn blinks, and it's 21-3. That, my friend, in my humble opinion, or IMHO, as the kids say out there in Twitter land, was a Northside Hospital turning point of the game.
I have no idea what those letters mean.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going with something different. And I think I found it here. I think it was Auburn 0-0 with Georgia. We're in the second quarter. And we're not doing good. We're not winning. We're at home, right? They get down to a 4th and 6 at their own 34. What do they do?
Nolan Smith.
What do they do?
Mm-hmm.
Fake a punt, get tackled. Georgia turns around and gets a score after that. That is my turning point of the game. And kudos to their head coach. For very few people are able to lay in a coffin, stick their hand out of the coffin, and nail a nail into their own coffin. But he did it, and that's talent.
Nolan Smith with the diagnosis, and that was a big-time play. I get the gamble. We knew it was going to come.
I don't get the gamble.
Not that one.
I don't. I mean, hey, later on in the game, absolutely, but you're just everything was right where you want it to be if you were visiting between the hedges, and that's what. Maybe you know what? I don't think he learned. Where did he come from?
Boise.
And Boise's up there where the Ducks landed on the field.
Well, it's the blue
killed
field.
Themselves.
Stuff happens.
A lot of suicide ducks up there.
Suicide ducks.
Well, you know what? He looked like a suicide coach when he made that call.
And we talked about this, the fake punts against Kent State and South Carolina. When you are a heavy favorite, teams are going to take shots. You're going to go for more fourth downs. You're going to do things like that.
Yeah.
But you have to be wise where you pick your spots. And like we said, if you do that, you can steal possessions. You can extend possessions, but it can also backfire on you.
It can.
And because it backfired on Auburn today.
Yeah, it backfired on them because I just don't think it was that point in the game where they needed to do something crazy. Whatever they were doing right now, they were keeping Georgia in check. That's all that really mattered.
On our Northside Hospital, we're doing a little Dave Mason. We just disagree. But I think the theme of this is, what did both of those vital turning points have in common? Great complementary football.
Yeah.
Both sides, because you get the offense a short field, offense gets a touchdown. Offense turns it over, defense gets a stop, holds them to 3. Boom, goes down, scores to make it 21-3. Those were definitely the two moments in the game. One where Georgia grabbed control, and the second one where Georgia really put Auburn behind the 8 ball.
No, I mean, they did. I think, I just think when you go in, and I remember going down there and playing there, you didn't want to give them anything that gave them an advantage. They had a big enough advantage because they were at home, their crowd, the whole situation. Auburn's not that good. They're not doing things right. That just kind of, to me, summarized what the problem is with Auburn right now. They're thinking they're desperate at situations. They're not really desperate, or there's no need to be desperate at that time. There's certain points in a game, certainly you got to be desperate. You got to try different things, but I just think at that point of the game, they were, fist to fist with Georgia. There was no reason for them on the road to take that chance at that point.
You might double down against a 10 if you've got an 11 sitting there, but don't double down on a 15 against a 7.
Yeah, dealer's got an ace and you got a 3, and you're going, split
it.
Oh, you can't split that, sir. Why?
Wait, all right, you got a 3. You got 5. Double down.
Double.
Have at it.
People get up and just leave when I go. Have you ever gambled with me in Vegas?
No.
Have you ever gambled with me down in Rockford?
No.
Or down at Conyers at those people's house?
The backdoor joint.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not on the air, are we?
That is, there are ways to clear out a table.
You can clear a table. You can't go.
It's a good way to clear out a table.
Hit me.
Hit me.
And then the guy guy sitting next to you actually hits you.
Yes, the great Austin Powers, who he's got the 5. I'll stay. I, too, like to live dangerously. Dogs, a 42-10 winner today over the Auburn Tigers. Call it 6-0 and 24 out of 25 for the second-ranked reigning national champions of college football. Grand days indeed for the sons and daughters of Georgia. And we will begin to put a bow on this one after this timeout. We are live from the Hotel Indigo, where there's a great crowd assembled here. A lot of ladies wearing boots tonight. Always like that.
Steve Kelly.
Steve Kelly's here?
Well, that's who came up, and you told him to get away.
Steve Kelly's one of my favorite
Steve,
Bulldogs.
So you can come up here. Remember how you used to do a safety blitz?
23.
Come right over and hit him about right here.
Number 23. Also, had over 100 yards rushing against Tech in 79, 16-3.
Look at that. Hey, he's going to tell you. Hey, in a second, he'll tell you your horoscope and your biorhythm.
And the brothers Kelly with a big recovery against the Irish. What a day that was, and what a time this is. What a time to be alive for the Dogs as we are hunkering down here at the Hotel Indigo. Dog Talk Post Game presented by Pruitt Health on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the infinite life.
Member FDIC.
One of the toughest jobs in law enforcement is telling a family that a loved one has been killed by a drunk driver. That's why Georgia law enforcement works every day to keep drunk drivers off the road. Every DUI arrest could be one less family to lose someone to drunk driving. You can help. Hand the keys to a designated driver or call a ride service. It saves lives and prevents a costly DUI arrest. Drive sober or get pulled over. Brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 31st, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $28.60 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
365 days a year. Just call us up. We'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed. As you make, we take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When your family just can't wait, you can always count on Shoemake.
Wrapping up another Georgia football Saturday with Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health. The phone lines are open at 1-888-81-DOGS or chime in on Twitter using the hashtag UGADogTalk.
Kevin Butler has gone streaking. Welcome to Dog Talk Post Game. He said if Georgia covered, the shirt was coming off. It's happening. You're on the patio of the beautiful Hotel Indigo.
Ooh, it's cold.
Downtown. One of those fires over there.
Well, I mean, the fires are hot, but it's cold outside. If you don't get close to the fire.
What a setting here tonight. What a day for Georgia.
It's a beautiful crowd. It's thinned out. I think Barry asked everybody to go up to his suite
The one with the pool table. Yeah.
Well, the one we got to go to when everyone was out of town.
It was like The Shining.
We were the only
Sugar
ones
Bowl.
It was, wasn't it?
It was an awesome time.
We were in bed together. You remember
We
that?
had a great photo going out there. You don't even have to go to the dark web to see that one. But
no, that was on the light web.
That was a wonderful night here. And you know what? That was a great Georgia team.
There's Barry right there.
And last year's team won the national title, and this year's team is 6-0, and Georgia's won 24 out of 25. You could feel the build-up for this. Again, just the way the schedule worked out. Last home game last year was Charleston Southern. First two home games this year were Samford and Kent State. This is Georgia and Auburn. I get it. This is not a vintage Auburn team, but this is Georgia and Auburn. Started it all down here back in 1892. It's always very, very special. The town, Emily and I, we could kind of start feeling it around Wednesday. Thursday it was crazy. Yesterday it was insane. Once we got locked down back at the condo, hey, you gonna come? We're not leaving. The traffic.
Yeah, I was up here. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, and I came home and I looked at Kathy and go, the town is already getting ready. And you know what? Honestly, the crowd today and Kirby,
awesome. He called
you the day before the game and asked us to talk to the fans and just say, hey, you're a factor today. And they were a factor today. You look at 10 penalties on Auburn. I think we had 4. 3 or 4, movements on the offensive line they couldn't hear. That is truly an advantage to a team when you have a crowd like we have at Georgia. Next week will be just as important. We need to come out quicker. We need to come out harder. And the crowd can play a factor in that.
Well, and I think a big thing, now fortunately Georgia never fell behind today, but the longer the underdog hangs around, the more the underdog believes it can win. Now that fake punt turned things Georgia's way, and again, as we said, the stop after the fumble and the subsequent touchdown, that extended things for Georgia and really put Auburn behind the 8 ball. But yeah, you want to get off to that fast start next week, and this is where Kirby talks about playing to a standard, and you're going to play a Vanderbilt team that's a lot better than it was last year. They're coming in here with nothing to lose, and you got to bring it each and every weekend, and I think this Georgia team, as we've said, they're trying to make their own mark here in 2022.
Yeah, and you know what? Every team, then they get out there, they try to make their own mark, and Georgia's really got to they got to make their mark from within. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're not a team that outside people go, oh, man, Georgia's got a lot of problems. Well, Georgia's got no problems right now. I mean, internally, they look at it and they go, this is how we have to get better. And I think it's that leadership thing that we keep going to. And I don't know, and I don't mean it derogatory, but I don't know if the average fan knows how important leadership is on a team that is playing at a level like this, because it's very hard to find that trigger that puts you at even the top level. And there's so little of a difference in playing elite football and then being the best. And that leadership stuff, I'm telling you, it plays a huge role in it. And Coach Kirby Smart would not talk about it as much if it wasn't important. And when you have a young team, the mixture that we have some seniors, we have some older guys, but those guys had great leaders before them that they have been following. And if they don't naturally step up and become a leader, it doesn't happen. You can't go up and go, hey, Jeff,
you're a leader.
You're the leader. Mm-hmm. And you're going to go, it's Saturday. I don't really want to lead. I mean, I like watching cartoons on Saturday, eating cereal. That's the reality of it. You got to have somebody that wants to step up and be, I want to be the leader, and I want my teammates to know that I'm the leader by my example of how I prepare and how I perform.
All right, we've got just a moment, so let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds. Station identification here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. All right, KB, 6-0 for the reigning national champions, Vanderbilt coming in. What a spectacular day it was today. And for everybody, if you're a Bulldog player, fan, coach, I know it's always fun to look ahead and dream, but savor this one, enjoy this one. Georgia's success against Auburn from a historical standpoint for an old history buff like me. Yep. Because, again, it cost us a lot of championships through the years, and dealt us a lot of hard blows on many a Saturday back in the middle to late 1980s there. And to do what Georgia's done against Auburn is very special. And this team took a huge step forward here today.
Yeah, they just needed to get back on track internally. Nothing they've done externally that we've watched this year has been anything less than great. They've won 6 games. They're on a roll right now. They're getting better each week. They've overcome some injuries. They've gotten a little healthier. They've gotten some new guys out there to get a lot of playing time. I mean, you really couldn't paint up a better picture for how to keep developing a team and getting better every week. We need to get better every week. But you know what? If you're not on your game, a lot of crazy things can happen. South Carolina, 17. Kentucky, 7. That's crazy to me right now. But that is the SEC.
That is college football, the greatest drama in the world. Everybody, enjoy the weekend. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Bulldog Brunch with the Hilltop Grill. Thanks so much to the gang here at the Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. Dog Talk postgame presented by Pruitt Health on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Go Dogs!
It's football time, which turns Sunday and Thursday into the best days of the week. Well, they just got better, because now through October, Keno has 30% higher payouts during bonus hours before the football games. Win $500, it becomes $650. The bonus hours are Sunday 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursday 6 to 8 p.m. So play Keno online and anywhere Keno is sold and get 30% higher payouts during bonus hours. Sundays 1 to 3 p.m. and Thursdays 6 to 8 p.m. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Play responsibly.
When the leaves start rustling, the pumpkins start plumping, and the scarecrows start crowing, you heed the call of fall, because you eat, sleep, and drink pumpkin at Dunkin'. So take your pick of pumpkin with delicious muffins, munchkins, and donuts, and pair them with a classic pumpkin spice signature latte or the ultra smooth pumpkin cream cold brew, topped with pumpkin cream cold foam, all so you can fall harder. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association. When you need a business banking ally who is as invested in your goals as you are, you can depend on us. We are committed to supporting members of the local community by providing the tools they need to achieve financial success. Through our partnership with the UGA Athletic Association, we believe in a Georgia where we all succeed. Piedmont Bank, knowing you better, serving you best. Learn more at PiedmontBank.com.
No matter your favorite game day tradition, it all starts with a cup of coffee to get you ready to cheer on a Bulldogs win. Community Coffee is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, serving Bulldog Nation with rich and smooth blends crafted right here in the USA. We've supported and celebrated thriving communities like the UGA family for over 100 years, and we believe there's no better day than game day for bringing people together. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Vanderbilt, a team being managed with a new coaching staff, comes to the Hedges next week for a game which has been designated for homecoming. While homecoming is not what it once was, it is still a big deal for the alumni who only take in one game a year. This allows for an opportunity to spend time at a fraternity or sorority house, but more often than not, every college on campus, from business to journalism to law to forestry and all the others, there are reunions and gatherings that make one and all happy to revisit the campus. Alums walk the campus and ride by the addresses where they once lived. They visit old haunts, and they go back to that eatery which remains unforgettable, such as the Mayflower Restaurant on Broad Street in downtown. Prior to the demise of the varsity, everyone had to stop in for at least one varsity hot dog. Then they look at their friends who are Athens residents and say, "You lucky dog, you get to do every day what we only get to do once a year." That glory to old Georgia feeling is the essence of college football, taking place amid a tailgating scene which brings out a festive atmosphere that cannot be found anywhere. Georgia, place to visit this week, Hamilton, on the west side of our state. Their affluent homes in this section of Harris County where you can also play golf, hunt, and fish, which has become a way of life for former Bulldog golfer Ed Roddenberry. High fives this week for Chris Davis, the world's greatest pilot from Bogart, Abbott Massey of Gainesville, former Lieutenant Governor Pierre Howard of Atlanta, L'Oreal Leonard, who manages the Bulldog Rescue, nice folk who extend a helping hand to aging and dependent bulldogs, Jason Flanders of Lizella, and Brian Schumans of Augusta. This is Lauren Smith on the Georgia Sports Network.
This is Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia. A good tight end has great instinct for the game of football and great vision to seamlessly execute the chosen play. Much like Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services to make you financially fit for whatever you need to block or catch to achieve your goal. Basically, ACU is a complete game changer. To find out how you can score with ACU, go to acuonline.org/Brock. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
Georgia is our home. That's why at Georgia Power, we're building the future of energy. Over the last decade, we've invested nearly $10 billion to strengthen the electric grid, installing new substations, upgrading transformers, moving power lines underground, and investing in cleaner energy. We're making the electric grid more resilient and reliable for you and for future generations. At Georgia Power, we know that making smart investments today prepares us to meet our customers' needs tomorrow.
This is Brock Bowers, tight end for Georgia. A good tight end has great instinct for the game of football and great vision to seamlessly execute the chosen play. Much like Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services to make you financially fit for whatever you need to block or catch to achieve your goal. Basically, ACU is a complete game changer. To find out how you can score with ACU, go to acuonline.org/Brock. Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm John Addison, a Georgia graduate, lifetime Bulldog fan, and chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica makes the maximum impact on the communities we serve through our concepts and products and by giving back through the Primerica Foundation. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue our long-standing tradition of sponsoring Georgia athletics. Go Dogs!
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid October 31st, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.98 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax tag, registration, title, and viewer fee. See dealer for details.
Dogs a 42-10 win over Auburn at 6-0 and 3-0 in the SEC for the reigning national champions. Bulldog Brunch, Hilltop Grill, 10 till noon. Till then, for Josh Connor, Luke Nat Carney, and Kevin Butler, I'm Jeff Danstra. Thanks so much for listening to Dog Talk Postgame, presented by Pruitt Health from the Hotel Indigo on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, you've been listening to Georgia Football. Today's broadcast has been brought to you by Zaxby's, Pruitt Health, Family Makes Us Stronger, Dos Equis, a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Kroger, enjoy free delivery with Boost by Kroger Plus. Proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Georgia's own credit union. Banking on purpose. Georgia Farm Bureau, always the home team. Napa Auto Parts. Napa, get up and go. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs. Regions, get your Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa debit card. Visit regions.com/GoDogs to order yours today. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober so you won't get pulled over. Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. And by Hotel Indigo. Visit hotelindigoathens.com to book your reservation today. The proceeding has been a presentation of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. powered by Learfield and JMI Sports.